Bewitching Prince Spoils His Wife, Genius Doctor Unscrupulous Consort Chapter 48-46 to Chapter 50-33. Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes were like black vortexes as she looked coldly at Su Minglei. Didn't you already know the outcome from the moment you gave up on them? Are you putting on an act now when you display such a caring appearance? If Su Minglei was slightly unperturbed, then perhaps she would think slightly more highly of him. But after he'd clearly made such a heartless decision, he revealed such a caring appearance now, and that was slightly laughable. Along with Bailey Hongzhuang's words, Jun Lingxuan's group of three couldn't help but look at Su Minglei. Even though the decision Su Minglei made earlier wasn't a big deal to them, their own lives were the most important after all, and selfishness was human nature. But at this moment, along with Bailey Hongzhuang's words, they felt it was rather reasonable. A true villain wasn't so detestable, and it was a hypocrite that was detestable. A trace of embarrassment appeared on Su Minglei's face as he'd never imagined that his question would actually give rise to such a topic. Bailey Hongzhuang, you're eloquent indeed. But you'll surely die here today, and you'll be buried with Yiqing and the others. Su Minglei spoke furiously. Meanwhile, the white dragon's voice resounded out in Bailey Hongzhuang's mind. Hongzhuang, there's another way now. What way? Bailey Hongzhuang was slightly stunned, and she was really unable to think of a better way in the current situation. If you're already prepared to expose the secret, then directly place Xiaohe into the chaos ring. The white dragon's voice revealed a slightly heavy tone. If it was possible, it naturally didn't wish for the secret of the chaos ring to be exposed. But Xiaohe was an extremely important existence as well, so it couldn't be helped at the critical moment. There's another way, and that's to place all of them into the chaos ring after I come out. Because I'm unable to confirm exactly what cultivation the other aura on Jun Lingxuan's body possesses, and I can't guarantee that I'll be able to defeat him. In this way, we can't enter the chaos ring again, and we have to wait until we have sufficient confidence to annihilate them before entering. White Dragon's eyes flashed with a complicated light. For the current situation, this was not a bad idea. Hearing this, Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes lit up. This is indeed a good idea. As long as they could save Xiaohe, that would be the best. I'll try to put them all into the chaos ring. Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes turned cold. She was disgusted by the people in front of her. If she could get rid of them, she would be helping the D family to clear the way. Alright, I'll be ready to come out at any time, White Dragon replied. After making her decision, Bailey Hongzhuang did not delay any longer. With a thought, she was about to put Jun Lingxuan and the others into her chaos ring. However, after she tried, she realized that she did not succeed. What's going on? Bailey Hongzhuang furrowed her brows. Ever since she had obtained the chaos ring, nothing like this had ever happened. Try putting Xiaohe into the chaos ring again. White Dragon's expression was complicated as well. Bailey Hongzhuang tried again but to no avail. How could this be? Bailey Hongzhuang was shocked. She had never noticed this problem before. Ever since they had entered the Divine Cloud secret realm, Xiaohe and Baishir had always been by her side and had never entered the chaos ring. Hence, she had never noticed this. Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes flashed with disbelief. All this while, they had been able to enter and exit the chaos ring as they pleased. However, she never thought that she would encounter such a situation in the Immortal Cloud secret realm. Perhaps only inanimate objects can be placed in here. Living objects cannot enter another space directly. The White Dragon's voice deepened. Actually, this is also a type of restrictive spell. Only powerful cultivators can set it up. Previously, when you were in the lower realm, most restrictive spells would not be able to affect the chaos ring at all. However, the restrictive spells in the upper realm are much stronger than those in the lower realm. Bailey Hongzhuang tried 2 more times but realized that there was no effect. Only then did she realize the truth. If that's the case, if you come out, does that mean that you won't be able to enter the chaos ring again? Her clear, cold eyes flashed with a complicated light, or you won't be able to come out at all? Based on the current situation, this was very likely. I can't be certain about this either. However, it's just as you've said. If I come out, I'm afraid that I won't be able to enter again. The White Dragon replied. Bailey Hongzhuang's heart slowly sank. This was definitely not good news for her, Previously, she had not placed too much importance on the dangers of the immortal cloud's secret realm. Because of the power of the Chaos Ring, she had many ways to escape. However, without this method, the danger of the Chaos Ring has greatly increased. At the very least, saving Xiaohe has become extremely difficult. Jun Lingxuan and the others did not panic when they saw that Bailey Hongzhuang had sunk into silence. Since Bailey Hongzhuang would not be able to escape, they would just tease her for a while longer and treat it as a form of entertainment. Bailey Hongzhuang, you don't have to think anymore. No matter what you think, it's useless. Xiao Sou sneered. What on earth do you want? After realizing that their previous methods were useless, Bailey Hongzhuang looked at Xiao Sou and the others once again. She could only rely on herself now. Didn't I tell you before? If you kneel down and beg us, I will consider letting it go. Jun Lingxuan's lips curved into a playful smile as he proudly looked at Bailey Hongzhuang. With Bailey Hongzhuang's peerless face, most men would not be able to lay their hands on her. If Xiao Sou was not here, he really wanted to make Bailey Hongzhuang his woman. However, he knew that he had to look at the big picture. Right now, the Jun family had to join forces with the Xiao family. Only then would they be able to completely overthrow the D family. Although Bailey Hongzhuang was outstanding, she did not have enough power behind her, so Xiao Sou was the most important. One of the main reasons why he was teasing Bailey Hongzhuang was to curry favor with Xiao Sou. He was well aware of a woman's jealousy. In the past, Bailey Hongzhuang had stolen the limelight. Xiao Sou hated Bailey Hongzhuang to the extreme. At this moment, he could help Xiao Sou vent her anger. Xiao Sou's impression of him would definitely improve greatly. Compared to the other suitors, his chances of winning were undoubtedly the highest. In your dreams, Bailey Hongzhuang said coldly. If that's your attitude, then there's nothing I can do. Jun Lingxuan spread out his hands and increased the strength of his feet. Xiaohe could not help but groan again. Her face revealed a painful expression. Stop. Bailey Hongzhuang said through gritted teeth. When Xiao Sou saw Jun Lingxuan venting his anger for her, a deep smile appeared in her eyes. The more pain Bailey Hongzhuang was in, the happier she was. During this period of time, she had been suppressed by Bailey Hongzhuang. Due to her engagement with Bewitching, she had been compared to Bailey Hongzhuang everywhere. Initially, she had thought that Bailey Hongzhuang was not fit to appear on the same stage as her. Now, she has become the object of comparison. Most importantly, Bailey Hongzhuang had been in the limelight during this period of time. Many people had vaguely decided that she could not compare to her. This was an insult to her. Every time she had nightmares, she would feel a strong urge to kill her. At this moment, Bailey Hongzhuang was standing in front of them in humiliation, completely helpless at their mercy. Bailey Hongzhuang no longer had her arrogant demeanor. This made her feel a great sense of satisfaction. If you don't kneel down, I'll kill it. Jun Lingxuan pulled out his sharp sword and pointed it at Xiaohe. The tip of the sharp sword pierced Xiaohe's body. Fresh blood stained the tip of the sword, but Xiaohe held on and did not make a sound. Her dark, bottomless eyes stared fixedly at Jun Lingxuan. The dark light in her eyes was like two bottomless pools, emitting a shocking murderous intent. Jun Lingxuan, after this day, if I don't die, I will kill you with my own hands. Bailey Hongzhuang spat out these vicious, murderous words. Her hands were clenched into fists as hatred burned wildly in her chest, nearly burning her entire being into ashes. Hee hee. Jun Lingxuan chuckled. Based on your current situation, saying such harsh words to me won't have any deterrent effect. Bailey Hongzhuang, stop stalling for time. Jun Zitao sneered, if you don't kneel down and beg for mercy, this contract beast will really lose its life. Master, don't worry about me. Leave quickly. When Xiaohe saw Bailey Hongzhuang being humiliated by Jun Lingxuan and the others, her eyes flashed with hatred. It never thought that its master would suffer such humiliation because of it. It secretly hated its own uselessness. If it had not fallen into the hands of Jun Lingxuan, why would its master have to endure all this? Seeing its master suffer, it felt even worse. If that was the case, it would rather die a quick death. Shut up. Jun Zitao kicked Xiaohe, then looked at Bailey Hongzhuang and said, you have to think carefully, time waits for no one. Master, forget it. It's not worth it. Baishar looked at Bailey Hongzhuang and said, "Let's leave quickly." Hearing this, Bailey Hongzhuang looked at Baishar, then at Xiao He with tears in her eyes. Finally, a determined light flashed in her eyes. In the next moment, Bailey Hongzhuang stepped back a few steps. When Xiao Soa saw that Bailey Hongzhuang was about to escape, she took a few steps forward and approached Bailey Hongzhuang. Clearly, if Bailey Hongzhuang were to escape, Xiao He would chase after her immediately. Just as Bailey Hongzhuang was about to turn around and leave, she exchanged glances with Baishar. "Baishar, we only have one chance." Bailey Hongzhuang replied. "I understand." Then, Bailey Hongzhuang and Baishar turned around and left as quickly as they could. "They're running away." Xiao Soa quickly shouted. A contracted beast was undoubtedly very important to every cultivator, but it was definitely not as important as their own life. When she saw how Bailey Hongzhuang valued Xiao He so much, she felt a little strange. When she saw Bailey Hongzhuang turning around to leave, she realized that Bailey Hongzhuang had put on an act to divert their attention so that she could escape. When Jun Lingxuan and the others saw Bailey Hongzhuang's actions, a trace of astonishment flashed across their eyes. However, they were not overly anxious because of this. This was because from the moment Bailey Hongzhuang had appeared here, it was already destined that she would not be able to escape. However, what happened next was beyond their expectations. Just as Xiao Soa was about to chase after Bailey Hongzhuang suddenly flashed and appeared behind Xiao Soa at lightning speed. A dagger appeared in Bailey Hongzhuang's hand and was placed horizontally across Xiao Soa's neck. Xiao Soa was equally shocked. She never thought that Bailey Hongzhuang would suddenly make such a move. It was completely beyond her expectations. "Bailey Hongzhuang, this is your scheme." Xiao Soa cried out angrily and immediately struggled to break free from Bailey Hongzhuang's grip. "Don't move." Bailey Hongzhuang held Xiao Soa hostage. "If you dare to move again, I can't guarantee that my dagger won't disfigure your face." Following Bailey Hongzhuang's words, Xiao Soa instantly stopped moving. To a woman, nothing was more important than her face. "Bailey Hongzhuang, don't act recklessly." Xiao Soa's voice was filled with anxiety. She was really worried that Bailey Hongzhuang would go crazy and ignore everything. "Let go of Xiao He." Bailey Hongzhuang's gaze turned to Jun Lingxuan. Jun Lingxuan, Jun Zitao, and Su Minglei could not help but feel astonished when they saw this sudden change. Looking at Bailey Hongzhuang, who was holding Xiao Soa hostage, Jun Lingxuan's eyes flashed with a complicated light. He did not expect Bailey Hongzhuang to be so calm at a time like this and even come up with such a plan. It must be said that they had underestimated her. "This Bailey Hongzhuang is much smarter than Xiao Soa." A voice rang in Jun Lingxuan's mind. "It's a pity that she doesn't have a strong background. Otherwise, I wouldn't treat her like this." Jun Lingxuan shrugged his shoulders. He had never cared about relationships. Only benefits were the most important. He did not like Xiao Soa. Although there were many cultivators who pursued Xiao Soa, he felt that most of them did not admire Xiao Soa herself but her benefits and the Xiao family behind her. He was the same. If the Xiao family did not exist, any man would probably choose Bailey Hongzhuang before Bailey Hongzhuang and Xiao Soa, because not only was she beautiful, but she was also smart and even very capable. There was nothing to nitpick about. "Bailey Hongzhuang, quickly let go of Miss Xiao." Jun Lingxuan's face revealed a nervous expression and hurriedly said. "Let go of Xiao He first." Bailey Hongzhuang did not back down. "All right then." Jun Lingxuan nodded. "We'll let her go together." "You have no right to negotiate with me." Her ink-black phoenix eyes flashed with a determined and ruthless light. "If you don't let her go, I'll kill her directly." Faced with Jun Shitao's threat, Bailey Hongzhuang's voice was cold and her gaze was icy. "It looks like you want Xiao Soa to die." Saying that, the dagger in her hand slid open Xiao Soa's skin and fresh blood immediately flowed out. "Stop it." Xiao Soa quickly cried out when she felt the pain in her neck. She knew that Bailey Hongzhuang wanted to kill her and her heart was filled with remorse. She had actually fallen into her hands. "Young Master Jun, let go of Xiao He at once." Xiao Soa looked pleadingly at Jun Lingxuan. She felt that if this were to go on, Bailey Hongzhuang would very likely kill her. After all, to Bailey Hongzhuang, she was also an extremely loathsome existence. Hearing that, Jun Lingxuan nodded. Alright, I'll let it go. In the next moment, Jun Lingxuan immediately released the rope that was tied around Xiaohei's body. Immediately after that, Xiaohei moved her body and quickly approached Bailey Hongzhuang. Master. The weak Xiaohei came to Bailey Hongzhuang's side. I'm sorry, I've dragged you into this. Seeing that Xiaohei had returned, Bailey Hongzhuang heaved a sigh of relief. Don't say such silly things, as long as you're alright. But looking at the extremely weak Xiaohei before her, Bailey Hongzhuang frowned. Why are you so weak? There's something strange about that rope, it's been absorbing my blood essence. Xiaohei said in a low voice. Ever since she had been tied up by that rope, she had discovered that the blood essence in her body was being continuously absorbed. Blood essence was extremely important to both cultivators and demonic beasts. Once the blood essence was absorbed, one's condition would quickly deteriorate. At this moment, more than half of the blood essence in her body had been absorbed and she had naturally become like this. Absorbing blood essence? Bailey Hongzhuang's eyebrows flashed with a trace of surprise. She really didn't expect that the rope would have such an effect. That's too vicious, Yi Futian said. White Lion's eyes also flashed with intense hatred. If they had not held Xiao Suo hostage, Xiaohei would not have been able to live for long under the constant absorption of the rope. Even if Little Black was saved now, with its current weak state, if they couldn't find the essence blood, it would take a long time for it to recover. I'm afraid this has something to do with Jun Lingxuan's aura. White Dragon's voice rang out. Bailey Hongzhuang's expression changed slightly. It seems that the aura on Jun Lingxuan's body isn't anything good. Since it needed to absorb a person's blood essence, it could be seen that the cultivation method it practiced was also vicious. There were many vicious cultivation methods in this world that relied on absorbing blood essence and finding a human cauldron to increase one's cultivation. Even though the rate of increase was very fast, it was extremely vicious and was despised by many. She never thought that Jun Lingxuan, a disciple of an aristocratic family, would have such an existence by his side. This isn't strange. White Dragon appeared to be relatively calm. Many people put on a dignified front, but they're not good people behind the scenes. Master, Xiaohei has been reduced to this state. I'm afraid that she won't be able to recover in a short period of time. White Lion sighed. As a demonic beast, he understood the importance of blood essence to a demonic beast all too well. After losing so much blood essence, Xiaohei's powers would decrease by a large amount. Bailey Hongzhuang, I've released your contracted beast. Now, you should release Lady Xiao. Jun Lingxuan spoke. Bailey Hongzhuang, you're too shameless. Xiao Suo's eyes were burning with rage. You're going back on your word. Xiao Suo, get this straight. I've never said that I'll let you go. How am I going back on my word? Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes were cold. Besides, in terms of shamelessness, I can't compare to you. Sensing the chilling chill in Bailey Hongzhuang's words, Xiao Suo couldn't help but turn her pleading gaze towards Jun Lingxuan. Now, they could only rely on Jun Lingxuan to think of a solution. She had already fallen into Bailey Hongzhuang's hands and it was obvious that nothing they said would be of any use. Big brother, what should we do? Jun Zitao's brows furrowed. I didn't think that this Bailey Hongzhuang would be so smart. If we attack her directly, I'm afraid that Miss Xiao would lose her life. Bailey Hongzhuang was already a turtle in a jar and it was impossible for her to escape. Now that Xiao Suo was being held hostage, they were instead restricted and didn't dare to make a move. Because once Xiao Suo lost her life, their alliance with the Xiao family would be affected. So no matter what, they must protect Xiao Suo. Young Master Jun, this Bailey Hongzhuang is extremely cunning. We have to think of a way. Su Minglei's face was just as ugly. He had been avoiding Bailey Hongzhuang's pursuit all this time, worried that Bailey Hongzhuang would come looking for him. It was only after he met Jun Lingxuan and the others that he felt completely relieved. After all, the grudges between the Jun family and the Di family were clear to all of them. It was because of this that he had told them about the conflict between himself and Bailey Hongzhuang, and had asked Jun Lingxuan and the others to make preparations. He was also puzzled by Jun Lingxuan's methods. Previously, when Xiaohei had appeared, he hadn't noticed it at all. But Jun Lingxuan seemed to have predicted it and had immediately ordered them to attack a certain spot. Just like that, Xiaohei had fallen into their hands. In fact, even if Xiao He had appeared right in front of him, he probably wouldn't have noticed it. After this incident, he felt that Jun Lingxuan was a terrifying existence. If he could, he only wanted to leave this place as soon as possible. Unfortunately, the situation before him now's an impossible. You've saved your life, Xiao He Hongshuang. But you should know that she's in a very weak state. Jun Lingxuan looked at Bailey Hongshuang firmly. As long as you let Miss Xiao go, I'll return this thing to you. How about it? As soon as he finished speaking, a transparent glass bottle appeared in Jun Lingxuan's hand. Inside the bottle was a bright red liquid. Bailey Hongshuang's eyes narrowed. That's Xiao Hei's blood essence. Bai Shi hurriedly exclaimed. That's right. That's my blood essence. Xiao Hei's eyes burned with fury. Ever since she was born, she had never been treated like this. The feeling of having her blood essence drawn out was the most painful. If we retrieve this blood essence, will Xiao Hei's condition improve? Bailey Hongshuang asked. She didn't know much about this. After all, there were some differences between monsters and cultivators. Yes. Bai Shi nodded. Xiao Shou had also heard the conversation between Bailey Hongshuang and her two contracted beasts. She hurriedly said, since that's the case, Bailey Hongshuang, what are you still thinking about? The moment she threw it out, Jun Lingxuan's voice rang out. Bailey Hongshuang, that bottle is made of glass. Once it breaks, it will be useless. At the same time, Jun Zitao attacked Bai Shi. Seeing Jun Zitao's sudden attack, Bai Shi instinctively dodged. Seeing that the glass bottle was about to hit the ground, Bailey Hongshuang moved and caught the glass bottle in her hand. Taking advantage of the time when Bailey Hongshuang caught the glass bottle, Xiao Shou's inner energy surged and attacked Bailey Hongshuang, then quickly retreated and escaped from Bailey Hongshuang's grip. Miss Xiao, are you all right? Jun Lingxuan came to Xiao Shou's side, his handsome face revealing a look of concern. Xiao Shou nodded, young Master Jun, thank you. She knew very well that if it wasn't for Jun Lingxuan, she would have died in Bailey Hongshuang's hands. Miss Xiao, you're too polite. We're on the same side. As long as you're safe, I can rest assured. Jun Lingxuan's smile was still on his face, like a spring breeze. Looking at Jun Lingxuan like this, Xiao Shou's heartbeat suddenly sped up and her cheeks flushed red. Although she knew that Jun Lingxuan had feelings for her, she didn't take it to heart. Because all along, there had been many cultivators who pursued her. But after Jun Lingxuan saved her, her thoughts suddenly changed. It was only now that she realized that Jun Lingxuan was also so handsome. Most importantly, she was very important in his eyes. Jun Lingxuan also noticed the change in Xiao Shou's expression and the complacency in his heart grew stronger. It seemed that his goal was about to be achieved. Xiao Shou obviously had feelings for him, so it was only a matter of time before he completely captured Xiao Shou's heart. He had to thank Bailey Hongshuang. If it weren't for this, he probably wouldn't have been able to make Xiao Shou fall in love with him. When Bailey Hongshuang saw that Xiao Shou had broken free from her control, she did not pay too much attention to it. She carefully checked the blood essence to make sure that there was nothing wrong with it before handing it over to Xiao He. Xiao He, this is for you. At this moment, Xiao He was simply too weak. Bailey Hongshuang also hoped that she would be able to recover quickly after finding her blood essence. Otherwise, it would be difficult for her to even stay awake in her current state. Thank you, Master. Xiao He accepted the blood essence. Bailey Hongshuang, what's the use of saving your contracted beast? Today, all of you will die here. Jun Zitao looked at Bailey Hongshuang coldly. He only felt that the other party's previous efforts were all useless. Their goal was never Xiao He, but Bailey Hongshuang. From the moment Bailey Hongshuang appeared here, she was destined to never leave. Hearing this, Bailey Hongshuang chuckled, the outcome hasn't been decided yet. Don't be happy too early. Haha, what did I hear? Jun Zitao laughed, you're just a mere 6th-star light realm. You're dreaming if you want to escape from our hands. They had already learned about Bailey Hongshuang's specific strength from Su Minglei. Even if Su Minglei repeatedly emphasized that Bailey Hongshuang's combat strength was stronger than his, they would not put her in their eyes. No matter how strong he was, how strong could he be? In the face of Jun Zitao's disdainful words, Bailey Hongshuang's expression was calm, her eyes clear and unwavering, as if she was not affected at all. Big brother, let me meet this Bailey Hongzhuang and see how capable she is to be so arrogant. Jun Zitao looked at Jun Lingxuan and suggested. Hearing this, Jun Lingxuan frowned. Zitao, she's a little strange, big brother, don't worry, there won't be a problem. Jun Zitao was full of confidence, and looked at Bailey Hongzhuang in front of him. You're here, what are you afraid of? I'll take this opportunity to meet her and see what a cultivator from the lower realms is capable of. At this time, Su Minglei hurriedly spoke up, second young master Jun, this Bailey Hongzhuang's combat strength is much stronger than her cultivation. It's not as simple as it looks. Jun Zitao frowned and waved his hand, his face full of displeasure. What? Do you think I'm not her opponent? Seeing this, Su Minglei forcibly swallowed back the words she wanted to say. Her expression was awkward, and she quickly waved her hand. Of course not. Since you're not, then why are you talking nonsense here? Jun Zitao asked. Su Minglei immediately fell silent. He was just being kind, he didn't expect to be reprimanded by Jun Zitao, and his heart was filled with anger. He was the young master of the Su family, and he was being treated like this by Jun Zitao. If it weren't for the fact that they had more people in the Jun family, he wouldn't have bothered with Jun Zitao. At this moment, he wished that Jun Zitao would die in the hands of Bailey Hongzhuang. Who asked him to be so arrogant? He deserved it. Young Master Jun, since second young master wants to try, let him try. Xiaosuo smiled at Jun Zitao, with you here, nothing will happen. If you need help, we'll do it directly. Jun Lingxuan listened to Xiaosuo's words and nodded. Since you want to try, then go ahead. Jun Zitao had always listened to Jun Lingxuan. After seeing Jun Lingxuan agree, a smile appeared on his face. Thank you, big brother. Don't worry, I will definitely teach her a lesson and help my future sister-in-law vent her anger. Jun Zitao's face was filled with joy as he looked at Xiaosuo and Jun Lingxuan with an ambiguous gaze. As Jun Lingxuan's younger brother, he naturally knew what his elder brother was thinking. This trip to the immortal cloud mystic realm was a great opportunity for him to pursue Xiaosuo. After what happened just now, he believed that Xiaosuo would definitely become his future sister-in-law. Suddenly hearing Jun Zitao's words, Xiaosuo was slightly taken aback. Her face quickly flushed red and her eyes were filled with shyness. Jun Lingxuan smiled and explained, Miss Xiao, my younger brother doesn't think before he speaks. Please don't take it to heart. Xiaosuo nodded her head shyly, but her heart was filled with disappointment. However, Jun Lingxuan's next words made her happy once again. Of course, if all of this can become a reality, it would naturally be the happiest thing for me. As he said that, Jun Lingxuan sized up Xiaosuo's expression. Feeling Jun Lingxuan's gaze, Xiaosuo became even more shy, not knowing what to say. Jun Lingxuan saw that he had achieved his goal and did not say anything more. He understood that for a woman to accept him, it would naturally take some time. Bailey Hongzhuang looked at the ambiguous relationship between Xiaosuo and Jun Lingxuan, and a trace of ridicule surfaced in her eyes. From the looks of it, Xiaosuo and Jun Lingxuan were bound to become a couple in the future. With such a fickle character, she had actually said that she liked Bewitching. How astonishing. Master, I had thought that Xiaosuo was very infatuated. Back then, she had said that she liked Bewitching. How long has it been? It's only been a few months and she's already fallen in love. With someone else. TSK, the speed at which she changes her heart is really extraordinary. White Lion's gaze fell upon Xiaosuo. He had always hated Xiaosuo, especially her arrogance and unreasonable behavior. However, he had always thought that she was acting this way because she liked Bewitching. Now, it seemed that this woman's love was really cheap. Even Xiaohei, who was busy recovering, could not help but speak up, Jun Lingxuan, you'd better think carefully. If you marry a woman like this in the future, she might cheat on you when you're not paying attention. That would be fun. Xiaosuo and Jun Lingxuan, who had originally been a couple, had an ugly look on their faces when they heard Xiaohei and White Lion's words. Xiaosuo's face turned ashen and the shyness on her face instantly disappeared. She looked at Bailey Hongzhuang with eyes full of anger. As a woman, the most taboo thing was to be fickle. Bailey Hongzhuang's two contracted beasts had put such a label on her head. She would never be able to clear her name. Bailey Hongzhuang, what nonsense are you talking about? Xiaosuo's expression was ferocious. If you dare to speak nonsense again, I'll kill you immediately. Hearing this, Bailey Hongzhuang laughed softly. What? Did we hit the nail on the head? That's why he jumped up so anxiously? Actually, you don't have to be too angry. We all know the truth. Do you think Jun Lingxuan doesn't know? Xiaosuo was taken aback and she quickly turned to look at Jun Lingxuan. Young Master Jun, I am not like what she said. Jun Lingxuan nodded slightly, the smile on his face unchanged. I understand. However, in the face of Jun Lingxuan, Xiaosuo could not help but worry. She didn't understand if Jun Lingxuan was trying to comfort her or something. After all, men were always very concerned about such things. At the thought of this, Xiaosuo's hatred towards Bailey Hongzhuang deepened. She must skin Bailey Hongzhuang alive and let her die in excruciating pain. Jun Lingxuan's eyes darkened. He naturally knew that Xiaosuo was very infatuated with Bewitching and the speed of her change was indeed very fast. However, he didn't mind. Because the one he cared about was never Xiaosuo herself. Hence, he didn't take Bailey Hongzhuang's words to heart. Miss Xiao, you don't have to get angry over her. I'll go teach her a lesson now and make her kneel in front of you and kowtow to admit her mistakes. Jun Zitao's face was ashen. His big brother was finally going to be together with Xiaosuo. He didn't expect that Bailey Hongzhuang's two contracted beasts would suddenly say such a thing. It was obvious that it had caused some damage. All right. Xiaosuo nodded, her eyes sinister and vicious. I want her to die here today. In the next moment, Jun Zitao took a step forward and walked to Bailey Hongzhuang's side. Bailey Hongzhuang, I'll give you a chance to fight one-on-one. Show me what you've got. Master, don't worry. Just as Bailey Hongzhuang was instructing Baisher, Jun Zitao's figure flashed and turned into an invisible ray of light that attacked directly. Seeing that Jun Zitao had launched a sneak attack on her, Bailey Hongzhuang frowned and a sharp light appeared in her beautiful eyes. The next moment, the mind-severing sword in her hand stabbed violently in a direction without hesitation. Jun Zitao did a backflip and retreated a few steps. When his figure could be seen clearly again, he was looking at Bailey Hongzhuang with an ashen face. Jun Zitao had always been very confident in his figure. He was very good at speed. Usually, when he launched a sneak attack, the average person would not be able to react in time. However, he did not expect Bailey Hongzhuang to be able to detect his location. His eyes were suddenly filled with astonishment. You can actually detect me? What's so strange about detecting you? Bailey Hongzhuang raised her eyebrows and her eyes were cold. It was true that the naked eye could not detect Jun Zitao's true location. However, she could lock on to him based on her aura. Moreover, after so many years of fighting, she had already developed a combat awareness. She did not need to think at all and could subconsciously determine the opponent's location. This combat awareness could not be described with words, but it really existed. Most importantly, it was very accurate. At least you have some skills. Jun Zitao chuckled. He still did not put Bailey Hongzhuang in his eyes. However, this is still not enough. Vigorous power erupted from Jun Zitao's body and a fiery red light appeared between his hands. Then, Bailey Hongzhuang felt the surrounding temperature suddenly rise. Fire attribute. Bailey Hongzhuang immediately knew Jun Zitao's attribute. The fire attribute was undoubtedly an extremely strong attribute in combat. In the next moment, Jun Zitao directly attacked Bailey Hongzhuang. The scorching temperature seemed to be able to burn the air. Jun Zitao waved his hands and a fireball attacked directly. Once the fireball touched the body, it would undoubtedly burn. After Xiaosuo saw Jun Zitao's method, a smile appeared on her face. It would be best to burn all of Bailey Hongzhuang's clothes. That would be interesting. She wanted Bailey Hongzhuang to die in humiliation. This was undoubtedly an excellent method. Thinking of this, Xiaosuo looked at Jun Zitao with satisfaction. Although the D family had stolen the limelight during the previous pill refining competition, it seemed that things weren't as bad as his father had thought. Although the Jun family's strength was slightly weaker than the D family's, as long as they worked together, they would still be an extremely powerful force. Bailey Hongzhuang also realized the purpose of Jun Zitao's actions. Her eyes were filled with disgust, and her face was even colder. Shameless. However, Jun Zitao did not care about Bailey Hongzhuang's insults at all. He just wanted to tease Bailey Hongzhuang. Under such circumstances, Bailey Hongzhuang immediately retreated. In order to avoid the flames, she appeared to be very flustered. Looking at this, Jun Zitao could not help but sneer, "Su Minglei, I haven't seen you for a few years. I see that your combat power has greatly decreased, right? You can't even deal with this kind of strength?" He originally wanted to remind Jun Zitao, but after hearing Jun Zitao's ridicule, he decided not to say anything else. After experiencing the previous incident, Su Minglei naturally understood that Bailey Hongzhuang was an extremely intelligent person. Perhaps she was pretending to be weak in order to lure Jun Zitao into a trap. For someone as annoying as Jun Zitao, it would be great if they could teach him a good lesson. Jun Lingxuan couldn't help but frown after noticing the situation. As far as I know, Su Minglei's strength has reached the pinnacle of the Starlight Realm. How could he not defeat Bailey Hongzhuang? Didn't Su Minglei say that Bailey Hongzhuang's contracted beast is also at the pinnacle of the Starlight Realm? Su Minglei naturally has no problem dealing with Bailey Hongzhuang. He knew that he would be at a disadvantage previously. It must be because Bailey Hongzhuang and her contracted beast attacked together. Xiao Suo answered without hesitation. In her opinion, there was no other possibility other than this. Jun Lingxuan nodded slightly, "I'm afraid so." Jun Zitao forced Bailey Hongzhuang to retreat again and again. She was battered and exhausted, and the complacent expression on his face was getting stronger. "Bailey Hongzhuang, do you want to kowtow and admit defeat, this way? I can give you a quick death." Jun Zitao mocked. Bailey Hongzhuang couldn't be bothered with him. "Dream on. Since that's the case, I'll show you my true power." At the next moment, the energy in Jun Zitao's body surged wildly. It was obvious that he wanted to severely injure Bailey Hongzhuang. However, just as Jun Zitao was preparing his move, Bailey Hongzhuang's aura suddenly changed. From the initial Starlight Realm to Starlight Realm level 8, Jun Zitao couldn't help but be stunned. He looked at Bailey Hongzhuang in astonishment. It was obvious that he couldn't believe that Bailey Hongzhuang's cultivation had improved so much in such a short period of time. However, Bailey Hongzhuang did not give him any time to consider. Her figure flashed and she disappeared from the spot like a ghost. In the next moment, her attack landed heavily on Jun Zitao's body. Jun Zitao's figure suddenly flew out, but Bailey Hongzhuang's speed was even faster. Her figure flashed and appeared behind Jun Zitao. She sent out a flying kick, ruthlessly kicking the opponent's chest. The thought-severing sword mercilessly stabbed towards Jun Zitao's chest. She wanted to kill this damned bastard. Seeing the sharp sword approaching him, Jun Zitao's face turned pale and he quickly reached out to block it. "Ah!" A blood-curdling scream came out of Jun Zitao's mouth as a severed arm fell to the ground. His arm blocked Bailey Hongzhuang's thought-severing sword from attacking his chest. However, the thought-severing sword was so sharp that it directly cut off his arm. Jun Lingxuan had already prepared to rescue Jun Zitao when he discovered that Bailey Hongzhuang's strength had skyrocketed. However, it was only now that he realized that Jun Zitao had unknowingly distanced himself from them during the previous battle. It was only at this moment that he realized that Bailey Hongzhuang's previous weakness was all an act. It wasn't that she couldn't defeat Jun Zitao, but that she wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to kill him. Damn it! Jun Lingxuan cursed. He didn't expect that his negligence would cause such a thing. Among everyone present, only Su Minglei did not find this situation strange. In fact, he was a little happy. A damned guy like Jun Zitao deserved to be taught a lesson. It was just that he could not express this joy on the surface. Bailey Hongzhuang did not stop attacking after chopping off Jun Zitao's hand. She attacked again with the silk cutter sword. "Bailey Hongzhuang, how dare you!" Jun Lingxuan roared. His eyes were bloodshot and looked as if they would pop out of their sockets at any moment. Jun Zitao was his younger brother. The two of them had always been on good terms since they were young. If Jun Zitao died in front of him, he would definitely not be able to accept it. However, in the face of Jun Lingxuan's roar, Bailey Hongzhuang acted as if she did not hear it. Not only did the sword in her hand not slow down, but it also sped up. She was filled with disgust towards Jun Zitao. Naturally, she could not wait to make this guy disappear from this world. Looking at Bailey Hongzhuang's fast sword, Jun Zitao's eyes flashed with intense fear. He had never felt that death was so close to him. Thinking of this, he forced himself to retreat. His legs felt numb and he did not have any strength left. However, his hands desperately crawled backward. The silk cutter sword stabbed out and directly pierced Jun Zitao's body, making a dull sound. Ah! Jun Zitao screamed. At the same time, Jun Lingxuan came to his side. He waved his right hand and attacked Bailey Hongzhuang without hesitation. Seeing Jun Lingxuan appear, Bailey Hongzhuang was extremely fast. Her figure flashed and she took a few steps back to avoid his attack. I didn't expect Jun Lingxuan's strength to have reached the Nebula realm. You really can't judge a book by its cover. Bailey Hongzhuang narrowed her eyes. She had always had a bad impression of Jun Lingxuan. Only when the other party attacked at this moment did she realize that as the young master of the Jun family, his strength was extremely powerful. As expected, none of the outstanding descendants of the great clans were easy to deal with. After Jun Lingxuan rescued Jun Zitao, he found that Jun Zitao's condition was extremely bad. Not only did he lose an arm, but Bailey Hongzhuang's sword had also pierced through his body. If he hadn't been fast enough, his heart would have been pierced. Even so, Jun Zitao was unable to move at this moment. Shitao, how are you? Jun Lingxuan asked worriedly. Jun Zitao's face was deathly pale as he spat out a mouthful of blood. His aura was weak and his voice was filled with despair. Big brother, am I going to die? Don't talk nonsense, you'll be fine. Jun Lingxuan anxiously took out a pill and stuffed it into Jun Zitao's mouth. At the same time, Xiaosu hurried to Jun Zitao's side, her face filled with worry. Are you okay? Jun Zitao's face was frail as he clutched his injured chest with his right hand. Blood continued to flow out from between his fingers. Big brother, you must avenge me. Jun Lingxuan nodded repeatedly. Don't worry, Big brother will definitely avenge you. Miss Xiao, please help me take care of Zitao. Jun Lingxuan looked at Xiaosu, his eyes burning with anger. Xiaosu quickly replied, Don't worry, I will take good care of him. Jun Lingxuan's face revealed a relieved expression before he turned to Bailey Hongzhuang. I didn't expect that we had underestimated you. Listening to Jun Shitao's words, Bailey Hongzhuang's lips curved slightly, but she immediately pursed her lips. It's not the first time you've looked down on me, haven't you gotten used to it yet? From the moment she appeared here, Jun Zitao and the others had obviously treated her as a turtle in a jar and had been toying with her. However, the final result was a slap to their faces. She had never cared about the other party's contempt. Because reality would tell them that they would have to pay a heavy price if they looked down on someone, such as Jun Zitao. Looking at Bailey Hongzhuang's indifferent appearance, the anger in Jun Lingxuan's eyes burned even more vigorously. What a glib tongue. Jun Lingxuan gritted his teeth, we've indeed looked down on you before. However, we won't make the same mistake again. You must pay with your life for this. Cold words came out from Jun Lingxuan's mouth. His cold gaze was directed at Bailey Hongzhuang, revealing endless killing intent. He regretted the previous matter. Because they had relaxed for a moment, he didn't expect that Jun Zitao would suffer such a serious injury. He had to kill Bailey Hongzhuang with his own hands. Only by doing so could he help Jun Zitao vent his anger. Then let's try it. Bailey Hongzhuang's gaze was like a knife. Another bolt of lightning streaked across the void. Her delicate and beautiful face bloomed with a smile like an epiphyllum. It was like a poppy that revealed an evil and charming aura. It's hard to say who will die in the end. After noticing Bailey Hongzhuang's confident appearance, Jun Lingxuan's heart was slightly shaken. Ever since he met Bailey Hongzhuang, he realized that many impossible things had happened to Bailey Hongzhuang. However, no matter how he thought about it, he felt that Bailey Hongzhuang wouldn't be able to use any other means. Even if Bailey Hongzhuang had increased her strength to the Starlight level 8, she still wouldn't be his opponent. However, if that was the case, why was Bailey Hongzhuang still so calm? This was illogical. If it was an ordinary person, they would have long fled. Why was her reaction so different? Then, I'll kill you. Even though Jun Lingxuan had a strange feeling in his heart, he didn't care too much because he had a trump card that ordinary people wouldn't expect. In the next moment, Jun Lingxuan's attack directly attacked Bailey Hongzhuang. His attacks were extremely swift and fierce, showing no mercy at all. It was obvious that he really wanted to kill. In order to avoid any unforeseen circumstances, he had to kill Bailey Hongshuang as soon as possible. Just kill you. Hongshuang is a white dragon. She couldn't let Hongshuang. She couldn't let Hongshuang. Bailey Hongshuang didn't stop either. Her hands flipped rapidly, and a complicated and wonderful seal quietly appeared. Noticing Bailey Hongshuang's actions, Xiaosuo couldn't help but frown. She turned her gaze to Su Minglei, who was idling not far away, and said, Su Minglei, why are you just standing there? You should attack too. Su Minglei originally planned to stand there and watch the show. Ever since he fought with Bailey Hongshuang, he felt that this woman was very strange. Especially after seeing how Bailey Hongshuang dealt with Jun Zitao, he realized that it wasn't a wise move to make this woman his enemy. He even wanted to sneak away secretly. He felt that the situation wouldn't be good if he continued to stay here. In this regard, Su Minglei felt helpless. However, since he had already been noticed, he naturally could not take advantage of this opportunity to leave. Otherwise, it would be equivalent to directly falling out with the Jun family. This was not a wise move. After all, he was now standing on the opposite side of the D family. If he were to go against the Jun family and the Xiao family as well, it would not do him any good. Then, Su Minglei joined the battle as well. When she saw that Su Minglei had joined the battle, a trace of resentment flashed across Xiaosuo's eyes. Bailey Hongshuang, I'd like to see how arrogant you can be now. From the moment Bailey Hongshuang had appeared, they had clearly held the absolute advantage. Who would have thought that until now, they would still be led by the nose by Bailey Hongshuang? This feeling made her extremely unhappy. Therefore, she wanted Bailey Hongshuang to die. She would not allow any more unexpected situations to occur. When Jun Lingxuan saw Su Minglei appear, he frowned slightly. He then glanced at Xiaosuo but did not say anything in the end. You want to avenge your family. This is also a chance. Jun Lingxuan said calmly. Su Minglei nodded, I want to kill her for their souls in heaven. In the next moment, Jun Lingxuan and Su Minglei's attacks arrived at the same time. When the White Lion saw this situation, it did not rashly charge forward because the difference in power between the two parties was too great. If it were to charge forward, it would only be seriously injured. Seeing the White Lion's actions, Xiaosuo could not help but chuckle, Bailey Hongshuang, even your contracted beast is unwilling to help you when death is at hand. In their eyes, the White Lion's retreat had exposed Bailey Hongshuang behind it. It was clearly betraying its master. Bailey Hongshuang, however, did not pay any attention to him. The seal in her hands was finally completed, and a mysterious power appeared between her hands. Then, a mysterious door appeared with a loud bang. A heavy and mysterious aura quietly appeared, revealing a strange and magical power. Jun Lingxuan and the others frowned and looked at Bailey Hongshuang in surprise. What method is this? Jun Lingxuan's eyes were filled with doubt. He had never seen such a method before. It was simply too shocking. Su Minglei was also at a loss. He shook his head and said, I didn't see him use this method before, so I don't know what it is. They could feel that what Bailey Hongshuang was using at the moment did not seem to be a martial art, but the power emitted by the door made their hearts palpitate. This feeling was like a primordial beast awakening, hiding the power to devour everything, making people feel weak in their hearts for no reason. She's only a cultivator from the lower realms. How could she possibly have such a powerful trump card? Xiaosuo was shocked. She looked at the mysterious black door that was mixed with the color of blood. Her feelings were extremely complicated. What is this door? Why do I feel a terrifying aura? Jun Zitao's eyes widened. Even though his injuries were very serious, he still pulled himself together when facing this door. In his line of sight, the black door was made of an unknown material. It exuded an indescribable heaviness. The mottled bloodstains seemed to be flowing flames as they flowed on the door, revealing a somber and despairing air. That's right, it was despairing. Bailey Hongshuang, is this the trump card you're relying on? Jun Lingxuan's face was grave and serious as he stared at Bailey Hongshuang with his cold eyes. If he hadn't taken all of this seriously before, then his thoughts had changed at this moment. That's right. Bailey Hongshuang's beautiful eyes were as calm as water and her voice was as cold as ever. In the next moment, the heavy and strange door slowly opened and a figure suddenly appeared before everyone's eyes. As the figure appeared, everyone's eyes were filled with shock. In their line of sight was a figure that looked like a qilin and a lion. Its huge body was as big as a mountain and its eyes were filled with murderous intent. The moment it appeared, a powerful and unparalleled aura exploded and sent chills down everyone's spines. This is the qilin lion beast? Su Minglei swallowed a mouthful of saliva. His eyes widened and his face was filled with shock. It looks like a qilin and a lion. It must be the qilin lion beast. Jun Lingxuan was also in a daze as he stared at the figure that had suddenly appeared. His heart had long been in turmoil. Why, how did Bailey Hongshuang do it? This thought kept circling in his mind. The qilin lion beast was not an ordinary demon beast. It was a divine beast. It was extremely difficult for them to even see such a demon beast. Bailey Hongshuang could actually make it fight for her. What kind of technique was this? There was a moment of silence and time seemed to have stopped. Xiaosu and the others' faces stiffened and they felt that they must be dreaming. Master, you actually summoned the qilin lion beast? White Lion's eyes were filled with astonishment. He thought that his master would summon the centipede from before. He did not expect her to summon the qilin lion beast this time. This qilin lion beast was even more powerful than the centipede. Bailey Hongshuang nodded slightly, her expression showing a trace of exhaustion, but her eyes were exceptionally bright. When she was summoning, she thought of the qilin lion beast and wanted to see if she could successfully summon it. When Jun Lingxuan, Su Minglei, and Xiaosu joined forces, their battle prowess was not to be underestimated. If they only summoned the giant centipede, it would still be somewhat lacking. However, if he could summon the qilin lion beast, it would undoubtedly be more advantageous. This qilin lion beast's true appearance is quite impressive. It looks much better than the last time we saw it. Xiaohei sighed. The last time she saw the qilin lion beast, it was covered in bruises and was extremely ugly. It was completely unbefitting of a divine beast. This time, Bailey Hongshuang had summoned a qilin lion beast that was safe and sound, which was much more powerful. How did you do it? Xiaosu looked at Bailey Hongshuang with a burning gaze. Her beautiful and delicate face was filled with a strong sense of urgency. This method was simply too shocking. If she could obtain such a method, her future would be even more dazzling. Just by thinking about it, one could imagine how she would look like in the future. She would be the center of attention. A strong sense of jealousy spread in her heart and her murderous intent grew. The more outstanding Bailey Hongshuang's performance was, the stronger her murderous intent grew. After Xiaosu had voiced her thoughts, Jun Lingxuan and the rest all looked at Bailey Hongshuang. They too wanted to know how Bailey Hongshuang had managed to achieve this. To them, this method was simply too unbelievable. You want to know? Dream on. Her icy words were filled with mockery and ridicule. Her obsidian-like eyes glowed faintly, revealing a peerless sharpness. Didn't you always think that I came from the lower realm and that my methods and abilities could not be compared to yours? Now that I take a closer look at you, you look like you've never seen the world. As soon as these words came out, Xiao Seiwu's face was also stiff. She had blurted it out because she was too shocked. At this moment, she was mercilessly ridiculed by Bailey Hongshuang. She also felt that she had lost face. However, Xiaosu, Jun Lingxuan and the rest could not refute her words. This was because even they themselves thought so. Ever since Bailey Hongshuang had appeared, she had displayed many abilities. Not only was she not weaker than them, she was even more outstanding than them. Attack! Bailey Hongshuang shouted coldly, and the qilin lion beast's eyes suddenly turned to Jun Lingxuan and Su Minglei. Its tyrannical aura burst out, and under the others' horrified eyes, it rushed directly towards them. White Lion, let's attack together. Bailey Hongshuang spoke again, lowering her voice. This qilin lion beast is extremely powerful. Based on my current spiritual energy, I can't summon it for too long. We have to end this quickly. Yes, Master. White Lion nodded hurriedly. Its figure flashed and it joined the battle. Bailey Hongshuang's face was slightly pale. Summoning the qilin lion beast was indeed difficult. However, she was very satisfied with the results. As the qilin lion beast's battle powers exploded, Jun Lingxuan and the rest could clearly sense that the Qilin lion beast's power had reached Nebula level 2. This level of strength was something that they could not contend against. Damn it! Jun Lingxuan cursed, this Qilin lion is too strong. He had already used all of his powers, but he was still being beaten back by the Qilin lion beast. Even if he teamed up with Su Minglei, they were still no match for the Qilin lion, let alone the white lion and Bailey Hongzhuang. The situation was reversed in an instant. Jun Lingxuan and the others no longer had any advantage. Seeing this, Xiaosou immediately joined the battle. This Qilin lion is too strong. We are no match for it. Su Minglei was so shocked that he didn't know what to say. At this moment, he couldn't help but feel lucky that Bailey Hongzhuang didn't use this method when they fought. Otherwise, he would have died long ago. And now, the thought of retreating had sprouted in his heart. After fighting Bailey Hongzhuang twice, he no longer wanted to be enemies with Bailey Hongzhuang. Now, he only felt that Bailey Hongzhuang was an undefeatable existence. No one knew what kind of trump card she had. As he thought about it, Su Minglei began to retreat. If he didn't escape now, only death would await him. Su Minglei, you're not thinking of escaping, are you? Xiaosou immediately noticed Su Minglei's actions and couldn't help but question him. She's too strong. We're all going to die if we stay here. Why don't we split up and escape? Maybe we'll have a chance of survival. Su Minglei, if you dare to leave now, I won't let you off in the future. Jun Lingxuan's eyes were also filled with anger. Previously, when Su Minglei met them, he said all kinds of nice things in order to ask them to help him deal with Bailey Hongzhuang. However, at this moment, after such a situation, Su Minglei actually wanted to escape. It was too abominable. Feeling Jun Lingxuan's anger, Su Minglei's footsteps paused slightly, but in the end, he still chose to speed up and escape. Whether or not he would have to bear the anger of Jun Lingxuan and Xiaosou in the future depended on whether they could survive after today. If he continued to stay here, he was afraid that he would not be able to see the sun tomorrow. Looking at Su Minglei's rapidly escaping figure, Jun Lingxuan and Xiaosou's eyes were filled with anger. In their hearts, they secretly decided that if they saw Su Minglei in the future, they would definitely kill this treacherous bastard. After seeing this scene, the already seriously injured Jun Zitao's face became even paler. Only now did he understand that Su Minglei's exaggerated reaction was true. Bailey Hongzhuang's combat power was too shocking. Even if her cultivation was only at the 6th stage of the Starlight Realm, with such combat power and means, even a Nebula Realm cultivator would not be her opponent. Big brother, Miss Xiao, don't worry about me, hurry up and leave. Jun Zitao shouted with all his strength. He understood that if Jun Zitao and Xiaosou chose to leave, there was still a possibility of survival. The reason why they did not have the intention to leave was because of him. After being seriously injured, he did not even have the strength to stand up, let alone escape. Zitao, don't say such stupid things. I won't leave you behind. Jun Lingxuan's face was ashen. No matter what, he would not leave his own brother behind. Bang! The Qilin lion's fist fiercely hit Jun Lingxuan's chest. The powerful and terrifying force caused Jun Lingxuan to fly backward. After breaking a few trees in succession, he fell heavily on the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. Jun Lingxuan clutched his chest, bright red blood spurting out. Clearly, he was seriously injured. After Jun Lingxuan was seriously injured, Xiaosou's shoulder was also bitten by the white lion's sharp teeth. Ah! Xiaosou crazily screamed. Her face was pale and filled with panic. Bailey Hongzhuang, hurry, make it shut up. Hearing this, Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes seemed to be looking at an idiot. Xiao Wu, are you out of your mind? After White's T-Tess. White Tess, to avenge shout TS's, TTTSSSS White Lion TSS T-Tess, drag to TS, directly T-Tess of T's to 2's to S, in the blink of an eye, everything had happened in the blink of an eye. Bailey Hongzhuang held the sharp sword in her hand and flew towards Xiaosou with the thought-severing sword. She would never show mercy to her enemies. Quick, attack! Jun Lingxuan lowered his voice and shouted. TSK Tisk. A sinister and hair-raising voice rang out, then you better remember what you've promised me. Don't worry, Jun Lingxuan replied. Just as Bailey Hongzhuang was about to approach Xiao Sou, she suddenly froze on the spot and stopped in her tracks. Just as Bailey Hongzhuang was about to attack Xiao Sou, she suddenly felt an aura enter her mind and began to fight for control of her body. What are you trying to do by entering my mind? Bailey Hongzhuang felt a chill in her heart as she asked icily as she stared at the spirit in her sea of consciousness. It was a woman. Her features were extremely ugly and her entire being emitted a gloomy aura. Bailey Hongzhuang felt extremely uncomfortable the moment she sensed it. She was almost certain that this woman was a heretic cultivator. Only a heretic cultivator would emit such a demonic energy. The woman's eyes lit up with interest when she noticed that Bailey Hongzhuang was not surprised by her appearance. Aren't you curious as to how I had appeared? What's there to be curious about? Bailey Hongzhuang's expression was cold and arrogant. You must be the spirit that had been hiding in Jun Lingxuan's body. The white dragon had warned her about the existence of this spirit a long time ago. Hence, she had always been on guard. However, she never thought that this spirit would enter her sea of consciousness directly. You can actually sense it? A sense of shock appeared in the woman's eyes. I've been by Jun Lingxuan's side for so long and no one has ever sensed my existence. How did you sense it? Is it important how I sensed it? Bailey Hongzhuang asked in return. The most important thing now is for you to get out of my sea of consciousness immediately. Hearing this, the woman chuckled. Since I'm here, I naturally have no intention of leaving. As she spoke, the woman began to size up Bailey Hongzhuang's sea of consciousness. What a powerful physical body with outstanding looks. You'll definitely be able to charm many men. All these years, I've been searching for a physical body that fits my requirements but I've never been able to find one. However, your appearance is truly a pleasant surprise. The woman looked at Bailey Hongzhuang as if she was looking at her own food. Her eyes were filled with greed and satisfaction. Perfect. This is a perfect body. The woman's face was filled with excitement. All these years, she had been relying on her soul to survive. Even though he had always wanted to search for a suitable physical body, this was no simple task at all. She didn't care about ordinary bodies at all. Since she was looking for one, she naturally had to find one that suited her the most. Moreover, with the strength of her soul, an ordinary physical body wouldn't be able to withstand it. Although she had previously viewed Bailey Hongzhuang in a different light, it was not until she entered Bailey Hongzhuang's sea of consciousness that she understood that this was a perfect body for her. Bailey Hongzhuang's heart was filled with disgust when she felt the woman's covetous gaze, but she also understood her thoughts. You want to possess my body? Some powerful cultivators had their physical bodies destroyed after encountering danger, but as long as their souls still existed, they would not completely perish. Therefore, these powerful cultivators would often use the method of possession, devouring the souls of others and using the bodies of others to survive. Not only that, there were also some elderly cultivators who had been unable to break through their shackles but were unwilling to die. They would also use this method. Actually, many people were not unfamiliar with this method. However, it still filled them with disgust. That was because this was simply too outrageous. Most importantly, the death of one's soul was something that no one else would know about. Therefore, everyone would think that this person had suddenly changed. There was no doubt that if this sorcerer were to consume her soul, knowing her personality, she would run amok and do something extremely terrifying. Bailey Hongzhuang's heart sank. She may have heard of this kind of possession but she has never experienced it. At that moment, she was at a loss for what to do. Don't even think about it. Even if your soul is rather powerful, you are no match for me. The woman's eyes were filled with joy. She had been living as a soul and had to rely on Jun Lingxuan. This made her feel extremely unhappy. As long as she has her own physical body, she would be able to survive. Come, be obedient and allow me to consume you. The woman's smile was strange and greedy. Her soul did not hesitate as it pounced towards Bailey Hongzhuang's consciousness. In your dreams. Bailey Hongzhuang cried out icily and began to fight with the woman's soul. As they fought, Bailey Hongzhuang's sea of consciousness also turned upside down. Bai Shi and Xiao He could not help but worry when they noticed the strange change in Bailey Hongzhuang. Master, what's wrong? Xiao He quickly asked. Master, are you all right? Baisha looked anxious. He could not understand why Bailey Hongzhuang had suddenly frozen in place. No matter how they called out to her, she did not respond. As Bailey Hongzhuang's consciousness began to fight, the Qilin lion beast also began to disappear through the door. It had been summoned by Bailey Hongzhuang's consciousness and was under Bailey Hongzhuang's control. At this moment, it could no longer feel Bailey Hongzhuang's pull and naturally left. Xiao Sou's face was filled with astonishment when she noticed this sudden change. However, she could not help but feel pleasantly surprised. What's going on? Xiao Sou looked at Jun Lingxuan. Bailey Hongzhuang was about to win. Why did everything suddenly change? Jun Lingxuan forced himself to stand up, a trace of viciousness appearing on his handsome face. It won't be that easy to kill us. Hearing those words, Xiao Sou's eyes were filled with joy. Young Master Jun, did you do this? Jun Lingxuan nodded slightly. That's right. She's not the only one with a trump card. I have one too. In fact, he was also a little surprised. Even though he knew how powerful the spirit was, he still believed that it would take some time to deal with the Qilin lion. He didn't expect that everything would be stopped in such a short time. He couldn't understand how it was done. Most importantly, he did not see the soul attack, but Bailey Hongzhuang seemed to be frozen in place, unable to move. It was really strange. Of course, in front of Xiao Sou, he would never show it. After hearing Jun Lingxuan's confirmation, the look of joy on Xiao Sou's face turned into admiration. I never thought that young Master Jun would have such a trump card. I don't care, I'm going to kill you first. The white lion turned its vicious gaze towards Xiao Sou. It was all because of this damned woman that its master had to endure so much. Even though it did not know what had happened to its master, it had seized this rare opportunity and it must kill this woman. If you want your master to die, then do it. Jun Lingxuan's voice suddenly rang out. The corners of his lips curled into a cold smile as he stared fearlessly at Baisha. Clearly, he was certain that Baisha would not dare to make a move. What on earth have you done to my master? Baisha roared angrily. No matter how much he thought about it, he could not understand what had just happened. Jun Lingxuan laughed softly, her life is now in my hands. If you dare to act blindly without thinking, I can guarantee that she will die a horrible death. Baisha and Xiao He looked at each other but did not make a move in the end. Ever since they had followed their master, they had never encountered a situation like this. Compared to Xiao Sou, they naturally valued their master's life more. Noticing the fear in Baisha and Xiao He's eyes, Xiao Sou's eyes flashed with complacency and viciousness. She immediately took out a pill and swallowed it. She then broke free from Baisha's control and quickly approached Jun Lingxuan. Young Master Jun, how did you do it? Xiao Sou stared at Jun Lingxuan in amazement. They had thought that they were going to lose, but Jun Lingxuan had changed the outcome. Jun Lingxuan put on a mysterious smile. Miss Xiao, everyone has their own secrets. I believe that you understand? Xiao Sou nodded. I understand. Don't let her off. You must kill her. Every time she thought about how she had nearly died at Bailey Hongzhuang's hands, she felt a lingering fear in her heart. She no longer wished to find out about Bailey Hongzhuang's secret. She only wished that Bailey Hongzhuang would completely disappear from this world. Because of all these unforeseen events, her heart could no longer take it. Bailey Hongzhuang was a terrifying existence. Jun Lingxuan smiled and nodded. Don't worry, none of them will be able to escape today. At the next moment, Jun Lingxuan turned his gaze to Baisha. His gaze was cold and vicious. Bailey Hongzhuang's life is now in my hands. Kill yourself now as an apology. Otherwise, I'll kill her immediately. Baisha's expression stiffened when he heard this. What? You don't believe me? Jun Lingxuan raised his eyebrows. How about I try it now? Stop. White Lion hurriedly shouted. Then kill yourself. Jun Lingxuan looked at Baisha proudly. He clearly remembered that this guy had attacked him just now. Although he had already taken the pill, his injuries were still serious. It was extremely difficult to deal with White Lion with his own strength. The only way was to use Bailey Hongzhuang to threaten them. He believed that these two contracted beasts would not dare to disobey him. After seeing this scene, Xiao Sou and Jun Zitao revealed proud smiles on their faces. Every dog has its day. Victory is still on our side. Jun Zitao heaved a sigh of relief. His entire being seemed to glow with vigor. Baisher looked hesitant. He did not know what to do. Baisher, don't believe his words. If you really kill yourself, they won't let Master off. Don't do anything stupid. Xiaohei hurriedly said. Then what about Master? Baisher had a complicated look on his face. Until now, Bailey Hongzhuang had not made any moves. This situation was just too strange. Master will be fine. Xiaohei said with certainty. Jun Lingxuan, stop dreaming. Baisher's eyes were icy cold. When it had noticed the sudden change in its master, it had been too flustered and its mind had not been clear for a moment. Now that it has calmed down, it understood what was going on. If you could really kill my master immediately, you would have done it long ago. Why would you wait until now? I'm sure that you can't kill my master immediately, can you? Jun Lingxuan's expression sank when he heard Baisher's words. He never thought that these two contractual beasts would be so smart and would not fall for his trick. It's fine if you don't believe me. After all, once Bailey Hongzhuang dies, you'll all die as well. Jun Lingxuan chuckled as if he did not care about this at all. As long as Bailey Hongzhuang dies, Xiaohei and Baisher, as contractual beasts, would naturally die with Bailey Hongzhuang as well. He was very confident that as long as that spirit attacked, Bailey Hongzhuang would never be able to survive. After all, he had experienced the power of that spirit firsthand. If it had not been for the fact that he had to pay a huge price every time she attacked, he would have asked her to attack long ago. However, as long as he could kill Bailey Hongzhuang, the price would be worth it. The situation had reached a stalemate. Bailey Hongzhuang and the spirit were engaged in a fierce battle in her mind. The other party kept trying to devour her spirit while she tried her best to stop it. During this battle, Bailey Hongzhuang realized that this spirit was extremely powerful. She guessed that its predecessor must have been a very powerful being. If it had not been for the fact that she had not possessed a physical body for many years and her spiritual power had weakened significantly, she would not have been able to fight back at all. Even so, it was not easy for her to deal with this spirit. Her spirit stones had been greatly weakened after she had summoned the Qilin lion beast. Now, it was even more difficult for her to deal with this battle. The woman clearly did not expect Bailey Hongzhuang to be able to hold on for so long under her devouring. This made her feel a little tired. After all, she had put in a lot of effort to maintain the strength of her spirit. It would not be easy for her to replenish her depleted spirit stones. The woman's attacks became even more ferocious at the thought of this. She had to end this battle quickly and obtain Bailey Hongzhuang's physical body. Bailey Hongzhuang's heart shivered when she sensed the sudden increase in her opponent's attacks. Just then, a thought appeared in Bailey Hongzhuang's mind. Thinking of this, Bailey Hongzhuang mobilized the power of light and began to attack the evil cultivator. Di Beichen and Mo Yunjue moved forward like this. Suddenly, their eyes turned to the front. Di Beichen's eyes lit up. Ever since he entered the Immortal Cloud's secret territory, he had always been alone. Until they came across a herb field and met Mo Yunjue. The two of them had been traveling together ever since. They had been traveling for a few days now, but they had not met any other cultivators. They felt rather helpless about this. At this moment, they only hoped that they could find Bailey Hongzhuang as soon as possible. They did not know why, but they felt worried as if something bad had happened. In fact, they had not met any other cultivators along the way and their hearts were pounding. They did not know if it was because the Immortal Cloud Mystery Realm was too big or if it was because of their luck. If it was really because of their luck, they did not know whether they were lucky or not. This was because they hoped to meet their companions as soon as possible, especially Bailey Hongzhuang and Ao Lingxiao. Only when they found Bailey Hongzhuang would they be able to calm down. Ao Lingxiao was undoubtedly in the most danger in the Immortal Cloud Mystery Realm. The later they met him, the greater the danger. Beichen, as long as Ao Lingxiao changes his appearance, it should not be easy for others to discover him. Mo Yunjue's dark and deep eyes flashed with a cold and serious light. His voice was gentle as he put forward his thoughts. Ordinary cultivators might not be able to recognize him, but the cultivators from the Ao family and the Jun family have already locked onto his aura. A person's appearance can be changed through disguise, but one's aura cannot be concealed. Ao Zhengquang and the others are so familiar with him that even if his appearance is different, they would be able to recognize him immediately. He had asked Di Xiaofeng about this before. The cultivators from the upper realm were able to determine their identities based on their aura. If the disguise technique was extremely good, it might be able to confuse them for a period of time. However, this only applied to cultivators who were not very familiar with them. If it was someone who was very familiar with them, it would not be able to fool them. When he heard this news, Bewitching sighed in his heart. It seemed that when they had changed their appearance and returned to Rong'an City previously, it was also quite risky. Fortunately, they were not recognized at that time. The biggest reason for this was that when they were in the House of Raging Flames, they did not make many friends. Therefore, most people were not familiar with them and naturally could not recognize their aura. Hearing Bewitching's explanation, Mo Yunjue furrowed his beautiful eyebrows. In that case, Ao Lingxiao is indeed more dangerous. Let's speed up. Who knows, the person who is fighting now might be Ao Lingxiao. Bewitching nodded slightly. They had only been in the Immortal Cloud Mystery Realm for about 10 days. Normally, cultivators would not obtain any outstanding treasures. The battle in the distance was so intense. Perhaps it really was Ao Lingxiao. Baisher and Xiao He had been paying attention to Bailey Hongshuang's situation. When they saw that their mistress's face was turning paler and the corners of her lips were bleeding, the two beasts could not help but panic. Why can't I understand what kind of situation Master is in? At this moment, Xiao He could not be bothered with the fact that her body had yet to recover. Under such circumstances, she was not in the mood to think about these things. She was only worried about Bailey Hongshuang. White Lion shook its head. It was also unfamiliar with such a situation. Previously, it had not noticed what Jun Lingxuan had done to its master, but its master had already become like this. It was really too strange. If this continues, I'm afraid master won't be able to hold on for much longer. From Bailey Hongshuang's pale, bloodless face, it could be seen that she was struggling with all her might. Jun Lingxuan, what have you done? Baisher's eyes were filled with a dark haze as a cold killing intent wreaked havoc. Young Master Jun, if it's possible, let's settle this matter as soon as possible. Xiao Sou's words were cold and her eyes were as dark as the night sky, filled with malevolence and urgency. This Bailey Hongshuang is no pushover. She has brought us a lot of trouble ever since she had appeared. If we don't get rid of her as soon as possible, I'm worried that we won't know what kind of unforeseen events will happen in the future. Don't worry, she will definitely die today. Jun Lingxuan raised his long brows and his eyes were filled with confidence. However, this Bailey Hongshuang holds many curious secrets. It would be a pity to let her die just like that. I'm afraid she won't tell us. Xiao Sou's expression was complicated as a vicious light flashed in her deep eyes. After experiencing so many unforeseen events, she could only hope that Bailey Hongshuang would fall. Even though she was envious of Bailey Hongshuang's methods, she knew very well that based on Bailey Hongshuang's personality, she would never divulge this secret to them. Rather than that, they might as well just kill her. A dark light flashed in Jun Lingxuan's eyes as he stared at Xiao Sou's desperate look. Actually, he too had hoped that this battle could be resolved as soon as possible. However, even he himself did not know what was going on. Ever since that spirit had left, Bailey Hongshuang had become like this. Vaguely, an idea appeared in his mind. That spirit had been searching for a suitable physical body. Could it be that she had taken a liking to Bailey Hongshuang? At this moment, no matter how he tried to communicate with that spirit, he could not get any response. Just like how Bailey Hongshuang would not respond to Baisher and Xiao He. Perhaps the situation was just as he had predicted. Jun Lingxuan's eyes darkened at the thought of this. Even though he had promised to help the spirit find a suitable physical body, he did not want to do so. Because once that spirit had successfully taken over the body, she would never help him again. Moreover, if he knew her secret, he might be silenced by her instead. That would be the worst. Thinking of this, Jun Lingxuan turned to look at Xiao Sou and asked, Miss Xiao, how is your current situation? Do you still have the strength to fight? Xiao Sou was already worried about how to deal with Bailey Hongshuang as soon as possible. After hearing Jun Lingxuan's question, a hint of joy quietly appeared in her eyes. I'm fine with it. Xiaosu subconsciously looked at her injured shoulder and said, although my combat ability has been affected, I can still do it. Then let's end this quickly. Jun Lingxuan pursed his thin lips, and a trace of coldness flashed through his ink-black eyes. He was also seriously injured, but after taking a pill and resting for a short period of time, his condition had recovered quite a bit. Bailey Hongzhuang clearly no longer has the strength to fight while Xiao Hei's condition was extremely terrible. Similarly, there was no need to fear her. As such, they only needed to deal with Bai Shi. The scales of victory had already tilted towards their side. All right. After making their decision, Jun Lingxuan and Xiaosu no longer hesitated and attacked at once. Jun Lingxuan immediately attacked Bai Shi while Xiaosu turned her target towards Bailey Hongzhuang. She desperately hoped that Bailey Hongzhuang would fall as soon as possible and did not want to cause any more trouble. Seeing Jun Lingxuan and Xiao Hei's actions, Bai Shi's eyes were as cold as a frozen lake in October, chilling to the bone. Xiao Hei, let's fight. In the blink of an eye, the battle had erupted. Bai Shi had blocked Jun Lingxuan's attack but he could not protect Bailey Hongzhuang. Xiao Hei was already heavily injured and her condition was extremely weak. However, for the sake of Bailey Hongzhuang, she immediately enlarged her body and stood in front of her. Xiaosu's sharp sword stabbed towards Xiao Hei without any hesitation. Xiao Hei used all her strength to block the attack. Elemental energy shot out and streaks of light from the sword flashed past. Xiaosu could dodge but Xiao Hei could not. This was because if it chose to dodge, the attacks would land on its master's body. Hence, it could only endure them all. Within a short period of time, Xiao Hei's body was riddled with holes and dripping with blood. Xiao Hei's eyes, which had always been filled with vigor, gradually dimmed. Xiao Hei felt all the strength in her body dissipating. She glanced reluctantly at Bailey Hongzhuang behind her as if she wanted to remember her face forever. Master, I may not be able to stay by your side any longer. Her gentle gaze was filled with nostalgia and reluctance to part with Xiao Hei. She could vaguely see tears in her eyes before they finally turned into determination and unyielding. In the next moment, Blackie's figure moved and pounced directly at Xiaosu. Even if she had to die, she would help her master get rid of a scourge. When Xiaosu noticed Xiao Hei's actions, her eyes flashed with disdain and ridicule. You're already at the end of your rope. You can't possibly kill me. However, Xiao Hei ignored her words. The elemental energy within her body began to surge wildly. Then, Xiao Hei's body began to expand in front of everyone's eyes. Sensing Xiao Hei's movements, Bai Shi and Jun Lingxuan could not help but look over. Xiao Hei. Bai Shi's pupils shrank and he could not hide the shock and anxiety on his face. Miss Xiao, be careful. It's going to self-destruct. Jun Lingxuan hurriedly shouted. He never thought that the contract beast would choose to self-destruct in order to kill Xiaosu. Originally, Xiaosu didn't quite understand Xiao Hei's actions. Now that she heard Jun Lingxuan's reminder, a trace of panic quickly appeared on her face. You lunatic. Xiaosu hurriedly retreated. The power of self-destruction was extremely terrifying. If Xiao Hei really self-destructed while hugging her, then no matter if it was her or Xiao Hei, there would be nothing left of them. However, no matter how Xiaosu struggled, Xiao Hei hugged her tightly and refused to let her go. Xiaosu, even if I die, I will drag you down with me. Xiao Hei's gaze was ferocious and stubborn. It gritted its teeth and its white fur was already dyed red with blood. However, it no longer cared about any of this. Xiao Hei, don't do anything stupid. Bai Shi's eyes were bloodshot. When he had found out about Xiao Hei's actions, his heart had been shaken. Even though the current situation was so dangerous, he never thought that things would turn out this way. This was because they had often lingered on the edge of danger in the past but had always managed to avert it. However, when he thought about Xiao Hei's actions, perhaps they really were powerless to turn the tables this time. If that was really the case, he would end up like Xiao Hei and drag Jun Lingxuan down with him. Hearing Xiao Hei's words, Bai Shi nodded. There was a trace of sadness in its smile, but its eyes were filled with determination. You won't be alone. Even if I have to die, I will drag Jun Lingxuan down with me so that my master will have a chance of survival. It had already understood the situation before its eyes. It was obvious that Jun Lingxuan had no way of controlling its master's life and that was why it had decided to take action. As long as they perished together, then its master would still have a chance of survival. After hearing Baisher's words, Jun Lingxuan's brows furrowed with anxiety and worry. He never thought that these two contracted beasts would come to such a decision. These two fellows were just too ridiculous. Had they decided to give it their all in order to protect their master? He subconsciously turned to look at Bailey Hongzhuang. Although contracted beasts had always been extremely loyal to their masters, that was because of the master-servant contract between them. Once the master falls, the contracted beast would not have any chance of survival. However, how many contracted beasts would actually take the initiative to go to such lengths for their masters? Madness, these two contracted beasts have gone mad. Xiao Sou's pretty face was filled with terror. The glee in her eyes had long disappeared and was replaced with fear and dread. Young Master Jun, what should we do? She tried desperately to break free from Xiao He, but Xiao He stuck to her like a dogskin plaster, not giving her any chance to escape. Jun Lingxuan's expression was just as complicated. This sudden turn of events had left him at a loss for what to do. When Di Beichen and Mo Yunjue arrived, they saw the situation unfolding before their eyes. Within their line of sight, Bailey Hongzhuang's face was pale white and blood was flowing from the corners of her lips. Xiao Hei's fur had been dyed red with blood and it was gathering its strength in a frenzy to self-destruct. Although Baisher had suffered less injuries than Xiao Hei, it was still a very serious injury. How tragic was that? Their eyes were almost dyed with traces of blood at the first moment. Anger swept through their hearts, igniting their chests. Di Beichen's eyes, which were as bright as obsidian, turned cold in an instant. They were filled with oppression and killing intent, and the domineering aura of a powerhouse that said, "Those who submit to me will prosper and those who resist me will perish. You're courting death." His cold voice was like a cold lake. Under this cold chill, the surrounding temperature seemed to drop in an instant, condensing into ice. That was the woman he loved the most. She was the woman he would protect for the rest of his life. She was the woman he placed in the palm of his hand. But now, they were seriously injured by these damned bastards, and their two contracted beasts were even planning to self-destruct. The scene completely infuriated him. An indescribable feeling of blood spread in his heart. Kill, 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 this was the only thought that appeared in Di Beichen's mind. He wanted to kill all these people in front of him. Only in this way could his anger be appeased. Mo Yunjue's expression instantly turned cold as well. A surging murderous intent swept through the air and almost condensed into a solid form. Even though Bailey Hongzhuang's sweetheart was not him, his desire to protect Bailey Hongzhuang has never wavered. She was the person he cared about the most, the person he placed at the tip of his heart at all times. These damned bastards had actually dared to do such a thing. He would never forgive them. The sudden voice shocked Xiao Sou and the others. When they saw Di Beichen and Mo Yunjue's figures, their expressions turned ugly. When White Lion heard Di Beichen's voice, its despairing face was instantly dyed with a sense of pleasant surprise. It immediately looked at Xiao Hei and exclaimed, "Xiao Hei, stop. There's a turning point." Previously, they had indeed been driven to a dead end. That was why they had made such a choice. Now that the reinforcements have arrived, Xiao Hei naturally no longer had to choose to self-destruct. Hearing this, Xiao Hei's eyes flashed with astonishment. Then, it turned into pity and a look of relief appeared on its face. I can no longer turn back. As long as all of you are safe, I can rest assured. Once they had chosen to self-destruct, there was no turning back. Long before this, it had already understood that there was no way out for itself. However, now that it had seen Di Beichen and the others appear, it felt that its master's life was not in danger. Hence, it was completely at ease. At least everyone was still alive. It was just that it would be leaving first. Hearing Xiao Hei's words, White Lion's expression turned sorrowful. That's right. How could it have forgotten that self-destructing was a path of no return? If one had not been driven to a dead end, no one would have made such a choice. When Di Beichen and Mo Yunjue noticed Xiao Hei's situation, their hearts turned cold. They were secretly annoyed that they had arrived too late. If they had arrived here earlier, then the situation would not have reached such an irreversible point of no return. Xiao Hei. Xiao Bai stared anxiously at Xiao Hei. Her face was filled with worry. Hurry up and try to stop. You can't die like this. Seeing Xiaobai's appearance, a smile appeared on Xiaohei's face. I've tried my best, but there's no way to stop this. Xiaobai, it's great to see you again before I die. For as long as it could remember, it had lived with Xiaobai. It had been so many years that even it could not remember how many years they had lived together. Even though they were usually noisy and chatty, in their hearts, each other had long been a part of their lives. When Xiaobai saw Xiaohei's appearance, her eyes turned red. Then, she charged towards Xiaohei without hesitation. We've always been together. Even if we die, we should die together. Noticing Xiaobai's actions, Xiaohei's pupils shrank. Her eyes were filled with disbelief. Xiaobai, are you crazy? Why did you come here to die? If we're going to die, we're going to die together. We've always lived together. How can you leave without me? Little White had obviously made up his mind. His face was calm and unperturbed. He then turned around and looked at Bewitching. Master, I'm sorry, I have to go first. Remember to apologize to Mistress for me. We weren't able to accompany her to the end. However, these have been the happiest days of our lives. Don't do anything stupid. Bewitching's expression was grave. Think of something. Perhaps there's still a way to turn things around. Hearing this, Xiaobai and Xiaohei looked at each other. Their lips curled into a smile. Since that's the case, let's give it a try. Knowing that they were going to die, they had nothing to fear. Then, Xiaohei and Xiaobai activated their cultivation techniques at the same time. They overlapped their hands and the energy in their bodies was connected. After noticing Xiaohei and Xiaobai's actions, everyone understood that they were trying to stop the self-detonation. Bewitching's expression darkened. He did not know if the situation could be reversed. No one had ever tried self-detonation before. However, their predecessors' experience told them that there was no turning back from self-detonation. Even so, they still harbored a glimmer of hope in their hearts. After all, many things in this world could turn from the impossible into the possible. Why do I feel that Xiaohei and Xiaobai look like a picture when they spin? Baisher looked at Xiaohei and Xiaobai in astonishment. Right now, he only hoped that nothing would happen to them. All these years, he had long gotten used to playing around with Xiaohei and Xiaobai. If they left just like that, he would not be able to accept it. This seems to be a yin-yang 8 trigrams diagram? Mo Yunjue raised his long eyebrows. His eyes, which were as black as a deep pool, were like stars in the dark night, revealing his deep thoughts and wisdom. Hearing this, Bewitching nodded after taking a closer look. That's right, it's a yin-yang 8 trigrams diagram. In the past, Xiaohei and Xiaobai had used a similar technique and it was extremely powerful. This is a very mysterious diagram that is filled with a mysterious and chaotic power. Baisher's eyes lit up. He had some understanding of Xiaohei and Xiaobai's trump card. However, he did not know what effect Xiaohei and Xiaobai would have on this technique. You overestimate yourselves. A mocking look appeared in Xiaosuo's eyes. Everyone knew that once someone chose to self-detonate, they would not be able to survive. She did not expect Bewitching and the rest to be so naive. They had hoped that there would be a way out of this and had even sacrificed the life of another contract beast. In her opinion, this was simply laughable. Compared to Xiaosuo, Jun Lingxuan was not in the mood to pay attention to these things at this moment. He was already heavily injured. They could deal with 2 contracted beasts, but now that Bewitching and Mo Yunjue were in their peak condition, they were no match for them. Once they started fighting, they would only be courting death. Therefore, the only way now was to escape. Miss Xiao. Jun Lingxuan lowered his voice and hurriedly shouted while Bewitching and the others were paying more attention to Xiaohei. Let's run. Jun Lingxuan hurriedly said. Xiaosuo nodded repeatedly. She naturally understood how bad the current situation was. Only by quickly escaping would they have a chance of survival. In the next moment, the 2 of them turned around and retreated. Jun Zitao's face was deathly pale. He could not understand why there were so many unforeseen events today. First, Bailey Hongzhuang's strength had destroyed everything. Then, when they finally managed to turn the tables, Bewitching and the others appeared. His mood was simply fluctuating, making it difficult for him to breathe. Jun Lingxuan quickly came to Jun Zitao's side and supported him, intending to leave. Seeing this, Jun Zitao could not help but say, "Big brother, put me down. With a burden like me, you can't escape at all." His injuries were too serious. Under Bailey Hongzhuang's attacks, it was not easy for him to be able to hold on to his last breath. Escaping with him was simply a burden. Not only was there no possibility of leaving, but everyone would have to stay here. Rather than that, it was better to abandon him and leave directly. Looking at Jun Lingshuan's solemn and serious expression, Jun Zitao was touched. "Big brother, I know you're good to me, so I can't drag you down. Let me stay here. If you die because of me, I won't be able to rest in peace. Don't spout nonsense. The outcome is still unknown." Jun Lingshuan's expression was grave and serious. He understood that given the current situation, they might not even be able to escape on their own. It would be even more difficult for them to escape with Jun Zitao. However, even though he knew the situation, he was still unwilling to give up just like that. He had never thought of giving up on his younger brother and fighting for a chance of survival for himself. "Big brother, you've always cared for me since I was young. I understand that you're good to me. Even if I die here today, I won't regret it. So, don't do anything that makes me sad. Hurry up and leave." After Bewitching and Mo Yunjua noticed Xiao He and Xiao Bai's situation, there was a trace of worry between their brows. However, they could not help in this situation. The only thing they could do was pray and hope that Xiao He and Xiao Bai could turn everything around. After returning to his senses, Bewitching looked at Bailey Hongzhuang with concern but realized that the latter did not react to his appearance. "Baisher, what's going on?" Bewitching hurriedly asked as his beautiful face was filled with worry and confusion. "I don't know what Jun Lingshuan did to Master to suddenly become like this." Baisher's expression was somewhat helpless. "No matter how I asked, Jun Lingshuan refused to tell me." As Baisher's voice fell, Bewitching's gaze locked onto Jun Lingshuan. When he realized that the latter was planning to escape, his eyes, which were as deep as the ocean, were immediately dyed with a deep and cold light. "Jun Lingshuan, what did you do to my wife?" Bewitching's cold voice was filled with a murderous aura that almost condensed into a substance. Bewitching's eyes narrowed, and his ink-black pupils were filled with a peerless edge. Everyone present could sense this terrifying murderous intent and domineering aura. Even Jun Lingshuan could not help but shiver. Ever since he had met Bewitching, he had never treated him well. However, this was the first time he had seen such a terrifying side to Bewitching. Xiao Sou's heart was also filled with shock and horror. She had always known that Bewitching was handsome and she had been mesmerized by him since the first time they met. His handsome face looked as if it had been meticulously carved by the heavens. The contours of his face were as sharp as a knife, cold and hard without losing his handsomeness. Under his sharp brows, his eyes, which were as deep as the ocean, were deep and mysterious. It was as if he could devour a person's soul with just one look. At this moment, Bewitching's entire body exuded a cold and terrifying aura. He was as noble as a god and as a messenger of hell, exuding a bloodthirsty and terrifying murderous aura. Under the influence of this murderous aura, even they could not help but tremble and feel that it was difficult to resist. It was as if this kind of person was destined to be in a superior position since he was born. He could turn everything into ashes with just a raise of his hand. The questioning words struck Jun Lingshuan's heart. Looking at the pair of terrifying and murderous eyes, he was so weak that he did not dare to answer for a moment. After a long while, he finally broke free from Bewitching's aura. The shock in his heart grew even stronger. A cultivator from the lower realm actually had such a terrifying and shocking aura. Bewitching, you. Jun Lingshuan was so intimidated by Bewitching's aura that he was momentarily at a loss for words. He felt as if his opponent's gaze could directly freeze him into ice. That terrifying murderous aura had almost affected his mind. Under this gaze, he did not dare to lie at all. "No, this can't be," Jun Lingshuan screamed madly in his heart. His opponent was just a person whom he had never paid any attention to. Now, he could actually influence his mind. This was something he would never allow. Bewitching had already unleashed his murderous aura. He was well aware of the power of a murderous aura. That dense murderous aura could directly affect a person's mind. Under such circumstances, it was best to get the truth out of him. Jun Lingshuan's face flushed red. He gritted his teeth. Even though this feeling made him feel as if he was about to collapse, he knew very well that he absolutely could not say it out loud. Otherwise, it would be no different from trampling on his dignity. To be intimidated by a young brat from the lower realm was a joke in itself. "I won't tell you," Jun Lingxuan said coldly. Hearing this, Di Beichen's eyes turned sharp. "Since that's the case, I'll force you to tell me." That was the woman whom he had risked his life to protect. No matter what method he had to use, he would find a way to break it from Jun Lingxuan. In the next moment, Di Beichen's figure moved and directly approached Jun Lingxuan. Mo Yunjua's face had been gloomy the entire time. His eyes, which were as deep as black holes, were gathering a terrifying whirlpool storm. This damned bunch actually dared to hurt Hong Zhuang. He would never allow that to happen. Xiaosu stood on the spot and stared blankly at Di Beichen and Mo Yunjue. She did not know why, but when faced with the murderous aura emanating from their bodies, she felt her mind go blank. It was only when the two of them were getting closer and closer that she finally reacted and hurriedly said, "Quick. Let's run. Big brother, it'll be too late if we don't leave now." Jun Zitao also shouted with a pale face. He was already a cripple, and he absolutely could not implicate his elder brother. "You want to escape? Dream on." Di Beichen did not give them any chance to escape. These damned bastards, from the moment they attacked Hong Zhuang, their fate was sealed. He would definitely kill these fellows. Jun Lingxuan looked at the rapidly approaching Di Beichen, then looked at Di Beichen on the ground, and suddenly said, "How about we make a deal?" "You don't have the right to make a deal with me." Di Beichen's voice was extremely cold, revealing an unquestionable meaning. "If you kill us now, you will never know the solution to Bailey Hongzhuang's current situation." Jun Lingxuan forced himself to remain calm. Since there was no chance to escape now, he could only try to make a deal with Di Beichen. No matter what, he could not throw his life away here. "Do you think I'll believe you?" Di Beichen's gaze was as sharp as a knife, and there was a trace of disdain in his voice. "As long as you die, the thing you used on her will also disappear." "No, it's not like that." Jun Lingxuan shook his head, and his face was filled with seriousness. "I don't mind telling you that the reason she became like this is not because of the martial skill I used." "Then what is it?" "As long as you promise to let us live today, I will tell you about this matter." "How about it?" Jun Lingxuan looked at Di Beichen with a burning gaze. This was the only way he could think of at the moment. "You trust me that much? Aren't you afraid that I'll go back on my word?" Di Beichen's eyebrows revealed a trace of astonishment. The people of the Jun family had always been crafty. He never thought that Jun Lingxuan would say something like this at this moment. "I know that you're a gentleman." Jun Lingxuan's expression was complicated, but his voice was filled with certainty. At this moment, Mo Yunjua's voice rang out, "Since you said that this matter was not caused by your martial skills, then do you have a way to resolve Hong Zhuang's current situation?" Following Mo Yunjua's words, Jun Lingxuan's expression suddenly turned ugly. He originally wanted to play dumb and fool Di Beichen into agreeing to it. Then, this matter would have a turn for the better. However, he never thought that this unfamiliar man would actually poke at the heart of the problem with his words. If it was anything else, he could make up some nonsense. However, he had no way of contacting that spirit at the moment. How was he going to resolve this? After noticing the change in Jun Lingxuan's expression, Di Beichen's expression also darkened. "Since there's no way to resolve this, then you can die." Di Beichen did not give Jun Lingxuan any chance to speak. He brandished the severed passion sword and attacked Jun Lingxuan without hesitation. This damned guy should have died long ago. The reason why they were in so much danger and why their family was in such a predicament was all because of this damned Jun family. Long before entering the Immortal Cloud's secret realm, they had already made up their minds. As long as they met any cultivators from the Jun family, they would not show any mercy. As long as these guys were dead, the family's troubles would be much easier to resolve. "Di Beichen!" Jun Lingxuan could not help but shout out. However, when he saw that the other party had no intention of speaking to him, his heart turned cold. With his cultivation, he might still have a slim chance of survival if he quickly escaped now. But if he left like this, then Shi Tao would definitely not be able to survive. He couldn't do that. At the same time, Mo Yunjue attacked Xiaosu. This ugly and despicable woman had been humiliating Hong Zhuang in every possible way. He wanted to kill her to avenge Hong Zhuang. Seeing Mo Yunjue attacking her, Xiaosou couldn't help but ask, "What benefits did Bewitching give you?" "I can give you double, no, 3 times, as long as you help us deal with Bewitching, you can ask for anything you want." "What do you think?" From her point of view, Mo Yunjue was not a member of the D family. As long as she gave him enough benefits, it wouldn't be difficult to convince him. However, Mo Yunjue only answered her with the weapon in his hand. He didn't even want to say a word to such an ugly woman. The battle instantly broke out again. Bewitching did not hold back at all. His murderous aura and blood aura completely exploded. The thick blood aura mixed with the surging murderous aura formed a terrifying aura that completely exploded, enveloping Jun Lingxuan and the other two. Jun Shitao was already seriously injured. Even after taking a pill, his condition did not improve much. At this moment, under the influence of this aura, he could not help but spit out blood. His entire face was extremely ugly. He did not doubt that if he continued to be enveloped by this aura, he would lose his life soon. He was already puzzled when he saw Bailey Hongzhuang's terrifying techniques. He didn't expect Bewitching to have such techniques as well. Could it be that the techniques of the lower realms were already unknown to the cultivators of the upper realms? Even though his heart was filled with shock, he wasn't in the mood to think about it carefully. The most important thing now was to protect his own life. Therefore, even though his body was extremely weak, he still tried his best to move away. As long as he could get away from this aura, he would still have a chance of survival. After exchanging blows with Bewitching, Jun Lingxuan discovered that Bewitching's cultivation had also reached the nebula realm. This discovery shocked him. He clearly remembered that when Xiaosou told him before, Bewitching was only at the starlight realm. How could Bewitching reach the nebula realm in such a short time? One had to know that this level of strength was very outstanding even among the cultivators of the upper realms. How did Bewitching do it? Most importantly, Bewitching's cultivation had increased so quickly in such a short time. How did he cultivate? Shock and doubt lingered in Jun Lingxuan's mind, but he couldn't think about it carefully. He could only do his best to deal with Bewitching's attacks. Both of their strengths were about the same. In addition, he was already injured, so his combat strength was affected. If not for the fact that Bewitching's martial techniques were still slightly lacking, he wouldn't be a match for him at all. Under such circumstances, he would definitely lose his life if he was slightly distracted. Bewitching's killing intent was no joke. He only wanted to tear him into pieces. Xiaosou originally thought that the cultivation of the man in front of her wasn't very high. After all, she had never seen him before. She only knew that he was Bailey Hongzhuang's friend. The reason she remembered him was because he was extremely handsome. Even when he stood beside Bewitching, he didn't pale in comparison. Handsome men were always easy to remember. Therefore, even if she had only seen him once, she would still remember him clearly. However, after exchanging blows, she realized that her opponent's strength was not to be underestimated. What she found most unbelievable was that her cultivation was actually inferior to his. How was this possible? Xiaosou immediately felt that the world was too crazy. Why were these fellows from the lower realms so powerful? This shouldn't have happened at all. After realizing that she was not Mo Yunjue's opponent, Xiaosou's mind was racing. Young Master Jun, I have an escape talisman that was given to me by my family. It is my greatest means of survival. However, this escape talisman can only take 2 people away at most, and once I use it, I don't know where I'll end up. The only thing we can be sure of is that we will still be in the Immortal Cloud's secret realm. If it doesn't work, then we'll just leave. Xiaosou transmitted her voice to Jun Lingxuan. This was her last resort. This escape talisman was an extremely precious treasure to her family. As long as she had this escape talisman, it was no different from having another life. If it wasn't for her identity as the Saint of the Light Maiden, her family would never have given her this escape talisman. She had never thought that she would have to use it here. However, based on the current situation, it couldn't be helped. When Jun Lingxuan heard that Xiaosou had an escape talisman, his eyes lit up with joy. The art of runes was an extremely profound lost art, and runes were of great help to cultivators. Among them, the escape talisman was a very precious one. As the name implied, it was a rune used for escape. As long as the cultivator held the escape talisman in his hand, once he crushed it, he could escape to any place. The stronger the escape talisman, the further the escape distance. In the past, the art of runes could be said to be extremely popular, but later on, the art of runes gradually declined, and the number of runemasters became fewer and fewer. Needless to say, runemasters who could make high-grade runes were even rarer, therefore, the value of high-grade runes became higher and higher. Among them, the escape talisman could be said to be the most valuable rune. Because the escape talisman was tantamount to giving the cultivator another life, its effect was greater than medicinal pills. The escape talisman that Xiaosuo's family gave her was definitely not a low grade, and it was enough to get them out of the current predicament. However, when he heard Xiaosuo say that this escape talisman could only take 2 people away, his heart turned cold again. In this way, it meant that only he and Xiaosuo could leave, and there was absolutely no possibility of Jun Zitao leaving. "No, I can't give up on Zitao," Jun Lingxuan said solemnly. Seeing Jun Lingxuan so persistent, Xiaosuo frowned. Previously, she really didn't think that Jun Lingxuan and Jun Zitao would have such a deep brotherly relationship. If it was an ordinary person, they would have left long ago. After all, no one's life was more important than their own. However, after seeing Jun Lingxuan's loyal and righteous appearance, her favorable impression of him deepened. Perhaps it was because she had seen too many heartless people. Such a loyal and righteous person seemed to be very precious. Previously, she only felt that Jun Lingxuan's conditions were very suitable for her, but now she suddenly felt that this man indeed had his charm. After Bailey Hongzhuang thought of the purification effect of the light energy, she did not hesitate to use it. She didn't know how effective the power of light was on the soul, but she believed that it would have a certain effect on evil cultivators. As Bailey Hongzhuang channeled her radiant force, a look of fear appeared in the evil cultivator's eyes. "You're actually a light attribute cultivator?" The evil cultivator was completely dumbfounded. She had never expected Bailey Hongzhuang to possess the light attribute. This attribute was the most incompatible with her cultivation method. Just based on this point alone, it was impossible for her to successfully possess him. Looking at the sorcerer's surprised expression, Bailey Hongzhuang knew that her method was indeed effective. She had never used her elemental powers before, so it was normal that the sorcerer did not know about it. The most important thing was that this guy paid so much attention to his appearance. He had been studying how his appearance met her requirements, but he didn't even try to understand his own attributes. She was speechless. In the next moment, Bailey Hongzhuang activated her cultivation method, and a steady stream of light energy began to gather in her mind. She wanted to use the radiant force to completely drive the evil cultivator's soul out and take back control of her body. Ever since she started fighting with the evil cultivator, she had already lost control of her body. They had been constantly fighting, and the control of her body was constantly changing. She could not help but worry whenever she thought of this situation. She could only hope that she could expel this damned soul as soon as possible. Ah! The evil cultivator's soul shrieked in agony as the light energy's purifying effect was instantly revealed. She was only in the form of a soul, so the light energy was the most effective against her. Furthermore, she had been using evil methods to strengthen her soul all these years. When she encountered the light energy, she was like a mouse that had seen a cat. She had no way of retaliating at all. "Get out of here, now." Bailey Hongzhuang's soul suddenly shone brightly under the illumination of the light energy. Her delicate face was as pure and holy as a fairy as it emitted a bright and dazzling light. Under this pure and flawless light, the evil cultivator's soul felt as if it was being roasted on a hot fire. A sizzling sound could be heard. Wisps of black gas began to seep out from her soul. Her spiritual energy was instantly weakened and even the size of her soul had shrunk. At the same time, Bailey Hongzhuang could sense that the evil cultivator's pressure on her had lessened. She could not help but feel delighted. It looks like she has the upper hand in this battle. Damn it! The evil cultivator could not help but cry out in alarm. She immediately tried to escape from Bailey Hongzhuang's mind. However, how could Bailey Hongzhuang let her leave so easily? Her sea of consciousness had been severely damaged because of this damned fellow. It was not in her nature to let her leave just like that. Go to hell. Bailey Hongzhuang channeled the light energy with all her might and unleashed the purifying effect to its maximum. Sizzle sizzle, the purifying power repeatedly roasted the soul as if it was trying to purify all the evil in it. Let me go, now. The evil cultivator struggled with all her might. The purifying power caused her immense pain and her expression turned malevolent. You're thinking of leaving after wreaking havoc in my sea of consciousness? Not so easy. Bailey Hongzhuang scoffed icily, a damned fellow like you actually wanted to absorb Xiaohei's blood essence. Let me purify it for you. Seeing this, the evil cultivator could not help but beg for mercy. Miss, I was wrong. I shouldn't have had such thoughts about you. Please let me go. Why didn't you think that way when you tried to devour my soul? Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes were cold and sharp. Even now, she could not help but feel afraid. If it wasn't for the fact that he was of the light attribute and had a restraining effect on it, the consequences would have been unimaginable if the other party had succeeded in seizing his body. She wanted this soul to be completely destroyed here. At the very least, she couldn't let it help Jun Lingxuan in any way, lest it bring more trouble to them. This sorcerer was so vicious. Perhaps all of Jun Lingxuan's evil ideas were related to her. She would only be at ease if he was dead. Noticing that Bailey Hongzhuang was determined and had no intention of letting go, the sorcerer's heart skipped a beat. For a moment, she could only beg for mercy. She had spent so much effort over the years to persevere until now. She did not want to disappear just like that. Bailey Hongzhuang ignored him completely. Under the scorching heat, she gradually realized that the black fog in the evil cultivator's black soul was gradually dissipating, and the remaining soul was becoming transparent. Is this soul force? Even in her previous life, Bailey Hongzhuang had not done much research on spiritual energy. Hence, she did not understand the situation in front of her very well. However, after some investigation, she realized that this energy was extremely pure. It seemed like it could be absorbed. Thinking of this, Bailey Hongzhuang tried to use her spiritual sense to approach the transparent and pure energy. Soon after, she realized that the energy had directly merged with her spiritual sense and strengthened her spiritual energy. For a moment, Bailey Hongzhuang felt as if her spiritual sense had encountered a great tonic. It greedily absorbed the energy and continued to strengthen itself. Noticing this, she could not help but feel elated. Ever since she had mastered the art of summoning, she had been eager to increase her spiritual sense as soon as possible. Only by increasing her spiritual sense would she be able to summon stronger demonic beasts. At the same time, she would be able to extend the duration of her battle. However, increasing one's spiritual sense was much more difficult than increasing one's cultivation. Fortunately, she had previously refined pills to increase her spiritual sense, which had helped. However, it was still not enough for her. She never thought that encountering the evil cultivator's possession would result in such a reward. After regaining control of her body, Bailey Hongzhuang hurriedly opened her eyes and observed the situation around her. With one look, she realized that Bewitching and Mo Yunjue had already appeared. At this moment, Jun Lingxuan and Xiao Souwu were resisting their attacks with great difficulty. Seeing this, Bailey Hongzhuang quietly heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed that she did not have to worry anymore. Master, are you all right? Baishar had been paying attention to Bailey Hongzhuang's situation. When it saw that the latter had opened her eyes and reacted, its bright and sparkling eyes immediately filled with joy. Bailey Hongzhuang gently nodded, I'm all right. Don't worry. That's great. Baishar could not hide its joy. It hurriedly shouted at Bewitching, Master is all right. Bewitching's attack landed mercilessly on Jun Lingxuan's body. When he thought of his wife being in danger, he couldn't wait to tear the sky apart. Under Bewitching's ferocious and powerful attacks, Jun Lingxuan appeared to be extremely exhausted. He had already expended a lot of energy in the previous battle, and now he was injured. Coupled with the suppression of his opponent's aura, it was difficult for him to even move. If both sides were fighting at their peak, he would not have been suppressed like this. This feeling made him feel extremely sullen. Suddenly, Baishar's joyful voice could be heard. After Bewitching heard this voice, his gloomy face suddenly brightened up, like a 10,000-year-old ice melting like a spring breeze. He was distracted and looked behind him. It was only when he saw Bailey Hongzhuang approaching him that he calmed down. Now, you're worthless. A sharp light flashed in Bewitching's eyes. Previously, he had been worried because he wanted to know his wife's current situation. Now, he no longer had to worry about this problem. He no longer had to worry about attacking. When Jun Lingxuan saw Bailey Hongshuang's situation, a thick sense of astonishment appeared in his eyes. However, he did not feel despair because of this. Instead, he was pleasantly surprised. He knew how powerful the soul that had attached itself to him was. As long as she tried to take over his body, no ordinary cultivator would be a match for her. Chu was only in her 20s. How could Bailey Hongshuang's soul power compare to that of an old monster? Hence, the only possibility was that she had succeeded in taking over his body. At that thought, Jun Lingxuan's eyes lit up. If Bailey Hongshuang didn't exist anymore, Bewitching wouldn't be willing to do anything to her, given his feelings for her. In this way, they had the absolute advantage again. It seems that you've succeeded. Help me kill him, Jun Lingxuan said to Bailey Hongshuang. Following Jun Lingxuan's words, everyone present was stunned. Their eyes were filled with confusion. They didn't understand what he meant. Xiao Sou and Jun Zitao also looked at Jun Lingxuan in bewilderment. Was he so anxious that he spoke without thinking? Bailey Hongshuang couldn't wait to kill them. Why would she help them? It was even less likely that she would kill Bewitching. Of all the people, only Bailey Hongshuang understood what Jun Lingxuan meant. Her eyes turned even darker and colder. This damn guy wanted her to kill Bewitching. Fortunately, she hadn't been successfully possessed. Otherwise, if Bewitching was killed by him, it would be the most painful thing. She couldn't imagine that scene at all. The next moment, Bailey Hongshuang sped up, and a dazzling smile beamed on her exquisite face. I'll help you. After seeing Bailey Hongshuang's reaction, the smile in Jun Lingxuan's eyes gradually deepened. It seemed that his guess was not wrong. Bailey Hongshuang really didn't exist anymore. With Bailey Hongshuang's identity, he might be able to completely destroy the D family. This was simply a heaven-sent opportunity. For a moment, Jun Lingxuan's heart was filled with wishful thinking, as if all the problems could be completely solved in an instant. Bewitching looked at Jun Lingxuan in confusion. What on earth did you do to my wife? Jun Lingxuan chuckled, and his eyes were full of sarcasm. You'll find out soon enough. After approaching Bewitching, Bailey Hongshuang attacked him without hesitation. Wife, what's wrong? The look in Bewitching's eyes changed. He stared at Bailey Hongshuang in disbelief. He couldn't believe that she would attack him. Mo Yunjue was also in disbelief. Hongshuang, what are you doing? Meanwhile, Jun Lingxuan's smile couldn't be prouder. She's not your wife anymore. She's mine now. As he spoke, Jun Lingxuan looked happily at Bailey Hongshuang. You should be satisfied now. Bailey Hongshuang smiled and nodded. She then slowly walked to Jun Lingxuan's side. This physical body is indeed not bad. I'm very satisfied. Haha. Jun Lingxuan laughed. Although this result was beyond his expectations, when he thought about it carefully, there were many benefits. Just as Bewitching and the others were feeling puzzled and Jun Lingxuan was secretly rejoicing, Bailey Hongshuang suddenly attacked Jun Lingxuan's chest fiercely. Go to hell. Her cold voice was filled with a sharp murderous intent. Bailey Hongshuang's clear and sharp eyes flashed with a dazzling and intimidating light. You. Her fist, which was filled with tyrannical energy, smashed fiercely into Jun Lingxuan's chest and sent him flying. He didn't even have time to react before his injuries worsened. After spitting out a mouthful of blood, Jun Lingxuan stared at Bailey Hongshuang in disbelief. His mind raced, but he couldn't figure out what had just happened. Turning her back on him was the only possibility that Jun Lingxuan could think of. It was likely that this sorcerer wanted to continue staying in the Immortal Cloud's secret realm as Bailey Hongshuang after successfully possessing her body. That was why she made such a decision. Jun Lingxuan, did you really think that the sorcerer could successfully possess her body? Bailey Hongshuang's lips curled into a mocking smile. Unfortunately, your wishful thinking is wrong. Bewitching and the rest, who had been in a state of shock and confusion, finally understood what was going on when they saw Bailey Hongshuang's actions. So everything that Bailey Hongshuang had done earlier was just an act and had almost scared them to death. However, when they heard the words in her words, they couldn't help but be stunned. Possession? His ink-black eyes were filled with shock and fury. Bewitching stared anxiously at Bailey Hongzhuang. Someone tried to possess your body? Even though he had never experienced it before, he knew that it was an extremely dangerous thing. Once the possession was successful, even if Bailey Hongzhuang was still alive, her soul would no longer belong to her. He never thought that such a situation would occur in the Immortal Cloud's secret realm. Jun Lingxuan would actually do such a vicious thing to Bailey Hongzhuang. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded gently. That's right. The reason why I didn't react earlier was because a soul wanted to possess my body. Hearing this, Bewitching and Mo Yunjue finally understood what was going on. Previously, they couldn't figure out what was going on because the cultivators who had come here were all young disciples from the various large families. It was almost impossible for possession to happen to them, so they didn't think in this direction. Now that they understood, they felt a wave of fear in their hearts. How dangerous was that? If Bailey Hongzhuang had not held on, she would have disappeared into thin air. Jun Lingxuan looked at Bailey Hongzhuang in astonishment. Countless thoughts quickly emerged in his mind. He even suspected that the sorcerer was faking it because Bailey Hongzhuang couldn't possibly defeat the sorcerer. Impossible, how did you survive? Jun Lingxuan looked at Bailey Hongzhuang in disbelief. He understood the evil cultivator's strength too well. Even Chen Feng would not be able to survive. I'm sorry to disappoint you. Bailey Hongzhuang's lips curled into a cold and arrogant smile. His soul energy wasn't strong enough, so I killed him. Impossible. Jun Lingxuan couldn't help but shout, this is absolutely impossible. You can try if you don't believe me. See if you can still contact her. Bailey Hongzhuang's expression was calm. Her gaze was calm, without the slightest bit of worry. Seeing this, Jun Lingxuan tried to call the sorcerer several times but found that there was no response. His face became pale and ashen as he looked at Bailey Hongzhuang and the others. It seemed that he had really lost today. It's just that he couldn't understand how Bailey Hongzhuang was able to resist the possession. Why did all these things that he thought were impossible all happen? Jun Lingxuan, you can rest in peace now. Bewitching's gaze was cold as the sharp sword in his hand stabbed out. This is the interest I collected from your Jun family. However, you don't have to feel lonely because they will accompany you soon. Miss Xiao, quickly save my elder brother. Jun Zitao couldn't help but shout after noticing that Jun Lingxuan was helpless. When Mo Yunjue saw that Bailey Hongzhuang was safe and sound, he felt relieved and immediately sped up his attack on Xiao Sou. Only after dealing with these fellows would they be able to have a proper discussion and understand the situation that had just transpired. Xiao Sou had been struggling under Mo Yunjue's attacks and wished that she could crush the escape talisman as soon as possible so that she could escape. Then, when she saw Bailey Hongzhuang's appearance and Jun Lingxuan's special reaction, she felt that the situation might take a turn for the better, so she had been waiting for it. When she saw Bailey Hongzhuang attacking Jun Lingxuan, she knew that if they didn't leave now, they would have to stay here forever. Hence, when she saw Bewitching attacking Jun Lingxuan, she did not hesitate to crush the escape talisman. She felt very sorry for Jun Shitao, but her escape talisman could only bring the two of them away. She had no other choice. Just as Bewitching's attack was about to land on Jun Lingxuan's body, a ray of light suddenly flashed and Jun Lingxuan's figure disappeared right in front of him. Seeing this, Bewitching could not help but stare blankly. A trace of astonishment appeared in his eyes, and then his face became gloomy. It's an escape talisman. During this period of time, he had been studying formations, and because runes were a similar method, he had some understanding of them. Something that could make Jun Lingxuan disappear in an instant could only be an escape talisman. There was no other possibility. Bailey Hongzhuang's face was filled with astonishment. At the same time, Mo Yunjue's voice rang out, Xiao Sou has disappeared as well. Hearing this, Bailey Hongzhuang and the others looked at each other and their faces were filled with unwillingness. They had been so close to making Jun Lingxuan stay, but they never thought that he would escape in the end. Damn it, that guy actually got away. The White Lion could not help but curse out loud. That guy had done all sorts of bad things, and the White Lion could not wait to tear him into pieces. Who would have thought that he would actually run away at the last moment? How could the beast not be angry? Bailey Hongzhuang also felt extremely unwilling, but she soon calmed down. Since they have escape talismans in their hands, no matter when we attack, they will be able to escape. The escape talisman itself was very powerful. As long as there was an opportunity to crush it, they would not be able to catch up. Unless they were much stronger than Jun Lingxuan and the others, they wouldn't be able to stop all this from happening. Obviously, they were unable to do so at the moment. Bewitching nodded slightly. Jun Lingxuan and Xiaosu had run away. This indeed made him very unhappy, but he also understood that this was unavoidable. Escape talismans are extremely precious. I believe that even they don't have many of them. His eyes, which were as deep as the ocean, rippled with the light of deep thought. They had waited until the very last moment to attack. That must be their only escape talisman. That's right, that escape talisman must have been crushed by Xiaosu. Mo Yunjua's cold and hard face carried a deep chill. Previously, she had been paying close attention to Jun Lingxuan's situation. It seems that she has been paying close attention to Jun Lingxuan. The two of them have left, but Jun Zitao has been left behind? Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes fell upon Jun Zitao. Previously, he had been severely injured by her. Now, his situation seemed to be even worse than before. Hearing Bailey Hongzhuang's words, Jun Zitao only glanced coldly at Bailey Hongzhuang. Bailey Hongzhuang, it's useless for you to say these words to provoke me. I know that I've fallen into your hands today, but my big brother will avenge me sooner or later. Jun Zitao's eyes were filled with hatred. After sweeping his burning anger across Bewitching and the others, he chose to commit suicide by biting his tongue without hesitation. Seeing Jun Zitao's actions, Bailey Hongzhuang and the others were stunned. By the time they wanted to stop him, it was already too late. I didn't expect Jun Zitao to have such a strong character. Bailey Hongzhuang's cool and pleasant voice was filled with emotion. Although she was very disdainful of Jun Zitao, she was also a little surprised to see him make such a choice. He knows that he'll suffer even more if he falls into our hands, so he chose to end his own life first. Bewitching's extremely dark eyes were cold and deep. His voice was low and magnetic, and there was a hint of contemplation. At this moment, Bailey Hongzhuang turned her gaze to Xiao He and Xiao Bai. They had already fallen unconscious. What's wrong with Xiao He and Xiao Bai? Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes were filled with concern. Previously, she had been too anxious to deal with Jun Lingxuan and the others to ask about it in detail. Xiao He was very weak because her blood essence was absorbed, but her condition improved a little. Did something happen after that? Why is Xiao Bai also unconscious? Looking at Bailey Hongzhuang's puzzled expression, Bewitching and Baisher exchanged glances. Their expressions were complicated and helpless. After noticing the expressions of the two people, Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes became a bit more serious. What happened? Why do you have such expressions? Master. White Lion said hesitantly. It recounted everything that had happened in detail. After hearing all of this, Bailey Hongzhuang's face turned extremely ugly. What did you say? Xiao He chose to self-destruct? Bailey Hongzhuang could no longer remain calm. Her delicate face was filled with nervousness and disbelief. Self-detonation was something that couldn't be reversed. Hongzhuang, don't be too anxious. Bewitching held Bailey Hongzhuang's hand with concern on his face. Although we don't know the exact situation of Xiao He and Xiao Bai, at least Xiao He hasn't disappeared. Previously, when they saw Xiao He and Xiao Bai make such a choice, they were actually very sad. However, later on, they realized that Xiao He's body, which had swelled up due to her self-detonation, had gradually shrunk back. In the end, she had fallen into a coma along with Xiao Bai. From his point of view, this should be a good thing. At least there had been no explosion and Xiao He's physical body was still there. Even if this matter seemed a little unbelievable, as long as the outcome was good, it didn't matter how unbelievable it was. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded gently and quickly rushed to Xiao He and Xiao Bai's side to take their pulse. Baisher and Xiao Xuanzi stayed by Bailey Hongzhuang's side in concern. They could not help but ask, how are they now? After taking their pulse, Bailey Hongzhuang's expression gradually became strange. Their pulse is a little complicated. It seems like there's a lot of energy running amok in their bodies. However, their life force hasn't been affected. The strangest thing is that this energy is constantly intertwining in their bodies. Their lives shouldn't be in danger. Bailey Hongzhuang pondered and said, however, their current situation is rather mysterious. Even I can't explain it clearly. As long as their lives aren't in danger, it's fine. Bewitching said slowly. I didn't expect these two contracted beasts to be so powerful. Usually, when they choose to self-destruct, it would be useless. They actually managed to turn everything around. It's really rare. Even the usually calm Xianxia could not help but be shocked when he heard this result. If this had not happened before his eyes, he would definitely not have believed it. Xiaohe and Xiaobai's existence is indeed very strange. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded. Until now, apart from the white dragon, no one else knows anything about them. In fact, because the white dragon had lost its memory, it only knew Xiaohe and Xiaobai's names. It did not know anything about their origins or anything else. As long as they're safe, we can rest assured. The white lion heaved a sigh of relief. I knew that these two fellows wouldn't leave so easily. Although they were always noisy and wished for each other to disappear, they knew very well that this was just empty talk. Bailey Hongzhuang kept thinking. Although Xiaohe and Xiaobai were always inseparable, they were still two living beings after all. Now, the energy and aura between the two were gradually mixing and circulating, forming a state where they were one and the other. This was very mysterious. Could it be that Xiaohe and Xiaobai had other special characteristics that had not been discovered? Bailey Hongzhuang could only keep this doubt in her heart. She could only understand this point when Xiaohe and Xiaobai woke up. As there was a restriction in the mystic realm, she could not put Xiaohe and Xiaobai into the chaos ring. Therefore, she could only bring them with her. Fortunately, Xiaohe and Xiaobai were not very big when they were unconscious. Therefore, it was very convenient to bring them with her. The white lion immediately volunteered to take on this responsibility. Xiaohe and Xiaobai rested on its back. Let's find a place to rest first. Bailey Hongzhuang looked at Bewitching and Xianxia. I need to go into seclusion for a while. Hearing this, Bewitching and Xiaobai immediately understood and nodded. All right. Wife, are you seriously injured? Bewitching looked at Bailey Hongzhuang with concern. Although she was not seriously injured, she had been affected by the Solstice's possession. Xiaobai's Xiaohe's SSSD. Bailey Hongzhuang had a helpless look on her face. Her sea of consciousness had previously been used as a battlefield, and now it could be described as a scene of devastation. However, because the previous matter was too urgent, she did not have the time to fix it. Now that everything was over, she naturally had to repair her sea of consciousness. One had to know that the sea of consciousness was the foundation of a person. If something were to happen to it, the consequences would be unimaginable. Bewitching and Xianxia naturally understood the importance of this matter. After finding a more secluded place, they stopped. Wife, you can cultivate in seclusion here. We will help you keep watch. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded and didn't say anything more. She immediately went into seclusion. Bailey Hongzhuang carefully examined the situation in her sea of consciousness and discovered that her initially smooth and flat sea of consciousness was now filled with cracks. This caused her mental state to become extremely unstable. Previously, she had been too anxious and had not had the time to understand the situation in detail. Now that she had a better understanding, she understood how serious the situation was. It was a good thing that she had absorbed the power of that spirit. Even though her sea of consciousness had been severely damaged, her mental state was much stronger than before. It was only a matter of time before her sea of consciousness could be repaired. Xianxia had thought that he was going to die by Bewitching's hands. He had even closed his eyes to endure the consequences. However, the expected pain did not appear. Only then did he open his eyes. Looking around, he found that he was already in another strange environment. Where was the shadow of Bewitching and the others? What's going on? Xianxia was shocked at first, but when he noticed Xiaoxia next to him, he finally understood. You've used an escape talisman? That's right. Xiaoxia's face was filled with relief. It was a good thing that her father had given her this escape talisman before they had entered the Divine Cloud secret realm. Otherwise, she would have lost her life by now. Xiaoxia smiled at Xianxia at the thought of this. It was really too dangerous. If it hadn't been for this life-saving talisman, both of us would have lost our lives. She still felt a lingering fear when she recalled the situation. She never thought that they would be able to completely turn the tables in the end. Speaking of which, Bailey Hongzhuang had been rather lucky. If it had not been for the appearance of Bewitching and the others, they would have been the ones to emerge victorious. Jun Lingxuan was shocked. He quickly scanned his surroundings, and when he realized that Jun Zitao was nowhere to be seen, his expression turned extremely ugly. "Where's Zitao?" Hearing Jun Lingxuan's question, the smile on Xiao Sou's face froze. Her expression was apologetic as she said, "Young Master Jun, my escape talisman can only take 2 people away, so Jun Zitao has lost his life in their hands." Jun Lingxuan's face was filled with gloom and heaviness. "I said that I would not give up on him. Young Master Jun, we had no other choice." Xiao Sou explained, "If I hadn't crushed this escape talisman just now, then the 2 of us would have died together. Now that we're still alive, at least we can avenge him. I believe that second young master will understand." However, Jun Lingxuan remained silent. Looking at the relaxed smile on Xiao Sou's face, he only felt that it was particularly dazzling. Of Jun Lingxuan. Jun Lingxuan. Since young, he had always had the closest relationship with Shitao. Regardless of whether it was eating, cultivating, or anything else, they had always been together. They had even sworn an oath that no matter what, they would never abandon each other because they were the best of brothers. However, at this critical moment of life and death, he actually ran away. Jun Lingxuan shut his eyes in agony. When he opened them again, his dark eyes were filled with the sparks of hatred. "Zitao, don't worry. I will avenge you with my own hands to comfort your soul in heaven." 3 days later. The bright and beautiful sun shone on the earth, emitting a warm aura. The golden radiance shone through the gaps of the leaves and shone on the white figure, dyeing it with a layer of noble and holy golden light. The woman's eyebrows were like emerald feathers, her skin was like snow, her waist was like a bundle of silk, and her exquisite and perfect facial features were like a work of art that was meticulously carved by the heavens. All the beauty was placed on her, blooming with a breathtaking beauty. Beside her, 2 handsome figures, one black and one white, stood on both sides of her. The white-robed man was as noble as a god, while the black-robed man was as cold as ice. Despite the 2 different temperaments, their faces were breathtaking. At this moment, although the 2 men were cultivating, they would occasionally open their eyes to observe the situation of the white-robed woman. Bewitching's gaze fell on Bailey Hongzhuang. He could feel that Bailey Hongzhuang's aura was gradually strengthening. "Looking at the situation, I'm afraid that Hongzhuang is going to break through again." A knowing smile bloomed on his handsome face. Initially, he was still worried about Bailey Hongzhuang's situation. However, the situation that happened later made his worries dissipate. Because Bailey Hongzhuang's cultivation had already broken through from Starlight Realm Level 6 to Starlight Realm Level 7. If she didn't fix her problem, she wouldn't be able to break through. And now, he could feel that Bailey Hongzhuang's aura had increased. He was afraid that she would break through to Starlight Realm Level 8 this time. Although Hongzhuang went through a dangerous situation, from the looks of it, she also gained a lot of benefits. This can be considered as the beginning of the end of bitterness. Mo Yunjua's lips bloomed into a sincere smile, causing the cold lines on his face to become gentler. There was less of a trace of coldness and more of a trace of gentleness. Sure enough, opportunities and risks coexist. His deep and dark eyes were filled with joy. "I think Hongzhuang will come out of seclusion after breaking through." Mo Yunjua nodded slightly. "Let's wait patiently." Baisher and Xiao Xuanzi were also overjoyed. Originally, it would take a lot of effort to raise one's cultivation by 1 level. They never thought that Bailey Hongzhuang would be able to break through 2 levels in such a short period of time. If news of this progress were to spread, who knew how many people would be envious? Boom. Following the sound of a breakthrough, Bailey Hongzhuang's lips slowly curled into a bright smile before she opened her eyes. Her bright eyes were filled with joy and surprise. "I didn't expect that I would be able to break through 2 levels with the help of that spiritual energy." Bailey Hongzhuang sighed to herself. Not only did his cultivation increase by 2 levels, the increase in his divine sense was even more obvious. This was truly a great harvest. When they noticed Bailey Hongzhuang's breakthrough, Bewitching and Mo Yunjue had stopped cultivating. When they saw Bailey Hongzhuang coming out of seclusion, the 2 of them went up to greet her. "Wife, have you completely recovered?" His handsome face was filled with a warm smile. Even though he had already guessed the result, he still couldn't help but ask. Seeing the deep concern in Bewitching's eyes and the faint warmth from his body, Bailey Hongshuang's lustrous and watery eyes became sparkling. N. She nodded her head playfully. I'm fine now. That's good. Bewitching breathed a sigh of relief. Only then did he completely relax. Bailey Hongshuang's lips curled into a gentle smile. Don't worry, I'm fine now. Although it was very dangerous for the sorcerer to possess my body, I'm still safe and sound. I've also gained a lot. Sorcerer? Bewitching's handsome face froze. What exactly happened? Jun Lingxuan has always had a sorcerer's soul by his side helping him. This time, the sorcerer took a fancy to my physical body and chose to possess it. However, he was purified by my light energy in the end. If it weren't for the fact that I'm of the light attribute, I would have been in deep trouble this time. Her light and pleasant voice was filled with emotion. However, I've also profited from this disaster. My spiritual sense has been greatly improved and my cultivation has also improved. If I encounter such a situation again in the future, I won't struggle so bitterly like before. After repairing her sea of consciousness this time, she realized that her sea of consciousness was much stronger than before and had expanded a lot. The improvement was self-evident. So Jun Lingxuan has such a helper by his side. It's no wonder that he's always been so confident. Bewitching's cold eyes flashed with anger. His gaze was as cold as snow. He won't be so lucky next time. How are Xiao He and Xiao Bai now? Bailey Hongshuang turned to look at Bai Shi and realized that Xiao He and Xiao Bai were still in a deep sleep and showed no signs of waking up. Bai Shi shook his head. Ever since that day, they've been sleeping like this. Hearing this, Bailey Hongshuang slowly walked over. After taking their pulse, she realized that their condition was still the same as before. There weren't many changes. It looks like Xiao He and Xiao Bai won't be waking up for a while. Although this incident has caused them some harm, it might also be an opportunity. Bailey Hongshuang's clear and bright eyes were filled with determination. She pursed her red lips. This was her judgment. They definitely will. Bewitching comforted her gently. Bailey Hongshuang and the other two once again stepped on the path forward. Xiao He and Xiao Bai were still on Bai Shi's body. He used his fur to wrap Xiao He and Xiao Bai. These two little fellows were very small to begin with, so it wasn't a problem for them to stay on Bai Shi's body. Even so, Bai Shi still walked less, hoping that he could give Xiao He and Xiao Bai a comfortable environment as much as possible. Noticing Bai Shi's small actions, Bailey Hongshuang's eyes became even gentler. Even though these little fellows were used to bickering with each other, they were very concerned for each other. You, Xiao, Bailey Hongshuang, Bais, Hongshuang and pointed to a direction. Wifey, you can determine directions in the immortal cloud mystic realm? Bewitching and Mo Yunjua's deep eyes were filled with confusion and amazement. Bewitching and Mo Yunjua looked at each other. These few days, they had been randomly choosing a direction to walk in. It was completely based on luck. No. Bailey Hongshuang chuckled and shook her head. Every place here has a different environment. It's all foggy, how can we know which direction to go? Then? Mo Yunjua's handsome brows furrowed. He was even more puzzled. Previously, I obtained a black stone in the Punlai Palace. All this time, I didn't know what it was used for, so I kept it in the Chaos Ring. Following Bailey Hongshuang's words, Bewitching and Mo Yunjua's faces filled with astonishment. Is that the black stone from before? Bewitching raised his handsome brows. He knew about this black stone as well. Back then, Bailey Hongshuang had shown him this black stone. However, at that time, they had not been able to figure out what the stone was used for. They never thought that it would have a reaction in the upper realm. Bailey Hongshuang nodded, that's right, it's that stone. That means that this stone is probably something that has been passed down from the upper realm. Bewitching's eyes filled with understanding, no wonder we couldn't figure it out back then. So the answer lies here. Since we have a target, let's head in that direction. Mo Yunjua spoke without hesitation. They had been wandering around aimlessly in this place so they had no idea where to go. No one knew where they would find a reward. Perhaps they would stumble upon a place that would bring them a bountiful harvest. Furthermore, the stone in Bailey Hongshuang's hand was clearly no ordinary object. The place that it was pointing to would definitely not be simple. The three of them looked at each other and smiled as they made the same decision in their hearts. This was a great opportunity. If they left the Divine Cloud's secret realm, they would never be able to uncover the secret of this stone again. Along the way, Bailey Hongshuang and the other two hurried along as fast as they could. No one knew where the stone was leading them to, nor did they know if anyone would arrive first. The sooner they arrived, the more advantage they would have. Along the way, they would occasionally meet other cultivators. However, none of them were disciples of the D family or the Lin family. Hence, everyone only met each other briefly before leaving. They had no intention of forming a team or competing against each other. I wonder where Jun Lingxuan and Xiaoshou have been transported to. Mo Yunjue furrowed his brows. He felt that the two of them would be trouble as long as they were alive. If he could get rid of these two guys earlier, it would save him a lot of trouble. The escape talisman in Xiaoshou's hands is probably not simple. Presumably, the teleportation distance should be quite far. Bailey Hongshuang pondered and said. The greater the power of the escape talisman, the further the teleportation distance. That escape talisman was Xiaoshou's life-saving measure. With her identity as the Holy Maiden of Light, her status in the Xiao clan must be the highest. Naturally, the escape talisman would not be simple. From the looks of it, we won't be able to meet them for a while. Bewitching said in a low voice. His deep and enchanting eyes flashed with a trace of haze. His thoughts were the same as Mo Yunjue's. As long as these two guys were dealt with, they would be able to completely relax. We can try to see if we can meet Su Minglei along the way. Her black and white eyes rippled with a cold light. Regarding Su Minglei, Bailey Hongshuang also clearly remembered him. If it wasn't for this damned fellow, he wouldn't have fallen into such a predicament. As long as he met him again, he definitely wouldn't let that guy slip away. Su Minglei from the Su family? Bewitching looked inquiringly at Bailey Hongshuang. He also made a move against you. Bailey Hongshuang nodded slightly. Only then did she explain the sequence of events. Although Su Minglei left before us, he obviously didn't travel as far as the escape talisman. We might meet him along the way. Even though Bailey Hongshuang was looking forward to meeting Su Minglei along the way, it was a pity that this fellow's luck was pretty good. She had not seen his shadow for several days in a row. However, as they hurried along, they were getting closer and closer to the place that the black stone was pointing them to. The place that we're looking for should be not too far ahead. Bailey Hongshuang's eyes lit up. The feeling from the stone was getting clearer and clearer. It was clearly right in front of them. Hearing this, Bewitching and Mo Yunjue's eyes lit up with joy. After hurrying along for such a long time, they finally arrived at their destination. As they gradually got closer, a white building appeared in their line of sight. The entire building was white and flashed with a bright and dazzling light. It was filled with endless nobility and holiness. A solemn and serene aura emanated from the building, causing their originally impetuous hearts to settle down inexplicably. There's actually a white building here. Could it be a historical remnant? Bailey Hongshuang's face was filled with astonishment. Even though she had been saying that the place that the black stone was pointing them to would not be simple, when she saw this building, she realized that this was probably another historical remnant. Bewitching's eyes were filled with astonishment. This white building reminded him of the black palace that he had seen in the lower realm. However, there was a fundamental difference between the two buildings. Nevertheless, they both emitted an aura that caused one's heart to palpitate. One could not help but feel reverence towards them. It's very possible. Mo Yunjue was also shocked. Could this historical remnant also be the inheritance of a light attribute cultivator? A light attribute cultivator's power was white. Generally speaking, cultivators of other attributes would not choose this color when building historical remnants. Only light attribute cultivators liked this color the most. Bailey Hongshuang and Bewitching looked at each other. They had the same question in their minds. Then, the three of them walked forward without hesitation. As they gradually got closer, they heard a sound coming from not too far away. Seeing this, the three of their expressions changed slightly. They did not expect that other cultivators would have arrived before them. This remnant is really strange. There are clearly no restrictions, but I can't enter at all. That's right. When I first discovered this place, there weren't many people here. I didn't expect there to be more and more people waiting here. Most importantly, we don't know when this will end. The conversations were filled with complaints and annoyance, and soon after, the voices of conversation rang out one after another. Hearing this chaotic conversation, Bailey Hongzhuang was surprised. She didn't expect so many people to arrive before them. Wife, could the reason why they can't enter be because of this stone? Bewitching raised his eyebrows. If the stone was pointing to this place, then it was very possible. I don't know. Bailey Hongzhuang pondered. Let's go take a look first. Maybe we'll meet our teammates. The three of them smiled at each other and quickened their pace. After the three of them arrived, they noticed that there were more than 10 figures in their line of sight. At first glance, they noticed Di Xiaofeng's existence. Beichen, Hongzhuang, Yunju. The gentle voice was filled with surprise. Di Xiaofeng immediately stood up and looked at them with a smile. Big brother, Di Beichen's handsome face also revealed a joyful smile. Are you alone? Di Xiaofeng shook his head and pointed to the other side. Xianxia and Ta Xing are also here. At the same time, Lin Xianxia and Lin Ta Xing also quickly walked over. Di Beichen, Hongzhuang, I didn't expect you to be so lucky to have gathered together so early. Lin Xianxia's face was filled with a surprised smile. Although she had not known Di Beichen and the others for a long time, she had a very good impression of them, so she was not unfamiliar with them at all. We also met not long ago, Bailey Hongzhuang said with a smile. Your luck is also very good. Don't mention it. I've been traveling alone all this time. I basically didn't meet any familiar cultivators along the way. The only people I met were from the Xiao family. Just thinking about it makes me sick. Lin Xianxia shook her head and sighed, looking very unlucky. She used to have a good impression of the Xiao family, but after this incident, she was full of disgust for them. Then you didn't fight with them, right? Bailey Hongzhuang asked. No. Lin Xianxia shrugged. Lin Xianxia shrugged. Although we are now rivals, we used to have a good relationship. So, we didn't say anything and just went around each other. That's pretty straightforward. Have you met any other cultivators? Lin Ta Xing looked at Di Beichen and lowered his voice. I heard that the Jun family and the Xiao family haven't found Jun Lingxuan and Xiao Sou yet. I don't know where they went. Long before entering the Immortal Cloud secret realm, they had already reached a consensus. As long as they met Jun Lingxuan and the others, they must find a way to deal with them. The younger generation's problems should be solved by the younger generation. If they could solve this big problem here, it was tantamount to doing a lot of help to the family. We met them, Di Beichen said in a deep voice. Hearing this, Lin Ta Xing and the others were all stunned. They immediately pulled Di Beichen and the other two to the side. You met them? Did anything happen? Di Xiaofeng's eyes were full of concern. Jun Zitao has been killed by us. Originally, we could have killed Jun Lingxuan and Xiao Sou together, but Xiao Sou had an escape talisman, so they escaped. Di Beichen said concisely. Following his words, Di Xiaofeng and the other two's eyes were filled with astonishment. What? Lin Xianxia couldn't help but raise her voice. When she realized her surroundings, she quickly covered her mouth. Jun Zitao is dead? Jun Lingxuan and Xiao Xiao? Lin Xianxia stared at Di Beichen and the other two with wide eyes. How did you do it? Not only Lin Xianxia, but Di Xiaofeng and Lin Ta Xing also looked at Di Beichen and the other two with surprise. They were worried that Di Beichen and the other two would be at a disadvantage, but they didn't expect that the ones who fled were Jun Zitao and the other two. Although they were extremely disgusted with Jun Zitao and the other two, after so many years of dealing with them, they knew their strength. Logically speaking, Di Beichen and the other two shouldn't be a match for Jun Zitao and the other two. How could the result be the complete opposite? They were no match for us, so they fled. Di Beichen looked calm, as if he was talking about the excellent weather today. It's mainly because my wife is powerful. She beat them to the point that they couldn't resist. When Yunju and I appeared later, we basically didn't have to do anything and they had already fled. Di Beichen's lips curled up slightly, revealing a mouthful of white teeth. His charming black eyes were full of pride. Are you kidding us? Di Xiaofeng and the other two stared at Bewitching in a daze. They felt helpless in their hearts. Why didn't they notice that Bewitching had the bad habit of showing off his love before? The pride between his eyebrows was obviously showing off that he had a good wife. What Bewitching said is true. Mo Yunjue said quietly again. As soon as these words came out, the expressions of Di Xiaofeng and the others changed again. If it was only Bewitching who said this, they would think that Bewitching was joking because he was in a good mood. However, Mo Yunjue was different. According to their understanding, Mo Yunjue was a person who didn't joke. Since even he said so, could it be that all this was true? Are you sure? Lin Xianxian's eyes widened in disbelief. Then she looked at Bailey Hongshuang and explained, Hongshuang, I don't mean to look down on you, but isn't this too unbelievable? Did you really beat them up single-handedly? Lin Xianxian looked at Bailey Hongshuang with burning eyes. Previously, she only knew that Bailey Hongshuang's alchemy skills were extremely powerful, but she didn't have much expectation for her cultivation. Although she was very surprised that Bailey Hongshuang could persist on the deck, according to the situation she learned, Bailey Hongshuang's cultivation shouldn't be very high. In any case, with this cultivation, let alone dealing with Jun Lingshuan and the other two, it wouldn't be easy to deal with one person. It's not that exaggerated. I was also in danger before. Bailey Hongshuang smiled. It was the first time she saw Lin Xianxian like this, and it was very interesting. Now I feel that you are Yi's biological sister. It turns out that your personalities are similar. When Yang Ming saw Lin Xianxian before, she had always been calm, which was in sharp contrast to Lin Yi's character. At that time, she had thought that the two sisters' personalities were poles apart, but now that she saw Lin Xianxian's current appearance, she felt that they were indeed sisters. Listening to Bailey Hongshuang's words, Lin Xianxian blushed and looked a little embarrassed. She then turned to Mo Yunjue and said, Yunjue, I didn't expect that even you would fall. When we arrived, Jun Zitao was indeed heavily injured and had no strength to fight back. If it wasn't for Jun Lingshuan using some underhanded tricks, Hong Zhuang would have finished them off. Mo Yunjue looked indifferent. His cold face was like ice without any temperature. His voice was calm as he stated a fact. Seeing this, Lin Xianxian and the other two couldn't help but look at each other. They gradually began to accept this reality in their hearts. I'm afraid all this is not a joke. It's all true. Hong Zhuang, I didn't expect your combat power to be so strong. I really underestimated you before. Lin Taxing stared at Bailey Hongshuang. His handsome face was full of exclamation and surprise. He then turned to Di Beichen and said, Beichen, you are really lucky to marry a good wife. Di Xiaofeng chuckled, Taxing, then you have to follow this standard to find a wife in the future. Everyone was completely helpless. After their understanding, they realized that Di Beichen was really a wife-flaunting maniac. Pervert. Di Xiaofeng rolled his eyes and spat out two words. Di Beichen looked indifferent. After all, these people were still unmarried, so it was normal for them to be jealous of him. Just as Di Beichen and the others were talking, a voice suddenly sounded behind them. Di Beichen, did you guys meet my big sister? Xiao Sudong's eyes fell on Di Beichen's body. As early as when he saw a group of people sneaking around and talking, he felt that something was wrong. When he got closer, he heard the words about the Xiao family. He immediately connected all the dots in his mind. Xiao Sudong, we're not very familiar with you, so why should we tell you? Lin Xianxian's face was full of disgust. Even if they had a good relationship with Xiao Sudong before, now that both sides had completely fallen out, their previous friendship was naturally gone. What's more, during the alchemy competition, Xiao Sudong's attitude towards them was not polite at all. I'm asking Di Beichen. Xiao Sudong glanced coldly, I clearly heard you guys mention the Xiao family just now. Do you still want to deny it now? I'm saying that I felt unlucky to meet you guys on the way. What's wrong? Is there a problem? Lin Xianxian was not polite at all. She directly stepped forward, forcing Xiao Sudong to step back. After taking another step back, Xiao Sudong steadied his body and looked at Lin Xianxian with dissatisfaction. I see that you feel unlucky. Then why did you run over here? Everyone here is our people, and they feel that you're an eyesore. Are you here to be beaten? The continuous questioning made Xiao Sudong speechless for a moment. As a man, he really couldn't win against this woman. After seeing Xiao Sudong's situation, the cultivators of the Jun family also came over. Young Master Xiao, what happened? The Jun family's disciples' eyes fell on Bewitching and the others, with a hint of warning. Xiao Sudong was originally lacking in confidence, but after seeing the disciples of the Jun family, his confidence suddenly increased a lot. In fact, he was also quite depressed. There were many cultivators gathered in front of this building, but he was the only disciple of the Xiao clan. On the contrary, Bewitching and the others had a total of 6 people. If they really fought, they wouldn't be a match for him. Fortunately, there were 3 cultivators from the Jun family. Although they were still less than the number of cultivators from the D family, at least they had the ability to deal with the situation. I heard them mention my eldest sister and young Master Jun's names, and I wanted to ask them if they had met them. Xiao Sudong also had some doubts in his heart. Logically speaking, if his elder sister and Bewitching and the others met, they would inevitably fight. Based on this situation, the winner should be Big Sister and the others. But if that was the case, Bewitching and the others would not have come here unscathed. Hearing this, the eyes of the Jun family's disciples lit up. Their leader was Jun Lingxuan. They had not been able to find Jun Lingxuan, and they felt a little uneasy. Although most of the cultivators were still scattered, it was obvious that many people had gathered here. Is this true? The gazes of the Jun family's disciples fell on Bewitching and the others, revealing unfriendliness and suspicion. In my opinion, it should be fake, right? Jun Chenbin said slowly. If they really met, Ling Sun would have already dealt with them. Why would he let them appear here? Jun Chenbin's face was full of disdain. When he first heard the news, he was also a little surprised, but after thinking about it carefully, it was probably impossible. As Jun Chenbin's voice fell, Xiao Sudong also nodded. Actually, I think the same as you. It's definitely impossible for them to meet. As he spoke, Xiao Sudong no longer had his previous persistence. He only felt that perhaps it was because he wanted to know the whereabouts of his elder sister so much that he didn't even consider the most basic thing clearly. If they didn't meet, then just say that they didn't meet. Why do you have to pretend to be so mysterious? Xiao Sudong looked at Lin Xianxia with disdain and mocked. Xiao Sudong, don't be so proud. Lin Xianxia rolled her eyes. To tell you the truth, Beichen and the others not only met Xiao Sou, but also met Jun Lingxuan and Jun Shitao. Xiao Sudong and the others who were about to leave stopped. After hearing Lin Xianxia's words and turned to stare at her. However, the result is not what you think. Lin Xianxia spread out her hands and shrugged. The ones who fled were not Beichen and the others, but Xiao Sou and the others. What kind of joke are you making? Xiao Sudong snorted coldly, his face full of sarcasm. If you made it up, I might believe it. Now you're saying that my elder sister and young Master Jun are no match for Beichen and the others? Haha, don't make a fool of yourself with such lies. Jun Chenbing also laughed. When Ling Sun appears later, your lies will be exposed. Wouldn't it be even more embarrassing? Looking at the expressions of Xiao Sudong and the others, Di Xiaofeng's face also darkened. At this time, Di Beichen's magnetic and flat voice sounded. I didn't expect that Xiao Sou would have such a treasure like the escaped talisman. I really underestimated you. Xiao Sudong, who had been laughing extremely exaggeratedly, suddenly froze after hearing this. How did you know? The escaped talisman was given to Xiao Sou by his father before they entered the immortal cloud mystic realm. The only people who knew about this were Xiao Sou and him. Other than them, no one else knew. Even the other disciples of the Xiao clan did not know about this matter. Logically speaking, it was impossible for Beichen to know. Could it be that what Beichen said was true? Xiao Sou crushed the escaped talisman and left. Bailey Hongzhuang said calmly. Xiao Sudong looked at Bailey Hongzhuang and the others, his mind full of thoughts. Before mentioning the escaped talisman, he did not believe it at all. But now he had no choice but to believe it. He must have encountered it before. Because I think it must be the 3 of you who attacked my elder sister. That's why such a situation happened? Xiao Sudong's face turned ashen. I didn't expect you to be so despicable, bullying her with numbers. My big sister isn't here right now, so you can say whatever you want. When my big sister appears, I'll see if you can continue to lie. Xiao Sudong's face was full of disbelief. Bailey Hongzhuang, don't think that you're so great after being in the limelight in the alchemy competition. Don't you feel embarrassed to blow your own trumpet like this? That's right, Miss Xiao and our Jun Lingxuan, don't tell me our strength can't be compared to you people from the lower realm. It's simply a fantasy story. Jun Chenbin's face was full of disdain. He felt that Bailey Hongzhuang and the others were too funny. Even if it was to show off their own ability, they shouldn't have made up such a flawed lie. I'm blowing my own trumpet? Bailey Hongzhuang chuckled, it's up to you to believe it or not, but you should recognize this thing, right? As her voice fell, Bailey Hongzhuang directly took out a storage ring. What storage ring? Xiao Sudong frowned, I've never seen it before. However, when Jun Chenbin saw the storage ring, his face suddenly changed, and a deep shock appeared in his eyes. They were no stranger to this storage ring. This was clearly Jun Zitao's storage ring. Although storage rings looked similar, they grew up with Jun Zitao since they were young, so they were very familiar with his storage ring. How can Zitao's storage ring be with you? Jun Chenbin's face was full of horror. He knew very well that a cultivator's storage ring couldn't appear in other places. Once it appeared in other places, there was only one possibility: he was dead. Jun Zitao was dead. When this thought appeared in the minds of the Jun family's disciples, they all felt that it was simply impossible. In any case, Jun Zitao couldn't be dead. What's more, they encountered Bailey Hongzhuang and the other two. Could it be that the combined strength of the three of them was stronger than Jun Lingxuan and the other two? After hearing this, Xiao Sudong couldn't help but be stunned. What did you say? This is Zitao's storage ring? Why are you here? Don't you already know? Bailey Hongzhuang raised her eyebrows and asked. Impossible. Jun Chenbin said firmly. This is absolutely impossible. Believe it or not. Bewitching looked coldly at Jun Chenbin. We don't have time to deal with you. Do as you please. With that, Bewitching pulled Bailey Hongzhuang to the other side. It's useless to talk to them. In any case, they have already decided in their hearts. In the end, when Jun Lingxuan and the others appeared, these guys naturally knew. Di Xiaofeng and the others also followed after seeing Bewitching's actions. However, Jun Chenbin and the others did not give up and followed closely behind. Bewitching, explain yourself. Bewitching looked at the angry Jun Chenbin in front of him, and a trace of coldness appeared on his beautiful face. Do you want to fight? If you want to fight, we'll accompany you to the end. Her calm words didn't contain any emotions, but when they fell into the ears of Jun Chenbin and the others, they were filled with killing intent. Obviously, if they dared to continue questioning, Bewitching wouldn't mind killing them personally. Seeing this, Xiao Sudong couldn't help but say, Jun Chenbin, why don't we go back first? Maybe after a while, elder sister and the others will appear. After Xiao Sudong and the others left, Di Xiaofeng could not help but sigh. These guys really won't shed tears until they see the coffin. They'll understand sooner or later. If it weren't for the fact that there are too many cultivators gathered here, I would have taken care of them directly. Lin Taxing's eyes were filled with disgust. He really did not have a good impression of these guys. Bewitching nodded slightly. He also noticed that there were many cultivators gathered around. While they were arguing, the surrounding gazes were all fixed on them. Presumably, everyone was itching for them to fight so that they could reap the benefits of the third party. By the way, big brother, why are so many of you gathered here? Bewitching's deep and charming eyes revealed a contemplative light. For this point, Bewitching had always been somewhat unable to understand. Logically speaking, it was impossible for all the cultivators who entered the Immortal Cloud secret realm to gather in the same place since they could not tell the direction. However, when they arrived, there were dozens of cultivators gathered here. It was simply unbelievable. We were also attracted by the light that appeared in the ruins. Di Xiaofeng slowly said. Hearing this, Bailey Hongzhuang and the others finally understood that the ruins would flash with a dazzling white light every 4 hours, attracting all the surrounding cultivators. Bewitching and the others had come here because they had seen this dazzling light. When I first arrived, there weren't so many cultivators. However, this building has attracted more and more people recently. Emperor Xiaofeng revealed a helpless expression. I was hoping to enter this building to find some treasures while no one else knew about it. I didn't expect that even though more and more people have come, I still haven't found a way to enter. Can't find a way to enter? Bailey Hongzhuang asked, is it because the door can't be opened? That's right. Lin Xianxia nodded, this building is really too strange. Although there's a door, I can't find a mechanism no matter how hard I search. Look, there are many people fumbling around over there. However, we've searched the entire area and couldn't find any mechanism at all. Not only that, we tried to break through the door, but no matter how we attacked, it was useless. The defensive power of this door is too strong. It's not something we can break through with our strength. Lin Taxing sighed helplessly. After being in the immortal cloud mystic realm for so long, he had not gained anything. His only hope lay in this building. Who would have thought that he would not be able to enter it? Bailey Hongzhuang turned to look at the entrance of the building. As expected, many cultivators were looking around, trying to find a way in. Bewitching and Mo Yunjue couldn't help but look at Bailey Hongzhuang. Their minds were filled with thoughts of that rock. Perhaps that rock was the way to enter. Sensing their gazes, Bailey Hongzhuang shook her head quietly. I keep feeling that this place is a little strange. It seems to be different from what I thought before. Although she had come here based on the stone's reaction, after seeing this building, she had a strange feeling in her heart. What's the difference? Debachin wrinkled his beautiful eyebrows and asked. For Bailey Hongzhuang's intuition, he had always believed in it. Since Hongzhuang had such an idea, there must be something else going on behind the scenes. Bailey Hongzhuang shook her head, I don't know what the problem is, but give me some time and I'll figure it out. What's going on? Listening to the conversation between Di Beichen and Bailey Hongzhuang, a trace of doubt appeared in Lin Xianxian's eyes. Oh right, Beichen, didn't you see the light coming from the building? Did you come here by coincidence? No. Di Beichen shook his head and looked at Bailey Hongzhuang before continuing. Actually, Hongzhuang found a stone when she was in the lower realm. We followed the stone's reaction and came here. The stone was a secret to them, but Di Xiaofeng and the other two were trustworthy people, so he didn't plan to hide it. After all, they were a team after entering the immortal cloud secret realm. Stone? Di Xiaofeng was stunned. A stone from the lower realm? Lin Xianxian was also shocked. A stone from the lower realm is related to the building in the immortal cloud secret realm? Hongzhuang, you're too lucky, aren't you? Normally, although there would be things in the upper realm that would fall to the lower realm, the chances were not high. Moreover, Bailey Hongzhuang was able to find something in the upper realm that resonated with the stone. The chances were not small at all. Actually, I didn't expect it to be like this, Bailey Hongzhuang smiled faintly, but this is still a clue, maybe we can find something. Of course, Di Xiaofeng's eyes lit up, since it can be used to sense something, it must be useful. You guys rest here for a while, we'll check the area around the door and see if we can find a way to enter, Bailey Hongzhuang said slowly. Since they were already here, she naturally had to check it out. She naturally wanted to know the secret of the stone. Moreover, she always felt that the stone was fated with her. You guys go ahead. Di Xiaofeng nodded, although there are many cultivators here, there are also many forces. Normally, there won't be any danger. Hearing this, Di Beichen and the other two didn't say anything else and turned and walked towards the front of the building. As they gradually approached the white holy building, the power of light shone on the three. It was warm and made them feel comfortable. The power of light really gives me a comfortable feeling. Di Beichen smiled lightly. No matter when, the light was always what everyone yearned for. Maybe this building is the inheritance of a light attribute cultivator. Di Beichen raised his eyebrows, subconsciously looking at Bailey Hongzhuang. After all, they felt, the legacy, and Bailey Hongzhuang was the most. If the legacy, after walking to the front of the door, many cultivators around them looked at the three of them. However, their gazes only lingered for a short while before they looked away and continued to examine the door in front of them. This building is really strange. After attracting everyone here, we can't find the entrance at all. I've already looked at every corner of the door, there's nothing special at all. After Bailey Hongzhuang and the other two approached, they began to look around for the mechanism to enter. Although the other cultivators had already searched all around the ruins these days, they still paid careful attention to everything. There might be something they missed. After Jun Qinben and Xiao Sudong left the location of Bewitching and the others, they returned to the territory they occupied before. Jun Qinben, are you sure you didn't see wrong? That storage ring really belongs to Jun Shitao? Xiao Sudong still couldn't believe it. After all, Jun Shitao was the second young master of the Jun family, and his strength was also extremely outstanding. He couldn't believe that Jun Shitao would die at the hands of Bewitching and the others. Jun Qinben and the other two Jun family disciples' faces were extremely ugly, and for a moment, they were also somewhat uneasy. I remember very clearly that the storage ring belongs to Shitao. Jun Qinben's face was gloomy. If Shitao really died at their hands, then we must avenge him. After getting an affirmative answer, Xiao Sudong's eyes flashed slightly. This result was really a bit shocking. Even if that's the case, they must have used despicable means to sneak attack Shitao. Otherwise, it's absolutely impossible. Jun Qinben's eyes were filled with haze. When he looked at Bewitching and the others, the hatred on his face was even more undisguised. That's for sure. Xiao Sudong nodded. In my opinion, Jun Shitao must have been unlucky and was ambushed by the three of them. As for the other things, they must have made up a lie to scare us and make us panic. We can't fall into their trap. That's right. Jun Qinben agreed, and then asked doubtfully, then what's the matter with this escape talisman? Xiao Sudong's expression was a bit complicated. Maybe they learned about it from other channels. Anyway, I don't believe what they said. We'll know when Xiao Sou and Ling Sun appear. I believe they should be attracted by this light soon. The Jun family disciple said. On the other side, after the three of them carefully examined the door of the building, they found that it was just as everyone said. They couldn't find any mechanism. I'm afraid there really isn't any mechanism here. Bailey Hongzhuang said slowly, if there is a trap, there are so many people here. Someone will accidentally touch it. Bewitching nodded slightly, and his gaze fell on the keyhole in front of the main door. Wife, could the stone in your hand be the key? There was only one keyhole in the entire door, but it was obvious that no one had the key. Bailey Hongzhuang looked at the keyhole and compared it with the stone in her hand. In the end, she shook her head. Although this keyhole is similar to the stone, it is not the same. The stone should not be the key. Hearing this, Bewitching and Mo Yunjue were also puzzled. They were attracted by the stone, but they didn't expect that the stone wasn't the key. Don't worry, as long as the door is opened, we will definitely find the secret of this stone. Mo Yunjue said slowly. The three of them didn't give up and looked around the entire building before choosing to give up. When Di Xiaofeng and the others saw Bailey Hongzhuang coming back, they couldn't help but ask, do you have any clues? I knew it. Di Xiaofeng revealed a look of understanding. When I first came here, I had been studying this point. However, after studying for 3 whole days, I still didn't gain anything, so I gave up. Hongzhuang, did your stone have any effect as well? Lin Xianxia asked. Bailey Hongzhuang pondered and shook her head. It is not the key to opening this building. Hearing this, Lin Xianxia's eyes flashed with a trace of disappointment. I see. It seems that there is no other way now. Lin Taxing sighed. In my opinion, we can only wait here now. Speaking of which, this place is really strange. Recently, it has been attracting more and more cultivators. Could it be that it wants to attract all the cultivators around here? Di Xiaofeng revealed a puzzled expression. He had never understood the purpose of this building. At least, many cultivators who want to take the treasure for themselves will not be able to succeed. Bailey Hongzhuang chuckled. What if this building never opens? Lin Xianxian frowned. She was not worried about anything else, but this was what she was most worried about. If this building never opened, wouldn't they be wasting time here? Hearing this, everyone could not help but fall into silence. Regarding this point, everyone really could not judge the result. It shouldn't be. Bewitching's handsome face was full of contemplation. I think this building will definitely open. Let's wait here patiently for a while. Everyone nodded. After all, if they were to leave like this, no one would be willing to. What's wrong with Xiao He and Xiao Bai? Di Xiaofeng found that Bailey Hongzhuang did not have Xiao He, who was usually chattering, beside her. After searching for a while, he found Xiao He and Xiao Bai sleeping on the White Lion's back. White Lion's fur was very long. In addition, he was deliberately wrapping Xiao He and Xiao Bai. If one did not look carefully, one would not be able to tell. Bailey Hongzhuang looked a little sad. When we were fighting with Jun Lingxuan and the others, after she explained everything, Di Xiaofeng and the others finally understood what was going on. I didn't expect Jun Lingxuan and the others to go so far. Lin Xianxia looked angry. Although I didn't have a good impression of Xiao Sou in the past, I didn't hate her either. I didn't expect things to turn out this way. Birds of a feather flocked together. How are Xiao He and Xiao Bai doing now? Di Xiaofeng's gaze was a little heavy. He knew how Bewitching felt about Xiao He and Xiao Bai. If something happened to Xiao He and Xiao Bai, then, fortunately, Xiao He and Xiao Bai's lives are not in danger. However, they are now in a deep slumber and we don't know when they will wake up. It's good as long as they are fine. Lin Taxing said and sighed in his heart. Most people would not be able to save themselves from self-destruction. He really did not know how these two contracted beasts did it. After discovering that they could not find a way to enter the building, Bailey Hongzhuang and the others no longer focused. Instead, they began to cultivate in peace and patiently waited for the door to open. During this cultivation process, Bailey Hongzhuang discovered that the speed of cultivating the light energy was much faster than usual. She was pleasantly surprised. In the blink of an eye, another 7 days had passed. In these 7 days, more and more cultivators gathered nearby. Almost every day, more and more cultivators would gather here. In just 7 days, the number of cultivators gathered here had doubled compared to when they originally wanted to arrive. More than 200 cultivators had gathered here. There were still many cultivators who did not give up and continued to search for a way to enter. However, even more cultivators chose to give up. If we continue to stay here, we might end up wasting our time here. That's right. We've been here for half a month and this building hasn't reacted at all. Perhaps the purpose of this building is to attract our attention. If it wasn't for the fact that I'm unwilling, I would have already left. As everyone waited longer and longer, the voices of dissatisfaction also increased. Many cultivators felt that this building was actually a waste of everyone's time. However, even though there were many complaints, no one chose to leave in the end. This was because no one knew if the building would open up after they left. Such a holy and glorious building, it was obvious that there were many treasures inside. Perhaps their harvest from searching in the Immortal Cloud secret realm for an entire year couldn't even compare to the harvest from this building. These few days, more and more people have gathered here. I feel that if we continue to wait here, perhaps all the cultivators will be here by themselves. Di Xiaofeng sighed. He really felt helpless about this situation. Now that so many cultivators have gathered here, I still haven't received any news about Ling Xiao. Bailey Hongzhuang frowned. In these 7 days, many cultivators from the Di family and the Lin family had gathered. Their group could be considered very large. At the very least, if they stayed here, no other group would dare to covet them. Hearing Bailey Hongzhuang's words, Di Beichen and the others' eyes were filled with worry. Ling Xiao should be fine. Currently, we haven't heard any news about him from other cultivators. This should be good news, Di Beichen said slowly. In the process of waiting, a few cultivators from the Ao family appeared around them. Fortunately, they didn't get any news about Ao Ling Xiao from these cultivators. Based on the current situation, no news was good news. Ao Zhengquang hasn't appeared yet, this is really strange. Lin Taxing raised his eyebrows, looking a little puzzled. Now the leaders of each force have basically appeared, but Jun Lingxuan, Xiao Sou, and Ao Zhengquang have not appeared. In my opinion, I'm afraid that Jun Lingxuan and Xiao Sou won't be able to appear. The level of that escape talisman is not low. It must have teleported them to a place far away. Even if they wanted to rush over, it would not be a matter of time. I plan to wait for 2 more days. If I still don't get anything, I'll leave. Di Xiaofeng muttered. It wasn't a good idea to continue staying here. Even if the building would open up after he left, he would just accept it and take it as his bad luck. Seeing Emperor Xiaofeng make this decision so quickly, Everyone was a little surprised, but thinking about it carefully, this was not a bad decision. Following the appearance of this ray of light, everyone's gaze changed and their eyes were filled with anticipation. Is the door about to open? Such a rich light. I feel as if my entire body has been cleansed and bathed in the power of the light. Haha, luckily I haven't left yet. Otherwise, I would have missed such a good opportunity. For a moment, all the cultivators present revealed joyful smiles and all their previous complaints disappeared into nothingness at this moment. Bailey Hongzhuang's gaze focused on the building that was blooming with supreme brilliance. Then, she noticed that the door that had been tightly shut was finally showing signs of opening. Seeing this, Bewitching and the others' eyes flashed with a glimmer of light. Almost all the cultivators approached the door at the first moment. Everyone knew that the sooner they entered, the greater their harvest. Let's go in quickly. Daihaoen's eyes were filled with joy but his voice was tinged with anxiety. At this moment, the slightest hesitation could cause them to miss a good opportunity. Everyone nodded and immediately quickened their pace as they approached the door. Rumble. The door opened on its own and made a dull sound. Everyone rushed into the ruins like a swarm of bees. Their speed was pushed to the limit as they were afraid of being left behind. Bailey Hongzhuang and the others were not slow either as they quickly entered. As soon as they entered, everyone realized that the building was extremely large and there were 2 forks in the road. There were more than 30 cultivators from the D family and the Lin family in total. After seeing this situation, everyone chose to split up without hesitation. Let's split up here. Those who are familiar with each other should form a team and take care of each other. Di Xiaofeng quickly said. Safety first. Don't lose your life for the treasure. Everyone, remember this clearly. Lin Taxing also said. Let's go. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. No one was willing to waste any time while fighting for the treasure. Bailey Hongzhuang, Di Beichen, and Mo Yunjuan naturally walked towards one of the passages. Di Xiaofeng originally planned to lead the other members of the Di family, but thinking that Daihaoen was there, he chose Di Beichen and the other 2. After all, before they left, her family had repeatedly reminded her to take good care of Beichen and Hongzhuang. The speed of the 4 of them was not slow. Although they were not the first to enter, their speed still surpassed most of the cultivators. This building was no different from the layout of the ruins that Bailey Hongzhuang had seen before. There were still rooms here. The only difference was that this place was dazzling with gold and jade, and it was as bright as day inside. Everywhere was filled with holy radiance. Walking here, everyone's hearts seemed to have been cleansed, and they were filled with awe and respect. When everyone passed by the first room, they found that many cultivators had already gathered inside. At this moment, a fight had already broken out for the treasure. The sound of fighting mixed with the sound of wind breaking could be heard incessantly. The other cultivators had even blocked the door, making it impossible to see what was inside. Seeing this scene, the 4 of them continued to move forward without hesitation. They did not want to waste any time here. This was because they all knew that the deeper they went in the ruins, the higher the value of the treasure. Of course, there were many cultivators who had the same idea as Bailey Hongzhuang and the rest. Everyone rushed forward without hesitation. Regardless of whether it was the top cultivators cultivated by the major families or the major forces, the difference in strength was not very big. If anyone could obtain an excellent treasure or inheritance, they could completely crush the other cultivators. Therefore, this kind of opportunity was everyone's dream. Every time this happens, I feel that I shouldn't have put all my energy into cultivating my movement technique, Di Xiaofeng lamented as he flew forward. The competition in the upper realm is indeed fierce, Mo Yunjua said quietly. His cold voice still did not have any warmth. Finally, the 4 of them arrived at a room. When they opened the door and saw what was inside, even with their experience, they couldn't help but cry out in surprise. Oh my God! Di Xiaofeng's face was filled with shock. Am I seeing things? Bailey Hongzhuang and the other 2, as well as Bai Shi and Xiao Xuanzi, stared at the scene in a daze. Bodhi fruit, 1000 silk leaf, colored glaze water, these are all rare treasures, and they're all piled up here. How terrifying is the heritage of the owner of this ruin? Di Xiaofeng did not know how to express his feelings at this moment. He always knew that the owner of this ruin must have accumulated a lot of treasures throughout his life, but the treasures in front of him were too terrifying. This had gone beyond the scope of heroism. This was a treasure trove. If such treasures appeared in a ruin, he would already be shocked. However, this was only a room in this ruin, and there were so many things. Then, how many treasures would there be in this ruin? Don't think about it. Quickly put these treasures away. Bewitching reminded everyone, then said, Xianxia, guard outside the room. Alert us if anyone comes near. Understood. Xianxia quickly nodded and acted as a sentinel. In the past, this kind of task was usually given to Xiao He and Xiao Bai. However, Xiao He and Xiao Bai had fallen into a deep sleep, so this task naturally fell on Xiao He's shoulders. Bailey Hongzhuang and the others didn't delay any longer. They immediately put away the treasures as fast as they could. At the same time, every room in the ruins was filled with a dazzling array of treasures, causing every cultivator who entered to be pleasantly surprised. Master, someone's coming. Just as Bailey Hongzhuang and the other three kept the treasures into their Chankuan bags, Xiaoxuanzi's voice rang out. Then, Jun Qinben and the others appeared before everyone's eyes. It's really a small world, Bailey Hongzhuang said slowly, her eyes falling on Jun Lingxuan and Xiao Sudong. The other party obviously didn't expect Bewitching and the others to be here. A trace of awkwardness flashed across their faces. Although their eyes were filled with desire, they didn't plan to make a move. After all, whether it was Di Xiaofeng or Bewitching, their strength couldn't be underestimated. Without enough confidence, they couldn't make a move rashly. Most importantly, wasting time here was undoubtedly the most uneconomical thing to do. Let's go. Xiao Sudong glanced coldly at Bailey Hongzhuang and the others, then immediately turned and left. In response, Bailey Hongzhuang and the others ignored him and walked out of the room. As they advanced, Bailey Hongzhuang discovered that the scope of the ruins was not ordinary, and the number of treasures inside was even more shocking. Later on, there were very few conflicts between cultivators, because there were other unexplored rooms waiting for them. This is the first time in my life that I've seen a ruin with so many treasures. If I didn't experience it myself, even if someone told me, I wouldn't believe it. Di Xiaofeng's dark and bright eyes were filled with indescribable astonishment. Even if all of this really happened in front of him, he still couldn't believe it and only felt that it was a dream. Indeed, the number of treasures here is a bit too shocking. Bewitching's deep eyes flickered with contemplation. It seems like someone piled all the treasures here, but didn't set up any obstacles at all. This is completely different from what we encountered before. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded slightly. I don't know why, but although the journey has been very smooth, I vaguely feel that something isn't right. From the lower realm to the upper realm, she had seen a few ruins. The treasures in the lower realm naturally couldn't be compared to the upper realm, but the owner of the ruins should have the same idea. Only cultivators who were recognized could receive his inheritance, but this wasn't reflected at all in this ruin. It seemed like someone had piled up a treasure trove and was just waiting for everyone to share the spoils. Perhaps it was because it was too easy to get, so it felt strange. I also feel that it's a bit strange, Bewitching frowned, but I can't figure out what the problem is. Could it be that we're thinking too much? Di Xiaofeng couldn't help but say, the owner of this ruin is of the light attribute, maybe his personality is just that generous? Hearing this, the four of them looked at each other. Although they also felt that this reason was ridiculous, they couldn't think of any other reason other than this. Hongzhuang, after we entered the ruin, did the stone react? Mo Yunjue asked. Hearing this, Bailey Hongzhuang shook her head, no. Originally, the stone had some reaction when they were outside, but after entering the ruin, the stone no longer had any reaction. Regarding this, she also felt that it was very strange. However, this also made her understand that the stone really had nothing to do with this ruin. As for why it attracted her before, she also didn't understand. Perhaps after leaving the ruin, she would have a chance to figure it out. In this ruin, Bailey Hongzhuang and the others obtained some treasures. During this journey, all the cultivators that they met had smiles on their faces, and they couldn't control the joy in their hearts. With these treasures, they would be able to improve their cultivation and surpass other cultivators. How could they not be happy? Finally, Bailey Hongzhuang and the others arrived at the main hall. When they arrived, they found where many cultivators were gathered. At this moment, the door of the main hall was closed, and the two paths finally converged at the same place. Xiaofeng's. Di Xiaofeng, Di Beichen, Di Xiaofeng's. And Di Xiaofeng Xiaof. Di Xiaofeng nodded. The treasures in this ruin are truly shocking. Just by looking at your expression, I can tell that you've had a great harvest. Hearing Lin Xianxian's words, even the cultivators beside Bailey Hongzhuang could not help but nod in agreement. All the waiting was worth it. Just these rewards alone would allow me to leave the immortal cloud secret realm without any regrets. Di Xiaofeng's handsome face was filled with a warm smile. Even if he told his family about this, they would not believe him. Haha, that's right. Lin Taxing was also in a good mood. The main hall is so big. Maybe there are precious treasures inside. When we leave later, let's not split up. Once we leave the relic, the battle will begin. Di Beichen reminded everyone. Now, everyone's hearts were filled with joy and they had neglected other things. Hearing this, everyone immediately understood Di Beichen's meaning and nodded in agreement. In the relic, everyone was busy looking for gains and naturally did not have the opportunity to covet other people's treasures. However, once they left the relic, the situation would be different. Everyone had a lot of precious treasures. If there were few people or they were alone, they would likely become the target of others. Fortunately, there were many cultivators from the Di family and the Lin family who had entered the relic. Ordinary people would not dare to target them. Xiaofeng, you're here. A familiar voice rang out. Then, everyone saw Morongjing appear. Morong, you're here too. Di Xiaofeng was overjoyed. Why didn't I see you before? I was lucky. I just arrived when the relic opened. Haha. Morongjing could not hide the joy in his voice and laughed cheerfully. I see. You're really lucky. Di Xiaofeng nodded with a smile. Let's have a good gathering later. Morongjing nodded and looked at the closed door of the main hall. Now, everyone was most concerned about the main hall. However, as everyone tried to break the door of the main hall, it did not work. It's the same as the door. There are no mechanisms and we can't open it. A cultivator's voice rang out, full of helplessness and disappointment. Why don't we try to attack the door together and blast it open? Nangong Yuqing's voice resounded, rallying everyone. Nangong Yuqing was the most outstanding cultivator of the Nangong family. His strength was outstanding, so his appeal was naturally strong. Hearing his call, the group of cultivators nodded one after another. After all, everyone wanted to know what kind of treasure was in the main hall. Bailey Hongzhuang and the others didn't pay any attention to it. They were Nangong Yuqing's opponents, so why would they respond to his call? That was naturally impossible. Naturally, Nangong Yuqing also noticed Di Beichen. In fact, with Di Beichen's outstanding appearance and temperament, no matter how many people were around, it was still difficult to ignore his existence. Di Beichen, are you not going to make a move? Nangong Yuqing glanced over. If you don't do anything, then the treasures in the main hall will have nothing to do with you. As soon as he said that, everyone's eyes fell on Di Beichen. Nangong Yuqing, according to what you're saying, as long as no one makes a move, they won't get a share of the treasures in the main hall? Di Beichen sneered, who do you think you are? Why should you be the one to make the rules? What's more, there are so many cultivators here. I'm afraid it's impossible for all of us to make a move together, Bailey Hongzhuang said. Although the main hall wasn't small, it was impossible for all the cultivators to make a move together. Most importantly, they were inside the ruins. If they made a move together, no one would be able to bear the consequences. Originally, the crowd didn't pay much attention to Nangong Yuqing's words, but after hearing Di Beichen's words, they all frowned. That's right. Making a move isn't a big deal. Isn't it too complicated? Some of the cultivators standing far away from the main hall expressed their dissatisfaction. Nangong Yuqing, why don't you make a move? We'll make a move instead, Di Xiaofeng raised his eyebrows and asked with a smile. Nangong Yuqing, who originally wanted to cause trouble for Di Beichen, saw that the situation was completely different from what he had expected. His expression became gloomy. You're the young master of the Di family. It's normal for you to make a move. I won't make a move. What can you do about it? Beichen's lips curved into an evil smile. His calm appearance revealed an evil and domineering aura. His handsome face became even more charming. Just one look from him was enough to captivate a person's soul. Looking at Beichen like this, all the women present had an infatuated look in their eyes. Such a handsome man was truly fascinating. You. Nangong Yuqing's face was filled with anger, but facing Beichen, he really couldn't do anything. After all, Beichen's identity, status, and family background weren't inferior to his. Most importantly, there were many cultivators from the D family and Lin family here. Once a conflict broke out, the result would be uncertain. Beichen just looked at Nangong Yuqing. This guy seemed to have forgotten what happened last time and was looking for trouble again. After seeing this scene, the cultivators from the Nangong family quietly reminded Nangong Yuqing that there was no benefit in making a move against Beichen. Nangong Yuqing coldly snorted and gave Beichen a fierce look before ignoring him. Once he left the ruins, he would find a way to teach Beichen a lesson. Boom! Everyone's attack was aimed at the main hall's door. Is the door. Seeing this, another group of cultivators joined in the attack, but the door still did not respond. And we. 2. In my opinion, this situation is quite possible. Everyone began to ponder. They really couldn't see through this ruin. Just as everyone was talking and guessing how to enter the main hall, a sound suddenly came from the main hall's door. Hearing this, everyone's eyes turned to the main hall. Their eyes were burning with anticipation. Creak. Within their line of sight, the great hall was filled with a shocking number of treasures. It was a dazzling array of treasures that blinded their eyes. If I'm not mistaken, that should be the blood essence of a dragon, right? Heavens, that's the phoenix blood fruit. Isn't that the long-lost Book of Chaos? Cries of surprise rang out. Everyone's eyes were burning with passion. Such a treasure had completely exceeded their expectations. Almost immediately, everyone wanted to charge into the Great Hall. However, they were all blocked by an invisible barrier. However, it was because of this barrier that everyone had time to see the treasures in the Great Hall. The blood essence of a dragon. It said that after using it to refine one's body, one's physical body would become extremely powerful. Its defensive power would be comparable to a demonic beast's. There are very few dragons in the dragon clan. Their blood essence is even more precious. It's almost impossible to obtain it on a normal day. The phoenix blood fruit is a fruit that grows near the phoenix. After consuming it, one's cultivation will increase tremendously. Furthermore, one's strength may even contain a trace of the phoenix's power. I've only heard of such a treasure. I've never thought that I would actually see it. The Book of Chaos. I've heard that it's an extremely high-level treasure. It's already beyond the scope of our knowledge. The Book of Chaos contains the laws of heaven and earth. As long as one can comprehend the Book of Chaos, one's power will increase rapidly. One can even break through the bottleneck and master the power of the laws. Although there's only one page in the Book of Chaos, it's already an unparalleled treasure. How could so many long-lost treasures be gathered here? This is simply too terrifying. Our luck is just too good. We've actually found so many treasures. In an instant, all the cultivators' hearts were captivated by the treasures before them. With these treasures, they would be able to surpass the majority of cultivators. As long as they obtained these treasures, they would become a new force to be reckoned with when they leave the Divine Cloud Secret Realm. Bailey Hongzhuang and the others were stunned when they saw this scene. The shock on their faces was not much better than the other cultivators. The number of treasures here is simply too shocking. I'm really curious as to who the owner of this ruin is to have so many treasures in his possession. Di Xiaofeng's face was filled with shock. The treasures that he had previously obtained had already filled him with shock. Now, everything that he saw gave him a sense of disbelief. This is simply too shocking. I'm of the major family's knowledge of this ruin's existence. Lin Taxing could not help but sigh. If the major clans knew about the existence of this relic, it was likely that they would not have a chance to train in the Immortal Cloud Secret Realm. Speaking of which, this Immortal Cloud Secret Realm has been opened many times already. But this time, we actually encountered it. Our luck is really not bad. Lin Xianxian's face lit up. One's fortune was also related to one's luck. The fact that they were able to come here and obtain these rewards already proved that they were very lucky. The disciples of the D clan and the Lin clan were equally delighted and eager to give it a try. Of the world 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 of the divine of the world of the world of the world of the treasures. Of the God art. Of the major of the world. Master, the treasures here are just too amazing. White Lion's eyes lit up with excitement. He had actually found treasures that could increase the power of his bloodline in this place. Such treasures were something that he could only come across by chance. He had never expected to find one here. This was a treasure trove. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded gently. Looking at the treasures in front of her, she did not know how to express her feelings. The things here were simply too rich and shocking, giving her a feeling of disbelief. Beichen, I don't know why, but after coming here, my intuition has become stronger. Bailey Hongzhuang turned to look at Di Beichen. Even though she was drooling over these treasures, there were simply too many of them. So many that she felt that they were all fake. Hongzhuang, you're thinking too much. These are all real. Lin Xianxian smiled when she heard Bailey Hongzhuang's words. Di Beichen's eyes darkened. My wife, do you suspect that this is an illusion? Bailey Hongzhuang nodded gently. Her deep eyes rippled with a thoughtful light. That might be the case. Don't you think that the treasures here are simply too unbelievable? There are indeed too many of them. Di Beichen replied in a low voice. However, based on the current situation, I feel that these treasures are all real. The treasures that we've just obtained are real. This is what I've never understood. Bailey Hongzhuang frowned. She had never understood this point, but the feeling in her heart was very obvious. She could vaguely sense that something was amiss. However, she could not pinpoint the source of the problem. Bailey Hongzhuang remained silent as she thought of this. Before she could figure out the source of the problem, her words would not be convincing. My wife, let's take a look first. Di Beichen did not doubt Bailey Hongzhuang's words. They should observe carefully before making a decision. Yes. Under the expectant gazes of the crowd, the restriction grew fainter and fainter. Obviously, it wouldn't be long before the restriction completely dissipated. As the restriction grew fainter and fainter, the covetous look in everyone's eyes grew even more intense. All of their attention was focused on the treasure. In their minds, they had already begun to imagine the days after they obtained the treasures. At that time, they would definitely show off their might. It's fading, it's fading. The restriction is about to open. Get ready. Everyone was accumulating power, ready to fight for the treasures. Crack. As the restriction completely dissipated, all the cultivators rushed in at once. Bailey Hongzhuang and the others were not slow either. They rushed into the hall one after another. However, after entering the main hall, Bailey Hongzhuang felt that there was an invisible force affecting her. At the same time, a cold energy came from the stone, and her mind, which was gradually becoming crazy, was restored to its sobriety. After discovering this, Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes were filled with horror. She finally understood where the problem was, that she had always felt something was amiss. So it was here. Di Beichen had already snatched the Book of Chaos. His deep and enchanting eyes were filled with passion, and he could not hide the excitement on his face. So this is the Book of Chaos. Bailey Hongzhuang couldn't figure out what the problem was. Looking at the treasure in front of her, she held it in her hand. Immediately after, she found that there was an uncontrollable excitement spreading from her mind. She couldn't contain this excitement at all. She kept thinking that as long as she could get this treasure, she would definitely have greater achievements in the future. It was because of this thought that a trace of madness flashed in her eyes. However, just as Bailey Hongzhuang fell into madness, the power from the stone restored a trace of clarity in her eyes. In the next moment, Bailey Hongzhuang immediately put the stone down. Her exquisite face was filled with horror. She looked at the treasure on the table in shock. She never thought that this treasure would have such a terrifying bewitching power. When she turned her eyes again, she found that the cultivators around her had an abnormal blush on their faces. Their eyes were filled with madness, and they were no longer as calm as before. After discovering this, Bailey Hongzhuang quickly pulled Bewitching back. Beichen, put this thing down. Bailey Hongzhuang looked at Bewitching nervously. She was really worried that Bewitching would be bewitched by this power. Hearing Bailey Hongzhuang's words, Bewitching was also slightly stunned. Why? It's too late to explain now. If you believe me, put this thing down quickly. Bailey Hongzhuang quickly said. Even though Bewitching's heart was full of confusion, after hearing Bailey Hongzhuang's words, he still chose to believe her. After all, Bailey Hongzhuang was the person he loved the most. She definitely wouldn't lie to him. At the same time, Bailey Hongzhuang looked at Xiaofeng and the others. Big brother, put it down quickly. Xiaofeng had just grabbed a treasure when he suddenly heard Bailey Hongzhuang's words. He couldn't help but ask, it wasn't easy to get this treasure. How can I put it down? Once this thing is brought back, its value will be astonishing. Big brother, just believe in Hongzhuang. He didn't know why Bailey Hongzhuang did this, but he also noticed the anxiety on Bailey Hongzhuang's face. Thinking about it, there must be very serious consequences for Bailey Hongzhuang to have such a reaction. Hongzhuang, are you crazy? You're giving up on such a treasure? Xianxia was puzzled. Anyone would dream of having such a treasure. Most importantly, if they gave up on this treasure and the cultivators of other clans obtained it, then they would lose to the cultivators of other clans. This was something she absolutely did not want. There's something wrong with these treasures. Put them down. Bailey Hongzhuang hurriedly said and turned to look at Bewitching and Mo Yunjue. Tell our people to leave the main hall quickly. There's something strange here. Seeing this, Bewitching pulled Xiaofeng and the others out of the main hall without hesitation. Xiaofeng and the others were unwilling. They only felt that Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching's decision was too strange. Beichen, if you want to go out, then go out. We won't go out. Lin Taxing couldn't help but say. These precious treasures were right in front of him. He simply couldn't give them up. Following Bailey Hongzhuang's words, the surrounding cultivators all looked at her with ridicule. Bailey Hongzhuang, you wouldn't say such words just because you want to keep it for yourself, right? Nangong Yuqing sneered, do you think anyone will believe you at a time like this? It's up to you to believe me or not. Bailey Hongzhuang's voice was cold. She really didn't want to save Nangong Yuqing. However, there were so many cultivators present and she didn't want them all to lose their lives here. Bailey Hongzhuang, if you want to leave, then leave. We won't be fooled by your tricks. Xiao Sudong also sneered. Xiaofeng and the others still didn't want to leave after seeing this scene. However, they thought that Bailey Hongzhuang wouldn't lie to them at this time and decided to trust Bailey Hongzhuang. In the next moment, Xiaofeng quickly walked to Morongjing's side. Morongjing, put down the things and leave with me. Xiaofeng, are you crazy? There are so many treasures here. Wouldn't it be a loss if we just leave like this? Morongjing rolled his eyes. This was a good opportunity to improve himself. Whoever gave it up would be a fool. Although I don't know what's going on, the situation is urgent. Trust me this time. We've been brothers for so many years, I won't lie to you. Xiaofeng said. Xiaofeng didn't care whether Morongjing agreed or not and pulled him out of the main hall. Xiaofeng, stop messing around. Morongjing's face was filled with anger. If you continue like this, I'll make a move. Even if you do, I'll pull you out. Xiaofeng's attitude was very firm. He and Morongjing were best friends. If there was really something strange here, then he couldn't let anything happen to Morongjing. Bailey Hongzhuang's people immediately walked out of the main hall. In the process, they dragged the cultivators from the D family and the Lin family out. They did not give the other party any chance at all. Even if the family members were full of dissatisfaction, Bewitching and Lin Taxing still asked everyone to leave. Everyone had no choice but to follow him and leave. Bailey Hongzhuang is really crazy. How can she ask us to leave when we have such a great opportunity? What are we going to do about this loss? Let's have a good talk. If we leave just like this, we will definitely not be able to compare to the cultivators of the other clans. That's right, what should we do? The group of disciples were filled with depression. They even wanted to directly refute Bailey Hongzhuang. However, Bewitching was the young master of the D family, and Bailey Hongzhuang was the young master's wife. It was obviously inappropriate for them to refute like this. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. It was not until they had left the main hall that Bailey Hongzhuang felt relieved. Of course, Bailey Hongzhuang's group had caused quite a stir and had attracted the attention of some cultivators. Everyone had thought that Bailey Hongzhuang had deliberately said this to distract everyone so that they could fight for the treasures. However, when they noticed that Bailey Hongzhuang's group had really turned around and left without taking anything, their eyes filled with confusion. What's going on with them? Could Bailey Hongzhuang be telling the truth? Only after they left the main hall did Bailey Hongzhuang let out a sigh of relief. Hongzhuang, tell me what's going on? Di Xiaofeng immediately asked. Not to mention Murong Jing, who was still glaring at him furiously, even he himself wanted to know what was going on. Lin Xianxia and the others were also looking at Bailey Hongzhuang with burning gazes, anger faintly visible in their eyes. Obviously, if Bailey Hongzhuang couldn't give them a reasonable explanation, they would really get angry. Wife, don't be anxious. Tell me in detail. Bewitching stood beside Bailey Hongzhuang. His gaze swept past everyone, blocking the furious gazes of the others. Noticing Bewitching's expression, everyone restrained their anger. Look carefully at the expressions of those cultivators in the main hall. Bailey Hongzhuang didn't answer immediately. Instead, she reminded everyone to observe. What expressions can they have? Aren't they excited? Lin Xianxia said without hesitation. Anyone who sees so many treasures will inevitably be excited. However, when everyone carefully observed the expressions of the cultivators in the main hall, they noticed something different. I noticed that their expressions seemed somewhat strange. Di Xiaofeng suddenly said doubtfully. Before Bailey Hongzhuang reminded him, he didn't notice it. Now that he looked carefully, he noticed that everyone's faces were filled with excitement. It was normal for him to be excited, but there was something strange about this excitement. Most importantly, everyone's eyes were dyed with a trace of blood red, filled with madness. Obviously, something was wrong with this point. After Di Xiaofeng noticed it, the other cultivators naturally noticed it as well. Immediately, a strange light appeared in their eyes. At this moment, another figure appeared beside Bailey Hongzhuang and the others. Bailey Hongzhuang saw that this person was actually Chen Feng. Chen Feng? Bailey Hongzhuang raised her eyebrows. So far, other than the cultivators from the Di family and the Lin family, no one else had left the main hall. Obviously, no one would believe what he said at this time. Unexpectedly, Chen Feng had also come out. Moreover, he did not have any treasures with him. This caused her to be somewhat flabbergasted. Chen Feng glanced at Bailey Hongzhuang and cupped his hands. Thank you for your reminder. I owe you one. Upon hearing this, Lin Xianxia and the others' expressions changed. Chen Feng was the strongest among all the cultivators here. Normally, he was also the representative of all the cultivators here. Nobody could overlook his existence. Since he had come out, it proved that there was something strange about the main palace. After the Great Devil Sex cultivators saw Chen Feng leave, many of them started to change their minds. After hesitating for a while, he decided to put down the treasures and leave. The stronger one was, the more they desired these treasures. Since even Chen Feng was willing to give up, it was only natural that they would do the same. Wife, how did you find out that there was a problem here? Bewitching's deep black eyes were filled with doubt and astonishment. At this moment, he was also somewhat afraid. If it wasn't for Bailey Hongzhuang's reminder, he would probably be the same as the other cultivators in the main hall. It's all thanks to the stone in my hand, Bailey Hongzhuang explained. With Bailey Hongzhuang's words, Bewitching and the others finally understood. It turns out that this stone has such an effect. If it weren't for this stone, I'm afraid we would all be in trouble. Di Xiaofeng's eyes were filled with amazement before he looked at Bailey Hongzhuang apologetically. Sister-in-law, I'm really sorry for my attitude just now. Lin Xianxia and the others were also apologetic. When they heard that Bailey Hongzhuang had asked them to leave, they were actually very dissatisfied. Because there were so many treasures, it was really too difficult to give up just like that. Now that they understood that everything Bailey Hongzhuang did before was to save them, their hearts were naturally filled with regret. Hongzhuang, it was all our fault before. I'm really sorry, Lin Xianxian hurriedly said. Looking at everyone's apologetic faces, Bailey Hongzhuang smiled and waved her hand. It's okay, you don't have to apologize. The influence of this main hall is too great. Everyone can't resist the temptation of the treasures. If it weren't for the stone's help, I wouldn't have reacted better than everyone else. As she spoke, Bailey Hongzhuang once again looked at the treasures in the ruins. She really didn't expect that this seemingly risk-free ruin would actually have so many problems. This kind of danger was actually 100 times more dangerous than the ruins they had encountered before. Because it could make everyone fall into a state of madness. Isn't the owner of this ruin a light attribute cultivator? Why is everything here so strange? Lin Taxing was puzzled. Generally speaking, light meant justice. As long as it was a light attribute cultivator, they shouldn't do such a sinister thing. However, they encountered it here. Perhaps all of this is deliberately disguised. It is precisely because this attribute will make us unconsciously lower our defense that it is easier to fall into a trap. Bang, bang, bang. A battle broke out in the main hall. Many cultivators had already started fighting over the treasures. Bailey Hongzhuang and the others stood outside the main hall and looked at each other. This situation was really too strange. Mo Yunjue turned to look at Chen Feng and suddenly asked, Chen Feng, how did you know that something was wrong here? Chen Feng looked up at Mo Yunjue and said, I didn't think so at first, but everything before was too smooth, so I always felt strange in my heart. Since entering the main hall, I felt that there was an energy inadvertently affecting my mind. The cultivation method itself has the ability to sober me up. Ordinary bewitchment can't confuse me, but the power of bewitchment here is really strong. Fortunately, Bailey Hongzhuang's voice helped me and made me sober up. So that's the case. Everyone immediately understood and their hearts were filled rejoiced. If Bailey Hongzhuang didn't have this stone, they might have all died here. An idea suddenly popped into my head. Emperor Xiaofeng suddenly said, this ruin has always been releasing light. Maybe it's to attract cultivators and make them all stay here. As soon as these words came out, everyone was stunned for a moment. Then, they all felt their hair stand on end. Because what Di Xiaofeng said was very likely true. If that's really the case, then it's really too terrifying. Bailey Hongzhuang's pitch-black bright eyes bloomed with a dim light. This kind of method was simply like that of a demon. Everyone connected everything that had happened before and felt that this dazzling, holy, and bright ruin was exceptionally strange. I wonder what is the purpose of this main hall to attract everyone. Mo Yunjue looked at the people fighting in the main hall with a calm gaze. Although he could see some abnormal blushes on the faces of these cultivators, at least there was no danger so far. Although Chen Feng's personality was cold and arrogant, as the eldest senior brother of the Great Devil sect, he still ordered his disciples to leave the main hall. Although the Great Devil sect's cultivators were unwilling, most of them still chose to believe in Chen Feng, while some who had been bewitched still stayed inside, unwilling to come out. Regarding this, Chen Feng did not say anything more. As the eldest senior brother, he had already done his best. Some people had obviously been bewitched, so even if he said anything more, it would be useless. Moreover, this main hall was so strange. If he went in again, he could not guarantee that he would not be able to come out. Why don't we leave first? This place is too strange. Only by leaving here will we feel safe, Di Xiaofeng suggested. Previously, he felt that this was a paradise for cultivators, but now that he realized the problem, he felt that this was a hell that ate people without spitting out their bones. If they continued to stay, no one knew what would happen. Bailey Hongzhuang and the others nodded slightly. They were indeed unwilling to stay here. Then let's go. Lin Xianxian and the others also took a step forward. Now, this ruin was a trap in their eyes. No one knew if they would lose their lives if they continued to stay here. They did not care about others, the only thing they could care about was their own brothers and sisters. Good. Everyone agreed. Now, they no longer had the enthusiasm for the treasure. This gloomy and terrifying feeling had already extinguished their previous enthusiasm. After Xiao Sudong obtained the treasure, his gaze fell on Di Beichen and the others. When he saw that Di Beichen and the others had actually chosen to leave, he felt somewhat strange. Most importantly, the people of the Great Devil sect had also chosen to leave together. This was strange. No one would not be moved by such a treasure, yet they chose to give it up. Could it be that there was something wrong with this place? Thinking of this, Xiao Sudong also started to doubt. At this moment, a loud laugh rang out. When Bailey Hongzhuang and the others heard this sound, they could not help but stop in their tracks. When they turned their heads, they discovered that the body of the cultivator holding the most treasures was gradually festering. It was a terrifying sight. However, there was still an excited smile on his face, which looked very strange in such a situation. Ah! Lin Xianxia couldn't help but exclaim. Such a situation was really creepy. This person is really crazy. Let's go. Lin Xianxia could not help but wrap her arms around her chest. It was warm, but she felt an unprecedented chill. After the first cultivator had such a situation, the other cultivators also began to experience the same thing. After seeing this situation, Xiao Sudong didn't dare to hold the treasure anymore. He immediately threw it away and rushed out. His face was completely pale, and there were no other thoughts in his mind. The only thought in his mind was to leave this place. Let's go. Let's get out of here. Xiao Sudong shouted at Jun Qinbin, but his footsteps never stopped. His gaze was fixed on Bewitching and the rest. Although both sides were enemies, he only wanted to follow Bewitching and the rest. Only then would he feel at ease. Jun Qinbin was also in a state of confusion. When he suddenly heard Xiao Sudong shout, he could not help but be stunned. He regained some of his senses and did not dare to stay any longer. He hurriedly left the treasures behind and ran out. Some of the cultivators who were fighting over the treasures immediately understood the problem when they saw this situation. They all ran out of the main hall as if they were running for their lives. They no longer had the desire to fight for the treasures. However, some of the cultivators who had held the treasures for a longer time had completely lost their minds. Even though their teammates shouted with all their might, it was still useless. In a short period of time, many of the cultivators had already rotted and melted into ghastly white bones. The scene was horrifying and bloody, sending chills down one's spine. After the other cultivators rushed out, they quickly approached Bailey Hongzhuang and the rest. Until now, they still did not understand the situation. However, Bailey Hongzhuang was the first cultivator to discover the problem. Everyone had already treated her as a life-saving straw. Miss Bailey, what's going on? One of the cultivators could not help but ask. He did not know Bailey Hongzhuang, but they were not enemies with the D family. Hence, he asked. Bailey Hongzhuang shook her head. I'm not sure what's going on here. The only thing I can be sure of is that there's something strange about these ruins. We can't take the treasures in the main hall. At this moment, Xiao Sudong and the rest were all pale. The white floor of the main hall had been stained red with blood. It was extremely horrifying. Heavens, I never thought that this place would be so terrifying. Previously, I thought that this was heaven. In the blink of an eye, it has become hell. Miss Bailey, you're really amazing. You actually discovered the problem here. That's right. If it wasn't for Miss Bailey's reminder, I'm afraid that our situation would be even worse. We might have already lost our lives here. Everyone's eyes were filled with sincerity. Bailey Hongzhuang's previous shout had indeed had a certain effect on them. If it weren't for the fact that the cultivators of the D family, Lin family, and the Great Devil sect had chosen to leave, they would have already focused all their attention on the treasure. Even if they discovered that there was a problem later on, they probably wouldn't have been able to come out. Most of the cultivators who came out were hesitant before, which was why they did not completely fall into the trap. When the cultivators of the D family saw that their young madam was being praised so highly, they were all overjoyed. Young madam is really amazing. She can still remain so calm at a time like this. That's right, I admire young madam more and more now. With young master and young madam, I suddenly feel that there's something to look forward to. Di Xiaofeng and the others also smiled. This was probably the only thing they could be happy about right now. It's just that we discovered it earlier. Is there a need to be so exaggerated? Xiao Sudong curled his lips. Seeing that all the limelight had been stolen by Bailey Hongzhuang, he felt a burst of displeasure in his heart. Xiao Sudong only muttered a few words, but he did not expect Lin Xianxian to hear it. Being suddenly brought up by Lin Xianxian, his face was a little awkward. Xiao Sudong, if I remember correctly, we are enemies now. Since you have come out of the main palace, you should go your own way. Don't be with us, it will be hard on you. Di Xiaofeng's lips curled into a mocking smile, his face full of displeasure. If it were not for the fact that he had a good relationship with the Xiao family, he would not have bothered to talk nonsense. However, the relationship between the two parties would only get worse in the future. I'm just saying what I think. What's more, there are only two paths here. I'm willing to take this one. What can you do about it? Xiao Sudong forced himself to be tough, but anyone could hear the guilt in his words. They suddenly felt that this guy was really thick-skinned. Everyone shook their heads. Not only was he thick-skinned, but he was also saying bad things about others. He seemed to be particularly petty. Then you take this path, we'll take another one. Di Baichen said lightly. Xiao Sudong's expression changed, and he looked at Di Baichen hatefully. This guy did not give him any leeway. Then I'll change too. Xiao Sudong did not care about his face at this moment. After all, nothing was more important than his life. No matter what, he had to follow the group closely. Otherwise, this ruin was so strange that no one knew what would happen next. If he was separated from Bailey Hongzhuang and the others, he really did not know if he could walk out. Everyone rolled their eyes and did not want to say anything. Di Baichen and the others were too lazy to care. At this time, they were not in the mood to argue with Xiao Sudong. After all, it was best to leave this ruin as soon as possible. In the next moment, everyone chose a path and walked out. However, after they set off, they found that there were layers of fog in front of them. They could only see within a radius of 10 meters, and could not see anything further. How could this be? Lin Xianxian was shocked. She did not expect such a sudden change. It seems that this remnant is truly strange. I'm afraid that it's trying to trap all of us here. Di Baichen's deep eyes turned serious. He looked around cautiously. Obviously, this ruin did not want any of them to leave. Heavens, I thought my luck was too good. I didn't expect this place to be such a terrifying place. Then what should we do? Do you think you can make it out alive? Bailey Hongzhuang's expression was equally solemn. We can only take it one step at a time. Everyone, try not to split up and think of a way to leave this place together. Hearing that, everyone nodded. At that moment, everyone's hearts were united. They all had the same thought, and they only wanted to leave this place alive. Wife, does that stone have any guidance? Di Baichen asked. No. Bailey Hongzhuang shook her head. The stone is still the same as before. Other than keeping me awake, it has no other guidance. It seems that we can only rely on ourselves to find a way to leave this place. A determined look appeared on Di Baichen's handsome face. He held Bailey Hongzhuang's hand tightly and said, "Let's go." As everyone continued to move forward, no one could tell which path they were walking on. That was because no one could see clearly beyond 10 meters. However, after everyone had walked for some distance, a cry of surprise was suddenly heard. What happened? Di Xiaofeng asked as he looked at the cultivators who were crying out in surprise. The cultivator's face was pale without a trace of blood. He trembled as he said, "Didn't you notice that the number of people seems to have decreased?" Following this cultivator's words, everyone present was stunned. After carefully sizing up the group, they realized that there were indeed fewer people than before. How could this be? Everyone was dumbfounded. They had been walking together all along, but no one noticed when the cultivators disappeared. Why did they disappear for no reason? What should we do? An indescribable panic exploded in everyone's hearts. Such a strange situation made everyone's hair stand on end. As cultivators, everyone was already used to seeing life and death. If they died for no reason, at least they wouldn't be in such a state. However, it was truly frightening for him to disappear without a trace. It was as if there was an invisible hand surrounding them, and no one knew when it would reach out to them. Bailey Hongzhuang and Di Baichen looked at each other. This situation was completely out of their expectations. Along the way, they didn't notice that there were cultivators disappearing behind them at all. Most importantly, it disappeared without a sound. There wasn't even the slightest cry of pain. That was the biggest problem. No matter what, they couldn't understand why this happened. Just then, Bewitching suddenly said, "Let's put down all the treasures we obtained here." As soon as these words were spoken, everyone was stunned. Bewitching continued, "There's obviously something wrong with the things in this ruin. There's something wrong with the treasures in the main hall, and there's probably something wrong with the treasures we obtained. The disappearance of these people might be related to these treasures. For safety's sake, let's do this." Bailey Hongzhuang nodded after hearing Bewitching's words. That's right, this is the safest. She felt that everyone was in such a predicament because of greed. After what happened in the main hall, she understood this point. "Beichen, do you think that there are so many treasures in this hall that were left behind by cultivators in the past?" Following Bailey Hongzhuang's words, everyone's eyes were filled with shock. Previously, no one understood why there were so many treasures here. Moreover, these treasures were all real. They knew very well that the things here were not illusions, and they weren't in an illusion. It was impossible for so many treasures to be gathered in one place. Even if the owner of this ruin was incredible, it was still impossible to have so many treasures. However, according to Bailey Hongzhuang's guess, everything became possible. If that's the case, then the owner of this ruin is simply a devil. Bewitching's face was gloomy. Such a terrifying method was not something that an ordinary person could do. Now that they were faced with these treasures again, they no longer coveted them. Instead, they threw them away like hot potatoes. After Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching did so, Di Xiaofeng and the rest no longer hesitated. Although the treasures were good, they still needed to be alive to enjoy them. The treasures here were so terrifying that they did not want them anymore. Chen Feng did not hesitate either. He immediately took out the treasures and placed them on the ground. In an instant, everyone began to take out their items. The treasures that everyone usually fought over were now abandoned by everyone. Let's continue. After making the decision, everyone continued moving forward. However, along the way, cultivators were still disappearing one after another. Everyone was even more nervous. However, at this moment, no one could guarantee their safety. Not only that, when they entered, no one felt that this path was very long. However, now that they were about to leave, they felt that this path was incomparably long. They had obviously walked for a long time, yet they still could not see the exit. Chen Feng's voice was solemn and deep as he reminded everyone, "This fog seems to have the ability to devour elemental energy." Along the way, he did not use any elemental energy, yet he found that the elemental energy in his body was gradually dissipating. Now, less than half of the elemental energy in his body was left. Bailey Hongzhuang and the rest did not look too good when they heard this. This was because they also felt that the elemental energy in their body was dissipating. However, no one said it out loud. This would only increase the panic in everyone's heart. Chen Feng continued, "I suggest that we stop and rest after walking for a while. If all our elemental energy is exhausted, it won't be good for us to stay here." No one objected to Chen Feng's suggestion. As the strongest existence among the cultivators, Chen Feng had a lot of authority. Most importantly, everyone's minds were already in a mess due to this bizarre situation. Naturally, they would listen to whoever had the idea. Chen Feng looked at Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching. "This ruin is very bizarre. Moreover, this path is extending endlessly. We don't know if we have returned to the starting point. It will be better to rest for a while and maintain our peak condition." "All right." Bewitching nodded. "I have the same idea." For a moment, everyone gathered together and started recovering their essence energy. Chen Feng's gaze landed on the group of cultivators. "Now, everyone should remember the people around you. This way, the moment someone disappears, you will be able to discover it. One more thing, is there anyone who is still holding on to the treasures that they haven't thrown away?" As soon as he said that, all the cultivators present shook their heads. However, among the crowd, Bailey Hongzhuang still noticed a few cultivators who remained silent. Naturally, Chen Feng noticed this as well. He said, "It is your business if you decide to leave the treasure behind. However, if any danger arises, you will have to bear the consequences. Since you don't want to give up the treasure, then you should sit a little further away from us. Don't bring danger to us. As soon as he said that, the cultivators who were unwilling to give up their treasures looked indignant. Chen Feng, what makes you say that? Exactly. Why can't we be together? Don't think that just because you are a member of the Great Devil sect, we are not afraid of you. Facing their dissatisfied voices, Chen Feng's expression was exceptionally cold. Since you guys refuse to cooperate, this is how it should be. After hearing Chen Feng's decision, the other cultivators agreed with him. That's right. Since you guys want to keep the treasures, you guys should bear the risk. What if you implicate us? Now that you guys are about to lose your lives, you guys are still unwilling to part with the treasures. I really admire you guys. If you want the treasure, then stay away from us. Otherwise, throw it away. Bailey Hongzhuang raised her eyes and met Yi Hong's calm and wise eyes. She immediately understood that Chen Feng wanted to use these people to test if the reason why some people went missing was because they were unwilling to part with the treasures. This decision meant that they had to give up on the lives of these people. This might be somewhat cruel, but it was also the best method at a time like this. If they couldn't find the reason, even though there were still a lot of people here, by the time they reached the entrance, there wouldn't be many people left. Jun Qinben was also someone who was unwilling to part with the treasures. He was ranked third in his family. He had always been suppressed by Jun Lingxuan and Jun Zitao. Naturally, his cultivation resources couldn't be compared to those two. The Immortal Cloud Secret Realm was an extremely good opportunity for him. If he could obtain these treasures, his cultivation would definitely increase greatly. It was naturally impossible to compare with Jun Lingxuan. However, there was still hope for him to surpass Jun Zitao. He wasn't willing to give up this great opportunity just like that. Jun Qinben, are you crazy? Xiao Sudong couldn't help but shout when he saw Jun Qinben still being so persistent. You really want the treasures more than your life. Xiao Sudong, from the beginning to the end, all of this was guessed by Bewitching and the others. Who can be sure that all of this is true? Perhaps all of this has nothing to do with the treasures. Don't you think it's a pity to give up just like that? Jun Qinben's expression was persistent. Obviously, he had already made up his mind. I know it's indeed a pity. However, nothing is more important than our lives. A trace of hesitation flashed across Xiao Sudong's face. However, it turned into determination in the end. He was very clear that if he left the group now, it was very likely that he would lose his life here. Originally, he wasn't very familiar with Jun Qinben. However, after coming to the ruins, he had always been with Jun Qinben. Naturally, he didn't want Jun Qinben to lose his life here. It's only 5 meters. I don't believe that something will happen. Jun Qinben looked at Chen Feng coldly before saying to Xiao Sudong, don't worry. I'll be fine. Looking at Jun Qinben's determined look, Xiao Sudong felt a little helpless. However, since Jun Qinben had already made his decision, it was useless no matter what he said, so he simply stopped trying to persuade him. After hearing what Jun Qinben said, the other cultivators had no choice but to agree. Just like that, the group was divided into 2 groups. Bailey Hongzhuang also found that the energy in her body was dissipating very quickly. However, the ruins were filled with the light attribute, so the recovery speed here was also very fast. Closing her eyes, Bailey Hongzhuang began to circulate the demon summoning scripture, absorbing the essence energy in the air to replenish her body. This ruin was full of oddities. This kind of cloud and mist lingered around it, and the feeling of being unable to see clearly was really uncomfortable. Unfortunately, she was unable to decipher it at the moment. Her greatest reliance was this stone. She could only hope that it would help her leave this place. Endless treasures. No matter what you like, it will belong to you. Come to me. As long as you have these treasures, your future will be bright. Believe me, there will be everything you need here. A summoning voice seemed to come from the bottom of Bailey Hongzhuang's heart. Endless treasures appeared in front of her, dazzling with golden light. The greed and desire of a person would spread to the maximum. All of the greed would explode under this summoning. It was as if as long as she took this step, she would be able to obtain everything she wanted. Bailey Hongzhuang's lips unconsciously overflowed with a trace of a smile. Everything that she dreamed of getting seemed to be within her reach. However, just as she was about to take a step, she felt that something was wrong. It was because of this uncertainty that she did not take the first step. It was this short moment of hesitation that caused a cooling power to surge into her mind, causing her confused eyes to shine again. After coming to her senses, Bailey Hongshuang's eyes were filled with horror. This kind of summoning power was really too terrifying. Anyone who was not firm in their heart would definitely be attracted by this summoning. Once they were attracted, the consequences would naturally be extremely terrifying. Bailey Hongshuang's eyes widened. Her beautiful face was filled with indescribable astonishment and horror. This place was too terrifying. Only then did she realize that many of the cultivators around her were at a loss. Some of them were even smiling strangely with excitement. She immediately looked at Bewitching, only to find that Bewitching was frowning. There was a bloodstain on his palm. It was obvious that he was struggling with all his might. Bewitching. Bewitching. Bailey Hongshuang called out and shook Bewitching's shoulder. After a moment, Bewitching opened his eyes and woke up from his nightmare. Wife. Bewitching looked at Bailey Hongshuang in front of him, his deep and charming eyes rippling with shock and terror. Bewitching, it's great that you're awake. Bailey Hongshuang heaved a sigh of relief. This place is too scary. Everyone seems to be immersed in the excitement. Bewitching nodded slightly. The power of bewitchment is too strong. Normal people would not be able to resist it. What happened to your hand? Bailey Hongshuang's clear eyes were filled with concern. Although they were almost bewitched before, as long as they were not bewitched and left, external forces would not harm them. I always felt that this place was very strange, so I cut my hand before I started cultivating. The pain would make me more awake. Fortunately, I did so. I'm afraid that my reaction right now would be the same as most people's. Bewitching furrowed his beautiful eyebrows, and his beautiful face was full of dignified worry. This was the first time he had encountered such a method. Hearing this, Bailey Hongshuang understood. She sighed inwardly. Fortunately, Bewitching had foresight. At the same time, they noticed that Chen Feng, Di Xiaofeng, Mo Yunjue, Lin Ta Xing, Nangong Yuqing, and the others were still awake. However, everyone's faces were very pale. It was not because of their injuries, but because this scene made them feel very scared. What the hell is this place? Damn it! Nangong Yuqing cursed. His originally unsightly face looked even uglier under his anger. A trace of understanding appeared on Di Xiaofeng's handsome face. Previously, no one could figure out how those cultivators disappeared without a trace. However, after the situation just now, he understood. These cultivators were willingly lured away. In addition, there was fog all around, so no one noticed them at all. As soon as he said this, everyone nodded. This was indeed the most likely possibility. Don't worry about that for now. The most important thing is to wake everyone up. Bewitching's expression was extremely solemn. There seemed to be no external danger here, but the most terrifying thing was the attack on one's soul. Once one's soul fell, everything would be useless. The next moment, everyone no longer hesitated and began to wake up the people around them. There was not much time left for them. According to the situation in the main hall, if they were bewitched too deeply, they would not be able to wake them up even if they wanted to. Xianxia, wake up! Lin Taxing hurriedly shook Lin Xianxia. Lin Xianxia was still in a state of excitement, and the smile on her face had yet to fade. Xianxia, wake up! I am taxing. Bailey Hongshuang and the others were not idle either. They were all desperately trying to wake everyone up. At this moment, everyone could only find a way to leave this terrifying place if they were united. The bewitched cultivators woke up under the shaking of Bailey Hongshuang and the others. When they understood what had happened, they could not help but feel a lingering fear. If someone had not woken them up, what would have happened to them now? After Xiao Sudong woke up, he hurriedly looked at the cultivators 5 meters away. At this moment, the figures of those cultivators were nowhere to be seen. They are all gone. Xiao Sudong cried out in alarm. At this moment, Jun Chenbin's figure appeared beside the team. His face was completely filled with an expression as if he had seen a ghost. We can't take those treasures. Seeing that Jun Chenbin had not disappeared, everyone was somewhat astonished. According to their judgment, Jun Qinbin should not be alive. Jun Qinbin, what happened earlier? What did you see? Chen Feng asked. Even though Jun Qinbin was very dissatisfied with Chen Feng, he couldn't care less at this moment. He only said in a panic, "Ghost, there must be a ghost here." "Don't panic. Tell us in detail what you saw." Xiao Sudong walked to Jun Qinbin's side and pulled his arm. Jun Qinbin nodded. After calming down a little, he said, "They all had strange smiles on their faces and then walked in the opposite direction. No matter how I called out to them, they didn't respond at all. It was as if they were immersed in their own world and couldn't hear me at all." Jun Qinbin panted heavily, as if he still had lingering fears about what had happened before. Furthermore, they are all holding treasures in their hands. Their eyes are bloodshot as they stare at the treasures. I saw that the treasure was emitting a demonic blood-red light. "Didn't you keep some treasures as well? Why is he fine?" Nangong Yuqing looked at Jun Qinbin doubtfully. Since the others had disappeared, it was strange that Jun Qinbin was still alive. "I didn't cultivate it before," Jun Qinbin said slowly, feeling a lingering fear. That was because he had chosen to place the treasure not far away from him. Moreover, he did not start cultivating immediately. Instead, he was still unconvinced by Chen Feng's words. Hence, he had been waiting. He was hoping to find evidence to prove that all this had nothing to do with the treasure. As long as he could find evidence, he would be able to reason with Chen Feng and vent his anger. However, he had never expected to see such a scene. After this scene, he immediately understood that Bewitching's previous judgment was correct. Immediately, he did not dare to delay any longer. He left the treasure and approached Bewitching's group. After hearing everything Jun Qinbin said, everyone looked at each other in dismay, feeling a chill run down their spines. In that case, regardless of whether the treasure here is useful or not, as long as we cultivate, there is a high possibility that we will be bewitched. This ruin is deliberately using some methods to exhaust the elemental energy in our bodies, forcing us to sit down and cultivate to recover. This method is used to bewitch our minds. What should we do? If we don't cultivate like this, we won't be able to resist if we encounter danger. Panic and nervousness appeared on everyone's faces. An indescribable sense of panic started spreading in their hearts. All these situations made them feel extremely powerless. For a moment, everyone's gaze shifted to Bewitching's group. These people were undoubtedly their life-saving straw. That was because they had all been bewitched, yet Bewitching's group was still able to maintain their consciousness. As long as the other party was willing to wake them up, they would still have hope of surviving. Everyone, don't panic. Although this place is bizarre, as long as we can resist this bewitching power, there won't be any other dangers. As long as we work together, I believe we will definitely be able to walk out of this ruin. Bewitching's gentle and magnetic voice sounded. Currently, the most taboo thing was to panic. The moment they panicked, their subsequent actions would only make more mistakes. Bewitching is right. Now that we have a clear understanding of the situation, as long as no other tricks are used, we will be able to resist, Chen Feng said. Bewitching, Chen Feng, we will follow you guys. We will do whatever you say. No matter what, we must find a way to leave this place. After the first cultivator expressed his stance, the rest of the cultivators followed suit. That's right, we believe you. I have to leave. I don't want to die here. After everyone recovered their origin energy, they once again began to walk out. While they were walking, the atmosphere of the entire group was very stifling. Not for any other reason, but because in this short period of time, the number of people in the group had shrunk by quite a bit. No one knew how many people would be able to leave the ruins alive. Most importantly, many of the cultivators' relatives had perished in the ruins. It would be strange if they were in a good mood. Fortunately, the cultivators of the D family and the Lin family were still alive. Everyone had their own selfish motives. Even though everyone had tried their best to wake everyone up, the first people they woke up were their own teammates. Although the D family and the Lin family had more practitioners than the other families, the number of people who were awake was also more than the other families. That was why they were able to wake up before they were completely possessed. Hearing this, everyone's mood was still low, but at least they felt better. Compared to other painful ways of dying, dying in this ruin was indeed not painful. Because even at the moment of death, they probably still hadn't woken up from their happiness. Previously, I thought that this immortal cloud secret territory was full of opportunities. Now, it seems that this place is also extremely dangerous. Di Xiaofeng's expression was solemn and complicated. This place is really too strange. I've never heard anyone mention it before. If you've heard of it, we wouldn't have been so unprepared. Lin Taxing sighed. This ruin had indeed caused him a deep setback. I'm afraid that all the cultivators who came here before have already disappeared. Mo Yunjua's voice suddenly sounded. His eyes were deep. If Hong Zhuang didn't have that stone, none of us would have been able to leave the main hall. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's hearts thumped. Indeed, without that stone, no one would have been able to leave. Since this was the case for them, most likely the cultivators who came here before were the same. Could it be that all the cultivators who came here before were annihilated? Lin Xianxia widened her eyes, overwhelmed with shock. Without Hong Zhuang's reminder, even Chen Feng wouldn't have been able to leave. What do you think? Di Xiaofeng said. Everyone did not say anything more, but in their hearts, they already understood everything. This was their fortune. Because Bailey Hongzhuang was also here. Otherwise, they would have been completely annihilated, and no one would even know where they died. We have to be careful in the future. Who knows, there might be ambushes everywhere in the Immortal Cloud secret territory. Since such a place has appeared, there might be even more strange things in other places, Di Xiaofeng reminded everyone. After all the cultivators gave up on the treasures in the ruin, everyone discovered that there were no more cultivators who inexplicably disappeared in the process of walking. Regarding this, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. This was perhaps the only consolation that could be given to them so far. Under such efforts, everyone finally saw the entrance to the ruin. The entrance. That's the entrance to the ruin. After walking for so long, we're finally out. I want to leave this terrifying place as soon as possible. I don't want to stay here anymore. A look of joy appeared on everyone's faces. Every second they stayed here, the more they felt like their hearts were about to collapse. Only at this moment did they completely ignite their hope. Almost immediately, everyone rushed outside without any hesitation. However, just as they were about to step out of the entrance, they found an invisible force blocking them. Instantly, the smiles on everyone's faces froze and were replaced with nervousness and panic. How can this be? Why can't we leave? Could it be that this relic wants to keep all of us here? What should we do? I don't want to die here. Under this extreme fear, many cultivators began to lose control of their emotions and became hysterical. Bailey Hongzhuang and the others looked at each other, their moods extremely complicated. I'm afraid we'll have to put in some effort to get out. Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes were as calm as an ancient well. Her voice was calm, and she didn't lose control of her emotions like many people. The more dangerous it was, the calmer they had to be. Only in this way could they think of a way out in the midst of a crisis. Bewitching nodded. Since we were able to enter, we will definitely be able to find a way out. However, we have to think carefully about how we can get out. Mo Yunjue and the rest fell into deep thought as they tried to think of a way out. At the same time, the other cultivators had already begun trying to use their strength to break through this layer of restriction. This time, everyone used all their strength. The desire to live swelled in their hearts. No one was willing to stay here any longer. Bailey Hongzhuang only glanced at them and did not pay too much attention to it. She understood that this method would not work at all. Just like how they could not enter with brute force earlier, they could not leave with brute force now. Previously, when we entered, we waited. However, if we leave now, it's obviously useless to wait. Bailey Hongzhuang tapped her chin with her slender fingers. Her almond-shaped eyes flashed with a puzzled light. Master, is the stone still reacting? Baishar could not help but ask. As a contracted beast, it was not as affected as a human. Even though it had coveted it previously, it had quickly calmed down. Bailey Hongzhuang shook her head. Apart from keeping me awake when I was bewitched, the stone did not have any other reaction. Based on the current situation, the most obvious manifestation of this ruin is greed. Debachan's thoughtful voice slowly rang out. As long as we don't covet anything here, it won't pose any danger to us. Perhaps, we need to get rid of this before we can leave. I think so too. Xianxia nodded. We need to get rid of the greed in our hearts before we can leave this place. Hearing this, everyone looked at each other. This seemed to be the most feasible method. If that's the case, we can only rely on ourselves to get out. Bailey Hongzhuang and the rest looked at each other and stopped hesitating. Since they could only rely on themselves, there was no point in talking about anything else. Bailey Hongzhuang closed her eyes and recalled everything that had happened in the ruin. Immediately after, the bewitching voice rang in her mind again, swaying her heart. Come, all the precious treasures you want are here. I can give you everything you want. Stop struggling, as long as you come with me. However, no matter how bewitching this voice was, Bailey Hongzhuang's heart was extremely firm. No matter how many treasures you have, I won't be moved. Everything I want, I will obtain through my own efforts. I don't need your help. None of this is attractive to me. You can keep your treasures for yourself. A bright light flashed in Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes. Then, Bailey Hongzhuang stood up without hesitation and walked towards the door. Just as Yuqing and the others were thinking about how to break this layer of restriction, they saw Bailey Hongzhuang directly approaching the restriction. Seeing this, Yuqing couldn't help but roll his eyes. Does she want to go out directly? With the restriction here, how can she go out? Just as he was about to laugh at Bailey Hongzhuang for bumping into the restriction, he found that Bailey Hongzhuang had actually passed through the restriction and walked out of the ruin. Damn! How did she get out? Yuqing stared blankly at Bailey Hongzhuang as she walked out of the monument and bathed in the sun. Only then did he react. In the next moment, he walked out of the ruins without hesitation. However, the restriction was still there, preventing him from moving forward. It wasn't just Yuqing, the other cultivators had the same reaction. However, when they found that they still couldn't get out, they were completely dumbfounded. Why can she get out, but we can't? Yuqing frowned. This was too strange. However, as soon as Bailey Hongzhuang walked out, Bewitching and Xianxia also walked out. Seeing their actions, Yuqing stood to the side and watched quietly. He didn't believe that the two of them would be able to get out. However, reality was cruel. This was because Bewitching and Xianxia also walked out without any hindrance. How could this be? Yuqing's eyes widened as he stretched out his hand. The restriction was clearly there. The restriction is clearly here, so why didn't it stop them? Xiao Sudong also had a suspicious look on his face. This was a little too strange. They must have found a way out, Jun Chenbin said. For a moment, everyone's envious eyes fell on Bailey Hongzhuang and the other two. Their biggest wish was to leave this terrifying and strange ruin. As long as they could leave, it meant that they would be safe. Even if they stayed here for a second longer, they would be in danger for a second longer. How did you get out? Everyone hurriedly asked. This was their only hope. Once Bailey Hongzhuang and the others left, it wouldn't be easy for them to get out. Standing under the sun again, the warm feeling dispelled the cold from staying in the monument, and Bailey Hongzhuang's lips finally burst into a smile. It seems that our previous judgment was right. This is the only way to get out of the ruins. A smile appeared in Bewitching's eyes. No matter what, we're finally out. Xianxia's face also revealed a relaxed expression. It had to be said that when he was inside, his mood was indeed extremely depressed. It was only after he came out that he felt much better. Then, the three of them turned around and prepared to remind everyone how to get out. However, as soon as they turned around, they realized that the door in their line of sight had actually closed, and they could no longer see any other cultivators. What's going on? A trace of astonishment appeared on Bailey Hongzhuang's delicate face. She looked at the closed door doubtfully. When she came out, it clearly wasn't like this. It's probably because the owner of this ruin doesn't want us to warn others, so he did it on purpose. Xianxia's eyes darkened. The original intention of the owner of this ruin was to keep all of us there. Our departure must have made him very unhappy. If we can't warn everyone, will they know the way out? Bailey Hongzhuang couldn't help but worry. Although they had previously reminded everyone of this idea, they didn't know if everyone could understand it. If they couldn't, then they would be trapped in there forever with no way out. Hearing this, Bailey Hongzhuang pondered for a moment before nodding her head. Only then did the worry on her face dissipate somewhat. Indeed, everyone had been shocked by what had happened earlier. That was why they were unable to recover from their shock for the time being. Once they thought about it carefully, they would be able to understand everything and find a way to solve this problem. Nangon Yuqing and the others were standing inside, calling out to Bailey Hongzhuang and the other two. However, they found that the three of them did not respond at all. At first, they were extremely angry, but when they saw Bailey Hongzhuang looking inside and not seeing them at all, they suddenly understood. Are they unable to see us? Judging from Bailey Hongzhuang's reaction, that seems to be the case. Could it be that we can no longer warn the people inside after we leave? What should we do? Everyone panicked. Everyone wanted to leave this place as soon as possible, but they had no idea how to do so. Right at this moment, Chen Feng suddenly stood up. Looking at everyone who was as anxious as ants on a hot pan, he said, "What's the point of you being anxious here? As long as you can get rid of your inner demons, you will be able to leave." The next moment, Chen Feng stepped out of the door as well. Unsurprisingly, Chen Feng walked out of the ruin without any hindrance. Seeing Chen Feng following closely behind them, the eyes of Bailey Hongzhuang and the other two lit up. Although their previous understanding of Chen Feng had been based on hearsay, from what they had seen so far, Chen Feng was indeed an outstanding individual. Do they know how to get out? Bailey Hongzhuang asked. I did warn them. As for whether they can get rid of their inner demons, that will depend on themselves, Chen Feng said with an indifferent expression. Chen Feng had an indifferent expression as his lips curled up into a smile. I owe you a favor for what happened this time. In the future, if you need my help, feel free to ask. You don't have to be so concerned. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled. She had only warned Chen Feng. If Chen Feng had not realized the problem himself, he would not have walked out just because of her warning. Hearing this, Chen Feng waved his hand. Perhaps this is nothing to you. However, for me, your reminder saved my life. Bailey Hongzhuang did not say anything else when she saw that Chen Feng had already confirmed everything. Obviously, the other party had his own insistence, so it was meaningless for her to say anything more. Bewitching and Mo Yunjua's gazes landed on Chen Feng. One had to admit that Chen Feng's persistence had caused them to have an even higher opinion of him. When the cultivators in the Land of Legacy saw that Chen Feng had left as well, their hearts calmed down. They remembered what Chen Feng had said before leaving. If they wanted to leave this place, they had to get rid of their inner demons. Clearly, the reason why Bailey Hongzhuang and the other three were able to leave was because they had broken through the demonic barrier. Di Xiaofeng and the others had heard the conversation between Bailey Hongzhuang and Di Beichen, so they naturally understood the solution. However, knowing was one thing, and being able to break through the inner demons was another. The only thing they could do was to stay firm in their beliefs and not be bewitched by that voice. Once they were bewitched, death would be waiting for them. Fortunately, most of the cultivators were also people with firm wills. Moreover, after experiencing what had happened previously, they understood that this so-called bewitching voice was a demon-like existence. After Bailey Hongzhuang's group of 4 left the ruins, they stood outside and waited. It was not easy for them to reunite with their family's cultivators here. Naturally, they could not leave everyone behind and act separately. Even though Chen Feng was a loner, he had no intention of leaving this place. As the eldest senior brother of the Great Devil sect, he naturally had the responsibility to take care of the other disciples. For a time, the 4 of them sat at the door and rested, waiting for the other cultivators to come out. Bailey Hongzhuang closed her eyes and cultivated. Although the situation in the ruins was extremely strange, it seemed that there were many gains after entering, but in the end, everything was given up. However, cultivating the power of the light attribute here was undoubtedly very helpful. Not long after, the figures of Di Xiaofeng and the others also appeared outside the ruins. Big brother, you're out. Di Beichen's eyes were filled with a faint smile, and his expression was somewhat relaxed. Di Xiaofeng nodded slightly. You have already told us the method to come out. If we still can't come out, what will happen? Although the others will spend more effort, I think they will all come out later. Don't worry. Lin Taxing also spoke out. If it was during normal times, it would be very difficult to break through this demonic barrier by relying on our own strength. However, after experiencing the current situation, everyone's resistance has increased. Judging from the performance of this ruin, the owner of this ruin should be of the light attribute. I didn't expect him to do such a thing. It's really lamentable. Di Xiaofeng sighed. If he had not personally experienced it, he would have found it hard to believe such a thing. In the past, I don't know how many cultivators have fallen here. Just thinking about the terrifying number makes my hair stand on end. Attribute does not represent human nature. Even if the owner of the ruin is of the light attribute, it does not mean that he is a righteous person. Bailey Hongzhuang's expression was indifferent. She looked at this kind of thing very lightly. Just like how she and Beichen were both dark attribute cultivators, they did not think that this attribute represented darkness. Lin Taxing nodded slightly. After this incident, we all understand. I think that this ruin should really be experienced by the people of the Holy Light Assembly. Presumably, their thoughts will change a lot. Actually, I think so too. Lin Xianxia frowned. Although the light attribute is indeed a very powerful attribute, it's still too high and mighty. Any cultivator who wasn't of the light attribute would have some complaints about this. However, even if they had objections, it was useless. I think this situation will change in the future. Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes were filled with determination. She believed that the darkness attribute would be accepted by everyone once again. Di Beichen stared at Bailey Hongzhuang. They looked at each other and smiled. This was their common goal. White Lion also came out very quickly. As a contracted beast, it would not be too seriously bewitched. Moreover, as a beast king, its will was naturally extremely firm. After 3 days of waiting, all the practitioners of the Di family and the Lin family finally gathered together. Since everyone is out, let's set off. A smile appeared on Di Xiaofeng's face again. This place is so strange, I think no one wants to stay here any longer. As soon as he said this, everyone nodded in agreement. Dai Haoan looked at Di Beichen and Bailey Hongzhuang in amazement. Beichen, I didn't expect you to be so powerful. If it weren't for you this time, I'm afraid we really wouldn't have survived. The cultivators of the two families also nodded and looked at Bailey Hongzhuang with eyes full of admiration and gratitude. Young master, you are really too powerful. Everyone sighed. The doubts they had about Di Beichen and Lin Mingya had long disappeared. At this moment, they were really convinced. Since Di Beichen came back, although the family head didn't say it openly, they had already regarded Di Beichen as the young master. After all, Di Xiaofeng was going to inherit the Lin family. This had been confirmed in the early years. Even in these years, because Di Beichen hadn't appeared, everyone just thought that they would find another young master from the other children. Now, they obviously didn't have to worry about this matter. Di Beichen was also very calm about the way everyone addressed him. He had already accepted this matter. All of this is thanks to Hongzhuang. Di Beichen chuckled. If Hongzhuang hadn't reminded me, I'm afraid I would have been bewitched. Young madam is really powerful. Yes, young madam was the first person to find out that there was a problem. Young master, young madam, no matter what you say in the future, I won't doubt it anymore. You guys are simply too amazing. I'll just follow your instructions. Previously, when Bailey Hongzhuang and Di Beichen asked the other children to leave, many people were unwilling to give up. Now that they thought about it, everyone realized the gap between the two sides. As the voice of this cultivator fell, the other cultivators also expressed their opinions. In the future, we will definitely follow young master and young madam's lead. Seeing everyone's reaction, Bailey Hongzhuang and Di Beichen also laughed. They didn't expect that after this incident, their rallying power would increase by a lot. However, this was obviously a good thing for them. Why do you think the owner of the ruins wants so many treasures? Di Xiaofeng furrowed his brows. He couldn't figure it out. Furthermore, did he build this relic just to take the lives of other cultivators? If that's really the case, then he's too vicious. Lin Taxing and the others were also puzzled. This was really puzzling. At the very least, none of the ruins they knew about before were like this. Even if there were risks in entering the ruins, it was a test set by the owner of the ruins to select a suitable successor. Unlike this ruin, it was purely for the sake of taking lives. The owner of this ruin might be a ghost cultivator. Bailey Hongshuang pondered and said. As the voice of Bailey Hongshuang fell, everyone present was stunned, and a trace of shock flashed in their eyes. Ghost cultivator? Bailey Hongshuang nodded slightly. A ghost cultivator is actually a cultivator whose soul hasn't dissipated after their death. This situation is somewhat similar to the soul that was attached to Jun Lingxuan's body. However, ghost cultivators are usually people with deep resentment. They are ruthless and have sinister means. If they can't find a suitable place to attach themselves to and other opportunities to strengthen their soul power, then they are very likely to become ghost cultivators. In the beginning, Bailey Hongshuang did not think of this possibility. Because to become a ghost cultivator, one needed a certain amount of opportunity. However, when she recalled everything that had happened, she suddenly thought of this possibility. Based on the current situation, this was clearly the most likely possibility. If that's the case, isn't the soul of the heretic cultivator that had attached itself to Jun Lingxuan's body extremely similar to this ghost cultivator? Bewitching could not help but ask. That heretic cultivator's cultivation method was obviously extremely vicious. He used the blood essence of others to increase his own strength. Bailey Hongshuang nodded slightly, that's right. However, if that heretic cultivator wants to become a ghost cultivator, he needs to find a suitable place for him to cultivate. Otherwise, without a suitable environment, his soul will gradually perish. Usually, ghost cultivators stay in places that are more gloomy and dark. However, this ghost cultivator's place is luxurious and majestic. It's completely different from the usual situation. Thinking about it, he should have a pretty good opportunity. It was precisely because this environment was completely different from the usual ghost cultivators that she did not think about this previously. I see. Originally, everyone didn't understand the reason, but after hearing Bailey Hongshuang's explanation, they suddenly understood. However, once they understood, they sighed even more deeply in their hearts. Hongshuang, you're too amazing. You even know about this kind of thing? Lin Xianxia looked at Bailey Hongshuang in surprise. I don't think you're from the lower realm. Instead, you seem to be from a higher realm than us. The things you know are not any less than us. In fact, you know more. Young madam is really experienced and knowledgeable. Di Xiaofeng's eyes shone brightly. Sister-in-law is not an ordinary person. How can ordinary cultivators be as talented as her? That's true. Where should we continue to head now? Daihaowen's voice slowly rang out. It's also our first time in the Immortal Cloud secret realm. We don't know which direction we should head in to reap more rewards. I think we should just take one step at a time. Anyway, this place was just a coincidence. Di Xiaofeng's eyes were filled with thoughts. Ao Lingxiao's current situation is very dangerous. We should think of a way to find him as soon as possible. Bailey Hongshuang and Di Beichen looked at each other. Their eyes were filled with worry. That's right. We should find Ao Lingxiao as soon as possible. We haven't met any cultivators from the Ao clan. Who knows, they might have gone to look for him. The other cultivators didn't have any objections to this. They just sped up and looked for Ao Lingxiao's figure on the way. There seems to be an abyss in front of him. Suddenly, a surprised voice sounded, attracting the attention of Bailey Hongshuang and the others. Hearing this voice, everyone's the voice of the Immortal Cloud secret. Sure enough, a huge gully that penetrated the ground appeared not far ahead. It split the entire ground into two and exuded an endless aura of danger. Hongshuang Ao of the world of the immortal of the great of Bailey Hongshuang's black eyes were filled with astonishment. Based on the surrounding situation, she could determine how long the abyss had existed. However, after seeing the abyss, Di Xiaofeng and the rest's eyes lit up. Have you heard of this abyss? Di Beichen raised his eyebrows and his eyes lit up before dimming again. Lin Taxing nodded. I've heard of the existence of this abyss. I've heard that this abyss has existed for many years and the elemental energy inside is extremely rich. It's very suitable for cultivators to cultivate. Furthermore, perhaps there'll be treasures inside. That's right. I've been hoping to find this abyss before entering the immortal cloud's secret realm. I didn't expect to find it. Lin Xianxian's face lit up with joy. She quickened her pace and quickly approached the abyss. Bailey Hongzhuang and the rest were not slow either. They quickly approached the abyss. When they got closer, they saw that the abyss was pitch black. They could not even see their own fingers and could not see the situation inside. A gust of wind swept up from the abyss, bringing with it an eerie chill. It was mysterious and dangerous. Shall we go down and take a look? Di Xiaofeng asked tentatively. The other cultivators nodded their heads in agreement when they heard that. They had all heard of the existence of this abyss. Since they were already here, how could they not go in? Seeing that everyone was in agreement, they no longer hesitated and immediately walked into the abyss. This was a huge gully, and everyone could only use climbing methods to slowly descend. Elemental energy adhered to their hands and feet, increasing the friction on their hands and feet so that they could hold on to the stone wall and slowly descend. It was pitch black. Coupled with the gust of wind that constantly swept over, it was useless even if they lit a fire. Bailey Hongzhuang condensed her elemental energy in her hands and the light attribute was instantly unleashed. The elemental energy in her hands bloomed with a gentle and bright light. It was like a luminous pearl, illuminating the surrounding environment. As the light lit up, everyone could see their surroundings clearly. I didn't expect that the deeper we go, the wider the gully becomes. Di Xiaofeng was surprised. He had thought that the gully would become narrower the deeper they went, so he was a little worried. However, based on the current situation, there would be a very wide path below. This reduced his worries by a lot. It seems that the news we heard before was not wrong. There may be treasures in this gully. The corners of Lin Xianxian's lips curled up into a smile. Then, a trace of sadness appeared in her eyes. Previously, Yi had always hoped that she would be able to find the existence of this abyss after entering the immortal cloud's secret realm. However, until now, I still haven't been able to find Yi. I wonder how she is now. She and Yi had grown up together and were blood-related sisters, so their relationship was naturally very good. She had hoped to meet up with Yi as soon as she entered, but now that so many of them had gathered together and she had not seen Yi, she was a little worried. Hearing this, everyone's heart sank. Don't worry, Yi is so smart. Nothing will happen to her. Lin Taxing comforted, maybe Yi is gathering with other disciples. After all, we haven't been here for long and there are many people scattered in other places. Lin Xianxian nodded slightly. I hope so. As everyone went deeper in, Bailey Hongzhuang could clearly feel that the surrounding essence energy was getting denser. Staying in this environment, even if one did not cultivate, there would be endless origin energy entering one's body to strengthen one's body. Speaking of this abyss, I think of the Bitter Sea Abyss. Mo Yunjua's black eyes flashed with a hint of contemplation. When they were in the lower realm, they had been to the Bloodland Abyss and the Demonic Abyss, but there was no news about the Bitter Sea Abyss. Thinking back, he had heard from the senior that no one knew where the Bitter Sea Abyss was. Now that they knew there was an upper realm, perhaps the Bitter Sea Abyss was here. In this way, everything could be explained. Hearing Mo Yunjua's words, Bailey Hongzhuang and Di Beichen's eyes lit up. The Bitter Sea Abyss was also a place they wanted to go. Big brother, do you know where the Bitter Sea Abyss is? Di Beichen asked. Di Xiaofeng shook his head. I have heard of the Bitter Sea Abyss, but no one knows where it is. That's right. From the ancient books, we know that the Bitter Sea Abyss is a treasure land, but as far as I know, no one knows where it is. Maybe it doesn't exist at all. Lin Taxing raised his eyebrows. There was a hint of helplessness between his brows, and a trace of curiosity flashed in his eyes. I heard that the Bloodland Abyss and the Demonic Abyss are both in the lower realm. Have you been there? Yes, I heard that the Bloodland Abyss and the Demonic Abyss are very beneficial to cultivators. Once you succeed, you will gain an aura field and improve your combat strength. Lin Xianxian's face was filled with excitement, and then she helplessly drooped her head. It's a pity that we can't go. We only know about it from the ancient books. It's really depressing. We've all been there. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled faintly, but there was doubt in her eyes. Why can't you go? Whether it was the Bloodland Abyss or the Demonic Abyss, they were excellent places for cultivators to gain experience. Logically speaking, these two places should be more suitable for cultivators from the upper realm. If these two places were in the upper realm, the number of successful cultivators would increase by a lot. In fact, cultivators from the upper realm would also go in the beginning, but you also know the difference in strength between the upper realm and the lower realm. Moreover, most of the genius cultivators were young and full of vigor. After going to the lower realms, they would become overlords, suppressing the development of the cultivators in the lower realms. Not only that, but it also caused quite a bit of trouble back then. In the end, all the major forces decided to manage the passage between the two places. Ordinary cultivators are not allowed to enter the lower realm at all. Naturally, we don't have the chance to go. Lin Xianxian's pretty face was full of distress and unwillingness. If there's a chance, I really want to see the two abysses. Unfortunately, I've already missed the time to break through. I'm destined to never have the chance in this lifetime. Bailey Hongzhuang and the others finally understood. But, wouldn't that be unfair to you? That can't be helped. Daihaoan chuckled. Although losing the two abysses will cause a certain loss to the upper realm, if the people from the upper realm go to the lower realm will suffer an even greater loss. Comparing the two, this method was naturally more suitable. After all, the cultivators of the lower realms also need space to develop. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded lightly. She had a deep understanding of this point. Just like how the cultivators of Punlai Island would not easily go to the outside world, it was also because of this point. By the way, Hongzhuang, since you've gone to the two abyss, can you tell me about the situation inside? Is it really the same as described in the ancient books? Lin Xianxian's eyes were filled with excitement and curiosity. Although there were many things in the upper realm that the lower realm could not compare to, they could not compare to the lower realm in this aspect. Bailey Hongzhuang roughly explained the situation in the two abyss. Daihaoan and the other disciples of the two families also pricked up their ears and listened attentively. They were also filled with curiosity about this point. So it's really like this. After so many years, it hasn't changed much from what was recorded in the ancient books. Daihaoan said with a smile. Then have you seen the cultivators who obtained the inheritance? Lin Taxing was also interested. I heard that the inheritances of the two abyss are very impressive. I have. Di Beichen's lips curved into a playful smile. Really? Di Xiaofeng was surprised. Are their combat strength powerful? It's all right. You speak so casually. I heard that these two inheritances are very impressive. They are inheritances that even the disciples of the aristocratic families are envious of. Di Xiaofeng glanced at Di Beichen. Are you kidding me? Seeing Di Xiaofeng roll his eyes, Bailey Hongzhuang could not help but chuckle. Di Beichen was simply teasing Di Xiaofeng. Hongzhuang, what are you laughing at? Di Xiaofeng looked at Bailey Hongzhuang in confusion. Why do I see your expression so strange? Far away on the horizon, but close in front of you. Di Beichen said quietly. Di Xiaofeng was slightly taken aback. Before he could understand what this meant, Lin Taxing suddenly widened his eyes. Could it be that one of you obtained the inheritance? Following Lin Taxing's words, Di Xiaofeng and the others all looked at Bailey Hongzhuang and the other two. Is this true? I only obtained the inheritance of the demonic abyss. Mo Yunjue said slowly. Hearing this, Di Xiaofeng and the others all looked at Mo Yunjue in shock and curiosity. I heard that it's not easy to obtain the inheritance. Yunjue, show us the murderous aura field next time. I knew that Yunjue is also a first-rate genius. Looking at everyone's excited eyes, a trace of helplessness appeared in Mo Yunjue's cold eyes. He continued, they are the ones who obtained the two inheritances. The reason he said that he obtained the inheritance of the murderous aura field. Originally, when everyone knew that Mo Yunjue had obtained the murderous aura inheritance, they were already very surprised. According to their understanding, it was not an easy task to obtain this inheritance. Even they may not have the confidence to succeed. Mo Yunjue could succeed, which meant that he was a genius cultivator with unlimited potential. However, when they heard Mo Yunjue say that Di Beichen and Bailey Hongzhuang obtained the two inheritances, their eyes widened and their faces were filled with disbelief. No way? The three of you all passed? Di Xiaofeng said in astonishment. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled faintly. Since they returned to the Di family, they had not fought with anyone. It was not strange that Di Xiaofeng and the others did not know. That's right. Di Beichen smiled faintly. It seems that we may have misunderstood the inheritance of the two abysses. Di Xiaofeng pondered. Hearing this, Lin Xianxia looked puzzled. What misunderstanding? This inheritance must be very easy to obtain. Look, even Beichen obtained it. It must be very simple. Di Xiaofeng spread out his hands, looking as if that was how it should be. Ahem. Di Beichen coughed softly, his handsome face full of helplessness. Everyone could not help but laugh when they saw this. They naturally understood that Di Xiaofeng was just deliberately teasing Di Beichen. In that case, the upper realm does not have the bitter sea abyss? Bailey Hongzhuang frowned. I always feel that since there is such a saying, the bitter sea abyss should exist. She believed that the ancient books would not casually record it. Since such a saying had been circulating for a long time, it proved that it did exist. However, this saying also revealed one thing. The existence of the bitter sea abyss was very secretive and almost no one knew of its existence. According to her thoughts, those cultivators who had reached the bitter sea abyss were just lucky enough to encounter it. The journey must be very difficult to remember, or it might change from time to time. It was precisely because of this that the bitter sea abyss was an existence that everyone could not find. She had already been to 2 of the 3 abysses and obtained the inheritance. If possible, she also hoped to find the bitter sea abyss. Actually, I also think it should exist, but so many years have passed and no one knows where it is. Lin Taxing's handsome face was full of contemplation. According to this saying, the existence of the bitter sea abyss should be extremely secretive. Since this abyss is called the bitter sea abyss, could it be in the sea? Lin Xianxia was obviously very interested in this unknown matter. Is there a sea area called the bitter sea? Everyone looked at each other. Obviously, no one had heard of the existence of the bitter sea. I hope there will be a chance to find it in the future. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled faintly. No one could say for sure what would happen in life. Since this place existed, perhaps they would see it in the future. Soon, everyone arrived at the bottom of the abyss. Standing on the ground, everyone quickly found a passage in front of him. The ground is very flat and not full of potholes. This is really amazing. Yeah, I thought that the environment at the bottom of the abyss would be terrible, but it seems to be pretty good. The cultivators from the Lin family and the Di family were all overjoyed as they chatted with each other. The 2 families had been friends for generations, so they were basically very familiar with each other. They were like a family, and there was no sense of unfamiliarity or distance between them. Listen, there seems to be the sound of flowing water in front of us, Lin Xianxia suddenly said. Everyone quieted down and listened carefully to the voice coming from the front. A trace of surprise appeared in their eyes. Really? There really is the sound of flowing water. This is the bottom of the abyss, yet there is still the sound of flowing water. How miraculous. Let's go and take a look. After discovering that there was no danger in the surroundings, everyone's courage increased. They only wanted to explore this place that they had been curious about for a long time. Bailey Hongzhuang and the others looked at each other and immediately quickened their pace, quickly moving forward. Daihaoan and the rest were walking at the front. Bailey Hongzhuang suddenly noticed that the group of people in front of her had stopped in their tracks and were looking ahead. She couldn't help but feel astonished. Let's go take a look. Di Beichen's lips curled into a faint smile as he pulled Bailey Hongzhuang's delicate hand and walked forward. The bottom of the abyss was extremely wide and could accommodate dozens of people walking side by side. Therefore, Bailey Hongzhuang and the rest of the group walked through the abyss. When they arrived, they followed everyone's gaze and looked over. Immediately, a trace of shock appeared on their faces. If I'm not mistaken, this should be an immortal spiritual herb, right? Lin Xianxia raised her voice in disbelief and ecstasy. That's right. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded. This is an immortal spiritual herb. As an alchemist, she had the best understanding of medicinal herbs and could tell at first glance that this was an immortal spiritual herb. Such a large area of immortal spiritual herbs, how many are there? Lin Taxing couldn't help but exclaim with his mouth agape. This was a rare treasure. Normally, an immortal spiritual herb would fetch a sky-high price and no one would be willing to sell it. Yet, there are so many immortal spiritual herbs here. This is too scary. For a moment, the crowd couldn't help but rub their eyes, thinking that they were seeing things. Bailey Hongzhuang's heart was also filled with shock. An immortal spiritual herb was a rare spiritual herb. Its growth requirements were very high. It needed to grow in a place with extremely dense elemental energy and a water source nearby. Most importantly, it liked to live in cracks in the ground. Usually, such an environment was very difficult to find. In the past, there were people who wanted to cultivate immortal spiritual herbs, but the success rate was very low. Coupled with the fact that it grew for a long time, it was already very difficult. Most importantly, immortal spiritual herbs grew in midair and could change their location at any time. As a result, it was even more difficult to cultivate them. Therefore, everyone understood that immortal spiritual herbs were treasures that could only be found by chance. The effects of such treasures were also very shocking. It could increase a cultivator's aptitude to a certain extent. Generally speaking, from the moment a cultivator was born, their aptitude was already determined and couldn't be changed. However, immortal spiritual herbs were the only treasures that could change one's aptitude. As the chances of finding immortal spiritual herbs were too low, everyone assumed that aptitude couldn't be changed. However, such a large area of immortal spiritual herbs had now appeared in front of them. This was simply too crazy. Let's hurry and collect these immortal spiritual herbs. Di Xiaofeng shouted as soon as he reacted. Hearing Emperor Xiaofeng's words, everyone who was immersed in shock came back to their senses and immediately rushed up. If they didn't collect such treasures, they would really deserve to die, as long as they were refined into pills, the effect would. Bye. After everyone had finished harvesting, they continued to move forward. But this time, there's bye. Hearing Lin Xianxian's words, Di Xiaofeng and the others were all smiles. I'm afraid there aren't many forces that can compare with us. Lin Taxing smiled. We're just lucky. The heavens are still on our side. Haha. Di Xiaofeng smiled handsomely. If I had known, I wouldn't have wasted my time in the ruins. Hongzhuang, your alchemy skills are so amazing. When the time comes, I'll give these divine spiritual herbs to you. You'll be able to bring out the best effects after refining them into pills. Lin Xianxian smiled at Bailey Hongzhuang. After the trip to the ruins, her relationship with Bailey Hongzhuang had quickly become closer. She now regarded Bailey Hongzhuang as a good sister and did not have any scruples when speaking to her. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled faintly, okay. Immortal spiritual herbs were very precious. She also knew the pill formula for refining immortal spiritual herbs. However, the level of this pill was very high and she still needed to make some progress. Look, it seems like someone used to live here. Daihaoan slowly said after examining the environment in front of him. Only then did everyone realize that the abyss was like a cave and there were several paths in front. Most importantly, they saw the existence of a stone room. As expected. Bailey Hongzhuang was surprised. I didn't expect there to be such a setup in the abyss. How shocking. Who do you think would live here? Di Xiaofeng raised his eyebrows. Didn't they say that it's impossible to leave after staying in the Immortal Cloud secret realm for more than a year? Then who would choose to live here? Could it be that someone has been staying in the Immortal Cloud secret realm all this time? That's not impossible. Di Baichen pondered. Actually, there's plenty of elemental energy here. It's very suitable for cultivators to live here. Mo Yunjue also spoke up. Let's go ahead and take a look. Lin Taxing's eyes sparkled with curiosity and his expression turned serious. We have to be careful. If the person who lives here is still here, then we'll be plucking their immortal spirit grass. I hope we won't anger them. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's expression turned grave. Indeed, with such a huge patch of immortal herbs, it was very strange that no one was plucking them. If that's the case, wouldn't we be in trouble? Lin Xianxian asked. Why don't we leave now? After all, they had already gained a lot. Even if they left now, there was nothing to regret. Hearing this, hesitation appeared in everyone's eyes. How about, we just leave like this? Emperor Xiaofeng couldn't help but ask. He was very clear about the importance of these immortal herbs to the clan. As long as he could bring these immortal spirit herbs back, it would only be a matter of time before the disciples of the clan would have their aptitudes raised and surpass the cultivators of the other clans. Everything in front of them was still unclear. If they were to lose their lives here, that would be the worst thing that could happen. Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching looked at each other. This method was very reliable and wasn't a bad decision. However, just as everyone was hesitating whether to leave or not, they suddenly heard a familiar voice from inside. Ao Junquang, you shameless villain. Listen, that seems to be Yi's voice. Lin Xianxian's expression froze, then an anxious look appeared. Yes, it seems to be Yi's voice. Why is Yi here? I seem to hear her scolding Ao Junquang. Lin Taxing's face also showed a worried expression. Yi was his cousin. The relationship between the two was also very close. After hearing Yi's voice, Di Xiaofeng's expression was also a little nervous. Although he couldn't respond to Yi's feelings for him, in his heart, Yi had always been his most concerned cousin. If something happened to Yi, he would definitely be extremely anxious. Let's go and take a look. The original worry about the owner of this place was thrown away by everyone in an instant. Thinking that Lin Yi might be in danger inside, everyone rushed in immediately. Everyone couldn't help praying in their hearts, only hoping that Lin Yi would be fine. Bailey Hongzhuang and Di Beichen also exerted their speed to the extreme and rushed over immediately. When they arrived, they found that Lin Yi's clothes were stained with blood. Beside her, Ao Lingxiao was seriously injured and fell to the ground. His clothes were completely dyed red with blood. Yi! Lingxiao! A worried voice sounded, and Bailey Hongzhuang and the others quickly came to the two people's side. How are you? Are you okay? After Lin Yi saw Bailey Hongzhuang and others appear, a trace of blood appeared on her pale face. Lin Xianxian took Lin Yi's hands and supported her to prevent her from falling. Yi, what's going on? Lin Xianxian's eyes were full of worry and anger. Who hurt you like this? Ao Junquang. Lin Yi saw Lin Xianxian as if she saw her backbone. Ao Junquang, Jun Lingxuan, they are all here. Lin Xianxian quickly took out the medicinal pill and fed it to Lin Yi, then asked, where are they now? They heard you coming just now, so they quickly escaped. You go and chase them. They are just ahead. After hearing Lin Yi's words, Emperor Xiaofeng and Lin Taxing nodded and immediately led other cultivators to chase forward. This damned Jun Lingxuan, I will not let him escape this time. The Jun family has done so many outrageous things to us over the years. This time, we'll kill Jun Lingxuan first as interest. That Ao Junquang is also not a good person. He actually killed his father and mother in order to become the head of the family. After relying on the Jun family, he completely betrayed us. This time, I'll kill him as well to save myself the trouble. Regardless of whether it was the Lin clan or the Di clan, the cultivators were already filled with rage over this matter. Before they entered the Immortal Cloud secret realm, they had already wanted to kill these few fellows to vent their anger. Now that these fellows had gathered together, they naturally wouldn't let them go. What's more, these damn guys actually seriously injured Lin Yi and Ao Lingxiao. This was something that they couldn't forgive. Bailey Hongzhuang looked at the seriously injured Ao Lingxiao, and her face became extremely ugly. In her sight, Ao Lingxiao's chest was directly cut open, revealing a large piece of flesh. Even the internal organs were faintly visible. Blood was left all over the ground. How tragic it looked. After seeing this situation, Di Beichen's heart was filled with shock. How did Lingxiao get hurt so badly? Bailey Hongzhuang's face was extremely ugly. With such injuries, if they came a step later, he would have died. It's all because of Ao Junquang. Lin Yi's pretty face was full of anger. He is simply a bastard. He only wants to kill Ao Lingxiao. Not only that, but he also humiliated Ao Lingxiao. He is really hateful. Listening to Lin Yi's words, although Bailey Hongzhuang and others did not see the scene with their own eyes, they understood in their hearts that Ao Junquang must have been pressuring Lingxiao. That guy even killed his parents. It's not surprising that he did such a thing. Lin Xianxian snorted coldly. Her clear eyes were full of disgust. Second cousin-in-law, look at Xianxia's situation. Can he be saved? Lin Yi's small face was pale. Her clear black and white eyes were full of worry and tension. She didn't want anything to happen to Xianxia. Bailey Hongzhuang squatted down and carefully checked Xianxia's situation. After that, she quickly fed the elixir into his mouth. Ling Xiao, how are you? Bailey Hongzhuang tried to call out. Xiaoxia's eyes were a little unfocused at this moment. He was close to a coma. Hongzhuang. Hearing Bailey Hongzhuang's voice, Xiao forced himself to open his eyes. His gaze focused again, but his face was pale and bloodless. Even his words were barely audible. Seeing that Xiao could still answer her, Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes lit up. She comforted in a gentle voice, "Don't worry. You will be fine. I will definitely cure you. Everyone will definitely catch Zhengquang." Xiao forced the corner of his mouth to open. He spat out 2 words with difficulty, Thank you. As soon as his voice fell, he couldn't bear it anymore and fell into a coma. Seeing this, everyone couldn't help but show a hint of nervousness on their faces. He is in a coma. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded slightly, it's okay. His injury is really serious. I'm afraid he needs to recuperate here for a while, but his life will not be in danger. This injury looked extremely frightening, but as a doctor, she knew that it wasn't to the point of being incurable. Hearing this, everyone was relieved. Speaking of which, if Zhengquang hadn't wasted time humiliating Xiao, I'm afraid now, Lin Yi's voice paused, and everyone immediately understood. Regarding this point, they really didn't know whether to say it was good or bad. Needless to say, one could roughly guess how Zhengquang had humiliated Xiao. He must have been in a lot of pain before. In the next moment, Bailey Hongzhuang did not delay and immediately began to treat Xiao. If the bleeding was not stopped in time, it would be very troublesome. I think this Zhengquang is really crazy. No matter what, Xiao is his younger brother. I didn't expect him to go this far. Lin Xianxian's eyebrows were filled with disgust and regret. That was a blood relationship. As someone who also had a younger sister, she couldn't imagine how someone could do such a thing to a family member. He can't be called a human anymore. He is simply a beast. Mo Yunjua's black eyes were filled with coldness. It was as cold as winter, without the slightest bit of warmth. He had been with Xiao for so long. Even though he never said anything on the surface, he had already regarded Xiao as a brother in his heart. What was the situation before? Why don't you tell us in detail? Lin Xianxian helped Lin Yi to sit down on the side. After noticing that the latter's condition was fine, she asked. When I passed by here before, I saw this abyss. I remembered the abyss I had heard before, so I came down. After I came in, I saw the immortal spirit grass outside. At that time, I wanted to pick the immortal spirit grass, but I suddenly heard some movement inside, and I heard the name Xiao. Out of curiosity, I got closer. As a result, I found that Jun Lingxuan, Xiao Sou, Zhengquang, and a group of cultivators of the Ao family were all here. They seemed to have chased Xiao all the way here, but there were more of them after Xiao went in, so they didn't know where Xiao was. I have tried my best to minimize the movement, but I didn't expect to be discovered by them. They wanted to kill me. Lin Yi's face was pale. She seemed to recall the scenes that happened before, but she still had a lingering fear. I'm no match for them alone. Xiao only came out to protect me. Yi Mo sighed. If it weren't for me, he wouldn't have suffered such a serious injury. It's all my fault. Lin Yi's eyes were misty. Her sobbing appearance was very distressing. This is something that no one expected. Don't blame yourself. Lin Xianxian comforted. She knew Lin Yi's character very well. Although she was always a bit impudent, she was kind-hearted. This time Zhengquang was implicated. She must be very upset. No. Lin Yi shook her head, it's all my fault. If I wasn't discovered by them, Xiao would be able to leave. The next moment, Lin Yi raised her head and looked at Bailey Hongzhuang, second cousin-in-law, you must cure him. I will take good care of him. In the future, I will also take part in his revenge. Hearing this, Bailey Hongzhuang was slightly taken aback. She immediately raised a faint smile and nodded, okay. Lin Xianxian also nodded. When I first learned that he was Ao Lingxiao, I still had some doubts in my heart. However, from this incident, it was clear that he was a good person. If he could really kill his parents, he wouldn't have stood out to save you in such a dangerous situation. No one was stupid. In such a dangerous situation, Ao Lingxiao couldn't have been acting. This action was enough to prove his character. If he is your benefactor, then he is our benefactor. This Ao Zhengquang is so hateful, we must kill him to vent our hatred. Big sister, thank you. Seeing Lin Xianxian so supportive of her idea, Lin Yi also showed a smile on her face. On the other side, Ao Zhengquang retreated with Jun Lingxuan and Xiao Sou, but there was a puzzled look on his face. Young Master Jun, why do we have to leave? Even if it's a head-on battle, we won't be afraid of him. Moreover, there are so many immortal herbs outside. It would be a pity if we just gave up like this. Ao Zhengquang's face was filled with unwillingness. His heart trembled when he thought of the large amount of immortal spirit grass. Listening to Ao Zhengquang's words, Jun Lingxuan and Xiao Sou looked a little helpless. In fact, since the last time they fought with Bailey Hongzhuang, they had a shadow in their hearts. Just Bailey Hongzhuang could make them so embarrassed. Coupled with Bewitching and others, they knew what the situation would be like without thinking. Therefore, when they knew that Bailey Hongzhuang and others were approaching, their first thought was to leave quickly. Only in this way, it was the safest. However, in the face of Ao Zhengquang's inquiry, they obviously couldn't say their inner thoughts directly. They could only find other reasons. From their footsteps, we can judge that the number of people exceeds us. Di Xiaofeng and others are there. It is disadvantageous for us to fight head-on. Jun Lingxuan's face was calm. His eyebrows were full of seriousness. Hearing this, Ao Zhengquang understood and nodded, so that's the case. But, it's a pity for us to leave like this. Those immortal spirit grasses are of great help to us. Moreover, Ao Lingxiao doesn't seem to be dead yet. Ao Zhengquang's eyes were full of depression. He was so close to killing Ao Lingxiao directly. However, it was just for a moment that he didn't succeed. He was looking forward to killing Ao Lingxiao every day. In this way, the truth would be buried forever, and there would never be a day when it would be revealed. Jun Lingxuan glanced at Ao Zhengquang. His handsome face was displeased. I asked you to solve it cleanly before, but you wasted time. If you didn't waste time humiliating him, not only Ao Lingxiao, but Lin Yi would be dead now. Speaking of this, Jun Lingxuan's eyes also showed a trace of ruthlessness. Jun Shitao died in the hands of Bailey Hongzhuang and others. He had already made an oath to avenge Jun Shitao. If they killed Lin Yi, at least they could get some interest. Now, although the two were seriously injured, they could recover again after a while. How could he vent the resentment in his heart? After being reprimanded by Jun Lingxuan, Ao Zhengquang suddenly drooped his head and didn't dare to say anything more. Don't worry now. Although this immortal spirit grasses fell into their hands, we are still in the immortal cloud secret realm. We still have many opportunities to snatch this immortal spirit grasses back. Xiao Sou's voice was gentle. Her delicate little face had a soft smile. The most important thing now is to meet up with our family's cultivators. Once we meet up, we don't have to be afraid of them. Jun Lingxuan nodded slightly. In my opinion, we should be able to meet our family's cultivators soon. Of Jun Lingxuan is. Regarding this, they also felt extremely helpless. After using the escape talisman previously, they appeared in a random place. Although they didn't know where it was, they knew that it was far away. After that, they kept approaching the center, but they didn't meet the Jun family and Xiao family's cultivators for a long time. Fortunately, they met Ao Zhengquang and others when they approached the abyss. It happened that Ao Zhengquang and others were chasing Ao Lingxiao, so they joined in. However, they didn't expect things to be so coincidental. Bailey Hongzhuang and others also appeared here, complicating the situation. Quick! They should be in front. Di Xiaofeng's eyes were filled with disgust and hatred. The grudge between him and Jun Lingxuan had been going on for a long time. For so many years, both sides had always disliked each other. They just wanted to find an opportunity to get rid of each other. Unfortunately, there had never been a good opportunity. This time, Jun Lingxuan dared to seriously injure Lin Yi. He must kill this guy. The cultivators of the D family and the Lin family were also angry. It had become normal for the two sides to be at each other's throats. But this time, Yi Shiwen injured their people. He must pay the price. Jun Lingxuan and others were talking, thinking about how to find an opportunity to get the immortal spirit grass back. Suddenly, they heard the movement from behind. A hint of nervousness appeared on everyone's faces. Damn it. Those guys are catching up. Jun Lingxuan cursed. Ao Zhengguang's expression was tense and anxious. There are a lot of footsteps. I'm afraid there are more people than us. Let's go. Once they catch up with us, it will be troublesome. Xiao Sou's face also showed a worried expression. Both sides were now in a situation where one of them had to die. Once Di Xiaofeng and others caught up with them, they would definitely leave all of them here. There are a few forks in front. Let's run there and spread out. Don't be caught by them. Jun Lingxuan looked at the intersection ahead and said. Along the way, they had gained a better understanding of the environment. There were many caves here, and many of them were connected to each other. In short, this was a very suitable place for hide and seek. Coupled with the dark environment here, it was not so easy to find a person. It was precisely because of this environment that they couldn't find Ao Lingxia's figure before. They just didn't expect the situation to change in a short time. As Jun Lingxuan's voice fell, Ao Zhengguang and the others did not dare to delay. Their figures quickly swept out and scuttled into the fork road. When Di Xiaofeng and the others caught up, they saw the fork in the road ahead. He immediately frowned. This environment really isn't suitable for chasing people. Looks like we have to split up. Lin Taking nodded slightly. Then let's go this way. Then I'll go this way. Di Xiaofeng looked at another intersection and said. I'll take the third fork, Dai Haoan said. Soon, the crowd split into several groups and chased inside. Xiao Sou and Jun Lingxuan were walking on the same path. Both of them were rushing inside at their fastest speed. I wonder where this place is. I didn't expect this road to be so long. Xiao Sou looked at her surroundings with surprise in her eyes. When she first entered this abyss, she was very surprised by the environment below. Now, the deeper she went, the more mysterious she felt the situation was. The sound of flowing water ahead is getting clearer and clearer. It might be an underground river, Jun Lingxuan said thoughtfully. Then do we still go there? Xiao Sou looked worried. If there's no way out, then we'll be caught by Bailey Hongzhuang and others sooner or later. Now she didn't have an escape talisman in her hand. Once they were caught, it would be difficult to escape death. Jun Lingxuan's face was also very ugly. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. This must be the situation now. Xiao Sou originally felt extremely worried, but when she saw Jun Lingxuan's serious side profile, her heart suddenly calmed down a lot. However, Jun Lingxuan, who was thinking of a solution, did not notice the change in Xiao Sou's expression at all. After Bailey Hongzhuang fed Ao Lingxiao the elixir, his physical body gradually showed signs of healing under the effect of the elixir. At the same time, Bailey Hongzhuang also used the healing medicine without hesitation. The silver needles also began to treat the internal injuries. The visible injuries were already very terrible, but the internal injuries were more troublesome. Once the internal injuries were left, Ao Lingxiao's future would be affected. Breaking through the barrier of space was something that all cultivators could not bear. Lin Xianxia and others watched Bailey Hongzhuang busily treating Ao Lingxiao. Di Baichen and Mo Yunjue were very familiar with Bailey Hongzhuang's treatment methods, so they were not surprised. However, it was the first time for Lin Xianxia and Lin Yi to see it. Both of them were amazed. Hongzhuang's medical skills are really not weaker than alchemy. I didn't expect her to be so powerful. Lin Xianxia sighed with a smile. When she first learned that Bailey Hongzhuang cured her aunt, she was also very surprised. Now, looking at Bailey Hongzhuang's smooth movements, she already understood everything. After waiting for so long, I don't know if they have caught up. Lin Yi's injury was not serious. Because of Ao Lingxiao's appearance, Jun Lingxuan and others focused their attention on Ao Lingxiao, so they did not have much time to pay attention to her. It was precisely because of this that she was only initially injured. After taking the elixir, she had recovered a lot. They should be able to catch up. Bewitching said slowly. Since there are only 7 of them, my elder brother will definitely be able to catch up with them. After all, the Lin family and the D family had more than 20 cultivators. Even if they stayed here, the number would completely exceed Jun Lingxuan and others. I hope so. A trace of hatred flashed in Lin Yi's eyes. Jun Lingxuan, Xiao Sou, and Ao Zhengquang are all cunning people. I only hope that they can be dealt with as soon as possible. Wait patiently. Star and the others will come back after they catch up. You are injured. Star and Xiaofeng want to avenge you. Hearing the name Di Xiaofeng, Lin Yi's eyes flashed dimly. She used to be the happiest when she heard this name named Xiaofeng. Although it was just a short period of time, the situation was completely different for her. During this period of time, she had thought about it for a long time. In the end, she decided to completely let go of this matter. Although she couldn't do it in a short time, she believed that she would definitely do it. Noticing the change in Lin Yi's expression, Lin Xianxia felt a little helpless in her heart. It seems that Lin Yi still didn't take it lightly. Bailey Hongxuan's movements were very fast. After she finished bandaging Ao Lingxiao's wound, she stopped. Wife, when will Lingxiao wake up? Di Beichen asked with concern. I'm afraid he will be unconscious for a while. He should wake up at night. The pitch-black watery eyes rippled with warm light. But his injury is serious. It is not suitable for him to move. I am afraid he will have to stay here for a while. Hearing this, Di Beichen nodded slightly. As long as Lingxiao is fine, we will stay here for a while. Just as Di Beichen and the rest were waiting for the results, a series of footsteps finally came from inside. They're finally back. Lin Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. I've been waiting for so long and there's still no news. I couldn't help but worry. Bailey Hongxuang's lips curled up slightly and her eyes were clear and calm. Now I can rest assured. However, when they saw the situation in front of them, their faces immediately darkened. In their line of sight, Jun Lingxuan was holding Daihaoan hostage. The dagger in his hand was placed horizontally at Daihaoan's neck and there was blood seeping out faintly. Xiao Sou and Ao Zhengquang were walking beside him while Di Xiaofeng and the rest were following behind them with ashen faces. Jun Lingxuan, hurry up and release Haoan. Di Xiaofeng roared. His eyes were like a cold lake in October, cold and filled with killing intent. Hearing this, Jun Lingxuan sneered. As long as you let us leave here, I'll naturally release him. Otherwise, Jun Lingxuan's face became ferocious. Otherwise, we'll perish together with him. You can just wait to collect his corpse. Bailey Hongxuang and Di Beichen couldn't help but look surprised when they saw the situation. Big brother, how did this happen? Di Beichen's obsidian-like eyes were filled with haze. They were less bright and more gloomy. There was a fork in the road ahead so we split up. We didn't expect to fall into Jun Lingxuan's trap. The people who were traveling with Haoan all died in his hands. When we arrived, he was about to kill Haoan but when he saw us appear, he held him hostage. Hearing this, Di Beichen and the rest immediately understood. Master, this Jun Lingxuan is really not easy to deal with. Baisher's eyes were filled with disgust and unwillingness. The last time they met, Jun Lingxuan and Xiao Sou were already powerless. They didn't expect an escape talisman to save them. This time, it was a sure-kill situation but they didn't expect Daihaoan to fall into their hands. Seeing Bailey Hongxuang and the rest again, Jun Lingxuan's eyes were filled with murderous intent. Di Beichen, Bailey Hongxuang, what did you do to Shitao? Jun Lingxuan's eyes were sharp and sinister. He already knew the result in his heart. But if he couldn't confirm it himself, he still wouldn't believe it. Do you think Jun Shitao's alive? Under such circumstances. Di Beichen's voice was cold and indifferent. His handsome face was filled with disdain. It's ridiculous to ask such a question now. After receiving this affirmative answer, Jun Lingxuan's eyes turned red with hatred and murderous intent. He gritted his teeth and said, Di Beichen, I'll definitely kill you to comfort Shitao's soul in heaven. Then I'm afraid you don't have the ability. Bewitching said casually. A cold smile appeared on his sharp face. Every time we meet, it's so difficult for you to escape. You want to kill me? In your next life. His cold voice was like a glacier in the extreme north. It pierced Jun Lingxuan's heart and made it bleed. Bewitching, don't be too arrogant. Xiaosuo couldn't help but speak up. Anger appeared on her beautiful white face. You were just lucky these 2 times. The next time we meet, you'll definitely be defeated by us. Bailey Hongzhuang stared mockingly at Xiaosuo. Her peerless face was brimming with a devilish smile. Xiaosuo's fair and pretty face instantly stiffened. Even her earth-shattering fury froze in that instant. She was like a deflated balloon, leaving only defeat and unwillingness. In the past, she had never taken Bailey Hongzhuang seriously. She only felt that this woman from the underworld was not worthy of being her opponent. However, the power that Bailey Hongzhuang had displayed the last time had given her an indescribable sense of defeat. Even now, she still had a lingering fear in her heart when she recalled that battle. Noticing the dejection in Xiaosuo's eyes, Lin Xianxia and the rest were astonished. The usually arrogant Xiaosuo had actually revealed such an expression. If they had not seen it with their own eyes, they would not have believed it. It was obvious that Xiaosuo had suffered a great setback in the hands of Bailey Hongzhuang. Bailey Hongzhuang, I have indeed underestimated you. Xiaosuo's eyes were burning as she stared at Bailey Hongzhuang. Her clear black and white eyes were filled with endless seriousness and persistence. However, this does not mean that I will definitely defeat you in the future. In the past, she had always been arrogant. Even when she had been reprimanded by her father, she still did not take it to heart. She only thought that Bailey Hongzhuang's victory had been due to luck. However, after experiencing the previous incident, her way of thinking had changed. She now regarded Bailey Hongzhuang as an enemy that she must defeat. She wanted to rely on her own strength to completely defeat Bailey Hongzhuang. Noticing Xiaosuo's persistence and ambition, a trace of astonishment flashed across her black eyes. Bailey Hongzhuang did not expect that the previous incident would cause Xiaosuo to suddenly wake up. In the next moment, an enchanting smile bloomed at the corner of Bailey Hongzhuang's mouth, with a little playfulness and a little sarcasm. I'm sorry, but I have a special characteristic. Anyone who loses to me will never have the chance to make a comeback. The slender willow leaf eyebrows were slightly raised. The deep phoenix eyes were blooming with a fierce and intimidating brilliance. Bailey Hongzhuang just stood there calmly, but her momentum was overwhelming. Don't be delusional. Don't be delusional, these words were like a sharp sword, piercing into Xiaosuo's heart fiercely. Facing that pair of bright eyes, the confidence that she had gathered before was shattered in an instant. In the face of the enemy, Bailey Hongzhuang would never be courteous. What's more, this woman, first, she wanted to deal with her man, and then she dealt with her family. No matter which point it Xiao's had. Lin Qianzi's. Calm as Hongzhuang's Esav is. They had never seen such a Bailey Hongzhuang. Usually, she was gentle and pleasant, and anyone who talked to her would feel like a spring breeze. But it wasn't until this moment that they realized that Bailey Hongzhuang was just being approachable to them. Facing the enemy, she was as sharp as a knife, just like the cold winter, it was bone-chilling. There was no warmth at all. Second cousin-in-law is really domineering. Lin Yi's cheeks showed a trace of excitement. Her bright eyes flickered with admiration. She suddenly remembered what Bailey Hongzhuang said to Xiaosuo when they were in the underground market. It turned out that from then on, second cousin-in-law had not regarded Xiaosuo as an opponent. Jun Lingxuan looked at the beautiful Bailey Hongzhuang in front of him, and a trace of amazement flashed across his handsome eyes. He suddenly felt that his previous judgment was somewhat wrong. This woman, even if she had no background, was still infinitely beautiful. Xiaosuo looked stunned. The other party's words directly made her speechless. Jun Lingxuan let Howen go. Bewitching's eyes flashed a trace of sharpness, and his low and magnetic voice was filled with endless pressure. Jun Lingxuan unconsciously tightened his grip on the dagger, and increased his strength. Blood immediately dyed the dagger red. Unless you let us go, even if we die, he will have to be our scapegoat. Ao Zhengquang also said, this Daihaoan is the #1 figure in your D family. Are you going to sacrifice him? Hearing this, Bewitching frowned. It was not easy to seize this opportunity to capture Jun Lingshuan and the other two, but he did not expect such an unforeseen event to occur. If they directly attacked, it would mean that they had given up on Daihaoan. It was impossible for them to do such a thing. Di Xiaofeng's expression was very ugly. Long before they entered the Immortal Cloud's secret realm, they had already set their target. As long as they found the opportunity, they would definitely get rid of Jun Lingshuan. Now that Jun Zitao had been dealt with, it would not be enough if Jun Lingshuan did not die. You don't have to worry about me. It's no big deal if I die. We must not let them go. Daihaoan's face suddenly showed a trace of fearless heroism and determination. In the next second, he directly stepped forward, intending to commit suicide. Seeing this scene, everyone could not help but be stunned. They did not expect Daihaoan to make such a decision. Jun Lingshuan was obviously shocked by Daihaoan's actions, but he still held on tightly to Daihaoan, not letting him succeed in killing himself. Haoan. Everyone's eyes turned red when they saw that Daihaoan was intending to commit suicide. All these years, Daihaoan had been busy with the family's affairs, and he was very close to everyone. At this juncture, Daihaoan was even willing to sacrifice himself for the family. How could they not be moved? However, the more Daihaoan acted like this, the more they could not bear it. Let them go this time. We can't let Haoan lose his life like this. Yes, if we miss this opportunity, we will have another chance in the future. How can we exchange our brother's life? At that moment, the Di family and Lin family's cultivators could not help but. They really could not bear of this situation. Seeing Haoan S's eyes of Jun Lingshuan, Jun Lingshuan's Hao, and Jun Lingshuan's eyes. Jun Lingshuan, let go of Haoan. We'll let you leave. We'll let you go, Di Xiaofeng sighed, but his ink-black eyes became firm. No matter what, they could not exchange the lives of their clansmen for success. Hearing this, Jun Lingshuan's eyes flashed a trace of complacency. His voice suddenly became loud, get out of the way. We will let him go after we leave here. Are you kidding? Lin Taxing's face was serious and angry. If Haoan leaves with you, you will definitely kill him. You are not qualified to negotiate with me now. Jun Lingshuan's voice was cold and complacent, as if he had everything under control. Haoan, don't be silly. Linny couldn't help but speak up. Her sweet and gentle face was full of concern and relief. There will be plenty of opportunities to deal with them in the future. You guys, Daihaoan's eyes flashed with a trace of crystal, but he suppressed it. His gaze became exceptionally bright and warm. Seeing this, a smile appeared at the corner of everyone's lips. This may indeed be an excellent opportunity lost, but they felt it was worth it to save their loved ones. Don't be long-winded here. We are leaving now. You all stay here and don't move. Whoever dares to move, I will kill him. Jun Lingshuan's gaze was cold and chilling. The dagger in his hand was getting closer to Daihaoan. He pulled Daihaoan and walked forward. Whoever dares to follow, I will kill him immediately. Seeing this, everyone could only stop. Although their hearts were full of unwillingness, they did not dare to follow rashly. They couldn't gamble with Daihaoan's life. With Jun Lingshuan's temper, I'm afraid he won't let Haoan go. What should we do? Linny couldn't help but pace back and forth. She kept rubbing her hands. Her eyebrows were full of worry and anxiety like ants on a hot pan. There is no other way now. Lin Taxing sighed. His determined young face was full of worry. Once we move forward, he will notice our movements. Damn it, I didn't expect Jun Lingshuan to hold Haoan hostage. Di Xiaofeng cursed. He really didn't expect this situation. If he knew this, they wouldn't have acted separately before. Are the other people who acted with Haoan dead? Just when everyone was troubled by this, Mo Yunjue suddenly asked a question. Yes. Di Xiaofeng nodded. If we didn't happen to arrive, Haoan would be dead. Mo Yunjue's eyes, which were as deep as a black hole, quietly flashed a glimmer of light. In the blink of an eye, he quietly glanced at Bailey Hongzhuang and Di Beichen, but did not say anything. Bailey Hongzhuang naturally understood the meaning of Mo Yunjue's words. In fact, when she saw the previous hostage situation, she also had the same doubts in her heart. Wife, do you think there may be something wrong with Haoan? Bewitching transmitted his voice to Bailey Hongzhuang. When the three of them looked at each other tacitly, he already knew it. Not only him, but Hongzhuang and Mo Yunjue also had the same idea. That's just a guess. Jiao's eyes, which were as beautiful as the autumn moon, were calm. It's just a guess at the moment. I think there is something wrong with Daihaoen's sudden suicide. Mo Yunjue transmitted his voice. This was the D family's family matter, so he shouldn't be involved. However, if there really was a spy, then it was like a tumor that could endanger the safety of Bailey Hongzhuang and the others. At any time. I think so too. Bailey Hongzhuang was silent. The biggest turning point in this whole matter was Daihaoen's actions. Originally, everyone had been thinking about making a choice. However, from the moment Daihaoen chose to commit suicide, everyone's hearts were instantly moved by Daihaoen, so they chose to give up. In fact, this matter itself could be Daihaoen's true thoughts. However, they looked at it with suspicion, and it was indeed a bit strange. Di Xiaofeng also noticed the slight change in Di Beichen's expression as he waited. He thought about Mo Yunjue's question. As the young master of the Lin family, he had been trained by the elders all these years and was a very observant person. Mo Yunjue's question didn't seem to be a problem at first, but at this time it seemed a little strange. Therefore, he immediately guessed the guesses of Di Beichen and the others. Beichen, you suspect Haoen? Di Xiaofeng raised his eyebrows. His black eyes were as bright as the stars, as if they could see through everything. Big brother, what do you think? Di Beichen didn't answer immediately. Instead, he asked a question in return. He was different from Di Xiaofeng. Di Xiaofeng had been treating Daihaoen as a good brother all these years. They were close and had a deep relationship. He probably wouldn't think in this direction. However, he had just returned to the family not long ago. Obviously, he didn't have such concerns. Di Xiaofeng pondered for a moment. There was hesitation between his brows. It shouldn't be, right? Haoen is a disciple of the Di family. Moreover, the family has always treated him well. He shouldn't have done such a thing. Of course, we can't be sure just based on this. Ever since the incident with Di Kaiyuan, he knew that you couldn't judge a book by its cover. What you thought wasn't always right. Most of the time, it was the people you trusted the most who deceived you. According to father's judgment, what happened to you was done by the Jun family. Therefore, this spy has been hiding in the family for a long time. Haoen's age doesn't seem to match. Di Xiaofeng looked at Di Beichen. This was the biggest problem, he thought. Di Beichen's eyes changed. He said in a low voice, "There's no rush. Let's wait and see." Okay. The two brothers looked at each other. For them now, finding the spy was undoubtedly an extremely important matter. As long as this tumor was uprooted, the family would be safe and they would be at ease. A moment later, everyone rushed out, worried about Daihaoen's safety. When everyone arrived, they found Daihaoen lying in a pool of blood, while Jun Lingxuan and the other two were climbing up the abyss. This damned Jun Lingxuan. Lin Taxing cursed aloud. His handsome face turned red and the corners of his eyes almost cracked. His eyebrows were full of volcanic rage. In his line of sight, Daihaoen was stabbed in the chest by Jun Lingxuan's dagger. Blood flowed to the ground, and Daihaoen was clearly unconscious. Hongzhuang, take a look at Haoen's situation, Di Xiaofeng said. Bailey Hongzhuang immediately checked on Daihaoen's situation. Her beautiful brows furrowed, and her expression was somewhat complicated. Hongzhuang, is Haoen incurable? Lin Xianxian's expression was very ugly. She had guessed that such a thing might happen, but when it really happened, she still couldn't accept it. After all, she had a good relationship with Daihaoen over the years. Don't worry. His injury is very serious, but he can still be saved. Really? Lin Xianxian was stunned. The dagger has already pierced his heart. Can he still be saved? Young madam, aren't your medical skills too exquisite? Everyone was dumbfounded. Their faces were filled with shock. Everyone knew that once the heart was pierced, it was impossible to survive. Wifey? Di Beichen raised his eyebrows slightly. He noticed the change in Bailey Hongzhuang's expression. He was afraid that there was something wrong. Generally speaking, if a dagger pierced his heart directly, Howen wouldn't be able to survive. However, Howen's heart is in a different position from ours. Because of that, the dagger didn't pierce his heart. Once she said that, everyone finally understood. Their eyes were filled with surprise and joy. I didn't expect Howen to have such a characteristic. Lin Xianxia breathed a sigh of relief. If it wasn't for the deviation, Howen would have died in the hands of Jun Lingxuan. I knew that a despicable and shameless guy like Jun Lingxuan wouldn't keep his word. If Howen wasn't lucky, he would really be finished this time. I think Jun Lingxuan wouldn't have thought that it would end like this. Everyone wanted to chase after Jun Lingxuan. However, looking at the height of the abyss, they thought that by the time they climbed up, Jun Lingxuan and the other two would have escaped in an unknown direction. In the end, they chose to give up. After Bailey Hongzhuang treated Dai Haowen's injuries, Di Beichen, Di Xiaofeng, and Mo Yunjue walked to her side. Wifey, what do you think about this matter? I can't make a conclusion about this matter at the moment. Her bright eyes were filled with complexity and thought. Originally, she thought that Dai Haowen was a spy. However, what happened later made her somewhat uncertain. It's very likely that Dai Haowen knew that his body was different, so he colluded with Jun Lingxuan and the others. Only in this way would it not arouse suspicion. Mo Yunjue said in a low voice. It's indeed possible. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded slightly. However, he hit him very hard. He was only a hair's breadth away from his heart. If there's even the slightest mistake, he'll lose his life. If it's you guys, can you do it? Hearing this, Di Beichen and the other two sunk into silence. In this situation, it was indeed very difficult for them to make a judgment. After a while, Di Beichen said, if he's not a spy, then he's really been thinking for the family. If he really is a spy, then, he will be very scary. He would be terrifying. At this point, the hearts of Bailey Hongzhuang and the other two were all shocked. Indeed, if he could even be so ruthless to himself, then he was indeed a ruthless character. He was not someone that ordinary people could deal with. Based on this matter alone, we can't come to a conclusion for the time being. Why don't we take a look first? If it really is a fox, it will show its tail sooner or later. We have to be more careful. Di Xiaofeng's eyes were solemn and serious. No matter who the spy was, he would not show any mercy. This was because he would not tolerate the existence of such a person who would endanger his family. Moreover, this person caused his younger brother to wander outside for so many years. He even almost caused them to lose their lives. Dai Haowen and Ao Lingxiao were both unconscious. The Di family and the Lin family's cultivators were guarding by the side. This was the abyss. Other cultivators could come in at any time. They could only guard here to ensure their safety. Big brother, what's inside? Bailey Hongzhuang's lips curled into a faint smile. She was still very curious about this place. Wifey, do you want to go inside and take a look? Di Beichen knew Bailey Hongzhuang very well. He could guess her thoughts even with just a glance. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled and nodded. I always feel that this place is very special. I want to go inside and see what's inside. However, since elder brother and the others have gone so far without encountering anyone, the people who used to live here should be gone. Since you want to go and take a look, then let's go in. Di Beichen showed a knowing smile to Bailey Hongzhuang. The mischievous look made his handsome face glow instantly, like the sunshine in March, warm and charming. Yeah, you can go in and take a look. Di Xiaofeng also smiled. Anyway, we won't leave here for a while. It's convenient to go in and take a look. Seeing this, Bailey Hongzhuang looked at Di Beichen with bright eyes. Her delicate and beautiful face was full of mischief and excitement. Then, shall we go in? Okay. Di Beichen stretched out his hand and gently scratched Bailey Hongzhuang's delicate nose. His smile became warmer and warmer. Let's go in and take a look too. Lin Xianxia and Lin Taxing also said. Most of the cultivators decided to stay here to guard Dai Haowen and Lin Xianxia. After all, once other cultivators appeared, it was impossible to not have enough people to protect them. Although Lin Yi also wanted to go, she decided to stay here out of guilt for Ao Lingxiao. When Di Xiaofeng saw that both Lin Xianxian and Lin Taxing wanted to go, he also chose to stay here to lead the team. Therefore, only Bewitching, Bailey Hongzhuang, Mo Yunjue, Lin Xianxian and Lin Taxing went in together. Although there were not many people, their combat power was very strong, so everyone was relieved. The environment inside was still dim. They could only see clearly under the illumination of the light power. Hongzhuang, you are right. Someone should have lived here before. Lin Xianxian noticed that there were a few simple houses nearby, but they were covered in dust. It was obvious that the owner had left many years ago. To be able to build such a room in this abyss, this is really something. Lin Taxing sighed and looked around. In fact, he also wanted to see if there were any other gains after going deeper. However, as the crowd continued onward, they only discovered that the path was incomparably long, and they did not gain anything. This road is really long. How long do we have to walk until we reach the end? Just when everyone felt that this road seemed endless, the environment in front of them suddenly attracted their attention. This is an altar? A circular altar suddenly appeared in everyone's line of sight. Taking a closer look, he realized that half of the altar was black and the other half was white. He could vaguely feel the energy waves coming from the altar. Bailey Hongzhuang immediately discovered that the altar was filled with the two attributes of darkness and light. Suddenly, a trace of surprise appeared in her eyes, but she immediately concealed it. Bewitching and Bailey Hongzhuang quietly looked at each other. They did not expect such an altar to appear here. It was a combination of these two attributes. It was really strange. Hey, this altar is so strange. It is a combination of light and dark attributes. How can someone make such an altar? Lin Taxing looked curiously at the altar in front of him. The altar covered a large area and he could tell at a glance that it was a big deal. From the exquisite and complicated carvings and the mysterious and ever-changing runes, he could tell that the original owner must have put in a lot of effort to build this altar. I feel that this altar is very impressive. It seems to be more powerful than anything we've seen before. Lin Xianxian nodded slightly. I think so too. This altar looks very impressive. Bailey Hongzhuang did not say anything. Instead, she approached the altar directly. She felt that the altar seemed to have some kind of connection with them. Bewitching also walked to the other side of the altar. After sensing the aura that was similar to his handsome eyes were filled with surprise. Look, there seems to be a switch at the very front. Mo Yunjue reminded them. Everyone turned their gazes. As expected, there was a mechanism at the very front of the altar. The mechanism also glowed with alternating black and white light. It was like a glass ball with the power of the two attributes of darkness and light lingering in it, emitting extraordinary splendor. In the next moment, Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching both pressed the mechanism in tacit agreement. Ka, the sound of the shaft turning was suddenly heard. It seemed that the altar had not been opened for a long time, so it was moving very slowly. However, as time passed, the sound gradually disappeared. The black and white altar began to rotate. Everyone could clearly feel the power of the two attributes of light and darkness filling the altar. Even the space around them was completely covered by these two powers. In a short moment, Bailey Hongzhuang felt an endless amount of power enter her body. The demon summoning scripture was almost out of control, absorbing this pure power. Bewitching's reaction was no different from Bailey Hongzhuang's. The energy here was undoubtedly a great supplement to them. After absorbing it, it would be very helpful to improve their strength. Mo Yunjue and the other two did not have the light or darkness attributes, so the rich energy here was not of much help to them. Even so, they were still able to feel the pure and shocking origin energy here. The purity of this energy seems to be extremely shocking. Lin Xianxian's eyes widened as her beautiful eyebrows twitched. Her clear eyes were filled with surprise. Lin Taxing nodded, just standing here and feeling the illumination of the light attribute energy makes me feel comfortable. Even if we can't improve our cultivation, we can still eliminate some of the hidden dangers in our bodies if we stay here longer. This was one of the reasons why so many people sought after the power of light. The power of light had healing properties. Not only could it heal a cultivator's injuries to a certain extent, it could also eliminate some hidden dangers. Just like on the Day of Light every year, cultivators of the light attribute would display the power of light together. At that time, all cultivators yearned for it. How about, we go and call everyone here. Lin Taxing's face was full of excitement. They could not enjoy such a good opportunity by themselves. Lin Xianxia nodded. Good idea. However, at this moment, Xiao He and Xiao Bai, who were lying on White Lion's body, were suddenly attracted by a mysterious force and floated directly to the altar. What's going on with Xiao He and Xiao Bai? Lin Xianxian was dumbfounded. This sudden turn of events was simply too shocking. Hong Zhuang, are they going to be all right? Lin Taxing looked at Bailey Hong Zhuang. His handsome face was filled with worry and concern. The opening of the altar had already shocked them greatly. Now that this inexplicable turn of events had occurred, they could not help but feel anxious. Bailey Hong Zhuang was equally shocked by this sudden turn of events. She immediately tried to pull Xiao He and Xiao Bai back. However, she noticed that Xiao He and Xiao Bai's bodies were hovering above the altar. The power of darkness and light had enveloped them. It did not seem to have any intention of harming them. Only then did she calm down. In her line of sight, Xiao He was enveloped by the power of light while Xiao Bai was enveloped by the power of darkness. The two enormous forces formed two brightly colored spheres. As the energy increased, the crowd could no longer see Xiao He and Xiao Bai's faces clearly. They should be fine. Bailey Hongzhuang's red lips parted slightly. Her eyes were still fixed on the two spheres of light. She understood that this extremely pure energy did not have any harm or attack power. Therefore, this situation would only benefit Little Black and Little White, and there would not be any harm. Bewitching was also carefully observing everything. He could vaguely sense that the altar itself seemed to have a certain connection with Xiao He and Xiao Bai. This was because the setup here was simply too similar to their situation. At this moment, Bai Long's voice suddenly rang out in Bailey Hongzhuang's mind. Hong Zhuang, I remember now. Bai Long's pleasant voice was filled with unconcealable excitement. She even began to tremble with excitement. Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes lit up when she heard this. Bai Long, what have you remembered? All this time, Bai Long had been in a state of amnesia. Because her past memories were sealed, she could not remember many things. During this period of time, the White Dragon had been troubled by this matter. In fact, Bailey Hongzhuang also hoped that the White Dragon would be able to recall everything as soon as possible because only then would she be able to find out the origins of Xiao He and Xiao Bai. The Black Light Spirit and the White Light Spirit, they were created here. The White Dragon's voice sounded distant and complicated. There was a hint of realization, but more than that, confusion. What did you say? Bailey Hongzhuang was stunned. Her exquisite and otherworldly face was filled with astonishment. Her slightly parted red lips were so shocked that she forgot to close them. They were created here? Not bad. The White Dragon's voice was very certain. The Black Light Spirit and the White Light Spirit are unique existences in this world. They were born here at the altar. I seem to have known them before. The White Dragon's voice began to sound uncertain again. Yeah, why do I know them? Why is that? I have to think about it. Bai Long's voice disappeared as soon as she finished speaking. Seeing this, Bailey Hongzhuang did not pursue the matter. She understood that even if Bai Long remembered something, her sealed memories could not be completely recovered immediately. If she pursued the matter, it would only worsen Bai Long's situation. At this moment, it was already very difficult for Bai Long to remember something. Wife. Bewitching's eyes were as black as ink. They shone like obsidian as he asked Bailey Hongzhuang silently. Bailey Hongzhuang's voice was gentle and clear. When she spoke again, she was no longer as shocked as before. Instead, she was much calmer. In fact, she already had an indescribable feeling when she saw the altar. Although the White Dragon's words were very shocking, they did not raise any suspicions. A trace of astonishment flashed across Bewitching's black eyes. Then, he calmed down again. His eyes were as calm as the deep ocean. If Xiao He and Xiao Bai were created here, then this altar should be very beneficial to them. Doesn't this mean that the owner of this abyss is Xiao He and Xiao Bai's previous owner? Bewitching had connected all the dots in a short period of time. Xiao He and Xiao Bai had been staying in the Chaos Ring. If all of this is connected, then, Bailey Hongzhuang's gaze turned deep and serene. Just as Bewitching had said, connecting all the dots was indeed rather complicated. She seemed to have a feeling that everything was predestined, because all of these things were really coincidental. The chaos ring, Xiao Bai. Bailey Hongzhuang mumbled to herself. Her eyes suddenly became clear. What I've received is the inheritance of the original owner. Bewitching nodded when he heard this. That's right. This is the only way to explain all of this. The chaos ring is so powerful. The owner who created it must be an extremely powerful existence. Bailey Hongzhuang's heart was filled with reverence at this moment. Ever since she had entered this abyss, she had always felt a sense of reverence and familiarity in her heart. At this moment, she finally understood that this was the real reason. As Xiao and Xiao Bai's bodies were completely enveloped, they finally formed two gigantic spheres. Then, the two spheres' powers began to merge. More powers appeared in the altar, enveloping Xiao and Xiao Bai as one. Black and white powers intertwined, forming a state of you are me and you are me. Xianxia and the others watched this scene in confusion and curiosity. They did not expect this sudden discovery to cause Xiao and Xiao Bai to undergo such changes. Didn't they say that the light and dark attributes are incompatible? What's going on? Xianxia's head was filled with questions. This situation was beyond her understanding. Perhaps our understanding has always been wrong. Actually, the power of darkness and light power are not mutually exclusive, Lin Taxing said in deep thought. Mo Yunjue just stared fixedly at the changes in Xiao and Xiao Bai. His deep black eyes were filled with waves of light, as dazzling as the stars. After Xiao and Xiao Bai are baptized by this altar, they might have a great improvement. It's even possible that they have two different attributes. He also had some understanding of Bewitching and Bailey Hongzhuang's situation. When he first learned of this, he was a little surprised. However, now that he linked Xiao and Xiao Bai's situation together, he guessed this possibility. Perhaps it was because many miraculous things had happened around him, but he did not find it strange. Hearing Mo Yunjue's words, Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching's eyes flashed. If this was really the case, then it was really good news. A huge ball of attributes appeared above the altar, and the dense energy completely filled the entire area. Xianxia and Lin Taxing, who had originally wanted to call everyone over, did not leave because of the sudden change. Such a scene was not something that could be seen on a normal day. They only felt that everything was special and mysterious. They also wanted to know what changes would happen to Xiao and Xiao Bai after this situation. However, this process was obviously slow. Seeing this, Bailey Hongzhuang was not in a hurry. Instead, she sat down to cultivate with peace of mind. She was originally a little worried, but since Xiao and Xiao Bai were created here, she was completely at ease. Obviously, there would not be any situation that would be disadvantageous to Xiao and Xiao Bai here. On the contrary, cultivating here was very helpful for her to improve her strength. Naturally, she wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to improve herself. Bewitching and Mo Yunjue also sat down to cultivate. Obviously, this altar was the biggest gain in this abyss. There was nothing further inside, so it was better to cultivate here with peace of mind. Even if Mo Yunjue did not have these two attributes, bathing in the power of light would be of great help to him. After seeing this scene, Lin Xianxia and Lin Taxing looked at each other and decided to call everyone over together. After all, staying here was safer than staying outside, and there were more benefits. Therefore, after saying goodbye, Lin Xianxia and Lin Taxing left. Not long after, Bailey Hongzhuang suddenly opened her eyes because she felt that Xiao and Xiao Bai had woken up. As the owner, she and Xiao had a telepathic connection. She already knew from the moment Xiao woke up. A joyful smile appeared on her elegant and otherworldly face. It was as charming and dazzling as an epiphyllum, and a trace of crystal flashed in her clear eyes. Ever since she knew that Xiao had chosen to self-destruct for her, she had been thinking about it. She only hoped that Xiao could get better soon. Although she did not see the scene with her own eyes, she was shocked. Every time she thought about it, her heart was filled with an indescribable feeling. Therefore, she must kill Jun Lingxuan and the others to avenge Xiao. Xiao? Bailey Hongzhuang tried to communicate with Xiao through sound, but did not receive any response. She understood that it was probably because of the altar. When Di Xiaofeng and the others arrived near the altar and saw this scene, everyone's faces were filled with shock. I didn't expect there to be such an altar here. It's really amazing. It seems that this is an opportunity for Xiao He and Xiao Bai. Di Xiaofeng smiled faintly. It seems that this is an opportunity for Xiao He and Xiao Bai. Di Baichen nodded. Yes, I don't know when Xiao He and Xiao Bai's injuries will recover. Now with this altar, the recovery speed is greatly accelerated. Lin Yi couldn't help but look at Ao Ling Xiao and Dai Haoan, who were still in a coma. It's a pity that they don't have light or dark attributes. Otherwise, with this altar, they may be able to recover quickly. Listening to Lin Yi's words, Lin Taxing couldn't help but chuckle. You don't have to worry too much. With Hong Zhuang here, they will be fine. Moreover, with the influence of this light power, it is also good for them. Lin Yi nodded. I believe in second cousin-in-law's medical skills, but I feel a little guilty. 3 days later, the energy surrounding Xiao He and Xiao Bai finally dissipated. Master. Xiao He and Xiao Bai rushed to Bailey Hongzhuang and Di Baichen as soon as they left the altar. Their chubby little faces were filled with bright smiles, as warm and dazzling as sunflowers. Xiao He. Bailey Hongzhuang's face bloomed with an incomparably joyful smile. She reached out and pulled Xiao He into her arms. She felt a sense of satisfaction when she felt the warm and fuzzy sensation. If Xiao Bai had not appeared at that time, she would probably never have seen Xiao He again. This feeling of regaining what she had lost made her unable to control herself. Master. Xiao He smiled brightly, but her eyes were glistening. I was so worried that I would never see you again. If you're worried about this, then don't do such foolish things again. Bailey Hongzhuang rubbed Xiao He's head. No matter what, don't even think about leaving me. You can only follow me for the rest of your life. Hearing Bailey Hongzhuang's domineering and heartless words, Xiao He's eyes became moist. Sparkling tears flowed down uncontrollably, but the smile on her face became even more radiant. That's right. Xiao He will follow Master for the rest of her life. Bailey Hongzhuang turned to look at Xiao Bai. Xiao Bai's personality was much calmer than Xiao He's. Moreover, Di Baichen was a man, so he naturally would not be so emotional. However, she could still feel his strong warmth. Xiao Bai. Bailey Hongzhuang carried Xiao Bai over. Both of you must take care of yourselves in the future. Xiao Bai smiled and nodded. She rubbed her head against Bailey Hongzhuang and said, Mistress, it's good to see you again. White Lion also came over. When he saw Xiao He and Xiao Bai jumping around, he knew that they were fine. He immediately said with a smile, You're finally fine. I'm dying of exhaustion from carrying the two of you every day. Xiao He and Xiao Bai exchanged glances when they heard Bai Shi's disdainful words. Xiao He immediately leaped onto Bai Shi and rolled around on him. She said, Bai Shi, stop being so stubborn. I remember the situation clearly. Who was the one who was so emotional at that time? It's no use pretending to be disgusted now. Haha, White Lion, I just realized how much you care about me. Xiao He chuckled, looking full of pride. But I'm so charming. It's normal for you to like me. Looking at Xiao He and Xiao Bai's smug looks, White Lion suddenly rolled his eyes. You two should go to sleep. No. Xiao He shook her head. It's too late. Come on. Let me kiss you. Ha ha ha. Master. White Lion cast a pleading look at Bailey Hongzhuang. Bailey Hongzhuang just smiled and spread her hands, giving him a good luck expression. She knew very well that White Lion just didn't like to express it on the surface. In fact, his feelings for Xiao He and Xiao Bai were really deep. After Lin Yi and others saw that Xiao He and Xiao Bai had completely recovered, their faces showed joy. They woke up. That's great. Lin Yi walked over quickly. She had always been envious of Bailey Hongzhuang's contract beasts. Not to mention the strength of these 3 contracted beasts, just their appearance alone was more than just a little cute, their furry appearance directly melted her maiden heart. Xiao He and Xiao Bai also looked at Lin Yi with a smile. Lin Yi looked at the 2 beasts. After a moment of concern, she sat down beside Bai Shi habitually. Bai Shi, we haven't seen each other for a while. Did you miss me? Lin Yi reached out and touched Bai Shi's soft and smooth hair. She only thought that it felt really good. It must be very comfortable to sleep with it. Baisher just looked at Linny calmly. There was a trace of helplessness in the depths of his eyes. Bailey Hongzhuang couldn't help but look at Bewitching when she saw this. She transmitted her voice, I'm really looking forward to Yi's reaction after Baisher turns into a human. I'm also looking forward to it. Bewitching's lips curled into a playful arc. He looked at Linny with a spurious smile, I'm very willing to watch the show with my wife. Bailey Hongzhuang narrowed her eyes, you are so bad. I learned from my wife. I'm influenced by my company. Bewitching nodded very naturally. Nonsense. Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes widened, I obviously learned from you. Okay, whatever my wife says. Bewitching nodded with an expression that said, you are willful and mischievous, but I love you so much. Then, he said, this is called influenced by the company one keeps. You, Bailey Hongzhuang puffed up her cheeks. Facing such a talkative husband, she still had to think about how to deal with it. However, the bickering appearance of the two was a show of affection in the eyes of everyone. You too, aren't you embarrassed to show affection so blatantly in broad daylight? Di Xiaofeng raised his eyebrows and said to everyone, look, these two guys are obviously deliberately provoking us, a group of bachelors. As soon as these words came out, all the cultivators present also nodded, yeah, they are so bad. Punishment, punishment. He must be punished. Lin Taxing walked to Bewitching's side and said, we've been in the immortal cloud secret realm for a long time and haven't eaten anything. It's boring. Why don't we leave dinner to Bewitching and the others? I've heard that Hong Zhuang's culinary skills are amazing. I've been drooling for a long time. Lin Xianxia's eyes lit up. You don't know, but Xiaofeng praised Hong Zhuang's culinary skills to the skies. I really want to try it. What do you think of my proposal? Lin Taxing smiled brightly. It's a good opportunity to celebrate the recovery of Xiao He and Xiao Bai. All right. After going through so many things together, everyone had already become very close. Even if they were to cause a ruckus at this moment, it was still filled with joy and laughter. Seeing this, Bewitching turned to look at Bailey Hongzhuang and said innocently, wife, this has aroused public indignation. Bailey Hongzhuang laughed involuntarily and said, well, just enough to satisfy the two gluttons Xiao He and Xiao Bai. Hooray! Xiao He and Xiao Bai smiled and squinted their eyes like crescent moons. Their round faces looked even cuter, making people want to pinch them hard. In fact, Lin Yi and Lin Xianxian did just that. After making the decision, Bailey Hongzhuang began to prepare dinner. Although everyone joked about letting Bailey Hongzhuang and Xiao Bai prepare, in the end, it was still a group of women who did the preparations. After such a commotion, the haze that lingered in everyone's hearts these days had completely dissipated. Even though they had already escaped from the ruins, the lingering fear was still obvious. The meal cooked by Bailey Hongzhuang was naturally delicious. Even if there were not enough ingredients, the taste was still excellent. For a time, everyone was also full of praise. Ao Lingxiao, who was in a coma, only smelled a strong fragrance, then he slowly opened his eyes. When he saw that everyone had gathered together and was eating, his expression was a little confused at first. Then, he understood and his eyes lit up. Lin Yi was naturally the first person to notice Ao Lingxiao's awakening. Her pretty face was full of surprise, and she quickly went to Ao Lingxiao's side. Ao Lingxiao, are you awake? How do you feel? Do you feel uncomfortable anywhere? Facing Lin Yi's series of concerns and questions, Ao Lingxiao was still a little confused. He just nodded in a daze, as if he didn't understand why Lin Yi would care so much about him. I'm much better. Hearing this, Lin Yi breathed a sigh of relief, then I'm relieved. Bailey Hongzhuang and others noticed Ao Lingxiao's blank look after waking up. They suddenly found it very interesting. Lingxiao, I heard from Yi that you suffered such serious injuries in order to save her. I thank you on behalf of Yi. Lin Taxing stood up. His eyes were sincere and magnanimous. In the future, your business is our business. Yes, if it weren't for Yi this time, you wouldn't have suffered such serious injuries. We all had some misunderstandings about you before, but we now understand your character. We will definitely unite with you for the Ao family's matter. Lin Xianxian's voice was crisp and heroic. She looked like a heroine. Ao Lingxiao obviously didn't expect that everyone's attitude toward him would change so much after he woke up. He was a little stunned, but he was more surprised. Thinking back to the time when they were on the flying artifact, although everyone protected him, it was because of Bewitching's face. In fact, their hearts were full of doubts about him. However, looking at everyone's expression at this moment, he knew that everyone really recognized him from the bottom of their hearts. This was what made him the happiest. Actually, Ao Junquan came for me. It's just that Miss Lin was implicated. I should feel sorry. Ao Lingxiao said with an apologetic expression. Linny waved her hand quickly. If I wasn't discovered by them, you could have kept running. Anyway, your business will be my business in the future. Ao Lingxiao looked at Linny in a daze. He wanted to say something, but he didn't know what to say. Seeing this, Bewitching couldn't help but smile. Lingxiao, it's normal for you to want to repay your kindness. Don't reject her. After all, we're teammates. Linny nodded, yes. Alright then. Ao Lingxiao finally relented. Bailey Hongzhuang walked to Ao Lingxiao's side and placed her white fingers on his wrist. After checking his pulse, she said, your body is very weak. Although you've gotten better after taking the pill, your injuries are too serious. It's still very inconvenient for you to move for a while. During this time, we will stay here for the time being. You should recuperate well. Isn't that delaying everyone? Ao Lingxiao was nervous. Actually, you don't have to worry about me. If I delay you, I will feel sorry. Don't think so much. Bewitching waved his hand. Since everyone is teammates, it's natural to take care of each other. That's right. Just focus on recuperating. In an instant, the cultivators from both the D clan and the Lin clan told Ao Lingxiao to relax. This kind of warmth and care made Ao Lingxiao feel an indescribable feeling in his heart. It was so warm that his eyes felt a little sour. He thought that he was going to die this time and would never have the chance to take revenge. He didn't expect that not only would he survive, but there would also be so many people who understood him. Ever since he was accused of a groundless crime, he had become a scum that everyone despised. Now, there were so many people who understood him. This feeling was undoubtedly very joyous. Compared to anything else, understanding was what he needed the most. Oh right, Lingxiao. Did you see Xiren and Ying on your way here? Bewitching asked. Until now, they still didn't have any news about Xiren and Ying. Ao Lingxiao shook his head. No. I didn't meet many cultivators on my way here. I didn't know most of them. Plus, I was worried that the Ao family would catch up with me, so I was very careful and avoided the crowd. Understood. Bewitching understood. You must have been tired during this period. Rest well. When we get out, you won't have to hide like before. Hearing this, Ao Lingxiao looked deeply at Bewitching. A trace of clarity appeared between his eyebrows. It was as if the haze that had been hanging over him for such a long time was finally dispelled by the sun. His entire person became bright and beautiful. It's all thanks to you guys. After everyone started to rest, Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching looked at Xiao He and Xiao Bai. However, before they could ask, Xiao He and Xiao Bai quickly explained. Master, we finally remembered something. It turns out that we forgot a lot of things. Xiao He's eyes shone with excitement. This is actually our original master's residence. Hearing this, Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes lit up. So it's really like this? Master, why do you seem to have known all along? Xiao Bai was a little surprised. They hadn't said anything before. The white dragon has already told me. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled faintly. The white dragon said that it knew you before, and you were created here by your former master. I see. A smile appeared on Xiao He's face. However, we haven't recalled everything yet. We only know a part of it. Only by finding the inheritance of the original owner will we be able to recall everything. The legacy of the original owner? Bewitching frowned. Is this just a residence? That's right, Xiao Bai replied. In the next moment, Bailey Hongzhuang took out the black stone and said, Do you know what this is? Ever since the last time she went to the light attribute ruins, she had always felt that it was very strange. She didn't understand why the stone had some connection with the ruins, but then it wasn't completely connected. This is the key to the legacy of the original owner, Xiaobai said with a smile. Then why did we sense it when we were there? We're not too sure about this. It seems that the ruins are also related to the original owner, but we're not too sure what the connection is. Xiao Hei spread out her hands. Her expression was full of helplessness. Is your master the same person? Bewitching suddenly asked. His deep eyes flashed with a bright luster, revealing wisdom and sincerity. They should be two people, right? Bailey Hongzhuang looked at Bewitching in astonishment, not understanding why Bewitching would ask such a question. Master, you're so smart. Xiaobai looked at Bewitching in amazement. That's right, we have two masters. After receiving this confirmation, Bewitching nodded and looked at Bailey Hongzhuang's puzzled eyes and explained. Previously, I also thought that Xiao Hei and Xiaobai only have one master. However, ever since Xiaobai acknowledged me as her master, I don't think that's the case. If there's only one master, they won't acknowledge two masters separately. Furthermore, this place is filled with the aura of light and darkness, which means that these two masters have these two attributes respectively. Furthermore, they should be a pair of lovers. Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes lit up when she heard this. Now that you've analyzed it, everything can be linked together. However, I'm reminded of your master. I also have the same guess. Bewitching gave her a knowing look. If that's really the case, then it's really predestined. Master, the one you met in the lower realm was the male master. Xiaobai looked at Bewitching. The reason why I acknowledged you as my master is also because you've received the male master's approval. As expected. Bewitching was secretly surprised. He didn't think that everything had so much to do with each other. It was just that they didn't think too much about it in the past. Indeed, everything is predestined. Bailey Hongzhuang suddenly understood and said, could it be that your mistress was the former Holy Maiden of Light? According to what she knew, the Holy Maiden of Light had not appeared for many years. Ever since the disappearance of the previous generation's saintess, the light inheritance had been affected. Most of the inheritance had disappeared, so even though the influence of the light sacred assembly was still there, its strength was not as strong as before. The power of light was praised, but the power of darkness was rejected by everyone. Who would have thought that two people with completely different statuses would actually fall in love with each other? Just thinking about it, one could understand how tragic the situation was at that time. For a time, Bailey Hongzhuang also understood why they chose to live in this abyss. Although the environment of the abyss was dark and did not suit their liking, it should be a place full of love for them. At the very least, in this place, they were able to let go of everything and be with each other. That's right. A hint of sadness flashed across Xiao Hei's eyes. The two original owners had a difficult life back then. In the end, they couldn't live together. Bailey Hongzhuang sighed faintly. Her mind suddenly recalled the ill-fated relationship that her male master had mentioned when she first met him in the training grounds. At that time, she didn't understand why he had said those words. Until now, she suddenly understood. Thinking about it, He Xingjun must have been extremely shocked when he saw that she was a light attribute cultivator. It felt as if their situation had happened again. Even after so many years, the dark attribute was still rejected by everyone. The situation did not change. Thinking back, when his master gave him this important task, he knew that it would not be easy to change everyone's opinion. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled and shook her head. Her delicate face was filled with confidence and charming brilliance. I am not the Saintess of Light. This kind of thing will not happen to us. Moreover, even if I am, so what? Bailey Hongzhuang raised her eyebrows and her lips curved into a mischievous smile. With her character, she always did whatever she wanted to do. Since when was she restrained by others? Even if she became the Saintess of Light, those people would not be able to control her. Therefore, she did not think that this was an ill-fated relationship. Instead, she thought that this was an opportunity. Perhaps the heavens felt that it was unfair for the two original owners. That was why everything happened again. It was to let everyone understand that what they did in the past was wrong. We will help them fulfill their wishes. Looking at Bailey Hongzhuang's confident look, Di Beichen's eyes were filled with splendor. His heart was filled with joy. At the next moment, he held Bailey Hongzhuang's little hand tightly. The smile on his lips became brighter and brighter. That's right. We will change everyone's opinion. Bailey Hongzhuang stared at Di Beichen. Her eyes were serious and clear. No matter what, you can't let go of my hand. Wife, even if you want to escape, I will not give you the chance. You can only stay by my side. Di Beichen's eyes suddenly became affectionate. After being together with Bailey Hongzhuang for so long, they had experienced too much. There was nothing that could separate them anymore. The four beasts saw their two masters showing off their affection and quietly left. At this time, it was better to let their two masters be alone. Although Xiao He and Xiao Bai did not continue to stay in the altar, the energy here was still very beneficial to everyone. With the help of the dense elemental energy, Bailey Hongzhuang successfully broke through another level, reaching Star Light Realm level 9. This improvement made her extremely happy. If it were any other time, it would have taken her a long time to break through to level 3. However, she had only been in the Immortal Cloud Secret Realm for a short period of time, yet she had already improved so much. Although the risks were not small, her improvement was simply too fast. Di Beichen's cultivation had also improved. Needless to say, Xiao He and Xiao Bai's cultivation had improved greatly when they were in the altar. They were no longer the same as before. The White Lion wanted to break through to the Nebula Realm and transform into a human form. However, to a demonic beast, breaking through to the Nebula Realm was a hurdle in itself. Therefore, he was the only one who had yet to break through. However, White Lion was still full of confidence because he knew very well that that day was not far away. After Daihaoan woke up, Di Beichen and the others only asked a few questions and did not say much, because no matter how Daihaoan answered, it was not important to them. If they wanted to determine the truth, they would have to discover it themselves. Ao Lingxiao and Daihaoan recovered very quickly under Bailey Hongzhuang's treatment. After staying for 10 days, they were already able to move. Staying in the Immortal Cloud Secret Realm meant that they might encounter new opportunities every day. Naturally, no one was willing to stay in this abyss forever. Even if Ao Lingxiao and Lin Yi's injuries were not fully healed, it was nothing to slow down their movement speed. However, everyone still took good care of them. After everyone left the abyss, they continued to move forward. Bailey Hongzhuang deliberately went in the direction pointed by the stone. This Immortal Cloud Secret Realm only opened once every 10 years. Once they missed this opportunity, they would have to wait for another 10 years to come again. Therefore, she had to find it this time. According to Xiao He and Xiao Bai, the former identities of the two original owners were very unusual. Their inheritance did not seem to be as simple as the inheritance they encountered on ordinary days. However, they had to find out all this by themselves. After walking for 3 days, everyone did not find any figure. They felt a little helpless. In this regard, everyone also understood that the location of this abyss was not far from the original light ruins. In addition, they had stayed down for 10 days. Presumably, most of the cultivators were already far away from here. I'm the one who dragged you all down. Ao Lingxiao naturally felt the helplessness in the hearts of many cultivators, and he felt apologetic. If it weren't for him, everyone would not encounter such a thing in the abyss. Naturally, they would not be delayed for so long. Lingxiao, don't think so much. Di Beichen said slowly, we have gained enough under the abyss. Ao Lingxiao raised his head and saw Di Beichen's eyes were bright and spirited. His warm words unconsciously gave people a sense of relief. Yeah, I'm the one who dragged you down. If you feel so guilty, what should I do? Lin Yi smiled and looked at everyone apologetically, I'm the one who dragged everyone down. We're a family. Don't be so polite. Di Xiaofeng chuckled, Beichen is right. Think about those immortal spirit grass. What's the point of wasting some time? As soon as these words came out, the atmosphere suddenly became lively again. The previous worries were swept away. Indeed, the immortal spirit grass they harvested was enough to offset everything. Daihaoan's eyes dimmed, my storage ring was snatched away by Jun Lingxuan. It's expected. Haoan, don't think too much about it. Di Xiaofeng comforted. Bailey Hongzhuang and Di Beichen looked at each other. This was within their expectations. No matter who it was, after killing someone, they would definitely take the other person's storage ring. After all, the cultivators who appeared in the Immortal Cloud secret realm were all of high status. Even if they could not obtain the inheritance of the other party's clan, they would still be able to obtain the benefits that the other party obtained in the Immortal Cloud secret realm. It was just that once the seed of doubt was planted in their hearts, they would think more about it. Back when we got the immortal herbs, we should have kept all of them, Di Xiaofeng sighed. Daihaoan also picked quite a few immortal herbs. At the thought of these immortal herbs falling into Jun Lingxuan's hands, he felt a wave of displeasure. One had to know that the effects of this immortal spirit grass were not small. Even if it was only a single stalk, it could be refined into a pill that would be of great help to the clan's disciples. He would rather these immortal herbs fall into the hands of others than to benefit Jun Lingxuan. Looking at Di Xiaofeng's depressed look, Bailey Hongshuang smiled and said, "Big brother, don't be too depressed." As Bailey Hongshuang finished speaking, Di Xiaofeng was stunned for a moment before he smiled. "Sister-in-law, your logic is right. Now that I think about it, I feel much better. As long as we are still in the Immortal Cloud secret realm, we still have a chance to take back the immortal spiritual herb." Ao Lingxiao also looked at Bailey Hongshuang gratefully. He didn't expect that the other party would give the credit to him. In the next few days, they did not meet anyone. However, Ao Lingxiao and Daihaoan had completely recovered their mobility during this period of time and were no longer affected by the immortal spiritual herb. On this day, they finally met the cultivators of the other teams. When they saw Bailey Hongshuang and the others, a trace of surprise appeared in their eyes. Then, it turned into joy and desire. Di Xiaofeng originally wanted to greet the other party, but the other party directly avoided him and continued to follow them at a distance not far from them. After meeting the first group of people, Bewitching and the others already felt that it was very strange. Then, they met a few more teams and found that these teams had the same reaction. They immediately felt that something was wrong. "Xiaofeng, why do I feel that everyone is looking at us strangely? They seem to be whispering something, but I can't hear them clearly." Lin Xianxia frowned. She hated this kind of situation the most. It was as if everyone knew what was going on, but she was the only one in the dark. "I also feel that the reactions of these teams are very strange. Also, didn't you notice that they have been following us?" Lin Taxing's expression was grave and serious. His intuition told him that something must have happened. Otherwise, everyone would not have such a reaction. "I noticed it too. I wanted to go to them to find out more, but when I got close, they retreated a distance away." Di Xiaofeng's expression was very ugly. He had already noticed this situation and wanted to find out more, but the other party did not give him a chance. "Xiaobai, go and find out," Di Beichen said. Xiao He and Xiaobai were the best at gathering information. However, Xiao He had been discovered the last time she went to gather information. Presumably, she still had lingering fears, so Di Beichen decided to send Xiaobai over. "Master, I'll go with Xiaobai." Xiao He saw Bailey Hongshuang. "Don't worry, we'll be careful this time. Last time, it was careless and fell into Jun Lingxuan's trap. But this time, it wouldn't be the same." Seeing Xiao He's confident look, Bailey Hongshuang smiled and nodded. "Go ahead." In the next second, Xiao He and Xiaobai shrank their bodies and slowly moved closer. At the same time, Bailey Hongshuang and the others sat down to rest. Anyway, they understood that as long as they did not leave, the other teams would not leave either. At this time, they paid attention to the other teams and could also distract them, preventing Xiao He and Xiaobai from being noticed. "Do you think Jun Lingxuan's news is true? Do they really have immortal spirit herbs?" I think Jun Lingxuan was very serious when he said it. It didn't seem like he was lying. It's just that Di Xiaofeng and the others don't seem to know what happened. Xiao He and Xiaobai's faces turned ugly when they heard the crowd's conversation. They never thought that Jun Lingxuan would be so shameless that he would use such an evil move. After circling around the three teams, they realized that each team was following them because of this matter. Bailey Hongshuang kept guessing the reason why the crowd was following them. When Xiao He and Xiaobai returned, the crowd hurriedly asked, "Did you find out?" "Master, that Jun Lingxuan is simply too despicable." Xiao He's face was filled with hatred, wishing that she could crush Jun Lingxuan into meat paste. He's spreading the news that we have immortal spiritual herbs on us. These people are all after the immortal spiritual herbs. I knew it would be like this. Di Xiaofeng could not help but stomp his foot. His handsome face was filled with anger. This guy obviously knows that he can't beat us, so he wants to get others to do it for him. He's truly despicable and shameless. Then what should we do? The temptation of immortal spiritual herbs is simply too great. Ordinary cultivators can't resist it at all. Look at how these people have been following us. They definitely won't give up. Lin Xianxia could not help but feel anxious. She was all too clear about the attraction of immortal spiritual herbs. No matter which cultivator it was, they all hoped that their aptitude would be raised. An increase in aptitude was much more attractive than an increase in strength. This was because once one's aptitude was raised, it meant that there would be more room for improvement in the future. It also meant that there were endless possibilities. Hence, even if an immortal spiritual herb appeared on a normal day, it would cause everyone to fight over it. Furthermore, it was obvious that Jun Lingxuan would definitely exaggerate the number of immortal spiritual herbs in order to get everyone to gang up on him. After Bailey Hongzhuang heard this news, a trace of haze appeared on her fair face. It was not that she had never encountered such a method before, but she had to admit that this method was extremely effective. The number of cultivators that the Jun family brought into the Immortal Cloud secret realm could not be compared to theirs. Even if the Xiao family and the Ao family were included, the number still could not be compared. Therefore, this method was the most helpful to them. It seems that this matter is indeed a little tricky. Bailey Hongzhuang's face darkened slightly as she looked up at Bewitching. We have to think of a way. Bewitching nodded slightly. The most important thing for us now is to figure out how Jun Lingxuan spread the news. Only when we know his specific statement can we come up with a rebuttal. In my opinion, we should first think of a way to shake off these three teens. With them following us, our whereabouts will soon be known by others. The reason why they haven't made a move until now must be because there is still a certain gap in numbers between us. They don't have enough confidence. But once they outnumber us, it will be time for them to make a move. We can't just sit here and wait to be surrounded. Mo Yunjua suddenly spoke. As the young master of the heaven-devouring pavilion, he had experienced this kind of thing many times. For now, the most important thing was to shake off these spies. Hearing Bewitching and Mo Yunjua's words, everyone nodded. This was indeed the most important thing for them to solve at the moment. Then let's shake these guys off first. After finding a safe place to stay, we will think of a way. After making the decision, the group didn't delay and immediately started to move. Obviously, directly leaving wouldn't work. These people would try to find a way to follow them and they couldn't get rid of them. Thinking about this, Di Xiaofeng led the group and pretended to talk to them to get information. When the other party saw Di Xiaofeng approaching, they all frowned. Before they had enough strength, they obviously didn't want to fight with the Di family. Therefore, the first thing they wanted to do was retreat and leave. However, Di Xiaofeng obviously didn't plan on letting them leave. He immediately sped up and chased after them. Are you disciples of the Cloud Sky sect? Di Xiaofeng's face had a warm and polite smile. The sun shined on his body, making him look even more charming. Yes, I am Qiu Baixin of the Cloud Sky sect. Qiu Baixin's face had a flash of awkwardness, but he quickly recovered. So it's young Master Qiu. Di Xiaofeng's smile became warmer. I have something to ask young Master Qiu. I hope young Master Qiu can tell me. Young Master Di, please speak. These days, I've noticed that you've been keeping a certain distance from us, but you don't want to travel with us. Why is that? Although he already knew, Di Xiaofeng's face was still full of doubts. Qiu Baixin froze for a moment, then smiled. Actually, I have always admired young Master Di. It's rare to meet young Master Di, so I wanted to take this opportunity to get close to Yifan. It's just that I'm naturally shy, so I'm acting like this. I hope young Master Di won't laugh at me. Listening to the other party's lies, Di Xiaofeng could only pretend to be surprised. It's my honor to meet young Master Qiu. Di Xiaofeng's smile was like the sun. In just a few words, he had already closed the distance between the two sides. Just a few words of praise made Qiu Baixin extremely happy. Seeing this, Bailey Hongzhuang and Di Xiaoqing looked at each other and smiled. They had to admit that Di Xiaofeng's skills in this area were extremely good. Just when Qiu Baixin and the others let down their guard, Di Xiaofeng said, "Young Master Qiu, I want to ask you something. Have you met Jun Lingxuan and the others?" The moment those words came out, all the cultivators of the Cloud Sky sect were stunned. Qiu Baixin's eyes flashed with cunning. He didn't answer Di Xiaofeng's question right away but asked, "Why does young Master Di want to see them?" "I'm sure that young Master Qiu is already aware of the grudges between us and the Jun family. To be honest, we had a conflict with them a while ago." With that, Di Xiaofeng sighed again. "Jun Lingxuan is really despicable. He kidnapped my family's disciples and took away our things. Naturally, we have to get them back." When the Cloud Sky sect disciples heard the word thing, their eyes lit up. "Young Master Di, may I know what you were talking about?" Qiu Baixin asked. "It's just something we got from the Celestial Cloud secret realm." Di Xiaofeng faintly smiled and purposely changed the topic. He clearly didn't want to talk about what it was. Seeing how Di Xiaofeng was trying to cover it up, Qiu Baixin was even more convinced. He immediately asked, "May I know what young Master Di is talking about? Is it the immortal spirit grass?" A variety of expressions appeared on Di Xiaofeng's face. Shock, doubt, disbelief. In the end, he just stared blankly at Qiu Baixin. Clearly, he had not thought of how to answer. After seeing Di Xiaofeng's expression, the cultivators of the Cloud Sky sect no longer had any doubts. They really did have the immortal spirit grass. "How did you know?" Di Xiaofeng couldn't help but ask. Qiu Baixin and the others looked at each other and finally said, "Young Master Di, to be honest, Jun Lingxuan has already spread the news that you have the immortal spirit grass. Now, many teams already know about this and are thinking of coming to find you." However, after hearing this, Di Xiaofeng's face suddenly became angry. "What did you say? Jun Lingxuan is actually making false accusations. Young Master Di, since things have already come to this, you don't have to pretend anymore." Qiu Baixin glanced at Di Xiaofeng. It was obvious that he had already confirmed the truth. "I'm sure that most cultivators already know about this. I advise you to make early plans." "Young Master Qiu, I'm not pretending." Di Xiaofeng's expression became serious and serious. "Indeed, we did get the immortal spirit grass before. However, the immortal spirit grass has already fallen into Jun Lingxuan's hands. Now, we want to find Jun Lingxuan to get the immortal spirit grass back. I didn't expect him to slander us." "That's right, Jun Lingxuan is too despicable." "How can he be so despicable?" Lin Xianxian's face was also filled with indignation. "I already knew that Jun Lingxuan wasn't a good person. I didn't expect him to spread the news of the immortal spirit grass. He is really thoughtful." Lin Taxing coldly snorted, "I'm afraid we can't explain ourselves in this situation." Seeing the angry expressions of the cultivators of the Di family and Lin family, the people of the Cloud Sky sect didn't take it to heart. After all, no matter who had such a treasure, they wouldn't be willing to let others know. It was normal for them to put on an act. Di Xiaofeng also saw that the other party didn't believe him and immediately said, "Don't you believe us?" "Young Master Di, it's not that we don't believe you, but we have to show some evidence." Qiu Baixin had a faint smile on his face. His expression was calm, and his meaning was obvious. "Of course we have evidence." Di Xiaofeng's expression was serious, with a hint of unwillingness and anger. He continued, "Presumably, the reason why those teams have been following us these days is also because of this, right? Why don't we invite them here and talk about this?" Qiu Baixin and the others were surprised when they saw Di Xiaofeng's serious expression. Logically speaking, Di Xiaofeng shouldn't be able to defend himself. Why did it seem like he really had evidence? "Young Master Di, you have to think this through. If you really think this way, then I'll ask the cultivators from those teams to come here together. Go and look for them. If I don't make things clear today, I won't be happy." Di Xiaofeng's face was full of anger. "This Jun Lingxuan has slandered me countless times over the years. This time, I won't let him slander me again." Soon, the cultivators of the Cloud Sky sect invited all the cultivators of the nearby groups over. Everyone's eyes fell on Di Xiaofeng and the others, waiting for them to give an explanation. "Mr. Di, we are all here. now you can explain it. Qiu Baixin said with a smile. Okay. Di Xiaofeng nodded and looked at everyone present. I don't know what Jun Lingxuan said before. However, everything I said now is the truth. We did see the immortal spirit grass in the abyss before, so we picked it. Then, we saw that Ao Lingxiao and Lin Yi were seriously injured by Jun Lingxuan and others, so we chased after them. We didn't expect that Daihaoan was held hostage by Jun Lingxuan. We had no choice but to let him leave. Not only that, he also asked us to give him the immortal spirit grass. Although we were very unwilling, it was not as important as the lives of our loved ones, so we agreed. We wanted to find Jun Lingxuan after we came out and ask for the immortal spirit grass back. In our opinion, their strength is not comparable to us. It is still possible to take it back. Lin Taxing also said. Mr. D, although what you said is reasonable, giving up so many immortal spirit grass just for a family member, isn't this transaction too uneconomical? A cultivator raised his eyebrows. This immortal spirit grass was a rare treasure, generally speaking, although the lives of the family members were important, compared with such a treasure, it was not so important. What's more, this was not just an immortal spirit grass. I know what you think, but our family has always valued the lives of our children very much. Di Xiaofeng's expression was natural, and his voice was firm. He did not show the slightest guilty conscience because of the other party's questioning. What's more, the reason why we made such a decision is that we are sure to find Jun Lingxuan and others. Facing such a Di Xiaofeng, a strange feeling flashed in everyone's heart. In this era where treasures were more important than life, it was quite touching that the Di family could make such a choice. If you don't believe me, you can. Take a look at the wounds on Haoan's body. There are still some traces left, Lin Xianxia chimed in. The next moment, Daihaoan revealed the wound on his chest. With one look, everyone found that the wound was very deep and was caused recently. Only then did they believe Di Xiaofeng's words. In the next moment, Di Xiaofeng and Di Beichen looked at each other. They knew very well in their hearts that just this statement alone was obviously not enough to make everyone believe it. I also understand that this alone is not enough to make everyone believe me. Di Xiaofeng looked at the crowd. However, I don't want everyone to be fooled by Jun Lingxuan. All the immortal herbs are on him. I am now willing to let everyone check the storage rings of the cultivators in our group. I can guarantee that as long as you find any stock of immortal herbs, then this item will be yours. Following Di Xiaofeng's words, everyone's faces were filled with shock. Clearly, no one had expected him to make such a decision. Storage rings, that was something that no one was willing to let others see. Not only Di Xiaofeng, but the cultivators from the Di family and Lin family were also shocked after hearing Di Xiaofeng's decision. Others didn't know that Di Xiaofeng was lying, but they knew very well, the immortal spirit grass was on them. Once someone checked their storage ring, they would definitely be found out. However, at this time, everyone could only keep quiet and didn't know what Di Xiaofeng was planning. Only Di Beichen, Bailey Hongzhuang, Ao Lingxiao, and Mo Yunjue were very calm. They knew about the existence of the primal chaos ring. This thing was obviously something that no one else could find out. Lord Di, are you really going to do this? Qiu Baixin couldn't help but ask. This method was too shocking. However, Di Xiaofeng nodded without hesitation. I'm open and aboveboard. What's there to hide? At this time, another person asked, Lord Di, could it be that you knew that Jun Lingxuan would expose this matter, so you already hid the immortal spirit grass? However, without waiting for Di Xiaofeng to answer, Qiu Baixin had already explained. You can rest assured about this. Before this, they didn't even know that the news of the immortal spirit grass had been spread. They only found out after I told them. In such a short time, even if they wanted to hide the immortal spirit grass, they wouldn't be able to do it. Qiu Baixin's expression was serious. He had been with the Di family and Lin family for a few days now. In these few days, through the other party's behavior, he could confirm that they really didn't know. Otherwise, they wouldn't have acted like this. He was still confident about this. The Cloud Sky sect was considered a big power in the sect. Qiu Baixin was also one of the more famous people. Adding on the fact that the Cloud Sky sect usually didn't have much interaction with the Di family and Lin family, everyone believed Qiu Baixin's words. Since Lord Qiu has already said so, we naturally won't doubt it. That's right. Although Jun Lingxuan spread the news, we can't tell if it's true or false. Moreover, compared to Jun Lingxuan's style, we trust Lord D more. His actions in this alchemy competition were despised by everyone. In comparison, the D family was more gentlemanly. Although everyone said they believed in Di Xiaofeng, they still checked everyone's storage rooms one by one. While they were investigating, the cultivators from the D family and the Lin family could not help but panic. They were worried that they would be discovered. Fortunately, they were not discovered until the end. Only then did everyone feel relieved. He really didn't. Qiu Baixin's expression was complicated. Looks like we were all fooled by Jun Lingxuan. In his opinion, during this period of time, it was impossible for anyone to do anything. In addition, Di Xiaofeng and the others had always been very calm, and no one could find any fault with them, so he believed them. Moreover, the injuries on Daihaoan's body could not be faked. Everything could be linked together. I didn't expect this Jun Lingxuan to be so evil. He tricked all of us. The Jun family is usually very good at tricking others. Didn't the D family also fall for their tricks? Everyone looked at each other and began to discuss. Thousands of thoughts ran through their minds. They only hated that they didn't follow Jun Lingxuan and were tricked by them. After noticing the change in everyone's attitude, Di Xiaofeng quietly exchanged glances with Di Beichen and Bailey Hongzhuang. His deep eyes revealed a trace of complacency. In fact, this was a last-minute idea that they had come up with. After all, they couldn't let Jun Lingxuan's plan succeed. At the very least, they had to throw the dirty water back at him. Jun Lingxuan wanted to use other people's hands to deal with them. They could also use the same method to deal with Jun Lingxuan. Now, it was entirely a matter of whose words were more believable. They were quite confident about this point. Based on the way the Jun family had acted over the years, the D family already had an advantage over them in terms of impression. They hoped that they could fabricate nonsense. They didn't think that they would be inferior to Jun Lingxuan, Lin Xianxia, Lin Taxing, and the others were also full of doubts. They only wanted to know how Di Xiaofeng's people had done it. However, the current situation wasn't suitable for them to ask, so they could only suppress their doubts in the bottom of their hearts. According to what I've heard, when Jun Lingxuan said this, he had Xiaoshou as his guarantor. As the next holy maiden of the light world, she shouldn't be lying. Not only that, she also said the same thing when she used the light attribute. Another voice rang out from the crowd. Suddenly, the expressions of the people who were discussing how they had been deceived by Jun Lingxuan paused slightly. Indeed, this is a bit strange. Logically speaking, under such circumstances, Xiaoshou shouldn't be lying. That's right. Since she's the next holy maiden of the light world, she's naturally full of reverence for the power of light. How could she possibly lie under such circumstances? Following this voice, the crowd began to turn their attention to Di Beichen and the others. In any case, one of the two sides must be lying. The immortal spiritual herb must exist. It was just that they didn't know which side it was on. If there was a chance, they could join forces and wipe out both sides in one fell swoop. In this way, there was no need to search for the whereabouts of the immortal spiritual herb. Di Beichen and the others noticed that the situation that had originally been reversed had suddenly changed, and their expressions changed. I didn't expect Xiaoshou to be so troublesome. In order to help Jun Lingxuan, she even did such a thing. Lin Xianxia frowned. This was beyond her expectations. Why can't I lie while using the power of light? Bailey Hongzhuang raised her eyebrows and asked Lin Xianxia in a low voice. According to her understanding, even a cultivator of the light attribute couldn't possibly lie their entire life. Cultivators of the light attribute have always had their own persistence. Because light represents holiness, fairness, and justice, cultivators of the light attribute will not lie when using the power of light. Once they lie, their light energy will be affected. Actually, I'm not too sure about this. Lin Xianxia spread out her hands. The only thing I can be sure of is that with Xiaoshou's guarantee, everyone will most likely believe her more. I've overlooked this point. I didn't expect Xiaoshou to do this for Jun Lingxuan. It seems that Xiaoshou is now sincere towards Jun Lingxuan. Di Xiaofeng's face was filled with emotion. Since the last time he saw Xiao Shou, he had already noticed that the relationship between the two was not ordinary. In an instant, everyone was perplexed by this question. However, at this moment, Bailey Hongzhuang suddenly stepped forward. "What's the big deal?" Bailey Hongzhuang's expression was calm. "Xiao Shou is of the light attribute and so am I. I can vouch for you and prove that what we've said is true." As Bailey Hongzhuang's voice fell, the eyes of everyone present fell on her. In the next moment, a pure white light emitted from Bailey Hongzhuang's body. Her already elegant and refined features looked even more elegant and otherworldly under this pure white light. She was like a fairy from the 9 heavens, like a celestial immortal in a painting, causing everyone to hold their breaths. The crowd stared blankly at Bailey Hongzhuang. Their eyes were dazed. This version of her was simply too mesmerizing. All this while, Bailey Hongzhuang's magnificent beauty was something that no one could overlook. However, at this moment, her beauty had an additional sense of emptiness, causing everyone's hearts to tremble. Any man who saw such a beauty would be tempted. However, at this moment, the fairy-like Bailey Hongzhuang gave everyone the feeling that she had emerged from the mud but was unsullied. She could only be admired from afar and could not be touched. Not only was there not a single stray thought in the crowd's hearts, on the contrary, there was only a pure yearning. "I swear on my status as a cultivator of the light attribute that Jun Lingxuan has kidnapped Dai Heoan and taken the immortal spiritual herb from us. He is absolutely not lying." Bailey Hongzhuang's expression was solemn and respectful. Her clear and bright eyes were filled with seriousness as she stared openly at everyone without hiding anything. If the crowd had been suspicious of the D family before this, after seeing Bailey Hongzhuang's actions, their suspicions slowly dissipated. "I never thought that Lady Bailey would also be a cultivator of the light attribute. Have you noticed that the light energy emitted from Miss Bailey's body seems to be purer than Xiao Shou's light energy?" One of the cultivators had a look of surprise on his face. When Xiao Shou used the power of light, he happened to be beside her, so he could feel it very clearly. Logically speaking, as the saint of light, Xiao Shou's light energy should be the purest. However, he clearly felt that Bailey Hongzhuang's power was even purer, giving him an indescribable feeling. "I have the same feeling. Why is this happening? This is too magical. I thought I was the only one who had this feeling. If Miss Bailey's power of light is even purer than the Holy Maiden's, this news would be too shocking." For a moment, everyone's conversation even deviated from the main point. They were all amazed at the purity of Bailey Hongzhuang's power. Regarding this, Bailey Hongzhuang was very calm. According to her judgment, her talent was originally higher than Xiao Shou's. In addition, after cultivating on the altar, her light energy had become even purer. It was no longer the same as before. Qiu Baixin and the others were all stunned. The D family's words had changed their previously firm belief. Now, they only wanted to find Jun Lingxuan and the others. Because at this moment, comparing the two, it was obvious that the D family's words were more convincing. Bewitching and the others looked at Bailey Hongzhuang with smiles on their faces. In their hearts, they secretly admired Bailey Hongzhuang's intelligence. Following Bailey Hongzhuang's actions, everyone began to believe in Bailey Hongzhuang. After all, the D family's explanation was more convincing. In addition, Bailey Hongzhuang's light energy was purer than Xiao Shou's, so naturally, no one doubted her anymore. In my opinion, Jun Lingxuan guessed that this news might be spread by the D family, so he made the first move and pushed all the blame onto them. That's right. The Jun family and the D family have always been mortal enemies. In addition, the strength of the Jun family's team is not as good as theirs. Using our hands to help them eliminate the D family and the Lin family's teams, it's really a good plan, TSK. In an instant, everyone understood everything. When you start to have doubts, you will feel that everything is suspicious. In addition, there is a group of people who have the same thoughts as you, so the effect is obvious. Seeing this scene, Bailey Hongzhuang and the others looked at each other, and a smile appeared in their eyes. Although Jun Lingxuan did have the advantage, as long as they speed up, it's hard to say who will be the unlucky one in the end. Young Master Qiu, do you know where Jun Lingxuan is now? Di Xiaofeng walked to Qiu Baixin's side and asked. I saw them go in that direction before, but I'm not too sure where they are now. Qiu Baixin frowned and his eyes flashed with thoughts. In my opinion, as long as we go in that direction, we should be able to get news of them. Hearing this, Di Xiaofeng nodded and handed a storage ring to Qiu Baixin. Qiu Baixin looked at Di Xiaofeng in surprise. Di Xiaofeng then said, "Young Master Qiu, we are indeed innocent in this matter. It's just that Jun Lingxuan wants to use other people to get rid of us. Now that most people have confirmed this news, it's obviously difficult to explain with just the few of us. I hope that young Master Qiu can help us." Qiu Baixin immediately understood, and a smile appeared on his face. If it was before, he wouldn't have chosen to help, but now he believed in Di Xiaofeng. Plus, there were many benefits in the storage ring, so he naturally agreed. "Young Master Di, don't worry. You were wronged by Jun Lingxuan. Even if you don't say it, I will tell the truth. After all, I can't just watch everyone be deceived by the Jun family." Although Qiu Baixin's words were filled with righteousness, the speed at which he received the storage ring was also extremely fast. Seeing this, the smile on Di Xiaofeng's face brightened. "Thank you, young Master Qiu." After everyone chose to believe him, Di Xiaofeng said to everyone, "We still have to find Jun Lingxuan and the others, so we'll be leaving first. If you want to go, you can go with us. Young Master Di, you guys go ahead first. We'll go later." Everyone smiled. They didn't have any relationship with the Di family and the Lin family, so they naturally wouldn't choose to go with them at this time. Di Xiaofeng had already expected this. After bowing, he led everyone away. Lin Xianxia thought Di Xiaofeng was just pretending and didn't expect him to make such a decision. It was completely beyond her expectations. If we didn't react quickly, we would have been exposed. The disciples couldn't help but sigh. Even thinking back, they felt that it was too dangerous just now. Once they were exposed, everything would be troublesome. "I also came up with this idea on the spur of the moment, but isn't the effect very good?" Di Xiaofeng chuckled. His handsome face was filled with a warm smile as if everything was under his control. "By the way, where did you hide the immortal spirit herb? Why didn't we find it just now?" Lin Taxing's black eyes were filled with astonishment. After Daihaoan's storage ring was snatched away by Jun Lingxuan, Di Xiaofeng collected all the immortal spirit herbs on everyone's bodies. He didn't see Di Xiaofeng put it anywhere else, so how could it disappear? "I hid it." Di Xiaofeng smiled mysteriously. "Don't worry, it won't be lost." Seeing this, Lin Taxing's eyes flashed with surprise, but he didn't ask any more questions. It didn't matter as long as it wasn't lost. Speaking of which, it was all thanks to Hong Zhuang's cleverness. Otherwise, no matter how good our performance was, we might have been defeated by Xiao Sou in the end. Lin Xianxia narrowed her eyes and her white jade-like face was filled with disgust. "I've never seen Xiao Sou go all out to help others before. She really didn't hold back when dealing with us. She's really amazing." As soon as she said this, everyone's expression was the same. Now, Xiao Sou was as disgusting as Jun Lingxuan in their eyes. "By the way, Xiaofeng." Daihaoan looked at Di Xiaofeng. "Do you think Qiu Baixin will speak up for us?" "I don't know." Di Xiaofeng shrugged. "You don't know?" Daihaoan was stunned. "Then why did you? It doesn't matter if he'll help us or not. As long as he spreads the seeds of doubt, that's enough." Di Xiaofeng's face was full of confidence. Everyone already has doubts about this kind of thing. Qiu Baixin doesn't have any relationship with us, but he said this kind of information. It's the easiest way to convince others. As long as everyone has doubts, it will be easy to overturn Jun Lingxuan's words. Following Di Xiaofeng's words, all the disciples' eyes were filled with relief and relief. In the previous situation, everyone couldn't help but be nervous. They were worried that everyone would gang up on them, but now that Di Xiaofeng said this, everyone was relieved. At the very least, the situation had improved a lot. It's best if we can find the other cultivators in the clan as soon as possible. Di Baichen's deep eyes were filled with worry. Now that this news has spread, once the family's disciples are left alone, it is very likely that they will encounter trouble. Indeed. Lin Taxing couldn't help but worry. "We must find them as soon as possible. I really want to kill Jun Lingxuan. This guy is really too hateful." After discussing for a while, everyone continued to move forward in the direction of Jun Lingxuan. In the current situation, they weren't afraid for the time being. 3 days later, a team appeared in everyone's sight. After seeing the other party, Di Xiaofeng's eyes lit up. He smiled and said, "Morong, I've finally met you." Morong Jing quickly walked to Di Xiaofeng's side, the joy on his face turned into nervousness and worry. "Jun Lingxuan is spreading rumors everywhere, do you know about it?" Di Xiaofeng nodded slightly, his magnetic voice heavy. "I already know." "You know, but you still dare to come here so unscrupulously?" Morong Jing was a little surprised, his slightly fast speed revealed his anxiousness. "The rumors are extremely unfavorable to you. I found many teams looking for you on my way here. The temptation of treasures like the immortal spirit grass is too great. Now you become a delicious cake in everyone's eyes, everyone wants a bite." Looking at Morong Jing's worried and nervous appearance, a trace of warmth appeared in the eyes of the Di family. Morong Jing and Di Xiaofeng's relationship was really extraordinary. Even when he heard about treasures like the immortal spirit grass, it didn't attract him at all. "I've already seen a few teams before, but I've also explained." "They believed it?" Morong Jing was puzzled. Logically speaking, at this time, no matter what Di Xiaofeng and the others said, it should be useless. Hong Zhuang used the power of light, plus we let them check the storage rings. Hearing this, Morong Jing understood and immediately let out a sigh of relief. "I see, you guys are really brave, but as long as people start to believe you, that's a good thing. What did you find out? Tell me in detail." Along the way, although they had met some people, no one had told them the specific situation. Di Xiaofeng and the others were helpless about this. Now that they met Morong Jing, it was undoubtedly the best opportunity to understand. Morong Jing naturally didn't hide anything, and immediately explained the situation in detail. The Jun family, Xiao family, and Nangong family have already joined forces. They even joined forces with the Chu family. The cultivators of these four families added together are already quite a number. Now they've unified their statements and confirmed that the immortal spirit grass is with you, and they're also intentionally looking for you. Once they find you, you'll understand. Jun Lingxuan really has a good idea. Di Xiaofeng coldly snorted. Does he think that by joining forces with others, he can defeat us? In my opinion, Jun Lingxuan must have promised them a lot of benefits. Lin Taxing's face was gloomy. This guy likes to use some dirty tricks the most. Not only that, I also heard that they're now looking everywhere for the disciples of your two families. I'm afraid they want to use them to force you guys. As Morong Jing's voice fell, everyone's face. Regarding this point, Morong Jing's faces, the Nangong family's name, the Nangong family. Nangong Yuqing and the others aren't good people. Just let them die in the ruins. No matter what, we can't let their plan succeed this time. I have to kill these guys. Xiaofeng. Everyone's eyes turned red from anger. Their faces were filled with anger that could topple mountains and overturn seas. The raging anger accumulated in their chests seemed to be able to incinerate everything. After some discussion, everyone came to a decision. Jun Lingxuan and the others are just ahead. I came here specifically to find you. Morong Jing's handsome eyes were full of concern. I know there's a relatively hidden shelter nearby. Why don't you stay there for the time being and we'll help you gather some information first. After we figure out the situation, you can think of a way to act. How about it? Morong Jing paused, then emphasized, it's too dangerous to act rashly now. Okay. Di Xiaofeng nodded, his dark blue eyes filled with a trace of haze and seriousness. Don't worry, I'll figure out their numbers. No matter what, I'm on your side. Morong Jing reached out and hammered Di Xiaofeng's chest, his handsome and gentle face filled with determination and trust. The situation is so unfavorable to us now and you still want to stand on our side? Di Xiaofeng couldn't help but ask. In this situation, many people would probably want to keep a distance from them. Ever since their relationship with the Xiao family was bad, he had experienced many things like this. Stinking brat. Morong Jing couldn't help but curse. Are you looking down on yourself or me? I'm still hoping that you can help me when I'm in trouble. What's the point of saying all this now? Anyway, you're my brother. Whoever dares to touch you is touching me. There's no room for discussion. Di Xiaofeng looked deeply at Morong Jing, and time seemed to stop just like that. A warm smile that was like a spring breeze slowly blossomed on the corners of his lips. making his already picturesque handsome face even more outstanding and enchanting. "Hey, why are you looking at me like that?" Morongjing glanced at him. "I like women." Pfft. Hearing Morongjing's words, Lin Xianxian and the others couldn't help but chuckle, diluting the originally mushy but friendly atmosphere a bit. "Don't worry, I'm not interested in men either." Di Xiaofeng rolled his eyes and kicked Morongjing. "Hurry up and lead the way." The cultivators of the Morong family also had joyful smiles on their faces. They also knew about the relationship between Di Xiaofeng and Morongjing. No matter what decision the young master made, they would support him. Under Morongjing's lead, Bailey Hongzhuang's group arrived at a very secluded cave. The entrance to the cave was very small, but after entering, the area was surprisingly large. "This is a cave that I found a few days ago. There shouldn't be anyone else who has found it yet. You guys can rest here for the time being. We'll go out and ask around." Morongjing's expression was calm. "I will first go and understand their numbers and strength. If there is a gap, I will think of a way to find a few more helpers. Under such circumstances, you must have the ability to resist." "All right." Morongjing immediately led the group of people and left without further ado. At the same time, Bailey Hongzhuang and the others were also cultivating in the cave, adjusting themselves to the best condition. Because it wasn't far from where Jun Lingxuan and the others were, it only took Morongjing half a day to return. However, when he returned, his expression was extremely ugly. "What bad news?" Emperor Xiaofeng immediately stood up, his voice filled with nervousness. Following Morongjing's narration, the crowd finally understood the situation. However, their expressions turned extremely ugly. "Are you saying that Xiren and Ying have fallen into their hands?" Bewitching's voice suddenly rang out. His godlike face was filled with anxiety and fury. "That's what I heard." Morongjing nodded, then continued, "However, I didn't see it with my own eyes. It's just the news that Jun Lingxuan spread. Whether or not this is news that he deliberately spread to lure you over, we can't tell for now. Until now, we still haven't received any news about Xiren and Ying." Bailey Hongzhuang furrowed her brows. Her gaze was deep and complicated. They had been in the Immortal Cloud secret realm for quite some time, but until now, they still haven't received any news about Ying and Xiren. She had always been worried about this. Now that Jun Lingxuan had spread such news, they really couldn't tell whether it was true or false. Not only that, it said that a few people from your two families have also fallen into their hands. They've spread the news that if you don't show up for a day, they'll kill one person. That's noon. Now, many people have gathered at their location. Everyone is waiting to see if you'll show up. Bastard. Lin Taxing cursed, "This Jun Lingxuan is simply a beast. Motherf asterisk cur, they can even think of such a method. How disgusting." For a moment, the group of disciples could not help but curse. As cultivators, they were used to seeing death. However, such a method was simply too inhumane. Bailey Hongzhuang's gaze darkened. She was not surprised that Jun Lingxuan would use such a method to get along. Not for any other reason, but because that evil cultivator was also a bloodthirsty person. She had used such a vicious method to cultivate, but Jun Lingxuan had continued to provide for her. It could be seen that Jun Lingxuan had done such things many times. It was just that not many people knew about it. This time, his actions had completely revealed his vicious nature, which was an eye-opener for everyone. Jun Lingxuan and the others have indeed gone overboard. Morongjing's face was ashen. "I see that although the other cultivators are waiting to watch, they also have some complaints about this matter. It seems that we must go over tomorrow." Di Xiaofeng slowly said. Bewitching and the others nodded. Regardless of whether Jun Lingxuan's news was true or false, even if there was only a 1 in a million possibility, they had to go. Because they weren't cowards, and they couldn't watch as their clan's disciples were tortured and killed like this. They might have set a trap. The cultivators from the Morong family could not help but remind. "I understand," Di Xiaofeng nodded his head, "but no matter what, we have to go over tomorrow." Seeing the firm look of Di Xiaofeng and the others, Morongjing didn't say anything else. In fact, if it were him, he would have made the same choice. "Since you've decided, let's go together tomorrow." On the other side, Xiren and Shangguan Ying were hurrying on their way. Both of their faces were filled with anger. As brothers for so many years, Xiren knew how important he was in Bewitching's heart. They were both people who would risk their lives for each other. Even if he were in Bewitching's shoes, he would definitely rush over regardless of his own safety. Therefore, he knew that Bewitching would definitely go over. Our luck is really... Xianxia sighed. We've been searching for so long, but we still haven't found Bewitching and the others. I'm really speechless. Don't worry. Since Jun Lingxuan said so, Bewitching and the others should be nearby. As long as we show up there tomorrow, we should be able to find Bewitching and the others. Xiren's eyes were filled with wisdom. After thinking for a while, he had already figured out the crux of the matter. However, we can't be too obvious right now. At least, we can't be discovered by Jun Lingxuan and the others. Xianxia nodded slightly. Then let's think of a way to conceal ourselves. Although everyone judges people based on their auras, we've always kept a low profile. There shouldn't be many people who can recognize our auras, right? Let's not get too close for now. Let's just walk around. Maybe we can find Bewitching and the others. The next day, the noon sun was the strongest. It shone on the ground with heat. Cultivators from the Jun family, the Xiao family, the Nangong family, and the Chu family were gathered here. In their hands were Dijai's and 2 other cultivators from the Lin family. It's already noon, and the Di family still hasn't shown up. It seems that they're determined to be cowards. Jun Lingxuan's lips curled into a mocking smile. However, his eyes were filled with coldness and unwillingness. He had thought of so many ways to lure Bewitching and the others over. However, he didn't expect that the Di family still hadn't shown up. He was extremely unhappy. Ever since he came out of the abyss, he had been thinking about how to take revenge. Previously, he had lost so miserably at the hands of Bewitching and the others, which made him extremely unhappy. Plus, those immortal herbs were supposed to be in his hands. But now, most of them were in the hands of the Di family and the Lin clan. Naturally, he wasn't willing to accept this. Once the cultivators of the Di family brought the immortal spiritual grass back to their family, the strength of their family members would increase by a whole level. This was not something he wanted to see. Therefore, he thought for a long time before coming up with this excellent idea. Xiaosuo's expression was extremely complicated after seeing this situation. In fact, when she first heard Jun Lingxuan's suggestion, she was somewhat resistant. After all, she was the next holy maiden of the light. Just based on her identity, she shouldn't be involved in such a bloody matter. It would greatly affect her image. However, Jun Lingxuan was the person she liked, not to mention that Jun Lingxuan had saved her. At this time, if she didn't help, it wouldn't be right. Most importantly, she understood that once the cultivators of the Di family increased in strength, they would definitely think of ways to suppress the Jun family. Of course, she didn't want to see that happen. Therefore, the only way was to completely suppress the Di family and the Lin clan now. As long as Di Xiaofeng and Di Beichen died, the Di family and the Lin clan would definitely suffer a heavy blow. In the future, the Xiao family and the Jun family would have a much higher chance of success if they worked together. Nangong Yuqing's resentment towards Di Beichen was undoubtedly very deep. This guy first mocked his appearance, making him a laughingstock in everyone's eyes. Then, when he attacked, he made him unable to back down in front of everyone. As a very outstanding existence in the younger generation, he had always been very stingy with his reputation. If he wasn't sure that he could win, he wouldn't easily make a move. However, this time, he had miscalculated one after another and lost to Di Beichen, so one could imagine the resentment in his heart. Most importantly, Di Beichen's performance in the Light Ruins had completely crushed him. Obviously, this was the first time that a cultivator had appeared in front of everyone, but he had repeatedly stepped on him, becoming a stepping stone. It was not his style to not think of a way to recover his losses. Di Beichen himself is not a great person. Jun Lingxuan chuckled, speaking of which, isn't it because he is the young master of the Di family? Without this identity, he can't even compare to his wife. Thinking of Bailey Hongzhuang, Jun Lingxuan's complex and deep eyes flashed with a strange light. As his understanding of Bailey Hongzhuang gradually increased, he increasingly felt that his previous judgment was very inaccurate. Because Bailey Hongzhuang was the real existence of a proud daughter of heaven. If Bailey Hongzhuang had a strong enough background, then they would not be able to reach her. Listening to Jun Lingxuan's words, a bright smile appeared on Nangong Yuqing's face. Haha, you're right, that's how it is. Nangong Yuqing's swollen face rippled with a sinister and proud smile. His ugly appearance made many people unable to help but look away, but it was a pity that he didn't notice it at all. If Bewitching didn't have the support of his wife, what kind of thing would he be? At this moment, many cultivators had gathered in the surroundings. After hearing Jun Lingxuan and Nangong Yuqing's arrogant and mocking words, their eyebrows revealed a bit of sadness. After all, in the light ruins, they had clearly seen Nangong Yuqing's performance. If it wasn't for the D family, it would have been a problem for the Nangong family to come out. Who would have thought that in the blink of an eye, Nangong Yuqing would belittle Bewitching to such an extent? Didn't you say that the D family would definitely come? Chu Yingming's thick eyebrows wrinkled, his firm and deep face revealed a bit of displeasure. I don't want to waste too much time here. Hearing Chu Yingming's words, Jun Lingxuan's expression, he suddenly became serious. According to my understanding, as long as the D family heard of this news, they will definitely come. The reason why they haven't come is because they haven't heard the news yet. Right now, we don't even know where they are. If they don't hear the news, then won't we just be wasting our time here? The displeasure in Chu Yingming's eyes became more and more intense, and his voice became a bit colder. The Chu clan was also an extremely powerful existence in the group that had come this time. Even in normal times, Jun Lingxuan was extremely polite to Chu Yingming. Moreover, he was very clear that if he didn't rope in Chu Yingming now, then even if the three great families joined forces, they still wouldn't be a match for the D family. They won't, Jun Lingxuan said with certainty. I can guarantee that they will soon receive the news. The cultivator from the D family hasn't shown up yet. I'm afraid he won't show up today. I just wanted to watch a good show today and find out if the immortal spiritual grass really exists. I didn't think that I'd end up with nothing. How disappointing. The way I see it, the D family probably thinks that this is the Jun family's scheme. Once they show up, they'll fall into an ambush. It's normal that they don't show up. The surrounding groups couldn't help but discuss after seeing this. As time passed, the discussion became more and more heated. In the next moment, Jun Lingxuan directly grabbed Di Zhai's and brought him over. At this moment, Di Zhai's no longer had his usual high-spirited appearance. At this moment, he was battered and exhausted. His hands were tied behind his back by Jun Lingxuan. His face was pale and he looked weak. It was obvious that he had been severely tortured by Jun Lingxuan and the others. Noticing Di Zhai's current state, everyone's expression changed. They didn't think that Jun Lingxuan was telling the truth. He really did capture a cultivator from the D family. Most importantly, Di Zhai's wasn't an ordinary member of the D family. It was said that he had a high chance of becoming the D family's young master. Even now that Di Baichen has returned, Di Zhai's status was still higher than that of an ordinary member. Now that he's fallen into Jun Lingxuan's hands, he's in such a miserable state. It really made people sigh. Everyone says that the D family values friendship. In my opinion, that's a joke. Jun Lingxuan's eyes were full of mockery. His cold gaze fell upon Di Zhai's and he smiled. Di Zhai's, you've always been so arrogant in front of me. Now, I'd like to see how you're going to act tough. Hearing this, Di Zhai's raised his eyes and coldly glared at Jun Lingxuan. His cold, unwavering gaze was filled with determination and unyielding. Even more so, there was a deep sense of disgust. It's still better than a despicable person like you. If you hadn't colluded with them, you'd be dreaming if you thought you could catch me. Di Zhai's gritted his teeth. All of this made him feel humiliated. He had actually fallen into the hands of the person he despised the most. Bang! Jun Lingxuan unceremoniously threw a punch at Di Zhai's. Di Zhai's face immediately turned to the side. Upon closer inspection, one would discover that blood was flowing out from the corner of his lips. So what? At the very least, you're in my hands now, and your life is in my hands. Jun Lingxuan, don't go too far. At this moment, a member of the D family couldn't help but roar angrily. Nangong Yuqing couldn't help but chuckle when he saw this. Di Fanhao, you're already at death's door, Yet you're still talking about brotherly love. Why don't you die in his place today? Anyway, you're just going to explore the underground first. He'll come to accompany you tomorrow. What do you think? As he spoke, Nangong Yuqing reached out and slapped Di Fanhao's face. Each slap was like a slap to the face, making a loud sound. At the same time, everyone noticed that Di Fanhao's face was rapidly swelling up. Fine, I'll die in his place. Di Fanhao didn't hesitate. Look at the smug faces of despicable people like you. It's disgusting just to look at them. Oh, you're quite something. Nangong Yuqing chuckled, but there was no trace of a smile in his eyes. Do you believe that I'll kill you? As soon as he finished speaking, Nangong Yuqing kicked Di Fanhao in the stomach. However, at this moment, a sonorous and powerful voice suddenly rang out. As this voice rang out, everyone's gaze followed the source of the voice. Immediately after, a group of people slowly appeared in everyone's line of sight. At first glance, everyone saw Di Xiaofeng and Di Beichen walking at the front. These two were undoubtedly the representatives of the Lin family and the Di family. They were the most important people. Because of their outstanding appearances, they were the most eye-catching existences no matter where they went. The Di family's people are finally here. I didn't expect them to actually dare to come even though they knew that this was a tiger's den. If you ask me, it's a good thing that they came. If they didn't come, they would never be able to wash away their reputation as cowards. Everyone's eyes lit up. They had been waiting to see a good show. If the Di family and Lin family's cultivators didn't appear, then they would have waited in vain. After Di Zhai's and the others saw Di Xiaofeng's group appear, their eyes flashed with a trace of excitement. However, after the excitement, there was a trace of sadness. After all, they were all disciples of the same family. However, because of themselves, they dragged their family members down. Naturally, they felt guilty. Oh, you guys finally appeared. Jun Lingshuan chuckled, but his eyes were cold. I thought you guys didn't dare to come. Chu Yingming's originally cold face also softened a bit. Even the cold arc on his face softened a lot. There was a faint smile between his eyebrows. Chu Yingming, you can rest assured now. Nangong Yuqing glanced at Chu Yingming and lowered his voice. The corner of Chu Yingming's lips rose slightly. This kind of thing shouldn't be wasted too much time. It's best to solve it as soon as possible. Looking at Chu Yingming's confident appearance, Nangong Yuqing quietly shook his head. After knowing Chu Yingming for so many years, he always felt helpless against Chu Yingming's temperament. This guy never seemed to have anything worth wasting his time on. No matter who it was, a treasure like the immortal spiritual grass was extremely precious. Even if he had to spend more time on it, it was still worth it. However, in Chu Yingming's eyes, he didn't think so. Jun Lingshuan, you think too highly of yourself. Di Beichen's voice was cold and indifferent. A mere guy who was chased by us dares to talk nonsense. Don't you think you're ridiculous? Facing Di Beichen's undisguised ridicule, Jun Lingshuan couldn't help but recall the 2 times he met Di Beichen's situation. He had to admit, it was a bit embarrassing. Of course, he couldn't admit it in front of everyone's eyes. Di Beichen Nangong above words. Jun Lingshuan shouted coldly, in short, from the moment you stole our immortal spiritual grass, you were destined to pay the price. Of the D of you of D of Li, of the of immortal of them of the D of this of them. Open your eyes and look carefully. Your family's cultivators are in our hands. Nangong Yuqing's voice rang out. I'll give you a chance. As long as you kill yourself now, we'll leave your corpses intact. Haha, you're dreaming. Lin Taxing rolled his eyes. Nangong Yuqing, you become more and more stupid after staying with Jun Lingshuan for so long. What nonsense are you talking about? Lin Taxing spared no effort in ridiculing Nangong Yuqing. In the past, he had never had any conflicts with Nangong Yuqing, so he had never taken this matter to heart. Now that they had become enemies, he naturally did not hold back. In fact, he felt that he had been enduring this phase for a long time over the years. Lin Taxing, you're courting death. Nangong Yuqing's anger surged. His already ugly face turned ferocious, making him look like a monster. You should know that the lives of your clansmen are in our hands. Jun Lingshuan, where are Xiren and Yingying now? Bewitching's handsome eyes narrowed. His gaze was cold and sharp. Naturally, they're in my hands. Jun Lingxuan raised his eyebrows. If you kneel down and beg me now, maybe I'll tell you when I'm in a good mood. In your dreams. Bewitching's expression was ice cold. I think you won't shed a tear until you see the coffin. Jun Lingxuan's eyes flashed with a trace of resentment. Ever since Jun Zitao had fallen, he had made up his mind to make Bewitching and the others pay for Jun Zitao's death no matter what. Therefore, he had come up with the best idea. Everyone already knows that the immortal spiritual herb is in the hands of the D family and the Lin family. As long as we kill them, the immortal spiritual herb will belong to whoever gets it. Jun Lingxuan's voice was loud and clear, instantly attracting everyone's attention. However, as soon as he finished speaking, Bewitching and the others clearly felt the breathing of the surrounding cultivators quicken. Their gazes also became more intense. The immortal spiritual herb was a treasure that was enough to make a group of cultivators go crazy. No one could resist the attraction of the immortal spiritual herb. After noticing the changes in the crowd, Jun Lingxuan's eyes flashed with a trace of pride. As long as he could kill the cultivators from the D family and the Lin family, he would undoubtedly remove the obstacles to the rise of the Jun family. Furthermore, he had already obtained a portion of the immortal spirit herbs. Now that he had obtained another portion, he was definitely the biggest winner. However, after sensing everyone's restlessness, Di Xiaofeng's voice rang out. I know that everyone has heard Jun Lingxuan's slanderous words, but I think we can't just listen to one person's side of the story. I hope that everyone can give me some time to explain. Di Xiaofeng's expression was calm. He didn't feel the slightest bit of nervousness or panic because of everyone's change. On the contrary, his calmness and indifference made everyone's anxious hearts slow down a bit. Di Xiaofeng, are you still going to quibble at a time like this? Xiao Soa couldn't help but ask. She was also very clear about the truth of this matter. Although Jun Lingxuan had obtained a portion of the immortal herbs, the D family still had more immortal herbs. I'm quibbling? Di Xiaofeng chuckled. The disgust in his eyes became even more obvious. Along the way, you've splashed countless dirty water on us. Now, you want to borrow everyone's hands to destroy us. However, we won't let your plan succeed. That's right. You've lied to us time and time again. We won't let you play with us like this. It was clearly you who snatched the immortal spiritual herbs. Now, you're pushing all the blame onto us. What a good plan. When the crowd saw that the D family and the Jun family were confronting each other, they were not in a hurry to make a move. The news did come from Jun Lingxuan's mouth, but they didn't really know what the situation was. Di Xiaofeng, it's useless no matter how you explain it now. The immortal spiritual herb is in your hands, unless you hand it over obediently now. Jun Lingxuan's expression was indifferent and the corners of his lips were curled up in a complacent manner, as if he had already had a card up his sleeve. Jun Lingxuan, who do you think you are? Do you think you can say whatever you want? Di Xiaofeng's eyes were filled with mockery. The immortal spiritual herb has clearly been snatched away by you using despicable means, and now you're blaming us for it. Do you really think you can take advantage of us and pretend to be innocent? I've already guessed that you would say this, but it's useless no matter what you say. Jun Lingxuan's handsome face did not show the slightest bit of panic. Instead, he said to the other cultivators, everything we've said is true. Furthermore, Miss Xiao has already used her actions to prove it very clearly. Do you still have any doubts? As soon as he said this, everyone's eyes fell on the D family once again. They no longer considered this and were thinking about when to make a move later so that they could obtain the best benefits. However, right at this moment, a resounding voice that was filled with ridicule suddenly rang out. Jun Lingxuan, you really don't know when to lie. A man in a blue brocade robe and a woman in a yellow dress slowly appeared in front of everyone's eyes. You keep saying that you're telling the truth, but didn't you just say that we're in your hands? Why didn't I know about it? Following the appearance of these two figures, Bailey Hongzhuang and Di Beicheng's faces were filled with joy and relief. Isn't this Xiren and Shengguaningying? Lin Taxing's face was filled with joy and he turned to look at Jun Lingxuan. Didn't you say that they're in your hands? Now, it seems like that's not the case. Seeing this, Jun Lingxuan's expression also changed as he looked at this scene in astonishment. Previously, he had only casually mentioned it to increase the panic in the hearts of the D family. However, he did not expect that Xiren and Xianxia would appear at this time and disrupt his plan. Chu Yingming frowned as he glanced at Jun Lingxuan. He thought to himself, unable to accomplish anything, but good at spoiling things. Indeed, this face-slapping was really too fast. Just a second ago, he said that everything was the truth, but in the next second, he was exposed. Xiaosou's expression also became extremely awkward. This was using her name as the Saint of the Light, and now that it was exposed, it would affect her reputation. Nangong Yuqing couldn't help but stare blankly. This sudden change really made his face hurt. Xiren, Ying. Bailey Hongzhuang looked at the rapidly approaching Wen Xiren and Wen Xianxia, and a joyful and excited smile appeared on her elegant face. Great, so you're here. Hongzhuang, we didn't meet you on our way here. I didn't expect that Jun Lingxuan would use your name to threaten you. It made me so anxious. Shangguan Ying took Bailey Hongzhuang's hand. This guy has always been full of lies. You can't believe his words. As long as you're all right, we're relieved. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled. Hearing Di Xiaofeng's words, the cultivators in the surrounding teams all had a trace of hesitation in their eyes. Not for any other reason, but because Jun Lingxuan really didn't have much persuasive power now. It wasn't like this before, but ever since the Jun family's actions were exposed, everyone felt a trace of distrust. Moreover, now that they had been directly exposed, no one knew if what he said was true or false. That's right, I can testify that the D family and Lin family cultivators don't have any immortal spirit herbs. The cultivators from the Cloud Sky sect were also around, but the situation before wasn't suitable for them to speak up. Now that they had spoken up, they could naturally express their thoughts. How do you know? Hearing Qiu Baixin's words, the surrounding teams couldn't help but ask. Qiu Baixin immediately explained what had happened. At this time, the Cloud Sky sect and the other two teams' words were undoubtedly more convincing than the D family or the Jun family's words. Jun Lingxuan didn't think that the Cloud Sky sect would help the D family. A strange expression appeared on his face and his expression became ugly. This was because he noticed that many teams' gazes towards them had changed. How could this be? Nangong Yuqing frowned as he looked at Di Xiaofeng with a hint of panic on his face. They had originally set up an inescapable net to deal with the D family, but now that they had been successfully brainwashed by the D family, they had become turtles in a jar. I don't know either. Jun Lingxuan shook his head. This sudden change was completely out of his expectations. Most importantly, he didn't understand why the Cloud Sky sect and the other two teams would choose to believe Di Xiaofeng and the others. So, we're counting on you. After a brief moment of panic, Jun Lingxuan quickly calmed down and looked at Xiaosou for help. Right now, it was difficult for people to trust him. The only person who could make everyone believe him was Xiaosou. Xiaosou had also expected this situation and immediately spoke up without hesitation. Everyone, please calm down. The matter regarding Shangguan Ying and Shangguan Ying was indeed a cover to attract the people from the D clan. I believe everyone can understand this point. However, this immortal spiritual herb is indeed with them, I can testify. Xiaosou's clear and melodious voice came out of her mouth, causing everyone's fervor to subside a little. Seeing this scene, Jun Lingxuan revealed a smile again. At the same time, Chu Yingming's voice rang out, everyone, don't fall into their trap. If you want to know whether or not the item is on them, it's very simple. As long as you kill them and take their storage rings, you will naturally know. Seeing that everyone's hearts were stirred up by Chu Yingming, Di Baichen's handsome eyebrows furrowed. He asked in a deep voice, who is this person? He is the Chu clan's young master, Chu Yingming. Di Xiaofeng looked deeply at him and said, Chu Yingming is a person who values benefits greatly. To him, only benefits can move him. Everything else is nothing in his eyes. However, the Chu clan is also a huge monster. They started out in business and have a lot of precious resources in their hands, so they have a lot of status. He's quite a ruthless character. Di Baichen's eyes were deep and complicated, containing a sharp and intimidating light. Although this was the first time they had met, he could tell from his straightforward words that he was a man of means. Not only that, but he also had strength. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so confident. Di Xiaofeng nodded slightly, that's right. Even Nangong Yuqing can't compare to him. However, because everyone knows his character, there aren't many people who are on good terms with him. I didn't expect Jun Lingxuan to be able to pull him onto the boat. Without the Chu family, Jun Lingxuan wouldn't be so confident. So what if it's the Chu family? Since they've decided to be our opponents, we naturally won't be afraid. Lin Taxing's expression was cold. He had always been very clear about right and wrong. If he wasn't a match for them, he naturally wouldn't want to provoke them. However, if they were an opponent, he would show no mercy. Di Beichen's lips curved into a sinister smile. Taxing is right. Since there are opponents, what's there to be afraid of? We'll just catch them all in one fell swoop. Seeing the confidence and determination on Di Beichen and Lin Taxing's faces, Di Xiaofeng's face also bloomed into a smile. That's right. At worst, we'll just fight. At this moment, Bailey Hongzhuang directly displayed the power of light. With her as the center, a pure and holy light spread out in all directions, enveloping all the cultivators around her. Feeling this incomparably pure and warm light, everyone felt a wave of comfort in their body and mind. Even the fatigue from these days seemed to have dissipated in a short period of time. Xiao Sou is only using this method to prove that she's telling the truth. However, as the Saintess of Light, she has more means than I do. I can also guarantee that the immortal spirit herb is in the hands of the Jun family. The holy light shone on Bailey Hongzhuang's fair face, making her look as elegant and otherworldly as a fairy. Every word she said contained an indescribable influence, making people feel inexplicably convinced. After seeing the power of light displayed by Bailey Hongzhuang, Xiao Sou's delicate face couldn't help but be shocked. How was this possible? How could Bailey Hongzhuang's light energy be so powerful? Even she was unable to achieve such purity. According to the Radiant Master, the higher the talent of the cultivator, the higher the purity of the radiant energy. She had always been the most influential existence in the radiant sacred assembly of light. She had never thought that someone would surpass her in this aspect. However, this woman, who had always surprised her, had now surpassed her in even this aspect. Was that even possible? Xiao Sou stared at Bailey Hongzhuang in a daze. She couldn't think straight for a moment. Even though many things had happened to Bailey Hongzhuang that she thought were impossible, this was really impossible. At the same time, Di Beichen's voice rang out. I don't know how the Jun family and the rest of you decided to distribute the immortal spirit grass, but think about it carefully. Even if you help them attack us, once we fall, as long as they join forces, you may not be able to do anything to them. On the contrary, the decision lies entirely in their hands. However, we're different. We won't participate in this matter. The immortal spirit grass belongs to whoever snatches it. We only want our innocence. No one would complain about having too many immortal spiritual grasses. After Di Beichen said this, everyone's eyes lit up. Indeed, the combined power of the Jun family's 4 families was not to be underestimated. After hearing Di Beichen's words, Di Xiaofeng immediately understood what he meant. Right now, the most important thing for them was to deal with the Jun family, so they decided not to let the Jun family borrow everyone's power to deal with them. Jun Lingxuan did have a lot of immortal spiritual grasses, but as long as they could eliminate them, these immortal spiritual grasses would not be much to each force. On the contrary, it would not affect them and solve the biggest hidden danger. Our people are here. Even if you don't believe me, you can deal with them first. I can guarantee that they definitely have immortal spiritual grasses in their hands. If they don't, we will wait for everyone here. Di Xiaofeng's voice was loud and clear, clearly transmitted into the ears of every cultivator around. After hearing this, the people who were still hesitating immediately dispelled all their worries. Indeed, the Di family and the Lin family together were naturally not comparable to the 4 families of the Jun family. As long as they dealt with the Jun family, even if they faced the Di family and the Lin family, they would still be victorious. However, on the other hand, the effect would be different. No one present was stupid. With just a little thought, they already knew what method was the most beneficial to them. Jun Lingxuan also felt that this matter was not good. He quickly said to Xiao Sou, quickly use the power of light to salvage the situation. However, Xiao Sou had a troubled look on her face. No. Jun Lingxuan was stunned and anxiously asked, why not? Xiaosuo did not explain because she was unwilling to admit that her strongest domain was threatened by Bailey Hongshuang. She had to clarify this point first, otherwise she would never let everyone discover the existence of this problem. After seeing the reaction of the Jun family, everyone who had already made up their minds was even more convinced that their judgment was not wrong. Don't hesitate, let's do it. As the voice of a cultivator fell, everyone present no longer hesitated and directly rushed towards Jun Lingxuan and the others. What do we do now? Nangong Yuqing was completely dumbfounded. Didn't they set a trap for the D family? How did it turn into a trap in the blink of an eye? Chu Yingming's face was extremely ugly. He had always only cared about benefits, but he did not expect that he would be tricked by others this time. However, at this time even if he were to appear, it would be useless. He would not be able to make everyone believe him, and it would be useless. Thinking of it, Yingming Yuqing, I really misjudged you, you trash. Until now, he still found it hard to believe that this was clearly a good hand, but it was beaten to a pulp by Jun Lingxuan. Yingming, let's go. Chu Yingming immediately looked to his family's disciples. If they didn't leave at a time like this, they would also bring disaster upon themselves, after seeing Yingming Xianxia of Yingming Bangming Yingming. Move quickly. Don't let them get away. The immortal spirit grass must be in their hands. In an instant, everyone swarmed forward, their eyes flashing with urgency. The cultivators from the D family and the Lin family stood in their original spots, grinning from ear to ear. Ao Lingxiao chuckled. He didn't think that they would be able to turn the tables around. Even now, he couldn't help but exclaim. How exciting! Humans are selfish. They will always think from their own point of view. Di Beichen's expression was indifferent. This scene had long been within his expectations. It's great now. With everyone dealing with them, we can sit back and reap the benefits. Lin Xianxian couldn't help but clap her hands. This feeling was beyond exhilarating. As long as the Jun clan and the Shao clan's troops were destroyed, the two clans would lose their fresh blood. That would greatly affect them. However, the immortal spiritual grass will fall into the hands of others. When everyone was fighting, Di Xiaofeng and Di Beichen took the opportunity to save Di Zhai's and the others. The situation changed too quickly. Jun Lingxuan and the others didn't have time to care about Di Zhai's and the others. The moment everyone rushed over, Di Zhai's and the others began to retreat. Therefore, Di Xiaofeng and Di Beichen's rescue plan was successful. Zhai's, are you okay? Di Xiaofeng looked at Di Zhai's and the others with concern. After a closer look, he realized that everyone was very weak. It was obvious that they had been tortured by Jun Lingxuan. I'm fine. Di Zhai shook his head. Bailey Hongshuang handed over the dawn to Di Zhai's and the others. The four of them swallowed the dawn immediately. Young master, thank goodness you came in time and turned the situation around. Or else we would have lost our lives. Di Fanhao's face was full of joy. He was already prepared to lose his life. He didn't think that he would still be alive. He couldn't help but feel happy. As long as I'm here, nothing will happen to you. Di Beichen patted Di Fanhao's shoulder. His eyes were full of determination. Since he was the D clan's young master, it was his responsibility to protect the descendants. Though it was a simple statement, everyone in the D clan could hear the seriousness and determination in it. Immediately, a feeling of being touched and resolute lingered in everyone's hearts. Not giving up on any disciple, this was the true young lord. Di Fanhao's eyes were slightly red, but the smile on his face was extremely bright. I know. If we had immediately asked Jun Lingxuan to let him go, he would have definitely tried his best to humiliate us. Not only would it not have any effect, it would only allow him to seize the opportunity. That's why I didn't mention it to divert everyone's attention. Di Beichen's voice was warm and magnetic as he slowly explained to everyone what had happened. He knew Jun Lingxuan's style very well, so he began to refute the authenticity of his words as soon as he arrived, making him forget about this bargaining chip for a moment. Fortunately, the effect was not bad. Previously, when I saw that young master had never mentioned asking Jun Lingxuan to release him, I was worried. It turns out that young master already had a plan. In an instant, everyone came to a realization. I didn't expect this matter to be resolved so smoothly. You guys are amazing. Morong Jing stayed at the back and didn't appear in front of everyone. This was what Di Xiaofeng had told him before. Initially, he was extremely worried. He thought that once the battle broke out, they would rush over immediately. He didn't expect that in such a short time, the spearhead would be shifted to Jun Lingxuan and the others. Once everyone gets rid of them, maybe they will point their spear at us. Di Xiaofeng's face was solemn and serious. He understood the selfishness and nature of these people too well. Even if there was a possibility, everyone would want to find out if they had the immortal spirit grass on them. Hearing this, everyone immediately understood what was going on. It's all that damn Jun Lingxuan's fault. Lin Yi cursed. If he didn't have to bring this matter out, then things wouldn't be so troublesome. We have to think about our next situation. Everyone frowned. They still had to stay in this immortal cloud secret realm for a few months. They had to come up with a good idea. The strength of our three families combined can't be underestimated, but there are still some risks in the face of everyone's alliance. Morong Jing's eyes flashed with a thoughtful light. Otherwise, we can find a way to rope in one or two more allies. This shouldn't be a big problem. This is indeed the best way. Di Xiaofeng nodded. We have to leave this place first. Once we are far away, it will be impossible for everyone to gather together. Our safety will naturally be improved. After making a decision, everyone didn't delay and wanted to leave in another direction. Jun Lingxuan's mood at this moment was extremely bad. He didn't expect things to turn out like this in the end. Obviously, all the advantages were in their hands, but now they could only run away. Jun Lingxuan, what the hell is going on with you? Nangong Yuqing couldn't help but curse. With so many people chasing after you, it's difficult to run away. Why don't we just stop and join forces to fight them? Jun Lingxuan frowned. When did he fall to such a state? We can't even fight. Xiao Sudong quickly said, unless Chu Yingming agrees, we can't stop their attack even if we join forces. Hearing this, Jun Lingxuan quickly turned his gaze to Chu Yingming, who was not far away. Chu Yingming, you can't run away like this. Why don't we fight together? Jun Lingxuan, even if you want to die, don't drag me down with you. Chu Yingming had a cold expression. Once we truly fight, even if we win, we will have to pay a considerable price. At that time, if the Di family and the Lin family come, think of the consequences. What I regret the most is believing your words and staying away from me in the future. Chu Yingming's eyes were filled with disgust. He had always prided himself on being smart, but he didn't expect that he would make such a mistake in the end. Originally, he thought that with Xiao Sou around, he would be able to convince the other party. Who would have thought that the other party would also have a light attribute cultivator? This completely messed up all his plans. If he had known that the other party had such means, he would not have chosen to join forces with Jun Lingxuan. Now, he was being chased by so many people. After being scolded by Chu Yingming, Jun Lingxuan's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. However, after thinking about it carefully, he understood that Chu Yingming's words were reasonable. Once they were at a disadvantage, Bewitching and the others would definitely think of a way to catch them all in one fell swoop. No matter what, they couldn't be completely wiped out in the immortal cloud secret realm. Thinking of this, Jun Lingxuan completely gave up on the idea of fighting head-on. Instead, he increased his speed to escape. As long as he left this place, he would be safe for a short period of time. After Bailey Hongzhuang and the others made a decision, they planned to leave. However, just as they were about to leave, suddenly, a buzzing sound rang in front of them. Buzz buzz buzz. Buzz buzz buzz. At first, everyone only felt a faint vibration sound. Then they found that the sound was getting closer and louder. What's that sound? Daihawan looked surprised. It sounds a bit like insects. I don't know. Lin Taxing frowned. His eyes were full of doubts and thoughts. It sounds like a lot. But, is there such a large number of insects in the immortal cloud secret realm? Everyone looked at each other with doubts in their hearts. However, just as everyone was wondering what was going on, a patch of yellow suddenly appeared in their line of sight. Sand and dust filled the sky. Why is there so much sand and dust in front? Shangguan Yingying couldn't help but ask in surprise. However, as the sand and dust gradually approached, Di Beichen suddenly said in shock, that's not sand and dust. It's locusts. The locusts gathered together like a sandstorm. The entire sky seemed to have turned yellow in an instant. They were approaching Bailey Hongzhuang and the others at a fast speed. Oh my god, why are there so many locusts? Linny couldn't help but exclaim. She only felt that the locusts' army covered the entire sky. She got goosebumps instantly and couldn't help but tremble. Di Xiaofeng and the others were also at a loss. This situation was a bit too shocking. Why are there so many locusts in the Immortal Cloud secret realm? I've never heard of it before. Morongjing looked puzzled. For them, insects were simply an existence that could be ignored. However, such a large number of locusts gathered together was still a little shocking. However, the next scene shocked everyone. Because, in their sight, all the trees in the place where the locusts passed by instantly turned into nothingness. It was originally a dense forest, but in a short moment, nothing was left. Let's get out of here. Bailey Hongzhuang immediately reacted, her face filled with anxiety and worry. I'm afraid these locusts are no ordinary locusts. Their attack power is very strong. Even if it's us, I'm afraid we won't be able to pass through them. When Bailey Hongzhuang reminded them, the other cultivators also made the same decision, and the first thing they did was to retreat behind them. Judging from how terrifying these locusts were, it was impossible for them to pass through such a large area. Most importantly, no one was willing to use their own life as a stake, no one could see the sight of the locusts, nor did they know how many there were. Therefore, leaving was the best option. Run! Emperor Xiaofeng shouted, and everyone began to use their movement techniques to quickly retreat. That's the direction Jun Lingxuan and the others left in. Morongjing couldn't help but remind everyone as they ran. They had originally hoped to be further away from those cultivators, but they didn't expect that they would have to quickly approach that place. It really made them feel helpless. Di Xiaofeng naturally understood what Morongjing meant. He could only helplessly say, there's no other way now. The most important thing is to stay alive. Everyone retreated at lightning speed, but the locusts behind them were not slow at all. During this process, not only did they not feel that the distance between the two parties had widened, on the contrary, the distance between them was constantly closing. Xiren pondered as he took out a piece of meat from his storage ring and threw it out. Everyone saw a small dent appear in the middle of the locusts, which was as flat as a wall. Then, the piece of meat disappeared into nothingness. Noticing this, everyone understood that even if they fell into the locusts' army, they would at most cause a small ripple before being devoured by the locusts at the fastest speed. This is too scary. Everyone's mouth could not help but twitch as they felt their scalps go numb. This was really too scary. Everyone's speed began to soar. After all, no one wanted to die without leaving a corpse behind. Even though Jun Lingxuan and the rest had increased their speed to the maximum, they could not avoid being caught by the other cultivators. None of the cultivators who entered the Immortal Cloud Mystery Realm were mediocre. Even if he could escape, the disciples of his family would inevitably be caught by others. Under such circumstances, the final outcome would naturally be to fall into the hands of the other cultivators. Jun Lingxuan, obediently hand over the immortal spiritual herb and save yourself from unnecessary resistance. That's right, we don't have to take your lives. As long as you hand over your storage rings, we'll let this matter rest. Everyone surrounded the cultivators from the Jun, Xiao, Nangong, and Chu families. During the process of chasing, it was inevitable that some of the cultivators would escape in other directions. They could not guarantee that none of them would be able to escape. Jun Lingxuan's expression was extremely ugly. He could not accept such an outcome. A storage ring was the property of every cultivator. Even though he did not bring many precious items into the Immortal Cloud Mystery Realm, when he thought of those immortal spiritual herbs, he could not agree at all. Xiao Sou's face was extremely pale. She could not help but look at Jun Lingxuan and ask, what do we do now? As the Holy Maiden of the Light Sect, when had she ever fallen to such a state? What else can we do? Jun Lingxuan said angrily, if it weren't for the fact that you were unwilling to show your strength to convince everyone, you wouldn't have ended up like this. That's right, big sister. Why didn't you use the power of light just now? Xiao Sudong was also puzzled. Originally, the Di family did not have an absolute advantage, but this turning point changed the outcome. Nangong Yuqing's eyes also fell on Xiao Shou. He didn't understand why Xiao Shou retreated at such a critical moment. Xiao Shou was at a loss for words in the face of everyone's resentful gazes. She could not explain this matter, so she could only remain silent. However, when everyone saw her like this, they felt even angrier. It would be fine if there were difficulties, but what was the meaning of this silence? Could it be that he was too lazy to even explain? Jun Lingxuan, hurry up and hand it over. Everyone questioned, if you don't hand it over, we'll attack. Noticing everyone's attitude, Nangong Yuqing was the first to speak. I only have one immortal spiritual herb. I'll hand it over and you'll let us go. How about it? As the young master of the Nangong family, he had never been so helpless before. You. Hearing Nangong Yuqing's words, Jun Lingxuan couldn't help but feel anxious. This was the same as admitting that the immortal spirit grass was in their hands. Sure enough, everyone's eyes lit up when they heard this. They immediately understood what was going on. So what the D family said was true. The immortal spirit grass is in Jun Lingxuan's hands. That's right. Jun Lingxuan said that he only had one immortal spirit grass. Now it seems that he was lying. Qiu Baixin couldn't help but say, we were right to believe young Master D. This Jun Lingxuan is really full of lies. The cultivators of the Cloud Sky sect all nodded. Before, when they saw how much Qiu Baixin believed Di Xiaofeng, they were a bit worried. Now that it was proven to be true, their hearts were filled with emotions. Nangong Yuqing, you're too disloyal. Xiao Sudong couldn't help but shout. With Nangong Yuqing's words, everything had been exposed and they didn't even have a chance to explain. Nangong Yuqing glanced at Xiao Sudong before turning his head and gently looking at Xiao Shou. Miss Xiao, a wise man submits to circumstances. Now that the situation has reached this point, continuing to ally with the Jun family will only drag you down. In my opinion, you should stay with me. I'll definitely protect you. Nangong Yuqing's eyes were filled with sincerity and seriousness. He had always been sincere towards Xiao Shou. If it wasn't for the Xiao family and the Jun family's alliance, he wouldn't have chosen to join them. Everything he did was for Xiao Shou's sake. As for Jun Lingxuan, he didn't care about him at all. If such a person died, he would feel even better. At the same time, Chu Yingming also said, that's right, I'm also willing to take out one immortal spirit grass. When Jun Lingxuan tried to rope me in, he only gave me one benefit. I hope everyone can believe me. Otherwise, if we really fight, I don't think it will be good for you. Compared to Nangong Yuqing, Chu Yingming's voice was more threatening. It had always been impossible to take things away from him. However, in this situation, the other party had the advantage in numbers. For the safety of his own team, this was undoubtedly the best choice. As for the immortal spiritual grass, now that it had been snatched away by others, he could just take it back in the future. When the cultivators saw Nangong Yuqing and Chu Yingming's attitude, they looked at each other and nodded. All right. As long as you hand over the immortal herbs, we will let you go. Everyone understood that the combined combat power of the four teams was not to be underestimated. However, once the Nangong family and the Chu family withdrew, then it would be easy for them to deal with the Jun family and the Xiao family. Seeing everyone agree, Nangong Yuqing and Chu Yingming let out a sigh of relief. The feeling of being chased like this wasn't good. Little girl, why don't you team up with me? Nangong Yuqing looked at Xiao Shou and waited for Xiao Shou to agree. Jun Lingxuan couldn't help but feel anxious when he saw everyone sell him out. His gaze also fell on Xiao Shou. Xiao Shou was slightly stunned. She didn't expect the situation to turn out like this. For a moment, she didn't know what to do. Xiao Sudong had an anxious look on his face. Although they were in an alliance with the Jun family, at this point in time, if they still cared about their friendship, they would be putting themselves in danger. Ao Zhengquang had always been by Jun Lingxuan's side. Their family was not considered a big family and there were only 5 people allowed to enter the Immortal Cloud's secret realm. Previously, when they were in the abyss, the other disciples had already fallen at the hands of the D family. He was the only one who had always been by Jun Lingxuan's side. Most importantly, the Jun family did not have that many people. Once the members of the other 3 clans chose to leave, they would really be finished. Young Master June, why don't we hand over the immortal spiritual herb? Otherwise, we won't even be able to keep our lives. Ao Zhengquang had an anxious look on his face. Although the treasure was good, they still needed to be alive to enjoy it. Jun Lingxuan did not immediately reply. His gaze was fixed on Xiao Shou. He wanted to know what decision Xiao Shou would make. Xiao Shou glanced at Nangong Yuqing, then looked at Jun Lingxuan. Finally, her gaze turned resolute. Nangong Yuqing, thank you for your good intentions. However, I will not leave. Big sister, are you crazy? Xiao Sudong looked at Xiao Shou in disbelief. He simply could not believe that his big sister would make such a decision at a time like this. However, Xiao Shou shook her head firmly. Sudong, you don't need to say anything more. The cultivators of the Xiao family could not help but look at each other. Could it be that their big sister was really deeply in love with Jun Lingxuan? One had to know that their big sister had always placed her family's interests at the highest point. Now, she had actually made a decision that was completely contrary to her usual self. Jun Lingxuan's expression softened. If Xiao Shou really chose to abandon him at this time, then he would definitely not forgive Xiao Shou. As long as he was able to leave the immortal cloud mystic realm alive, he would definitely take everything back. Nangong Yuqing's eyes flashed with disappointment. He always knew that Xiao Shou didn't like him, but she wasn't willing to give up. In the past, he knew very well that even if Xiao Shou didn't like him, at least she didn't like other people. He still had hope. However, when he saw that Xiao Shou was thinking about Jun Lingxuan, he knew that he had no chance. During this period of time, Xiao Shou had done many things for Jun Lingxuan that she would not normally do. Thinking of this, Nangong Yuqing's gaze changed. If Jun Lingxuan could die in the immortal cloud secret realm, it wouldn't be too bad. Nangong Yuqing, Chu Yingming, hand over the immortal spirit grass and you can leave. Qiu Baixin couldn't help but say. Hearing this, Nangong Yuqing and Chu Yingming's expressions turned ugly. They took out the immortal spirit grass and threw it into the air. You guys can snatch it. Everyone, don't fight. Let's take all the immortal spirit grass first before we distribute them. Qiu Baixin's voice was extremely loud. At this time, if there was an internal conflict, Jun Lingxuan and the others would find a chance to escape. Therefore, he definitely couldn't let such a thing happen. The other cultivators naturally understood this point. Therefore, even if they saw two immortal spirit grass, they didn't immediately rush to snatch it. Jun Lingxuan, are you waiting for us to make a move or are you going to hand it over yourself? No matter how hard the Jun and Xiao families fought, they would not be able to change the outcome. Jun Lingxuan's face was covered in a haze as he faced the crowd's pressure. His deep eyes were filled with hatred and murderous intent, but in the end, he had no choice but to give up. Since you want my storage ring so badly, I'll give it to you. As soon as he finished speaking, Jun Lingxuan took off his storage ring and fiercely threw it into the distance. The crowd watched as the storage ring turned into a parabola and flew towards the back. Immediately, everyone flew in the direction of the storage ring. They knew very well that the immortal spiritual herb must be in Jun Lingxuan's storage ring. As the crowd rushed to leave, Jun Lingxuan could not help but feel a sense of dejection. He had planned such a flawless trap, yet he never thought that the other party would change the outcome so easily. It was very difficult for him to walk out of this haze in a short while. Just as the crowd was chasing after the storage ring, they suddenly noticed a group of figures approaching them at a rapid speed. Aren't those the D family and the Lin family? It's not just them, there's the Morong family as well. What are they doing? Why is there suddenly so much sand and dust behind them? The crowd stared suspiciously at Bewitching and the others who were rapidly approaching them. Their eyes were filled with suspicion and astonishment. At the same time, they noticed that Bewitching and the others seemed to be saying something. However, the buzzing sound was so loud that they could not hear it clearly. Bailey Hongzhuang and the others continued to fly forward. The locust speed was simply too terrifying. Even at their maximum speed, they could only maintain their distance. When they saw the cultivators from the other groups, they could not help but warn them. Leave, quickly. Unfortunately, their voices could not drown out the sound of the locusts. The other party was still standing on the spot in a daze. Finally, the cultivators with doubtful faces noticed that behind Bailey Hongzhuang and the others was not a cloud of dust, but an army of locusts. There was a trace of horror in their eyes. Heavens! There are so many locusts. Where did this come from? Although everyone's faces were still at a loss, their footsteps did not slow down at all. They immediately began to rush back quickly. Jun Lingxuan looked at Xiao Shou, and his original resentment dissipated at this moment. At least, Xiao Shou had not given up on him. Say Wu, thank you. Jun Lingxuan's voice was sincere, and a bright luster flashed in his eyes. Xiao Shou pursed her lips and shook her head. It was indeed my fault that you ended up in this situation. It's fine as long as you're not angry with me. Why would I be angry with you? Jun Lingxuan smiled and shook his head. Let's leave while everyone is away. Once they come back, there might be other troubles. All right. Knowing that Jun Lingxuan was not angry with her, Xiao Shou was overjoyed. In the next moment, the two groups of people rushed forward without hesitation. When Qiu Baixin saw Di Xiaofeng and the others, his heart also collapsed. Young Master Di, what's going on? How did you provoke such a large group of locusts? Hearing this, Qiu Baixin and the rest of the cultivators understood what was going on, but their faces turned ugly. Can't these locusts pass through directly? I don't know, but look at all the plants that have been eaten by them. Do you think we can do it? What if we wrap ourselves in elemental energy and rush in? Why don't you try? No one was willing to try, and no one was willing to take the risk. Therefore, they could only see a large group of cultivators flying in front, while the locusts were chasing after them. The Jun and Xiao family teams were rushing. According to their judgment, those cultivators would definitely fight to the death for the storage ring, and it would be impossible for them to catch up in a short period of time. However, they didn't expect that not long after they left, they would suddenly hear a rumbling sound behind them. Jun Lingxuan couldn't help but turn his head and look behind him in confusion. He couldn't understand at all. Did they already distribute everything so quickly? This didn't make sense. However, when he turned his head, he saw an unbelievable scene. A group of cultivators was fleeing in front, and the locusts' army behind them covered the entire sky. It was like the end of the world, and it made one's heart tremble. These are locusts? Xiao Shou was dumbfounded. She knew what locusts were, but she had never heard of so many locusts. These aren't ordinary locusts. Jun Lingxuan narrowed his eyes, and a trace of nervousness appeared on his face. These locusts are much bigger than ordinary locusts, and their destructive power is incomparable to ordinary locusts. Let's hurry and run. Xiao Sudong didn't have the time to think about what kind of locusts these were. So many people were already being chased, and if they continued to be in a daze, it would be over. After Xiao Sudong's reminder, everyone also reacted and rushed forward without hesitation. Seeing that Jun Lingxuan and the rest were safe and sound, Bailey Hongshuang couldn't help but frown. This situation was a little different from what she had imagined. At the same time, Di Xiaofeng also asked Qiu Baixin. Young Master Qiu, did you find any immortal herbs on Jun Lingxuan's body? Qiu Baixin nodded. Young Master Di, you were right. That Jun Lingxuan really framed you. He had already handed over the storage ring, but before he could find out where the storage ring was, he was chased by the swarm of locusts. Do you think these locusts will eat the storage ring as well? As soon as Qiu Baixin finished speaking, the cultivators who were fleeing felt the corners of their mouths twitch. This was what they were most worried about. The immortal spiritual grass was such a treasure that they finally had the chance to get their hands on it. Who would have thought that the cooked duck would fly away just like that? One could imagine the depression in their hearts. Bailey Hongshuang and Di Beichen couldn't help but look at each other. With the terrifying destructive power of the locusts, it was really hard to say. It was indeed a pity that the immortal spiritual grass was gone just like that. However, it didn't fall into the hands of any cultivators, which was considered good news to them. After Jun Lingxuan and the rest joined the fleeing group, they quickly realized that the Nangong and Chu families who had left not long ago had also joined the group. Jun Lingxuan stared coldly at Di Xiaofeng and the others. You win this time, but the matter between us is not over yet. Di Xiaofeng sneered. Even if you want to, I won't agree to it. Jun Lingxuan, even if you die, the matter between us and the Jun family is not over yet. Lin Taxing said coldly. Seeing this, Jun Lingxuan's gaze became even more ruthless. He could not help but clench his fists under his sleeves. He hated that he could not immediately tear the cultivators from the D family and the Lin family into pieces. The army of locusts seemed to have an endless supply of energy. The cultivators had been chased for 3 whole days, but the locusts showed no signs of stopping. During these 3 days, the crowd realized that the number of cultivators around them was constantly increasing. Some of the groups that had not been able to reunite were now reunited with the help of the locusts. However, while the locusts had endless energy, the cultivators did not. In these 3 days, the yuan qi in their bodies had been depleted rapidly. In desperation, the cultivators could only take out pills to help recover their yuan qi. Although spirit stones could also restore yuan qi, it could only be done in a state of cultivation. Obviously, in this situation, they could not cultivate properly and could only rely on pills to restore their yuan qi. If these locusts keep chasing us like this, we'll be exhausted to death sooner or later. Where did these locusts come from? Are we going to die in the immortal cloud secret realm? The cultivators could not help but feel hopeless. They suddenly remembered that in the immortal cloud secret realm, an entire group of cultivators had been wiped out. Could this be the case? We don't have many pills that can restore yuan qi. It won't be long before we run out. Some cultivators had already realized that they did not have enough pills. At their level, most of the pills they had on them were healing pills. Although they had pills that could restore yuan qi, they did not have the most. This was because, with their strength, they only needed to meditate for a short while to restore their yuan qi very quickly. Moreover, they had the help of spirit stones. Who would have thought that they would encounter such a situation? Wife, how many pills did you bring? Bewitching's eyes were filled with worry. At this moment, he was indeed a little worried. The energy of these locusts seemed to be endless. There was no telling when they would stop. On top of that, there were quite a number of cultivators in their team, so their elixirs were depleted very quickly. Although the elder had given him quite a number of pills, the pills that could restore one's origin energy were undoubtedly the least. This was because after obtaining spirit stones, these pills did not seem to have much use anymore. In the past, I have refined quite a number of pills for recovering elemental energy, so there is no need to worry for the time being. At this moment, Bailey Hongzhuang could not help but sigh in her heart. Fortunately, she was used to second-hand preparations. Not only were there pills in the primordial chaos ring, but there were also quite a few pills in the storage ring. Because she couldn't reveal the existence of the chaos ring, she also carried a storage ring with her and put many things in it. After all, if she was captured and the other party took away her storage ring, the other party would definitely not believe that there was nothing in it. Hearing this, Bewitching nodded slightly. At this moment, they had no other choice. They could only hold on for as long as they could. Suddenly, a man couldn't help but say, "I don't believe that these locusts are so powerful. I'm going to fight them." Hearing the man's words, everyone couldn't help but be taken aback. They saw that the man was covered in elemental power and rushed toward the locusts. F***ck, this man is really courageous. Lin Xianxia looked stunned. They had been chased by these locusts for so many days, and no one tried to rush over. She didn't expect that this man intended to rush over alone. In my opinion, I'm afraid that he doesn't have any elixir to restore his elemental power. Since they will catch up sooner or later, it's better to rush over directly. Maybe there is still a chance of survival. Lin Taxing's eyes were filled with complicated light. He could see the man's inner collapse and despair. If there was a chance, the man would not make such a choice. Everyone was also sad when they heard the words. At this time, elixir was extremely precious for every cultivator. No one was willing to hand over the elixir to others at this time. After all, no one's life was more important than their own. The feeling of being abandoned was undeniably devastating. However, even though everyone was filled with emotions, no one chose to help him at such a time. Because no one knew how long they would continue to be chased by these locusts. They couldn't even guarantee their own safety. In their sight, the man rushed directly to the locusts after making up his mind. Immediately afterward, everyone heard a scream, and there was no more movement. Someone called the man's name, but there was no response. Vaguely, everyone seemed to notice that there were some bloodstains on the ground. After seeing this scene, everyone couldn't help but shudder. No one would think that this man had left alive. This was the real case of not leaving a corpse. Not even bones were left. It's terrible. Linny's face was pale. Although she expected such a result before, it was shocking when it really happened in front of her. For a time, everyone understood that there was no way to survive by retreating. Their only way was to rush forward. No one knew when they could escape from these locusts, but the only thing they could do was not to be caught up at this moment. Everyone fell into silence. They didn't say anything and just rushed forward. Even if they didn't know when it would end, at least they could live for a moment longer. At the same time, many cultivators began to break down mentally. The fewer pills there were, the more nervous they felt. That man's fate was their fate. Another 2 days passed, and everyone's expression became extremely ugly. I can't do it anymore. I can't hold on any longer. You must try your best to hold on. Otherwise, I'll lose my life here. But there's no point in continuing. It's just the difference between dying a little earlier and dying a little later. Voices of despair rang out one after another. Many cultivators had thoughts of giving up because they could not see any hope at all. They did not know what was the point of continuing like this. I don't have any more pills with me. At this moment, the voice of a member of the D family rang out. His face was pale, his hands were trembling, and his eyes were filled with despair. I don't want to die like this. Hearing this, the cultivators from the D family shuddered. Actually, they had more or less the same number of pills on them. It was just that they did not say it out loud. Now that the first person had raised this question, everyone could not help but start to panic. However, at this moment, Bailey Hongzhuang threw the white porcelain bottle at him. Catch! The man caught the white porcelain bottle out of habit. When he opened it, he realized that it was filled with pills that could help him recover his yuan power. His eyes instantly shone with a strange light. Young Madam Master, you're giving me all these pills? As the man was overjoyed, he raised his voice and instantly attracted the attention of many people. When the crowd realized that Bailey Hongzhuang had given the man an entire bottle of pills, their eyes were filled with astonishment. To be able to take out pills at such a time was not easy at all. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded slightly. Don't worry, I still have some pills here. Following Bailey Hongzhuang's words, the cultivators from the D family and Lin family had a glimmer of hope in their eyes. They had thought that they would be done for soon. They did not expect that the young Madam Master would still have pills. This was really a pleasant surprise. Morong Jing's expression was a little ugly. They did not have many pills left and the disciples of their families were already struggling to make ends meet. Seeing this, he could not help but look at Bailey Hongzhuang. After thinking for a long time, he decided to be thick-skinned and asked, Miss Bailey, do you have any extra pills? When he asked this question, Morong Jing's face turned red. Extra? At a time like this, how could anyone have extra pills? Bailey Hongzhuang immediately understood what Morong Jing meant. She immediately took out another white porcelain bottle and handed it to Morong Jing. For you. Morong Jing was a little shocked when he saw Bailey Hongzhuang handing over the pills to him so easily. From his point of view, he had only asked with a glimmer of hope. He never thought that she would really give it to him. However, when he looked at the pills in his hands, he was pleasantly surprised. Thank you. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled. Sir Morong, there's no need for you to be so courteous with us. Even though she was not familiar with Morong Jing, based on how Morong Jing had helped them in the past, it was enough for them to treat him as one of their own. If Bailey Hongzhuang had given the pills to the disciples of her family, everyone could still remain calm. However, when they saw that Bailey Hongzhuang had actually given the pills to another family, a covetous light in their eyes, they could not help but salivate. If they had known this would happen, they would be on good terms with the D family. Unfortunately, no matter how much they regretted, it was too late. Jun Lingxuan and the others also noticed this scene, and their gazes towards Bailey Hongzhuang became extremely complicated. If they could, they really wanted to snatch Bailey Hongzhuang's storage ring. In that case, there was no need for them to worry. However, based on the current situation, they would be in danger of being overtaken if they were to stop for even a moment. What more attack? As Bailey Hongzhuang took out pill bottle after pill bottle, everyone's faces were filled with shock. In the end, their shock has turned into numbness. Damn. Bailey Hongshuang has so many pills on hand? Isn't this a little too much? The crowd was speechless. However, the covetous light in their eyes had exposed their inner feelings. How envious. It's good to have an alchemist in the family. Who can have this kind of happiness? Linny couldn't help but feel proud. This feeling is really cool. Second cousin, you have a good eye. You can actually marry second cousin-in-law. You have made a great contribution this time. Linny joked with a smile. Bewitching raised his lips slightly, but his expression was extremely calm. Thank you for the compliment. In a blink of an eye, another 3 days passed. Almost everyone began to get used to this kind of running. What was even more amazing was that some people's movement skills were promoted during this escape. This was also the best harvest. Similarly, many cultivators died because of the exhaustion of elixirs and eventually exhausted their primary power. In this regard, everyone could only sigh in their hearts. In the face of this kind of crisis, life seemed extremely insignificant. Just when everyone thought that they couldn't hold on anymore, they suddenly found that the locusts stopped not far behind and didn't continue to move forward. Noticing this, everyone was startled. After taking a closer look, they found that there seemed to be an invisible barrier in front of the locusts, blocking them directly. Are these locusts not coming over? Perhaps the surprise came too suddenly. Everyone couldn't believe that all this would be true for a while. They still didn't dare to slow down their pace. However, after repeated observation, they found that the locusts really wouldn't move forward anymore. Oh my God, I'm exhausted from running. I can finally take a break. A cultivator laid limply on the ground. Even though he was a cultivator and was extremely strong, his body was already under too much pressure from running for his life. I can't take it anymore. I need to take a break. Damn it, these locusts have finally stopped. I thought they were going to chase us until the end of time. Almost everyone sat on the ground limply, panting heavily, but the corners of their lips couldn't help but curl up. At least, their lives were not in danger. After a short rest, Bailey Hongshuang picked up the spirit stones and began to cultivate. She took a lot of elixirs. In fact, it was not good for her. However, she also had a way to deal with these elixir toxins. The most important thing now was to cultivate. After so many days of exhaustion, his body had long reached its limit. Cultivating at this time was undoubtedly the best. Bailey Hongshuang was not the only one. Many other cultivators began to cultivate as well. After all, no one knew what kind of danger they would encounter in the next moment. The safest thing to do was to maintain one's best condition. For a moment, the surroundings became quiet. Everyone was immersed in their cultivation. Not only humans, but even contracted beasts were also cultivating. The next day, Bailey Hongshuang opened her eyes. She had recovered to her best condition. Master, eat something. Seeing that Bailey Hongshuang had exited her cultivation state, Xiaohe quickly came over. After Xiaohe's reminder, Bailey Hongshuang also felt hungry. She immediately took out something from her storage ring and began to eat. Bewitching and the others also exited their cultivation state one after another and began to fill their stomachs. The exhaustion over the past few days has been too great. I haven't felt hungry for a long time. Shangguan could not help but sigh. Now that I think about it, I still have a lingering fear. Bailey Hongshuang looked at the place where the locusts stopped in the distance. She found that the locusts no longer gathered there. A trace of surprise suddenly appeared in her bright black phoenix eyes. Those locusts left? Linny habitually looked at the place not far away when she heard the words. She nodded and said, those locusts stayed there for a while and then disappeared. It seems that they won't appear again. It's strange. Why did those locusts stop there? Shangguan Ying's pretty face was puzzled. There is nothing there. When they stopped, there seems to be an invisible wall blocking them. Don't you think so? Bailey Hongshuang narrowed her phoenix eyes slightly. If I guessed correctly, there should be a barrier there that prevents them from coming in. Although they couldn't see it with the naked eye, it didn't mean that it didn't exist. The wall-like existence should be the barrier. Hongshuang is right. There should be a barrier there. Di Xiaofeng nodded. In my opinion, the barrier should be to stop these locusts, so it has no effect on us. So, these locusts have existed for a long time. Di Beichen's gaze was complicated. Have you heard of it before? Lin Taxing shook his head. No, if I hadn't seen it with my own eyes this time, I would never have thought that locusts would be so terrifying. But, what are we going to do now? Lin Xianxia frowned. No one knew if those locusts would still be behind them. If they were still there, the consequences would be terrible. We can only move forward now. Xiren shrugged helplessly. He didn't want to face those locusts again. Hearing Wen Xiren's words, everyone nodded their heads. Since they still had to continue staying in the immortal cloud mystery realm for a period of time, they might as well take this opportunity to continue moving forward. Who knows, they might even find some good opportunities ahead. The cultivators of other teams had the same idea as the D family. Those locusts were no different from a nightmare in their hearts. Even if they were still alive, many people had become food for the locusts. They used to gather here in a large group, but now, the number had decreased a lot. Just thinking about it, they couldn't help but feel sad. It's a pity. I didn't expect Jun Lingxuan to throw the storage ring so far away. Who found it? After calming down at this moment, everyone also remembered what happened before. Even at this time, the immortal spirit grass was still a treasure that couldn't be ignored. As the cultivator's voice fell, everyone also thought of this matter. Previously, they didn't even have time to find the storage ring before they were chased over by the swarm of locusts. No, it happened too suddenly. There was no time to find it. It's all Jun Lingxuan's fault. For a moment, everyone's eyes fell on Jun Lingxuan. Needless to say, they knew that Jun Lingxuan had a lot of immortal spirit herbs in his storage ring. They didn't expect to waste them like this. It was really a pity. Jun Lingxuan obviously didn't expect that everyone wouldn't be able to snatch his storage ring, but after he reacted, he was overjoyed. Even if this immortal herb didn't land in his hands, he still wasn't willing to let others take advantage of it. After checking their remaining immortal spirit herbs, she naturally understood that Daihaoan had quite a lot of immortal spirit herbs in his storage ring. Now that it had disappeared into thin air, she naturally felt a sense of pity. Bailey Hongzhuang's clear eyes also flashed with regret. Indeed, it was a waste for such a heavenly treasure to disappear just like that. However, at this moment, Baisher's voice quietly rang in Bailey Hongzhuang's ears. Master, Jun Lingxuan's storage ring is with me. Hearing this, Bailey Hongzhuang was slightly stunned. A trace of astonishment uncontrollably crept onto her elegant and otherworldly face. However, she concealed it in the next second and looked at Baisher without batting an eyelid. Why is his storage ring with you? Previously, when we were escaping, something suddenly fell on my head and I subconsciously caught it. At that time, I didn't pay attention to whose storage ring it was. However, now that I've heard everyone's conversation, I think it should be Jun Lingxuan's storage ring. Baisher's black eyes shone with a deep and confident luster. Although he had only seen the storage ring, based on the current situation, there was no other possibility other than this. As a beast king, Baisher was originally more intelligent than ordinary demonic beasts. Now that he was getting closer and closer to transforming into a human, Baisher's demeanor was also becoming more and more similar to that of a human. Bailey Hongzhuang naturally understood this and the corners of her lips curled up slightly. At the same time, Baisher had already quietly placed the storage ring in her hand. After receiving the storage ring, Bailey Hongzhuang scanned it with her spiritual consciousness and discovered that there was a layer of restriction on the storage ring. Every storage ring belonging to a cultivator would have a restriction on it that belonged to the original owner. In the next instant, she used her own power to remove the restriction on the storage ring. To an ordinary person, removing a restriction was not an easy task. Unless the original owner had already died, it would be very easy to remove the restriction. However, Bailey Hongzhuang's spiritual consciousness power was not comparable to that of an ordinary cultivator. Hence, it was very easy for her to remove the restriction. After removing the restriction, Bailey Hongzhuang quickly discovered the immortal spirit herb in the storage ring. Instantly, the smile in her eyes deepened. It seems that the heavens were still on their side. After going around in circles, the immortal spirit herb had returned to their hands. Baisher, well done. Bailey Hongzhuang glanced at Baisher, her eyes full of praise and praise. Hearing this, Baisher was pleased. You flatter me. Baisher, I realize that you're not modest at all. Xiao He leaned over and couldn't help but say. I've learned this from the male lead's words, Bailey Hongzhuang's words, Bailey Hongzhuang's words, Bailey Hongzhuang. Bailey of Bailey, Bailey Hongzhuang, Bailey Hongzhuang, Bailey of Bailey S, Bailey of Bailey, Bailey. Baisher, you have to be careful. Xiao He gave Bailey Hongzhuang a look that said, good luck. However, Bewitching patted Bailey Hongzhuang's head calmly and said, you're a promising child. Just as Bailey Hongzhuang and the three beasts were celebrating, Jun Lingxuan's expression turned extremely ugly. Disbelief flashed through his eyes because he'd clearly sensed the restriction on his storage ring being removed just a moment ago. How could this be? In the next moment, Jun Lingxuan's gaze immediately scanned his surroundings. He only wanted to know who took his storage ring. Originally, he thought that no one would be able to get their hands on it, so he was rather calm. But now that he thought about how all the immortal spiritual herbs fell into someone else's hands, he could no longer remain calm. However, as his gaze swept across everyone, he did not see anyone's expression change. Immediately, Jun Lingxuan's heart was filled with confusion. Logically speaking, with his cultivation level, it would take a lot of effort for an average person to break the seal on his storage ring. As long as time passes, he would be able to sense who broke the seal. However, the other party broke the seal in such a short period of time. This was extremely strange. Could it be that the other party's cultivation level was so much higher than his? That's impossible. As the young master of the Jun family, he was one of the most powerful cultivators here. It was impossible for someone to surpass him by so much. If that was the case, then there was only one possibility left. Someone found his storage ring behind the locusts and removed the seal on it. Because of the distance, he could not sense it. It was just that, everything had happened so suddenly. All the cultivators had been chased here by the locusts. How could there still be someone behind them? Xiaosou also noticed that Jun Lingxuan's expression was a little strange. He looked like he had a lot on his mind. She could not help but ask out of concern, Jun Lingxuan, what are you thinking about? Could it be that you're worried that the D family will attack us? Xiaosou lowered her voice. Actually, she was also a little worried about this. Previously, they were allies with the Nangong family and the Chu family. However, now that their alliance had been broken up, the situation had changed. Jun Lingxuan shook his head. I just sensed that the seal on my storage ring was broken. As soon as he said this, Xiaosou was shocked. Her elegant face could not hide her astonishment. How can that be? Didn't nobody find your storage ring? I don't know. Jun Lingxuan had a complicated look on his face. Originally, he was looking forward to having a chance to go back and retrieve the storage ring. However, now that he had completely lost contact with the storage ring, it was impossible for him to retrieve it. Could it be that the people here found it? Xiaosou's gaze swept across the crowd. Almost all the cultivators who appeared there at that time are here. I won't. Jun Lingxuan shook his head with certainty. I didn't feel any fluctuations. Do you think someone could have successfully passed through the locusts? All along, they had believed that it was impossible for those cultivators to come back to life, but in reality, they did not know what the outcome was. If someone could successfully pass through the swarm of locusts, they might be able to find his storage ring. I don't know, Xiaosou shook her head blankly. Without her own experience, she would not know the result. Forget it. Since things have come to this, let's not think about this anymore. Jun Lingxuan sighed. He did not expect the outcome to be like this. He had thought that he would be able to gain a lot this time. However, in the end, it was all for naught. He even ended up being laughed at by others. One could imagine how depressed he was. Why don't we take this opportunity to leave? Jun Lingxuan naturally understood what Xiaosou meant. Given their current situation, it was indeed extremely dangerous. Once the cultivators of the D family took action, they did not know if they would be a match for them. Elder sister, you don't have to worry too much now. Xiao Sudong could not help but say, there are so many cultivators here. In my opinion, they won't dare to take action easily. After all, once they take action, even if they win, their strength will be greatly reduced. If other cultivators take the opportunity to take action, I'm afraid they won't be able to handle it. Xiao Sudong's gaze was firm. The more people there were, the safer they would be. If there were only a few cultivators around, they would have no hope at all. As Xiao Sudong's voice fell, Jun Lingxuan and Xiao Souo looked at each other with a strange light in their eyes. Indeed, when they thought about it this way, the situation was not so dangerous. At the same time, Di Xiaofeng and the others were also thinking the same thing. Xiaofeng, should we take action now? Lin Taxing looked at Di Xiaofeng and raised his eyebrows inquiringly. As soon as he thought of Jun Lingxuan's previous actions, he wished he could tear him into pieces. Moreover, now that they had finally found them, it was extremely convenient to take action. A trace of hesitation flashed in Di Xiaofeng's eyes when he heard this. He then turned his gaze to Di Beichen. Beichen, what do you think? There are a lot of people around now. With our strength, unless we can suppress them all, once we get into a stalemate, I'm afraid someone will try to take advantage of us. Di Beichen's voice was low, and his hawk-like cold eyes hit a sharp light. He also wanted to take Jun Lingxuan's life, but he also had to take the safety of his family's disciples into consideration. I'm also a little worried about this. Di Xiaofeng's expression was grave, not to mention the others. The Chu family and the Nangong family will definitely hit us when we are down. After being reminded by the two, Lin Taxing immediately understood. After thinking for a while, he did not feel unhappy. That's not a big deal. There are so many of us, and it's impossible for all of us to take the same path. Once they are separated, it will be our chance to strike. As soon as this was said, Di Xiaofeng and Di Beichen also nodded tacitly. Not bad. After all the cultivators had rested, they turned their attention to the front. After all, thinking about the locusts behind them, no one was willing to go back. Let's set off too. Di Beichen looked at everyone and suggested. Seeing this, everyone stood up one after another. Within the immortal cloud secret realm, opportunities were everywhere. No one wanted to waste too much time here. In the next moment, everyone got up and set off. At the same time, many teams began to move together. However, the current team was undoubtedly much smaller than before. Compared to the endless yellow sand behind them and the disappearing forest, the lush greenery in front of them undoubtedly gave them a sense of familiarity. Perhaps it was the joy of surviving a calamity, but everyone's footsteps were extremely light. Look, there's a river there. After walking for a while, the view before them suddenly opened up. A river that ran through the forest before them appeared in their line of sight. This river was extremely wide. It was located between the two banks, and it was at least a few hundred meters long. The river water was crystal clear, and the round stones at the bottom could be clearly seen. Hearing the sound of flowing water, everyone's faces could not help but reveal a hint of joy. After several days of fleeing, everyone was physically and mentally exhausted. Even though their mental states had recovered after cultivating, the dust on their bodies could not be concealed. Now that they saw the river, the first thought in everyone's mind was to wash up. Almost instantly, many cultivators rushed to the side of the river. The ice-cold river water slapped their cheeks, bringing with it a relaxed and refreshing feeling. The fatigue of the past few days seemed to have disappeared. Smiles blossomed on the faces of the cultivators. Everyone relaxed. This river is really clear. I really want to swim. Come down quickly. It feels really good. Silvery laughter spread by the side of the river, and the haze of the past few days no longer existed. Seeing this river reminds me of the scene when we first went to Punlai Island. Xiren's eyes were filled with emotion. I didn't expect that we'd been in the upper realm for so long. I think we were really frogs at the bottom of a well back then. Yes. Shang Guaniying nodded. Back then, we thought that Punlai Island was the most powerful place, but we didn't expect that there would always be someone better. I'm thinking that after a while, when all the problems are solved, we'll make a trip back to the lower realm. Bailey Hongzhuang looked at Di Beichen and the others. They had been out for a long time. They had not gone back for so long. Her parents must be very worried about them. If there was a chance to bring them back to the upper realm, it would undoubtedly be the best. Hearing this, Di Beichen nodded slightly. Whenever you want to go back, we'll go back. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled. All right. However, just as they were chatting happily, a scream suddenly came from the river. Ah! The shrill scream was filled with shock and horror, and it immediately attracted everyone's attention. In their line of sight, the clear surface of the lake was stained with a trace of blood. Upon closer inspection, they realized that the cultivator who had swam to the middle of the river was struggling in the water. The scream came from him. At the same time, a few more screams were heard. These people were in the middle of the river. The clear surface of the lake was stained red with blood, and it was eerie and terrifying. What's going on? Why are they suddenly like this? Everyone, look. There seems to be something in the river. Everyone turned their eyes to the bottom of the river, wanting to know what was going on. After careful observation, some people found some clues. Are there fish in the river? These fishes are actually so powerful that they can't resist? When everyone saw the fish swimming in the river, their hearts were filled with indescribable shock. The fish was transparent, and it was hard to see it with the naked eye in the clear river water. If it wasn't for the fact that everyone had noticed the clues, they wouldn't have noticed it at all. However, it was this school of fish that even starlight-grade cultivators were unable to deal with. It was simply too shocking. In the blink of an eye, 3 cultivators were already buried in the fish's stomach. Everyone stared blankly at this scene and felt an inexplicable chill run down their spines. No one would have thought that this seemingly tranquil river was actually surging with waves, filled with endless danger. The person who was still smiling a second ago was no longer there in the next second. From the moment the army of locusts had appeared, many things had gone beyond their understanding. Whether it was the shoals of fish in the river or the large swarm of locusts, they had never encountered anything like this before. The immortal cloud mystery realm has existed for a long time, but I've never heard of such a thing. Yes, I've never heard of such danger in the immortal cloud mystery realm. Or did the cultivators in the past not encounter it? If they haven't, then aren't we a little too lucky? The crowd stood in a daze as countless thoughts flashed through their minds. One situation after another made them feel incomparably astonished and deeply powerless. Usually, everyone felt that their strength was extremely outstanding. Even if they entered the immortal cloud mystery realm, unless they encountered an opponent of similar strength, it was impossible to endanger their lives under normal circumstances. But now, all they could do was to keep running. There must be something wrong with these shoals of fish. Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes, which were as still as an ancient well, flashed with a doubtful and serious light. Could it be that cultivators are unable to use their yuan power after entering the river? Otherwise, no matter what, there would at least be yuan power fluctuations. That was the instinct of a cultivator. Based on the previous situation, there was obviously no such thing. That is indeed possible. Bewitching raised his handsome eyebrows as a complicated light rippled across his handsome face. Based on the current situation, they seemed to have fallen into a strange trap. However, no matter how much he thought about it, he could not figure out who had set this trap. From the moment they had been chased by the army of locusts, there had been no possibility of escaping. The only way was to continue moving forward. Why don't we go to the river and check it out? We have to find out what's so strange about these shoals of fish. Lin Taxing had a thoughtful look on his face. We can't stay in this area forever. Once the time is up and we can't return, we'll have to stay here forever. No matter how strange the previous situation was, as a cultivator, life and death were commonplace. Therefore, Lin Taxing regained his senses after a brief moment of shock. However, at a time like this, even more cultivators were in a state of shock and confusion. It was because of this unknown that everyone felt even more uncertain. Almost everyone immediately distanced themselves from the river. The river that had seemed so beautiful to them before had now become a terrifying river filled with danger. Let's go take a look. Bewitching quickly regained his senses. He nodded and approached the river with Lin Taxing. No matter how terrifying this river was, they had to find a way to leave this place. Sitting here and waiting for death was the worst option. Bailey Hongzhuang also followed. In fact, although this situation made her feel shocked, she didn't feel too surprised. Because, from the very beginning, she felt that it was impossible for the immortal cloud mystery realm to be so peaceful, without any danger at all. It was just that they had not encountered any danger along the way, so everyone was used to this kind of situation. When they encountered danger again, they felt that it was unbearable. In fact, in the world of the Chaos Ring, they were constantly faced with dangers that could appear at any time and any place. Just as Bailey Hongzhuang and the others approached the river, a similar figure appeared beside them. Initially, the three of them were somewhat flabbergasted. They did not know who would make the same choice as them at this moment. However, when they saw who it was, they understood what was going on. "You guys have guts," Chen Feng said with a faint smile. Chen Feng's eyes rippled with a faint smile. However, from that gentle and calm voice, one could still feel the friendliness and closeness. Bailey Hongzhuang and the others had a good impression of Chen Feng. Initially, they did not have any friendship. However, regardless of whether it was on the deck of the flying magic tool or in the ruins, they had established some friendship. At the very least, they were not a match for him. Beichen's lips curled up as he asked with a smile, "Aren't you here as well?" Chen Feng's gaze landed on Beichen, a hint of admiration in his eyes. "I heard that when I wasn't here previously, you guys had a victorious battle." Hearing this, Bailey Hongzhuang and the others naturally reacted. Chen Feng should be talking about the previous confrontation between them and the Jun family. Speaking of which, it could indeed be described as a victorious battle. "It's alright. It can only be considered as a half-victory," Beichen said with a faint smile. Chen Feng looked at Beichen meaningfully and said with a smile, "That makes sense. As for the remaining half, it could only be considered a true victory after they eliminated all the cultivators of the Jun family in one fell swoop. Regarding this matter, what do you guys think?" Chen Feng sized up the other teams. Obviously, a lot of cultivators were currently filled with repulsion and resistance towards this river. They were not willing to come near this river at all. "We have to figure out why they can't use their origin energy after entering the river. Is it because there's a restriction in the river, or is there something strange with these piranhas?" Beichen's gaze turned toward the calm lake. All the calmness was only on the surface. In reality, a lot of bloody things must have happened below. "You're right." Chen Feng nodded. His thoughts were the same as Beichen's. Only by figuring this out would they be able to think of a proper countermeasure. "If we want to figure this out, we have to go into the river and experience it." Beichen's rose-colored lips curled up, and his ink-black jade-like eyes revealed an inquisitive look. He didn't feel that this matter was very strange. Just like how the locusts were mysteriously stopped, it wasn't strange that there was a restriction in the river that blocked the use of origin energy. The immortal cloud mystic realm was originally a small world created by the senior. Naturally, whatever the creator wanted to create would be how it would be. It was only because they didn't understand that they were caught off guard. Chen Feng raised his brow, yet a smile appeared on his face. "In other words, you are planning to do this as well?" "Same here. I feel more and more like you now." Chen Feng's smile was somewhat wild and unruly. All along, he had been a man of few words. It wasn't because he didn't like to talk, but because he felt that there weren't many people who shared the same language. Unexpectedly, in this trip to the immortal cloud mystic realm, he met someone who was to his liking. When Xiren and Shang Guanying approached, they heard the conversation between Beichen and Shang Guanying. Immediately, intense shock appeared in their eyes. Shang Guanying's pretty face was filled with astonishment and shock. She had never thought that Beichen's courage would be so big. At this time, almost all the cultivators hated that they couldn't stay as far away from this river as possible. Beichen actually wanted to take the initiative to go in. He was simply crazy. Xiren also frowned. Beichen, this is really too dangerous." He understood the reason why Beichen did this. However, when he thought of the risk, he still hoped that Beichen would not go in. "I will only be in the periphery and will not go in deep. I will try to understand if there are any restrictions in the river." Beichen explained, but his gaze fell on Bailey Hongzhuang's body, silently asking. Bailey Hongzhuang's phoenix-like eyes slightly congealed as she deeply looked at him. "I will stand guard beside you." Hearing this, the corners of Beichen's mouth suddenly rose a little, as beautiful as the queen of the night's epiphyllum. "Okay." Bailey Hongzhuang also wanted to figure out what the situation was. Although the risk was not small, they were only in the periphery. A simple attempt would already be able to understand a lot of things. At the same time, several cultivators from the Great Devil sect also came. Obviously, they were Chen Feng's helpers. After making the decision, Bewitching and Chen Feng did not delay and quickly entered the river. They did not want to come into direct contact with the shoals of fish, because even they did not have the confidence to retreat under the attack of the shoals of fish. The best way was to take advantage of the fact that the shoals of fish had not yet reacted and figure out the situation in the river. Bailey Hongzhuang had been following closely beside Bewitching. Her body could not help but enter a state of readiness. As long as there was a trace of danger, she would immediately take action. No matter what, she could not let anything happen to Bewitching. However, after the surrounding cultivators saw that Bewitching and Chen Feng were actually so daring, they were all dumbfounded. However, most of them were silent. Whether it was now or in the Radiant Ruins, the ones leading everyone forward were them. Naturally, there was no need to say much about Chen Feng. He had always been the leader. Even if he rarely spoke, his position in everyone's hearts had always been extremely stable. No one could shake him. However, Bewitching had only appeared in their sight this time. Unknowingly, they actually felt that Bewitching and Bailey Hongzhuang had become the leaders. But they were not willing to admit it. But with I didn't expect that this Bewitching's courage is really not small. Before in the ruins, they also found a way out. Xiao Sudong's eyes flickered. In fact, he was also unwilling to admit that Bewitching was outstanding. But compared to him, Bewitching was indeed a few levels higher than Jun Lingxuan. Naturally, there was no need to say much about his appearance. Although Jun Lingxuan was also very handsome, Bewitching's appearance was completely godlike. Even as a man, he could not deny it. As for other aspects, there was no need to say anything more. So far, Jun Lingxuan and Bewitching had a battle of wits and courage several times. However, the winner was always Bewitching. However, now that Xiao Sou had placed all her attention on Jun Lingxuan, he felt extremely helpless. He hoped that he could leave the Immortal Cloud secret realm alive this time. Otherwise, if they continued fighting like this, he was really worried that he would not be able to see the sun again. Hearing Xiao Sudong's words, Xiao Sou and Jun Lingxuan's expressions froze slightly. They already had some understanding of what had happened in the Radiant Ruins. However, when they first heard the news, both of them were extremely disdainful. If it was not for the fact that they had not entered the Radiant Ruins, Bewitching and Chening might not have been the ones in the limelight. If they could still refute the previous matter, then facing such a situation now, their rebuttal seemed extremely powerless. This was because they did not intend to risk their lives to explore this point. Bewitching and Chen Feng's speed was extremely fast. After the two of them got close, they directly jumped into the river and tried to use their origin energy in the river at the first moment. When the shoals of fish in the river noticed that someone had entered, they immediately swam over. Upon closer inspection, Bewitching also noticed that these fish had sharp teeth and blood-red eyes. They were filled with excitement, as if they had not seen food for a long time. Bewitching. After Bailey Hongzhuang noticed the shoals of fish approaching, she hurriedly called out to remind him. The next moment, Bewitching also rushed back at the first moment. The shoals of fish were extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, they opened their mouths full of sharp teeth and bit toward them. Whoosh! Bewitching's figure rushed forward and quickly returned to the shore. Everyone saw that the shoals of fish had jumped out of the lake and chased after Bewitching until he returned to the shore. Only then did they unwillingly return to the river. After noticing that Bewitching had returned safely, Bailey Hongzhuang and the others quietly heaved a sigh of relief. Only then did they feel relieved. Fortunately, he's fine. Shang Guanying patted her chest. This matter was truly too thrilling. It tested her endurance. This is the first time I've seen such a terrifying school of fish. How sharp are their teeth? When Xiren shook his head and sighed, even when we were facing demonic beasts back then, I didn't feel that it was this dangerous. That's because the scene just now was too shocking. In fact, it's almost the same. Bewitching smiled faintly. At the same time, Chen Feng made it back to the shore. Even though he was expressionless, everyone could still feel the lingering fear in his heart. After wiping the water off his head, Chen Feng walked over as well. What did you get? In my opinion, no matter how strange the river water is, there is also something strange about this school of fish, Bewitching suddenly said. As soon as he said this, Bailey Hongzhuang and the others narrowed their eyes, and their eyes were filled with questions and doubts. In their opinion, there was either something strange about the river or the fish. They didn't expect Bewitching to think that it was both. Chen Feng nodded. I think so too. Bewitching frowned. The river water is indeed hindering the use of origin energy. I can't even use 1/10 of my usual strength. The closer I am to the center, the stronger the suppression. These fish can absorb elemental energy? Bailey Hongzhuang's phoenix eyes flashed. If that's the case, these fish are also demonic beasts? That should be the case. Chen Feng's tone gradually became more certain. Only this can explain the previous situation. Previously, when everyone entered the river, they did not even think of using their elemental energy. Hence, they did not notice this. Furthermore, these fish are completely transparent, making it difficult to distinguish them in this clear river. By the time they felt the pain, these fish had already absorbed their elemental energy at the fastest speed possible. After losing their elemental energy, they are no different from ordinary people. Naturally, it would be difficult for them to deal with these piranhas. Bewitching's thin lips opened slightly. Indifferent and cold words came out of his mouth, filled with rationality and logic. Previously, everyone was still somewhat confused. However, after his explanation, they were able to connect the dots. So that's how it is. Xiran understood. If that's the case, regardless of who it is, they will not be able to cross this river. Even though those cultivators had lost their lives because they were caught off guard, even if they were prepared, after losing their elemental energy and facing such a crazy school of fish, no one would be able to cross, unless everyone went down together and separated the fish, only then would it be possible for them to cross the river safely. However, a large majority of the cultivators would definitely die. Obviously, this was not a good solution. Following Xiran's words, everyone sunk into silence. Indeed, in such a situation, there was no suitable solution. Since we have already understood the situation, let's think of a solution. I feel that there will be a solution eventually. Chen Feng's clear eyes were shining with a resolute brilliance. It was a pair of eyes that were as black as gemstones. Regardless of the time, they were always shining. After Bailey Hongzhuang noticed that pair of eyes, she immediately understood how Chen Feng had been able to reach where he was today. That was because his heart was always filled with hope, which was the complete opposite of the coldness he displayed. At this moment, Mo Yunjue also came to everyone's side and could not help but ask, if we can't cross the river directly, can we cross by air? As soon as he said that, everyone's eyes lit up before dimming again. Since such a trap has been set up here, I'm afraid they won't let us pass so easily, Chen Feng said with a deep voice. At their level of cultivation, they could already completely rely on essence energy to temporarily fly in the air. Even if he couldn't do it, he could still rely on magic tools to do it. However, since there were so many restrictions here, it was likely that the sky was already restricted. No matter what, let's give it a try, Bewitching said. In the next moment, Mo Yunjue tried to cross the river in midair. However, when he got close to the river, he realized that his yuan power was suppressed and could not support him to continue floating in midair. Seeing this, everyone exchanged glances. Their eyes were filled with understanding. Sure enough, the result was as they had expected. As long as you get close to the river, your elemental energy will be suppressed, and you won't be able to fly. Mo Yunjue's cold and hard face revealed a trace of helplessness. Without elemental energy, flying artifacts would be similarly uncontrollable. For a moment, everyone fell into silence and began to think about how to cross the river. Regarding this, Bewitching and Chen Feng did not hide anything. At a time like this, the more people there were, the better. As long as they could think of a way, it would undoubtedly be the best. It can't be, right? This restriction is so abnormal, who can pass? Why don't we try to attract these shoals of fish? We'll kill them one by one. This way, we might be able to pass. According to your method, How long do we have to stay here? One suggestion after another was raised by everyone. However, most of these suggestions were rejected by more people the moment they were raised. Because, most of the ideas they came up with were rotten. For a moment, everyone was shrouded in a haze. At this moment, Xianxia's happy voice sounded. Master, I can bring you across the river. Everyone who was originally deep in thought was suddenly interrupted by Xianxia and immediately frowned. If they could fly across, wouldn't they have done so long ago? However, when they raised their heads, everyone found that Xianxia was flying in the air above the river, looking at Bewitching and the rest with a smile on its face. Xianxia can actually fly above the river. When Xiren's face revealed a deep astonishment, but a trace of a pleasantly surprised smile appeared on the corner of his lips. Xianxia can fly by itself, so it doesn't need to use origin energy. Therefore, it can bring us across. Bewitching also reacted, and a joyful smile appeared on his handsome face. He did not expect that after thinking for a long time, they still could not think of a suitable method. Xianxia was actually the source of this solution. Xianxia, amazing. Xiao Bai, and Baisher secretly gave Xianxia a thumbs up. This problem was originally impossible to find a breakthrough, but unexpectedly, Xianxia quietly solved this problem. It was really surprising, hearing that. Xianxia proudly flapped its wings and raised its head high, looking very proud. I'm also very useful. While laughing, Xianxia looked at Bewitching fawningly. It was obvious that it was waiting for Bewitching's praise. As a contracted beast, being able to help its master was undoubtedly the happiest thing in the world. However, because of the existence of Xiao Bai, and Baisher, its current cultivation was not as good as theirs. It was completely suppressed and could only be ordered around normally, without any chance to perform. One had to know that as a mystical fire demonic rock, its race was also very noble and had always been envied by everyone. It had never thought that it would be reduced to a supporting role. It felt very helpless in its heart. And now, it had finally found a place where it could unleash its full potential. Naturally, it was overjoyed. Little Xianxia, you're awesome this time. Bewitching gave little Xianxia a thumbs up. Having received Bewitching's praise, Xianxia was even more proud. His head was practically raised to the sky. Seeing this, everyone couldn't help but chuckle. Little Xianxia was indeed a little fellow who had just been born. His temperament was also so cute. Why don't we give it a try? Di Xiaofeng's eyes shone brightly. This place could be said to be a place with wolves in front and tigers behind. If they could leave this place as soon as possible, it would undoubtedly be best. Hearing that, Bewitching nodded, then turned to Xianxia and said, Xianxia, try and see if you can fly to the other side. Yes, master. Bewitching and the rest had been staring at Xianxia's figure, their eyes filled with worry. Although this was very feasible, they were still worried that something unexpected would happen midway. Otherwise, it would be dangerous. Fortunately, the situation that everyone was worried about did not happen. Xianxia successfully flew to the other side of the river, and happily waved its wings at Bewitching and the rest. Seeing this, everyone was finally relieved. Haha, I couldn't think of a suitable way after thinking for so long. I didn't expect it to be so easy. Xianxia has really done a great job this time. Xiren's gentle face was full of smiles, revealing a bit of surprise and slyness. He was also aware of Xianxia's situation. Xiao Bai, and Baisher were also abnormal. Xianxia was also very helpless. However, they were also very clear that the reason why Xianxia's current combat power was not comparable to Baisher and the rest was because its cultivation time was still relatively short. Once it grew up, Xianxia would also be a very powerful existence. That's right. Actually, Xianxia's progress has always been very fast. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled faintly. The mystical fire demon rock was also an extremely powerful race. Since Xianxia was born, its cultivation speed had always been very fast. Not only that, because of the suppression of the other three beasts, Xianxia was especially hard-working. Even if it was the other mystical fire demon rock, their cultivation speed would definitely not be as fast as Xianxia. After the other cultivators noticed that the mystical fire demon rock had successfully flown over just like that, an envious light appeared in their eyes. Obviously, this was the best way that they could think of at the moment. In that case, the D family and the Lin family can directly cross the river. But, our team doesn't have a contract beast that can fly. Once they leave, what should we do? After regaining their senses, everyone was dumbfounded. No one wanted to stay in this place forever. There was no path in front or behind. Even if they were cultivators, they could not stay here for too long. Moreover, they did not want to stay here for a whole 10 years. For a moment, everyone's eyes fell on Xianxia. Their only chance now was to ask the D family for help. With the mystical fire demon rock's strength, it wouldn't be a problem to fly people for a period of time. It was just a matter of running back and forth a few times. How about, we ask the D family for help? Will they agree? Xianxia only felt that in a short moment, everyone's eyes fell on it. It almost instantly became the focus of attention, and it was a little surprised. However, after thinking it through, it was happy to accept it. After all, the feeling of being the center of attention was pretty good. Since little Xianxia can bring everyone across the river, why don't we set off? Di Xiaofeng suggested. This area was so strange. It would be a good choice to leave as soon as possible. Bewitching nodded. Okay. Come, you guys follow little Xianxia first. Di Xiaofeng pointed at a few family disciples, indicating that they should be the first batch to go over. Seeing this, the few disciples nodded and immediately sat on Xianxia's back, flying towards the other side of the river. Everything went smoothly. Xianxia brought them to the other side of the river and put them down before returning. Soon, more than half of the D family's cultivators had left. Seeing this, Chen Feng slowly walked over. A trace of complexity and hesitation could be seen on his unparalleled and cold face. He paused slightly and stopped in front of Bewitching. Young Master D. Bewitching raised his head. I. Chen Feng opened his mouth and frowned. Bewitching raised his eyebrows and asked, "You want my help?" Chen Feng nodded with an awkward expression on his face. In fact, he had never asked anyone for help. Hence, it was somewhat difficult for him to ask for help at this moment. I won't let you help for free. Whatever you need, just tell me. Chen Feng's voice was magnetic and cold. His extremely black eyes were like obsidian that was blooming with stars. Vaguely, a trace of eagerness could be seen in them. This eagerness was not because he was eager to get Bewitching to agree. Rather, he was eager to prove that he was not someone who liked to take advantage of others. I know that I haven't repaid the favor in the ruins. However, if you need anything from me, or if you need anything, just tell me directly. As he finished speaking, Chen Feng raised his head and met Bewitching's eyes that were smiling yet not smiling. The next moment, Bewitching's lips curled up slightly, forming a warm and sunny smile. I don't need anything from you now. Chen Feng blinked slightly. Immediately, he understood that with the current situation of Bewitching and the rest, they did not seem to need his help. Normally, there were quite a number of cultivators who needed his help. However, Bewitching and the rest were obviously not among them. Let's be friends, how about it? Bewitching asked with a smile. MHM? Chen Feng was already thinking about what he should do if Bewitching did not agree. However, when he suddenly heard this, he was unable to react for a while. At the same time, Bailey Hongzhuang and the rest were also smiling. If they hadn't seen Chen Feng's current conflicted expression with their own eyes, they would find it hard to believe that the Chen Feng who was usually the leader would have such a side to him. Master, I never expected that Chen Feng would have such a side to him. Isn't the contrast too huge? Xiao He felt a burst of interest. Compared to his previous understanding of Chen Feng, the gap between the current Chen Feng and the current Chen Feng was rather huge. Normally, everyone is the one begging Chen Feng. I'm afraid he has never begged anyone before. Coupled with his temperament, it is indeed quite difficult for him to ask for help. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled faintly. From the looks of it, Chen Feng was not as cold as he seemed. At the very least, he was willing to lower his head and ask for help for the sake of the cultivators and his team. After sensing Bewitching's goodwill, a smile appeared on Chen Feng's face. All right. Bewitching blinked. A trace of playfulness and a smile could be seen in his bright eyes. Since we're friends, it's only right that we help each other. Ask your team members to come over. Hearing this, Chen Feng did not answer. He only looked at Bewitching and the rest deeply. For some unknown reason, his heart was somewhat touched. All along, the people he interacted with were mostly people who only cared about benefits. Hence, he was used to such a method. He had always felt that among the younger generation, his favors were still quite useful. However, at this moment, facing the calmness and sincerity of Bewitching and the rest, he suddenly felt that he was too unscrupulous. At least, at this moment, he felt somewhat ashamed. However, what he felt was more of a yearning. Obviously, the reason why Bewitching and the others made friends with him was because of him, not because of his identity and future potential. In fact, he believed that whether it was Bewitching or Bailey Hongzhuang, their future potential would not be lower than his. As the representative of the Di family, Di Xiaofeng was also a well-known person. Apart from his cultivation being slightly lower than him, he was not weaker in other aspects. He originally thought that Bewitching was the most powerful person in the younger generation of the Di family. However, he now realized that Bewitching was not weaker than his elder brother at all. In fact, he might even be stronger. He was still unclear about Bewitching's true strength. However, from what he knew so far, Bewitching's performance was outstanding in all aspects. He had an intuition that Bewitching was definitely a person who would soar to the sky in one go. Such a situation was probably beyond the knowledge of a lot of cultivators. Almost everyone thought that it was a very stupid thing for the Di family to give the position of young master to this young man who had always lived in the lower realm. Therefore, no one regarded Bewitching as an opponent. However, Bewitching's performance this time had undoubtedly shocked everyone. Facing the friendship of such a gentleman, he was naturally happy to accept it. He was even very happy. Thank you very much. Since you're a friend, thank you is too polite. Bewitching's eyes were full of smiles. Since coming to the upper realm, most of the people he came into contact with were his opponents. He really did not make any friends. After these few contacts, he felt that Chen Feng was a friend worth making. Bailey Hongzhuang and the others were also full of smiles. Di Xiaofeng, on the other hand, secretly gave Bewitching a thumbs up. His younger brother was really amazing. One had to know that there were very few people who could communicate with Chen Feng normally. At least until now, he had not seen anyone who had a good relationship with Chen Feng. Who would have thought that Bewitching would be able to pull the other party onto the same boat as soon as he made a move, when everyone saw that Chen Feng had actually become friends with Bewitching? Deep astonishment appeared in their eyes. This situation was clearly beyond their expectations. Xianxia naturally took on the heavy responsibility of bringing people across the river. Batch after batch of cultivators crossed the river bank under Xianxia's lead. After seeing this scene, the other cultivators couldn't help but have their own thoughts. Flying contracted beasts were the rarest to begin with. Most contracted beasts couldn't even fly. Even if they could fly, if they weren't big enough, they wouldn't be able to fly over. After all this, only Xianxia could do it. Therefore, if he wanted to cross the river, he could only ask Bewitching for help. The cultivators of the Great Devil sect were undoubtedly very happy. Although their eldest senior brother usually didn't care about others, but no matter when they encountered a problem, their eldest senior brother was always able to solve it. Even now, they didn't have to worry. Young Master D, can you bring it over for us too? That's right, I can give you something in exchange. I definitely won't let you help for nothing. Actually, we have a good relationship with your family all these years. This is my treasure, can you bring me over in exchange? Look at me, look at me. After the first cultivator opened his mouth, the other cultivators also shouted one after another. They kept taking out treasures that they thought were better than others, just to let Xianxia bring them across the river. Seeing this scene, Di Xiaofeng and the others were slightly stunned at first, then a surprised smile appeared on their faces. Looks like it's not bad to do business here. Bailey Hongzhuang raised her eyebrows slightly, and a cunning smile appeared on her pretty and delicate face. Normally, it wasn't easy to snatch treasures from other people's hands. Now that everyone took the initiative to hand over their treasures, it would be a waste not to take it. Speaking of money grubbers, Bailey Hongzhuang was also one, after all, like master, like demonic beast. From the behavior of the four beasts, one could see Bailey Hongzhuang's character. This is a good idea. Xiao Hei's eyes shone with a bright and covetous luster. These are all good treasures. The treasures in the upper realm were much better than those in the lower realm. Normally, they would need a lot of cultivation resources when they cultivated. Now, most of the cultivation resources that everyone took out were spiritual herbs. To Bailey Hongzhuang, this was undoubtedly very necessary. Bewitching looked at Bailey Hongzhuang's money-grubber appearance, and the smile in his eyes gradually deepened. He immediately nodded and said, "Okay." Xiao Xuanzi's physical strength is also limited. Therefore, whoever takes out the best treasures can go first. Following Bewitching's words, everyone's eyes lit up, and they quickly took out treasures that they thought were good. "Quick, take a look at my treasures. I'll give all of these immortal spiritual herbs to you. Bring me over first. Why are you squeezing? Take a look at mine first." At the same time, Bewitching and Di Xiaofeng began to line up according to the value of the treasures that everyone took out. Shang Guanying used her elbow to nudge Bailey Hongzhuang, and looked up and said, "Hongzhuang, I didn't realize that Bewitching was quite good at doing business. I'm very satisfied with his progress." Bailey Hongzhuang blinked. This feeling of counting treasures until one's hands cramped was really good. Haha. Shang Guanying could not help but laugh out loud. "I'm afraid that you are the only ones who can still do business in the Immortal Cloud's secret realm." Little Xuanzi looked at the long line that quickly formed, and the expression in its eyes changed again and again. With so many people, how many times would it have to run, master? Little Xuanzi looked at Bewitching with eyes full of resentment. As a mystic fire monstrous rock, its function was not to carry people. Bewitching looked at the infinitely resentful Xiao Xuanzi, and slowly said, "What reward do you want?" "Any reward? I'll think about it. I want a feast." "Sure." "Delicacies?" "Sure." "Manchuhan Imperial Feast?" "Sure." "I also want a female mystic fire demon rock." Bewitching narrowed his eyes and patted Xiao Xuanzi's head. "You're still underage. It's too early." "Eh." Xiao Xuanzi flapped its wings and touched its little head. "Okay, then I'll put it on the tab. I promise you." Bewitching said heroically. "Okay." Xiao Xuanzi's eyes shone brightly. It excitedly took on the role of a flying demonic beast, and began to lead batch after batch of cultivators to cross the river. On the other side, Bewitching looked at the storage ring that was gradually filled up, and his expression was satisfied. When the other cultivators were brought to the other side of the river in batches, Jun Lingxuan and the others' expressions were already extremely ugly. Mystical fire monstrous rock, this kind of contracted beast was also very rare. Bewitching came from the lower realms, but he actually had a contracted beast of this level. Now that he connected everything together, the more he thought about it, the more he felt that it was unfair. He was about to die from depression. "What should we do now?" Xiao Sudong hesitantly asked the question in his heart. Obviously, it was impossible for the Di family to bring them along. Once everyone left, they couldn't stay here forever, right? If they stayed here, they wouldn't be able to cross the river. Jun Lingxuan and Xiao Soa's expressions were already very ugly. Now that they heard Xiao Sudong's question, the haze on their faces became even thicker. What should they do? It would be great if they knew what to do. Ao Zhengquang glanced at Xiao Sudong, hinting him not to speak. In this situation, none of them knew what to do. Xiao Sudong also understood and didn't say anything else. However, the anxiety on his face revealed his inner thoughts. At the same time, the cultivators of the Nangong family and the Chu family were in the same situation. Previously, they had planned to join forces to deal with the Di family, but their plan was ruined by them. Now that they had to ask the Di family, it was not easy for them to put down their pride. Most importantly, even if they put down their pride, it wouldn't be of any use. Because the other party wouldn't care about them at all. But if they remained silent like this, what would they do once everyone left? Nangong Yuqing couldn't help but look at Chu Yingming, wanting to know what they were planning. If Chu Yingming was willing to lower his head and look for Bewitching, then he could take the opportunity to join. Staying in this place always gave him an indescribable sense of crisis, so it was safer to leave. Of course, the most important thing was that once Bewitching and the others left, he didn't know how to cross the river. Chu Yingming's gaze also fell on Bewitching and the others. He was also very helpless about this. If he had known this would happen, he wouldn't have listened to Jun Lingshuan's slanderous words. Not only did he end up with nothing, but he also ended up in this situation. The cultivators of the Chu family also anxiously looked at Chu Yingming, hoping that he could take the lead and stand up. After thinking for a moment, Chu Yingming directly walked towards Bewitching. Young Master D. Looking at Chu Yingming's appearance, Bewitching and the others' eyes flashed with coldness. However, Chu Yingming seemed as if he didn't see this, and his face still had a faint smile. Young Master D's heart, Chu Yingming, he's his expressions. Young Masters is us, eyes Young Masters is s Young Master is, ants Young Master s's. Is. Twos to s, he's is. Sure enough, he's not a simple person. Lin Taxing and the others also walked over after seeing Chu Yingming approach. They didn't have a good impression of this guy. If they hadn't successfully turned the situation around, Chu Yingming wouldn't have shown them any mercy. Nangong Yuqing, Jun Lingshuan, and Xiao Sou also paid attention after noticing Chu Yingming's departure. They just wanted to know what the result would be. As long as Bewitching agreed to Chu Yingming's request, then Nangong Yuqing would follow closely. Even if this was indeed a bit shameful, it was nothing compared to their lives. This Chu Yingming is really shameless. Lin Yi's eyes were full of dissatisfaction. He tried to deal with us before, but he changed his attitude in a blink of an eye. It's really ironic. The Chu family's power is not small. In fact, offending them is not good for them. Dejois couldn't help but say. He was also full of disgust for Chu Yingming, but if they could turn hostility into friendship, it would not be a bad thing for them to have one less opponent. But if this is the case, isn't it too easy for them? Lin Yi frowned. They wanted to take our lives before. Let's see what decision Bewitching makes. Dejois' face was complicated. In this situation, he really didn't know what kind of decision to make. However, Xiao Xuanzi was Bewitching's contract beast. No matter what decision Bewitching made, they would support it. Chu Yingming looked at Bewitching with a smile. He believed that Bewitching would definitely agree. This was because it was not a good thing for them to offend a family that could threaten them. However, Bewitching's next words made the smile on his face suddenly freeze. Why should I help you? The cold and indifferent voice was full of ridicule. Bewitching stood proudly. His eyes were indifferent, but it inexplicably gave people the pressure of a superior. As soon as these words came out, the eyes of everyone present changed slightly. They didn't expect Bewitching to not buy Chu Yingming's account. I didn't expect this Bewitching to be neither servile nor overbearing. He is so rude to Chu Yingming. I think he is too impulsive. It's not a good thing for him to offend a powerful opponent like this. It's probably because of this idea that you haven't been able to stand out. I think this is a real man. Everyone's views were not unanimous, and they immediately began to argue. Chu Yingming obviously didn't expect Bewitching to have such an attitude. A haze flashed in his eyes, but it disappeared in a blink of an eye. Since Di Gongzi is doing business, there is naturally no reason not to. There is no reason not to do it. What's more, after seeing it, you should be satisfied. After you see it, you should be satisfied with it. Unfortunately, I'm not a qualified businessman. When I do business, I only care about whether it's pleasing to the eye. Chu Yingming's expressions. Chu Yingming SSSS twos. Chu Yingtou choose. You will only bring trouble to your family? Haha, Bewitching suddenly chuckled. Being afraid of trouble will only make people look down on you. You probably don't understand me, but I have never been afraid of trouble. Because sooner or later, trouble will be swept away. Bewitching stared at Chu Yingming. His unparalleled face suddenly had a trace of seriousness and arrogance, revealing an evil charm and unruliness. His meaning was clear: I don't put you in my eyes at all, so you shouldn't think too highly of yourself. Chu Yingming could no longer maintain the smile on his face. That smile first stiffened, then turned cold, then ferocious. All of this happened in a short period of time. you're very arrogant. Chu Yingming narrowed his eyes. His cold voice carried a hint of threat, you'll regret this sooner or later. Then you don't need to worry about it. Compared to Chu Yingming's extremely gloomy face, Di Beichen's smile was exceptionally bright, like the sun shining brightly. At least, I'm very happy right now. Once these words were spoken, the cultivators of the Chu clan all had angry looks on their faces. Ever since they entered the immortal cloud's secret realm, no one has ever dared to treat their young master with such an attitude. It was too despicable. Di Xiaofeng looked at Di Beichen with some worry. Beichen, like this, we'll have another opponent. The Chu clan was not any weaker than the Di family. Before, they didn't have any grudges with the Chu clan, nor did they have any dealings with them. But after this incident, the two sides had completely turned against each other. So what? Di Beichen raised his good-looking eyebrows. His handsome face was filled with arrogance and unruliness. This time, they were the first to find trouble with us. If the Chu clan was a much stronger existence than the Di family, then we could just swallow our anger. But since they're not stronger than us, why should we be afraid of them? This time, they were the first to find trouble with us. If we just let it go like this, then we'll really be soft-hearted. He admitted that Chu Yingming was a character. But at the same time, he didn't put him in his eyes. Hearing Di Beichen's words, Di Xiaofeng took a deep look at him and suddenly laughed. He nodded and said, you're right. If they aren't afraid, why should we be? Lin Taxing breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that Di Xiaofeng also understood this point. His eyes sparkled with excitement. Beichen, your words are really satisfying. Earlier, when the Jun family and the others joined forces to deal with them, he was already prepared to throw caution to the wind. However, based on the situation just now, he was really worried that Di Beichen would agree. Although he understood that agreeing would temporarily reduce the number of enemies, he still felt a little aggrieved in his heart. However, he did not expect Di Beichen to be so stubborn. Perhaps in the eyes of others, he was impulsive, but he felt that this was a real man. In fact, it wasn't just Lin Taxing. The Di family and the other cultivators also looked at Di Beichen with eyes full of splendor. Although they had listened to Di Beichen's instructions before, at this moment, there was a trace of submission in their hearts. Di Beichen had conquered them with his actions, making them submit from the bottom of their hearts. This was their young master. That's right, sooner or later, the trouble would be swept away. They would never forgive anyone who harbored evil intentions towards them. This was the heart of a cultivator's great path. Compared to their previous forbearance, this tit-for-tat confrontation had deeply impressed them. As cultivators, it was no big deal even if they lost their lives. The most important thing was that their hearts were at ease. Di Zhuai's walked closer to Di Beichen. His black eyes were shining and his voice was serious. Beichen, I had some misunderstandings about you before, but now, I respect you. When he said the last three words, Di Zhuai's voice was unprecedentedly serious. Before, he always thought that out of all the disciples in the family, other than himself, no one was more suitable to be the Di family's young master. In his heart, the family was very important. After all, without the family, he would have no one to rely on. When Di Beichen came back, his heart was extremely shaken. Because he never thought that Di Beichen could come back. He had disappeared for so many years. Adding on the fact that he had the cursed body, it was impossible for him to come back alive. However, he did come back. Even if no one believed it, he really did come back. When he thought that the family head might give the position of young master to Di Beichen, who had always lived in the lower realm, he felt that it was very funny. The difference between the lower realm and the upper realm was not small. Even if Di Beichen was an outstanding existence in the lower realm, in the upper realm, he was only a normal person. Therefore, he was very unconvinced. Everyone who came from the lower realm was also unhappy. And now, Di Beichen's ability clearly told him this. It turned out that even if he came from the lower realm, he was not weaker than any of the upper realm's youths. In fact, he was even better. After several clashes, Di Beichen and Bailey Hongshuang defeated Jun Lingxuan and Xiao Sou. To him, this was something that was impossible. However, every time it happened, it refreshed his knowledge. He saw how Di Beichen and Bailey Hongshuang turned the tide. He saw how they raised the spirits of the disciples. He knew very well that even he could not do this. Just now, after seeing how Bewitching fought back against Chu Yingming, he no longer felt any dissatisfaction or disdain. He was convinced. It wasn't a helpless submission, but admiration from the bottom of his heart. God was still kind to the D family. Even though their young master had been wandering outside for so many years, he was still able to lead the family members forward. Bewitching and the others didn't expect Bewitching to say something like this. However, Bewitching's lips gradually curled up when he saw the sincerity in Xianxia's eyes. I also put away my prejudice against you. It's nice to meet you, cousin. Hearing this, Xianxia was slightly stunned. Then, a bright smile bloomed on his face. He nodded heavily. Cousin. He understood that Bewitching had also acknowledged him and was no longer prejudiced against him because of his previous recklessness. Seeing that the atmosphere between Bewitching and Xianxia had eased, Di Xiaofeng and Bailey Hongshuang looked at each other and smiled. This result was undoubtedly what they were most happy to see. At this moment, Di Xiaofeng was also completely relieved. Originally, his father had told him to help Bewitching convince the other disciples of the family. Now, it seemed that his little brother had the ability to convince others. He didn't even need to do anything and everything could be resolved. Even he might not be able to compare to this kind of cohesive force. Young madam, I'm sorry for what happened before. Xianxia looked at Bailey Hongshuang. I was ignorant before. You are fully deserving. He already knew how outstanding Bailey Hongshuang was. But he still had to apologize, because only then would he truly feel at ease. At the same time, the way he addressed her also represented the approval of many disciples. Don't worry about what happened before. I didn't take it to heart. Bailey Hongshuang smiled. Her gentle eyes were like a spring breeze, warming people's hearts. However, facing Bailey Hongshuang's tolerance, Xianxia felt even more ashamed. He had always thought of himself as a talent, but because of his birth, he didn't receive absolute attention. But now, he realized that the gap between them wasn't just a stream, but a chasm. Di Fanhao and the others' eyes shone with excitement. Even though they were still in danger, they inexplicably felt at ease. However, this scene was particularly dazzling in Chu Yingming's eyes. Not only was he mercilessly attacked by Bewitching, but he had also become a stepping stone for Bewitching to buy people's hearts. This made him even more unhappy. Jun Lingxuan quietly breathed a sigh of relief after seeing Bewitching refuse Chu Yingming's proposal. He was really worried that if Bewitching agreed, then he and Xiaoxia wouldn't know what to do. After all, in this way, he, Xiaoxia, and the others would be isolated. However, now that Chu Yingming was rejected, it proved that Nangong Yuqing's request was also impossible. After all, the grudge between Nangong Yuqing and Bewitching was more serious than the grudge between Chu Yingming and Bewitching. Although he also couldn't cross the river, it was still very good as long as there was someone to be scapegoated. Bewitching, the further you go, the more careful you have to be. Maybe when the number of people decreases, they will take the opportunity to attack you. In my opinion, we should go first. Anyway, we just need to let Xiaoxuanzi pick up the other cultivators. Di Xiaofeng's voice sounded, reminding Bewitching. After what happened just now, it was obvious that the other party hated them to the core. Once he had the chance, he would not hesitate to attack them. Therefore, they had to be careful. Hearing Di Xiaofeng's words, Bewitching also nodded. This possibility was indeed not small. They could not risk their lives. In fact, Jun Lingxuan and the others were indeed planning to do so. This was because they noticed that Bewitching and the others were arranging for the other cultivators to cross the river one by one. However, they had no intention of crossing the river for the time being. Unexpectedly, Bewitching crossed the river with the mystical fire demon rock in the next moment. Damn it! Jun Lingxuan couldn't help but curse. His hands clenched into fists, filled with hatred and anger. He felt that he had to get rid of Bewitching as soon as possible. Otherwise, Bewitching would definitely become a big problem for him. In the past, the D family was already a difficult bone for them to chew. However, after all these years of cultivation, the situation had finally improved. If Bewitching didn't appear this time, their Jun family would definitely be stronger than them in the Immortal Cloud secret realm. Who would have thought that Bewitching would come back at this time and firmly suppress him? It was easy to imagine how depressed he was. Bewitching also noticed Jun Lingshuan's expression, and his wise eyes revealed understanding. Di Xiaofeng's reminder was right. Jun Lingshuan didn't speak for so long in order to let them ignore this problem. From his angry expression at this moment, it could be seen how unhappy his action of leaving first made him. Jun Lingshuan, I wanted to end you directly, but since God wants to take you personally, I don't want to dirty my hands. Bewitching looked at Jun Lingshuan playfully. That magnetic and pleasant voice came from midair and clearly entered Jun Lingshuan's ears. Jun Lingshuan, who was already extremely unhappy, after hearing this, his face became even uglier. Bewitching, don't be too complacent. However, Bewitching just looked at him indifferently. His godlike handsome face rippled with a faint smile, but in Jun Lingshuan's eyes, it was sarcasm and ridicule. This damned guy. Jun Lingshuan fiercely punched the ground, dripping with blood, but he didn't feel it at all. There was a burst of anger in his heart that seemed to want to burn him up. He wanted to vent, but he couldn't find a way to do so. This damned Bewitching, as long as he didn't kill him, he definitely wouldn't be happy. Xiaoxia was also shocked after seeing Jun Lingshuan's actions. She quickly grabbed Jun Lingshuan's injured hand and asked with concern, Jun Lingshuan, what are you doing? Hurting yourself will only make him happier. Don't be impulsive anymore. Jun Lingshuan glanced at Xiaoxia, but didn't say anything. He just let Xiaoxia bandage him, the anger and haze in his eyes didn't dissipate at all. After crossing the river, Bailey Hongzhuang sat on the ground and looked into the distance. There was still a large forest in front of him. The lush green leaves exuded a strong vitality, reflecting a faint mottled luster under the sunlight. There were still many cultivators behind them who had yet to arrive, so they had to wait here for the time being. Right now, the immortal cloud secret realm was much more dangerous than before. At the very least, before they were clear of this situation, it would be safer if everyone worked together. While everyone was resting and discussing what to do next, Bailey Hongzhuang sat silently with her eyes slightly narrowed, deep in thought. Bewitching sat down next to Bailey Hongzhuang. He followed Bailey Hongzhuang's gaze and saw nothing in front of him. He quietly asked, Wife, what are you thinking about? When Bailey Hongzhuang heard this, she glanced at Bewitching and said, Beichen, I've realized that we're getting closer and closer to the place where the stone is sensing us. When she said this, Bewitching couldn't help but feel astonished. The stone is sensing us again? That's right. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded gently. Ever since we were chased here by the locusts, I've realized this. Do you think this could be a test set by the owner of the ruins? No matter who it was, they would definitely set some tests when choosing their successor. Previously, they had entered the ruins so easily, but the inside of the ruins was filled with danger. If all the dangers they were facing now were part of the test, then everything made sense. After all, Xiaohe and Xiaobai's owners were obviously not ordinary people. The inheritance they had left behind was also not simple. Hence, the tests they had set were naturally not ordinary tests. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded slightly. That's right. Even if the locusts didn't chase us here, we would have definitely come here. Maybe we were near these tests at that time. If the previous cultivators didn't come here, they wouldn't have been able to trigger all of these. Bewitching's gaze gradually became complicated. His voice was no longer as indifferent as before, but more serious. Wife, from what we've experienced so far, these tests can be said to be more difficult than the previous one. We don't know how many more tests there will be in front of us, and we don't know how difficult the tests will be. I'm afraid it won't be easy to pass. Bailey Hongzhuang turned to look at Bewitching's eyes, which were as clear as fire, and immediately understood his worries. Bewitching was reminding her that they might face endless dangers later on. In fact, many of the situations they had encountered so far had already exceeded what they could bear. If Xiao Xuanzi wasn't able to fly this time, they definitely wouldn't have been able to cross the river. As for the following tests, they might not be so lucky. If they made a mistake, they would have to pay with their lives. A hint of hesitation flashed through her clear phoenix eyes, but it eventually turned into determination. Bailey Hongzhuang stared at Bewitching and said, no matter how dangerous it is, I have to go and take a look. Since we're here, it's fate. Moreover, there's Xiaohe and Xiaobai's previous masters. I've received their inheritance, so I have to make a trip there. Regardless of whether she could receive the inheritance in the end, she had to express her gratitude at least. Looking at Bailey Hongzhuang's determined look, Bewitching didn't say anything else and only nodded. Since you've decided, I'll accompany you. Okay. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled brightly, revealing satisfaction and happiness. The happiest thing was that no matter what you wanted to do, there would always be someone who was willing to accompany you by your side and never let you feel lonely. Compared to the warmth of Bewitching and the others, the atmosphere on the other side of the river was unusually heavy. Damn it. If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have joined forces with you. Now, I've fallen to such a state. Nangong Yuqing's face was filled with depression. He began to regret that he shouldn't have gotten into a conflict with Bewitching. If Xiaosuo was really willing to be with him, it would be fine. But now that Xiaosuo was going to be with Jun Lingshuan, he didn't get anything. On the contrary, he even offended such a strong opponent in the future. Previously, when they joined forces to destroy Bewitching, it was the same. They didn't get any benefits, and even the immortal herb was gone. This was really like trying to steal a chicken only to end up losing the rice used to lure it. Faced with the resentful gazes of his family's disciples, he felt even more ashamed. Jun Lingshuan ignored Nangong Yuqing's words. What's the point of saying this now? Previously, when we used Zhai's to lure Bewitching and the others over, we should have taken action directly. If it wasn't for the fact that someone was disloyal and unwilling to take action, things wouldn't be like this now. Are you talking about me? Chu Yingming's gaze became sharp. You were so confident in your plan, but in the end, you didn't even have the ability to convince others. You still want me to take action? Jun Lingshuan was startled. Facing Chu Yingming's question, he didn't know how to refute it. Chu Yingming is right. Nangong Yuqing nodded. Jun Lingshuan, there was a problem with your previous plan. If you could have made everyone believe that Bewitching and the others were lying at that time, wouldn't all of this not have happened? Now, because of your rotten idea, we've been implicated. When this was brought up, Nangong Yuqing felt extremely depressed. One had to know that he had always been a person who kept his promises. However, because his lie had been exposed this time, it was obvious that his credibility was much weaker than before. But now, there were only losses and no gains. What's the use of your words in hindsight? Jun Lingshuan was unconvinced. At the time, you didn't say anything either. In the end, you were the one who proposed to take out the immortal spirit herb. Seeing everyone arguing more and more fiercely, Xiaosuo couldn't help but say, "Stop arguing." Is this useful? Following Xiaosuo's words, Chu Yingming and the others looked at each other with displeasure, but didn't say anything. Indeed, at this time it was useless to fight among themselves. Even if they didn't want to join hands with the other party, the situation forced them to. It's useless to say this now. The most important thing is to find a way to cross the river. The anger on Chu Yingming's face dissipated and was replaced with seriousness. This riverbank is not safe. I have a feeling that if we continue to stay here, something will happen. He always had a premonition of danger. Although he couldn't explain it clearly, this premonition was always accurate. So, according to his current thinking, it was best to leave this place as soon as possible. Hearing this, Jun Lingshuan nodded, but a trace of worry appeared between his brows. According to what Bewitching and the others learned, there is no way to cross this river. Once they lost the protection of their spirit energy, they had no way to deal with the school of piranhas in the river. If he only relied on his own strength, he wouldn't be able to display his full strength in the sea. Even if he was on the shore, it would be very difficult for him to face a school of fish. The disciples of the four clans fell into silence. This was what made them feel the most helpless. Let's think about it first. We'll definitely come up with something. Nangong Yuqing sighed, even though he didn't believe it himself. Sigh, if only I had a flying beast as well. What's the use of thinking about this now? It's better to think of something more reliable. Do you think Bewitching is telling the truth? Could it be that he's deliberately saying that for the sake of business? No, that's what Qin Feng said as well. For a time, the disciples of the four clans gathered together, and all kinds of guesses and ideas emerged. On the other side, under Xiao Xuanzi's unremitting efforts, the group of cultivators had already successfully crossed the river. Looking at the four great clans on the other side of the river, the crowd either ridiculed them, sympathized with them, or sighed with emotion. It's already late. I think we should rest here for now and consider leaving tomorrow. Di Xiaofeng's voice rang out. Night quickly spread across the land. Bright stars twinkled in the dark sky, sprinkling down a silvery white luster. A cool breeze came from the surface of the river, bringing with it a refreshing coolness. The group of cultivators gathered together in groups. They were either chatting or cultivating. It was an extremely harmonious scene. Of course, this was the group that had crossed the river. On the other side of the river, it was still in full swing. Everyone was constantly thinking of ways to leave this place. Unfortunately, it didn't have any effect. Forget it, as long as we don't go into the river, we'll be safe. Let's rest first. Jun Lingxuan slowly said. They had been thinking for the whole day, but they didn't have any results. Since that was the case, they might as well rest first. Maybe they could come up with a good idea tomorrow. Xiaoxia nodded slightly, okay. Although they didn't do anything for the whole day, they felt very tired for some reason. However, just as they were about to rest, they suddenly found that the ground under their feet began to tremble. Sensing this change, Xiaoxia immediately opened her eyes and looked nervously at Jun Lingxuan. Jun Lingxuan, I just felt that the ground seemed to shake. Did you feel it? She only hoped that it was her imagination. However, Jun Lingxuan nodded with a serious expression. I also felt it. At the same time, Chu Yingming and the others carefully sensed the situation around them. After seeing that there was no other situation, they were relieved. It should be fine. Let's rest. The originally nervous crowd also nodded their heads. Thinking about it, there shouldn't be any problems with the ground. After a while, they suddenly felt that the ground under their feet seemed to shake again. What's going on? Xiaoxia frowned. This kind of situation made her feel uneasy. Inexplicably, why would the ground shake? Jun Lingxuan and the others also stood up and looked around. However, nothing had happened. They couldn't figure out what was going on. It's clearly nothing. Why would the ground move all of a sudden? Could it be that some demonic beast is attacking the ground? Such a large piece of land, ordinary demonic beasts wouldn't be able to cause the ground to shake, right? Everyone looked at each other and felt that this situation was extremely strange. Look, something seems to have happened on the other side of the river. Bailey Hongzhuang, who was in the middle of cultivating, heard the discussions around her. She opened her eyes and looked at the opposite side. In his line of sight, the cultivators of the four families were clearly a little flustered. They were wandering around like headless flies. It was obvious that something unexpected had happened. Master, what happened to them? Xiao He looked at the other side of the river curiously. Logically speaking, even if they were temporarily trapped there shouldn't be any problems in the short term. It had only been a short while, so there was no need to be so anxious, right? Bailey Hongzhuang shook her head with a puzzled expression. I don't know. Don't worry. If something really happened, we'll know when we continue watching. Bewitching's expression was calm and indifferent. If the heavens could directly take the lives of Jun Lingxuan and the others, that would be good. These stumbling blocks would only hinder their development. In their opinion, the Jun family deserved to die. Over the years, the Jun family had schemed against them countless times. Those who are unjust are doomed to destruction. In my opinion, even the heavens can't tolerate them. Lin Xianxia chuckled and looked at the other side of the river as if she was watching a joke. I just don't know how they'll be dealt with. After everyone discovered what was happening on the other side of the river, they stopped cultivating and looked at the other side as if they were watching a show. The cultivators from the other families didn't feel the slightest bit of sympathy for them. In fact, having fewer competitors would only be more beneficial for them. As the sky gradually brightened, everyone began to understand what was happening on the other side. Oh my God, am I seeing things? When Xiren's face was filled with astonishment, the ground is actually starting to crack. When it was dark, they couldn't see clearly, but as the sky gradually brightened, they could finally see it clearly. As Xiren's voice fell, everyone turned to look. Sure enough, the ground where Jun Lingxuan and the others were standing began to crack. Cracks appeared on the ground, which was an extremely rare occurrence. If it were any other time, everyone would be extremely shocked. But now, connecting the dots, they felt that they could encounter danger at any moment in the environment they were currently in. Jun Lingxuan and the others naturally saw the situation they were in, and their faces immediately turned ugly. Damn it, how could this be? Chu Yingming frowned and his face was covered with haze. Even if he had expected that there would be danger if they continued to stay here, this speed was too fast. They didn't have much time to think before all their escape routes were cut off. In that case, we must leave before the ground collapses. Otherwise, we'll be fed to the fish in the river. Nangong Yuqing's face was filled with disbelief. He didn't expect things to happen so quickly. His mind was completely chaotic and he couldn't think of a way out. When the disciples of the four families thought of the cultivators who had been eaten by the fish, they felt their hair stand on end. They didn't want to follow in their footsteps. What do we do? The ground is cracking so fast. I'm afraid it won't be long before this land sinks. Countless thoughts of what to do came out from the mouths of the crowd. An indescribable fear covered their hearts. If they couldn't leave this place, only death awaited them. Bailey Hongzhuang looked at the situation behind her and her gaze turned deep. It seems that from the moment we came here, there is no turning back. Hearing this, Di Beichen held Bailey Hongzhuang's hand tightly. Wife, I'm here. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded and pursed her lips into a smile. With you around, I'm at ease. The heavens have really made up their minds to take them away. A cold smile appeared in Lin Xianxian's eyes. Let them be buried in the belly of the fishes. That's the best ending. She had been looking forward to the fall of the Jun family for a long time. As for the Xiao family, it was the same. From the day they became rivals, there was no longer any friendship between them. The stronger the opponent, the more disadvantageous it would be for them. Isn't this good? We can watch the show here. Lin Yi chuckled and patted Xiao Xuanzi's head again. Xiao Xuanzi, it's all thanks to you this time. The cultivators from the four great clans looked at the ground that was constantly cracking, their faces filled with anxiety. Most importantly, they could clearly feel that the entire ground was beginning to tremble, and even their position was gradually sinking. Once this piece of land fell apart and there was no place to stand, it meant that they would have to cross the river and face the piranhas directly. However, the restriction in the river and the piranhas were a situation that they could not deal with at all. What should we do? We can't just sit here and wait for death, right? The cultivators' hearts could not help but begin to crumble. They did not want to lose their lives here. Jun Lingxuan's mind was constantly thinking about how to leave, but no matter how hard he tried, his mind was in a mess. The ground under his feet continued to collapse, and as the cracks covered the entire ground, the speed of the collapse became extremely fast. The threat of death loomed over his head. All this time, he had never fallen into such a desperate situation. It was not until the last time he fought with Bailey Hongzhuang that he felt that death was so close to him. He thought that such a situation would not happen again in the future, but he did not expect that only a short period of time had passed. The shadow of death once again loomed over his head. For a moment, his heart was crumbling. Lingxuan, if we can't find a way to leave this place, then we'll really be in trouble. Xiao Sou's eyes were filled with anxiety. The time left for them was too short, and she did not want to lose her life here. Jun Lingxuan glanced at Xiao Sou, and immediately understood what she meant. He won't agree. Jun Lingxuan slowly said. Di Beichen clearly hated him to the core, and the cultivators from the Di family and Lin family could not wait to tear the Jun family into pieces. At this time, even if he went to ask for help, the other party would not relent. No matter what, we have to give it a try, Xiao Sou said. She also understood that asking the Di family for help at this time was asking for their own humiliation. However, other than this method, they could not think of any other way. Perhaps they would be humiliated, but as long as there was a glimmer of hope, they would not give up. Jun Lingxuan took a deep look at Xiao Sou before he nodded. The next moment, he looked at Di Beichen on the other side of the river. Di Beichen, what do I have to do for you to help me? Seeing Jun Lingxuan asking for help at this time, Di Xiaofeng and the others sneered in their hearts. Is this Jun Lingxuan out of his mind? Asking us for help? Is it possible? Lin Taxing rolled his eyes. He only hoped that the river bank would collapse faster so that they could solve some of their problems. In order to not die, of course he's willing to do anything. Di Xiaofeng's eyes were cold as he sneered. Di Beichen looked indifferently at Jun Lingxuan, who was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. His voice was cold without any warmth. Unless you want to die. These simple words directly cut off Jun Lingxuan's hope. His face became extremely ugly, but he was still unreconciled. Di Beichen, the contradiction between you and me is not without the slightest possibility of being resolved. Do you really have to be so ruthless? For a guy like you who doesn't keep his word, being buried in the belly of a fish is the best outcome. There's nothing wrong with being ruthless. Being cruel to the enemy was being lenient to oneself. The surrounding cultivators looked at Di Beichen, and their hearts shuddered. It seemed that the young master of the Di family was a decisive person. As long as it was an opponent, he would never show any mercy. They had to be more careful when interacting with him in the future. Otherwise, if they offended him, there would be no room for reconciliation in the future. Even so, everyone knew that this was the style of a strong person. Jun Lingxuan stared at Di Beichen. His eyes were full of anger and frustration, but more than that, he was helpless. If it were her, it would be impossible for her to help Di Beichen in this situation. But what could she do now? Xiao Shou couldn't help but say, Di Xiaofeng, considering the friendship between the Xiao family and you in the past, can't you help us this time? That's right, we used to be good friends. Xiao Sudong hurriedly said. In his impression, the Di family had always been easy to talk to. The relationship between the two families was also very harmonious. Even if the situation had changed now, they could at least consider the old friendship, right? However, Xiao Shou caused Lin Xianxia to chuckle. Xiao Shou, you were the first to betray us, weren't you? It was you who turned around and joined forces with the Jun family, intending to kill us. Now that you are in trouble, you come to us for help. Do you really think you are a fairy? Why should we help you? Lin Xianxian's eyes were cold. She had seen shameless people before, but she had never seen such a shameless person. Lin Xianxian, you are a member of the Lin family. This is a matter between us and the Di family. You don't have to tell us what to do. Xiao Shou's eyes flashed with a trace of maliciousness. She ignored Lin Xianxian and looked at Di Xiaofeng. Di Xiaofeng, speak. Di Xiaofeng's face was cold as he said, Xiao Shou, there is one thing you may not understand. I am the young master of the Lin family. If you want to ask the Di family for help, you should look for Beichen. A smile appeared on Lin Xianxian's face as soon as she heard this. Xiao Shou paused for a moment. Di Xiaofeng's words made sense, but when it came to Di Beichen, big sister, we can't care about face at this time. Just ask. Xiao Sudong used his elbow to nudge Xiao Shou. At a time like this, as long as he could preserve his life, even if he had to feign civility, it was nothing. A hint of struggle and hesitation flashed across Xiao Shou's eyes. In the end, she chose to speak. Di Beichen, for the sake of our past friendship, please help us this time. With Xiao Shou's words, everyone's eyes fell on Di Beichen. If I remember correctly, there was originally an engagement between Xiao Shou and Di Beichen, but because Di Beichen was married, the engagement was cancelled. Not only that, the reason why the Xiao family broke with the Di family was because the engagement was not consummated. Do you think Di Beichen will help? In any case, this Xiao Shou used to like him. Bailey Hongzhuang is by his side. Everyone watching the show was excited. This kind of emotional drama was undoubtedly something everyone had been paying attention to. Lin Yi and others also looked at Di Beichen. They didn't know what choice Di Beichen would make. Xiao Shou was slightly startled. What is it? We don't have any friendship between us. Di Beichen's ink-black jade-like eyes flashed with a trace of coldness. His tone was resolute and cold, without the slightest hint of friendship. As Di Beichen's voice fell, time seemed to have stopped in an instant, and the surroundings were silent. Everyone couldn't help but be dumbfounded. They didn't expect Di Beichen to even reject her in such a straightforward manner. It was completely impossible to refute. Almost everyone felt that Di Beichen would at least hesitate for a moment in the face of Xiao Shou's pitiful plea for help. However, how cruel was Di Beichen's answer? Friendship? We don't have any friendship between us. If I remember correctly, you previously joined forces with Jun Lingxuan to deal with my wife. Beichen's eyes narrowed into a line. His cold voice made everyone feel a shocking hostility for no reason. He reached out and grabbed Bailey Hongshuang's arm. His incomparably handsome face was wild and arrogant. It was as if he was swearing an oath to everyone. Anyone who has evil intentions towards my wife is someone that I, Beichen, must kill. His cold and resolute voice was filled with killing intent. Beichen's gaze was evil. Obviously, Xiaoshou and Jun Lingxuan were the same existence in his eyes. The surrounding practitioners couldn't help but be dumbfounded after hearing Beichen's words. However, they were even more aware of Bailey Hongshuang's position in his heart. I've already heard that the young master of the D family only loves Bailey Hongshuang. Now, it seems that this isn't wrong at all. I'm afraid that we've underestimated it before. Bailey Hongshuang is completely Beichen's reverse-scale existence. Whoever dares to anger Bailey Hongshuang is equivalent to angering Beichen. Actually, it's normal for Bailey Hongshuang to be valued. If she didn't come from the lower realm, with her ability, she would be the pride of the heavens. Everyone looked at each other. Previously, they had only included Beichen in the list of people they could not afford to provoke. Now, they had included Bailey Hongshuang as well. After all, offending either of them was tantamount to offending the D family. Most importantly, they felt that the D family was definitely going to rise in power. Beichen's words were like a sharp knife that pierced Xiaoshou's heart. Even though she had already shifted her attention to Jun Lingxuan, Beichen was still the one who made her fall in love with him at first sight. She had thought that no matter what choice Beichen had made, he had at least been moved by her. However, the truth was so cruel. In front of so many people, she felt that she had lost all face. Looking at Bailey Hongshuang standing next to Beichen, her skin was whiter than snow, her cheeks were rosy, and her eyes were full of affection. She understood that Beichen had always placed Bailey Hongshuang at the top of his heart. At this moment, she suddenly envied Bailey Hongshuang. If someone was willing to place her at the top of his heart, she would be so satisfied. Lin Yi and Lin Xianxia couldn't help but look at each other. I suddenly feel that second cousin's figure is more stalwart. Don't you think your second cousin is cruel? Lin Xianxia raised her eyebrows. It was the first time she had seen someone reject a beauty so ruthlessly. Listening to Lin Yi's words, Lin Xianxia pretended to think, but she couldn't hide the envy in her eyes. If it were me, I would think that, it's great. Haha. Lin Yi laughed and nodded. Yes, yes. You should have such an attitude towards other women. It is best to treat yourself well. Not only Lin Yi and Lin Xianxia, but in fact, Bailey Hongshuang had become the object of envy of all the women present. Where can you find such a handsome man with such identity, status who is so infatuated? However, Bailey Hongshuang found him. How can this not make people envious? Bailey Hongshuang stared at Beichen. She had always been clear about Beichen's feelings for her. She had never doubted it. However, she did not expect Beichen to announce it in public at this moment. She was a little surprised, but she was more surprised. It was this man who made her have no regrets. Xiaoshou was gloomy for a while. Everyone's gaze made her face turn green and red, but she couldn't help it. Sister, this Beichen is too much. Xiao Sudong's face was pale. He didn't expect Beichen to be so disrespectful. It seems that the D family can't help. Jun Lingxuan's face was slightly gloomy. The situation in front of him really made him feel tricky. The most important thing was that he couldn't show despair. Otherwise, the family's children would only be more desperate. Xiaoshou nodded. She was still immersed in her own emotions, but after hearing this, she also came back to her senses. Now was obviously not the time to be busy with sadness. The most important thing was how to survive and protect her own life. Nangong Yuqing and Chu Yingming also looked at each other after seeing Jun Lingxuan and Lin Xianxia's failure. This really cut off all their thoughts. How about, we go back before the ground completely collapses? Maybe those locusts are gone. Nangong Yuqing looked at everyone. It was obviously impossible to pass through the school of fish, but if they turned back now, there might be a glimmer of hope. After all, they didn't see the locusts after that. Perhaps the locusts had already disappeared. Hearing Namgong Yuqing's words, many cultivators' eyes lit up. Compared to the hopeless situation ahead, there was a chance of survival if they turned back. As long as they could survive, they didn't care where they went. The locusts will not disappear. Even if they go, it will only be another way to die. Chu Yingming's eyes were filled with the light of contemplation as he suddenly spoke. Why? Namgong Yuqing frowned. He didn't understand why Chu Yingming was so certain. Don't you think the environment here is strange? Chu Yingming looked at everyone. From the moment we were chased by locusts to the moment we encountered this shoal of fish, it was like a checkpoint after checkpoint, a test for us. Now that the river was collapsing, it was clearly telling us that there was no way out. If you don't succeed, you'll lose your life. At first, he didn't understand this point, but after he calmed down and connected all the dots, he naturally understood. It was just like how they normally trained. This was also a type of training, but the risk was even greater. After hearing this, Xiaosu and the others looked at each other and began to seriously think about what he had said. So, there is no hope for us? Namgong Yuqing's face was pale. He didn't want to lose his life. Originally, he still had a glimmer of hope in his heart, but now, there was no hope at all. If you don't believe me, you can try it yourself. Chu Yingming didn't intend to persuade Namgong Yuqing. It didn't matter to him whether Namgong Yuqing lived or died. The only thing he cared about was whether he could survive. Seeing this, Namgong Yuqing's heart sank. He also understood that Chu Yingming didn't need to lie to him at this time. Most importantly, he knew that Chu Yingming's words were very reasonable. Now, everything was out of their control. From the moment they stepped into this place, they might have already fallen into someone else's trap. Then what should we do now? Jun Lingxuan's expression was complicated. They couldn't go forward, and they couldn't go back. This was equivalent to completely locking them in here. However, the ground under their feet was rapidly sliding down. It wouldn't be long before they fell into the river. Xiaosu looked at the river and found that the fish in the river were excitedly looking at them. Apparently, they were already about to eat them. Thinking that they might be eaten by the fish, she felt a chill down her spine. She didn't want to end up like this. How about we fight to the death and directly rush over? Xiaosu looked at Jun Lingxuan. If we continue to stay here, we will die. If we all rush over, at least some of us may survive. Although the number of fish in the river was not small, if they rushed over together, as long as they spread out, there would be some lucky people who could survive. Rather than waiting for death here, it was better to fight. Hearing this, Jun Lingxuan looked at Xiaosu and lowered his voice. "Sou, don't worry. Let's wait a little longer." Wait. Xiaosu was surprised. She didn't understand why they were still waiting at this time. Did they not give up? The D family won't help us. She couldn't help but emphasize. Jun Lingxuan nodded. I know. I'm not waiting for the D family, but for Chu Yingming. Chu Yingming? Xiaosu was slightly surprised. She was completely confused. Why is Chu Yingming waiting? He doesn't have any other choice now. No. Jun Lingxuan shook his head. Chu Yingming must have some tricks up his sleeve. Originally, he was also in a state of panic. However, he also noticed that although Chu Yingming was also very anxious, he was far less anxious than the cultivators from the other three families. This meant that Chu Yingming still had a trump card. Although he didn't know what it was, as long as Chu Yingming hadn't used it, he would continue to wait. Xiaosu couldn't help but look at Chu Yingming. After calming down, she also found that Chu Yingming's reaction was somewhat strange. Although he was anxious, he didn't panic. He immediately understood what Jun Lingxuan meant. The ground began to collapse rapidly, and the river began to submerge everyone's feet. The school of fish rushed over, and cries of alarm came from everyone's mouth. The piranhas are rushing up. Damn it. Why is it that even my essence energy is being suppressed while standing here? Isn't this river a little too strange? To their horror, they discovered that the moment the river water reached their feet, their elemental energy was suppressed. Almost everyone wanted to use their origin power to rise into the air, but they found that they couldn't. As the river widened, the effect of the air restriction was completely revealed. The piranhas had been waiting for a long time, so they immediately rushed up, not giving anyone time to react. Young master, what should we do? The Chu family cultivators anxiously looked at Chu Yingming. Facing the school of fish, they were really caught unprepared. Chu Yingming heard the screams around him and hesitated. In the end, he made a decision, but his gaze became deeper. In the next moment, under everyone's astonished gaze, a huge toad appeared in front of Chu Yingming. The toad's body was extremely large, and its entire body was green, like green jade. It was glossy and gave off a different kind of beauty. However, this toad seemed to be in a deep sleep. After it appeared, it stood in place without moving. With the appearance of this toad, everyone immediately recognized the type of toad. This is a jade toad? Heavens! Chu Yingming actually has a jade toad. This is an extremely rare demonic beast. All this time, I've only heard of it, but I've never seen it before. After Bailey Hongzhuang saw the jade toad, a trace of surprise appeared in her clear eyes. She also had some understanding of the jade toad. The jade toad was an extremely high-ranked demonic beast. Although it hadn't reached the ranks of divine beasts, it was still not comparable to ordinary demonic beasts. This demonic beast was not only rare, but it was also extremely difficult to tame. Up until now, she had never heard of anyone taming a jade toad. She didn't expect Chu Yingming to be able to do it. From the looks of it, this jade toad is still in a deep sleep. Summoning it at this time will cause quite a bit of damage to it. Bailey Hongzhuang's voice was crisp, it might even cause all of our previous efforts to be wasted. Once the jade toad fell into a deep sleep, it meant that the jade toad was about to advance. During the advancement process, it couldn't be disturbed. Once disturbed, it meant that it couldn't advance successfully. If it wanted to advance again in the future, the difficulty would greatly increase. Not only that, the piranhas in this river can absorb elemental energy. They will definitely absorb the jade toad's elemental energy. It would appear that Chu Yingming was forced to make such a choice. Bewitching narrowed his bewitching eyes. Just by thinking about it, he could tell just how much despair Chu Yingming must have felt to make such a decision. However, this was a good thing for them. After all, it was not a good thing for the opponent to have such a powerful weapon. It was best to cripple him as soon as possible. Xiren and the others looked at each other, then their gazes fell on the jade toad once again. It must be said that Chu Yingming and the jade toad posed quite a threat to them. In their line of sight, as soon as the jade toad appeared, the school of fish pounced on it and bit it. Young master, why did you summon the jade toad? When the Chu clan disciples saw Chu Yingming make such a choice, they were all stunned. They were very clear about the price Chu Yingming had paid to obtain this jade toad. At this time, I can't think of any other way. Chu Yingming's face was gloomy. His heart was also bleeding. Only he knew how much effort he had spent on this jade toad. Now, it was all for naught. However, in such a dangerous situation, his own life was more important. If he couldn't even protect his own life, then all of this would be useless. Hearing this, the Chu family's disciples were also distressed. However, they also understood that their young master was right. Right now, they had no other choice. If there was even the slightest possibility, their young master wouldn't have made such a choice. When Nangong Yuqing saw that Chu Yingming had such a trump card, he couldn't help but be shocked. He didn't think that Chu Yingming would be able to do such a thing. However, the jade toad's body was so big that they could step on it to cross the river. Jun Lingxuan had already expected Chu Yingming to have a trump card, so he wasn't as surprised as the others. However, he couldn't help but sigh. If the jade toad successfully evolved, then with Chu Yingming's strength, his influence would definitely be stronger than before. Xiaosuo quietly let out a sigh of relief. She turned to Jun Lingxuan and said, "Ling Sun, your guess was right." Jun Lingxuan nodded, "We still have to get Chu Yingming to agree to help us." At the same time, Nangong Yuqing took the lead and said, "Chu Yingming, can you help us cross the river? We can use treasures to exchange for it." Jun Lingxuan added. Chu Yingming looked at the two and nodded, "Okay." From the moment he chose to use the jade toad, he had already expected the result. Since he was destined to lose the jade toad, he had to at least earn some benefits. Otherwise, it would be a real pity. Seeing Chu Yingming agree, Jun Lingxuan and the others were overjoyed. At least they had a way to cross the river. In the next moment, the three of them took out things from their storage rings and placed them in their universe bags before handing them over to Chu Yingming. After receiving the items, Chu Yingming looked at the three and said, "In addition, I want you to promise me something." "What is it?" The three of them frowned as they looked at Chu Yingming. They didn't want to be threatened by Chu Yingming to do something they didn't want. "After we cross the river, we'll join forces to destroy the D family." Following Chu Yingming's words, Jun Lingxuan and the others stared blankly for a moment before loosening their frowns. "No problem. Jun, of course, of course, of course, of course, of course, Chu." Dealing with the D clan was something he was most willing to do. Now that Chu Yingming wanted him to do this, there was no problem at all. There was no need for Chu Yingming to bring it up. He himself wanted to do this. I Nanggong after all, the D families, he's of a S choose chute. On if they could join forces to deal with the D clan, it would be beneficial to him as well. After all, if he were to meet them alone in the future, he would have to worry about the risks. If he could deal with them now, not only would he regain his face, but he would also be able to solve a problem. Xiaoxia didn't answer, but her attitude was very clear. She was now in the same boat as Jun Lingxuan. "Please enter the text. Once we cross the river, we'll act." Chu Yingming's gaze swept across the crowd. He would never agree to help anyone cross the river if there was even the slightest bit of hesitation in their eyes. Fortunately, Jun Lingxuan and the others did not hesitate at all, which allowed him to relax. He could not tolerate the fact that his painstaking efforts over such a long period of time had been destroyed just like that. He must kill the culprit himself, only then would he be able to vent his anger. Otherwise, he would not be able to cultivate properly no matter what. "Let's cross the river." As Chu Yingming's voice fell, he immediately stepped on the jade toad's body and crossed the river. At the same time, the other cultivators also crossed over one after another. The sleeping jade toad felt uncomfortable being bitten by a group of piranhas. However, it was unable to wake up from its slumber. However, the crowd saw that the gigantic jade toad was rapidly shrinking and becoming food for the school of piranhas. These piranhas are really terrifying. When Xiran could not help but sigh as he watched the rare jade toad become food for the school of piranhas. The most shocking thing was the speed of these piranhas. It was no wonder that the cultivators from before had disappeared in the blink of an eye. With this speed, it would only take the blink of an eye to finish eating. Chu Yingming and the others seemed to be talking about something just now. Di Xiaofeng frowned slightly and looked at Di Beichen. This time, Chu Yingming has suffered such a great loss. He will never let this matter rest. In my opinion, once they cross the river, they will definitely come looking for trouble with us. He had known Chu Yingming for quite some time. Although they had not interacted much, he had a good understanding of his character. He was a vengeful person, not to mention such a great loss. It would not be in line with his personality if he did not take revenge. As Di Xiaofeng's voice fell, a trace of seriousness appeared on the faces of Lin Taxing and the others. Indeed, they had to deal with this properly. Di Beichen was also aware of this point. His gaze swept across Chu Yingming and the others who were not far away. The influence of these four families is not small. Apart from the Jun family, which has a small number of people, the other three families also have a large number of people. Bailey Hongshuang said slowly, "Our side only has our three families working together. I'm afraid we're lacking in numbers." Although they had obtained quite a number of placements through the alchemy competition, the number of cultivators who were qualified to enter the immortal cloud mystic realm was limited. Therefore, quite a number of placements had been auctioned off. Now that the cultivators of the three clans were added together, they naturally couldn't win against the other party. Once a battle broke out, they would be at a disadvantage. Di Beichen narrowed his eyes. "As long as we control the leader, we still have a chance." Hearing Di Beichen's words, everyone immediately understood what he meant. As long as Chu Yingming and the others were under control, their family disciples would naturally not attack again. It's useless to think so much now. If they've made up their minds to attack, we'll fight to the end. Lin Taxing's eyes sparkled with excitement. In fact, he should have taken action long ago. Now that there was a chance to fight, it was not bad. That's right. At worst, we'll just have to fight. We don't know the final result yet. Morongjing also spoke up. I think that Jun Lingxuan has been unhappy for a long time. Hearing Mo Yunjua's words, everyone's eyes narrowed. Indeed, just as he said, the other four families had indeed formed an alliance. However, it was only because of the environment. They did not have deep feelings for each other. Once the other side was defeated, perhaps some of them would retreat. After all, their previous alliance was also so weak. After what happened just now, their alliance has become more stable. Di Xiaofeng's expression darkened. Seeing the other side quickly cross the river, his gaze became even more gloomy. However, we are not afraid. The cultivators from the Di family, Lin family, and Morong family realized what was going to happen next and immediately prepared to fight. They were not afraid at all. At the same time, Chu Yingming and the others quickly appeared in front of Bewitching's group. After seeing this scene, the surrounding cultivators also felt the change in the atmosphere. They immediately understood that a great battle was unavoidable. Bewitching, I'm sorry to let your plan fall through. Chu Yingming's gaze was ruthless and did not hide it at all. His eagle-like eyes stared at Bewitching like a cheetah staring at its prey. He did not give the other party any chance to dodge. However, Bewitching also did not have any thoughts of dodging. That's not necessarily true. Bewitching's lips curled up slightly as he looked at Chu Yingming with a smile that was not a smile. His cold words were filled with pressure and dominance. The meaning was very simple. Even if you cross the river, you won't be able to survive. Chu Yingming's gaze became even more ruthless, filled with dense killing intent. If looks could kill, Bewitching would have died thousands of times already. You're really arrogant. Chu Yingming was so angry that he laughed. He narrowed his eyes and every word was filled with dense killing intent. Don't you know that if you're too arrogant, you'll be targeted sooner or later? I've always been targeted. Bewitching's expression was indifferent. His indifferent appearance made it seem like he was chatting about the weather. However, I'm still fine right now. When Bewitching said this, Bailey Hongzhuang and the others could not help but reveal a faint smile. Indeed, from the lower realm until now, they did not know how many opponents they had encountered. However, in the end, they still managed to survive. Unscathed. When enemies meet on a narrow path, the brave wins. Until the end, no one knew who the real winner was. At least, they had never feared. Bewitching, your good luck ends today. Jun Lingxun took a step forward, the elemental energy in his body began to surge, and a surging pressure directly crushed Bewitching. Today was the best chance for them to kill Bewitching. He did not want to miss it. Facing Jun Lingxuan's pressure, Bewitching waved his hand and shattered it. His deep eyes were filled with ridicule and impatience. Don't use this kind of three-legged cat to embarrass yourself. It's a waste of time. Hearing this, Jun Lingxuan's expression turned cold. Without hesitation, he charged towards Bewitching. You're courting death. Bang, two fists collided. An astonishing energy burst out. The two of them were originally enemies. The grudge between the two families had been going on for a long time. Therefore, when they fought, neither of them held back at all. The scattered energy overflowed. The air was directly cut in half and a spatial crack appeared. However, after the exchange, Jun Lingxuan's eyes narrowed and revealed a trace of surprise. According to their judgment, Bewitching came from the lower realms, so his strength was definitely not on par with theirs. However, he had attacked with the intention of killing Bewitching and didn't hold back at all. He didn't expect that Bewitching would be able to take his punch. From the strength of his punch, he could clearly feel that Bewitching had also reached the nebula realm. This discovery shocked him greatly. No matter how he looked at it, Bewitching, who came from the lower realms, couldn't possibly be on par with them. One had to know that his cultivation was considered outstanding among the cultivators who had entered the immortal cloud secret realm. How could Bewitching be on the same level as him? The cultivation resources of the lower realms couldn't be compared to the upper realms. When Jun Lingxuan attacked, Nangong Yuqing's eyes secretly revealed a trace of ridicule. Previously, everyone felt that it was strange that he didn't want to continue fighting with Bewitching, which made him lose face. Now that there was someone like him, he was naturally happy to see it. Sure enough, he soon saw Jun Lingxuan's complicated expression. the surrounding cultivators also wanted to know Bewitching's strength. They all had some understanding of Jun Lingxuan. After all, over the years, Jun Lingxuan could be seen at any place where the younger generation went to train. Even if they hadn't seen him for a period of time, they could still roughly judge Jun Lingxuan's strength. Jun Lingxuan didn't hide the shock and astonishment on his face, so everyone could see it clearly. Immediately, they had a direct understanding of Bewitching's strength. It seems that Bewitching's cultivation has also reached the nebula realm. Otherwise, Jun Lingxuan wouldn't have such an expression. It's really hard to imagine. Didn't they say that he came from the lower realms? Could it be a cover? Maybe Bewitching has been with the D family all these years and is just a secret weapon that the D family has been secretly cultivating. It can't be, right? There's no need for the D family to act so well. Everyone looked at each other, but they couldn't hide the shock in their hearts. Whether it was Bewitching or Bailey Hongzhuang, they did not seem to be from the lower realms at all. Of course, no one was willing to accept this answer. Because that would only show how much of a failure they were. Bewitching looked at Jun Lingxuan with an indifferent expression. His lips curled into a mocking smile as he said, "I'm afraid that's not enough for you to kill me." Jun Lingxuan's face was ashen, but he didn't get angry. Bewitching, don't be complacent too early. When the real battle starts, it's not certain who will win. I will use my combat strength to tell you that if you don't have enough foundation, then your cultivation won't be enough. Bewitching, this is the trouble you brought to your family. Use your death to pay for it. Ming's cold voice was filled with endless sharp killing intent. When he thought about how his jade toad had actually fallen because of this matter, he was filled with anger. He wished that he could tear everyone from the D family into pieces. However, at this moment, Chen Feng walked to Bewitching's side. Seeing Chen Feng's appearance, a trace of astonishment flashed in Ming's eyes before they became gloomy again. Chen Feng, could it be that your great devil sect wants to help the D family? Everyone's gaze landed on Chen Feng. All along, Chen Feng had never helped anyone in a battle. That was because he had always been indifferent. As long as no one provoked him, he wouldn't care. The Great Devil Sect was an extremely powerful existence among all the other sections. As the eldest disciple of the Great Devil Sect, Chen Feng's strength was needless to say. Originally, the D family and the others were at a disadvantage. However, once the Great Devil Sect decided to join, this disadvantage would become an advantage. Everyone looked at each other, wondering if Chen Feng would do this. However, facing Ming's question, Chen Feng shook his head. The Great Devil Sect will not join. As soon as he said this, Ming and the others breathed a sigh of relief as a smile appeared on their lips. However, before their smiles could fully blossom, Chen Feng's words rang out once again. However, I will join. Jun Lingxuan and the others were stunned as they looked at Chen Feng in disbelief. However, they immediately understood what he meant. This matter was a grudge between them and the D family. It had nothing to do with the Great Devil Sect. Therefore, the disciples of the Great Devil Sect would not participate. However, Chen Feng's choice to help Bewitching was his personal decision and had nothing to do with the Great Devil Sect. This meant that the only reason he was standing here was because of Chen Feng. When Bewitching and the others heard Chen Feng's words, a trace of appreciation and a smile appeared in their eyes. At least, they did not misjudge Chen Feng. Ming lowered his voice as he looked at Chen Feng. Chen Feng, are you determined to be my enemy? Chen Feng, on the other hand, had a calm expression. Am I not clear enough? Perhaps Ming's threat would be effective against others. However, it was meaningless against Chen Feng. Xiao Sou and the others looked at each other. Although it was only Chen Feng, they were clear on how strong he was. He would be able to affect the outcome of this battle. Then you can die together with me. Ming's eyes were blood red. He, who was engulfed in anger, had a feeling that he would kill anyone who stood in his way. No matter who dared to stop him at this time, he would not hesitate to kill them. In the next instant, Ming led the Chu family's team and charged forward. At the same time, Nangong Yuqing and the others did not delay. They were clear that this was the best time to make their move. If he didn't make a move now, it would be even more difficult to make a move later. Fortunately, the other disciples of the Great Devil Sect did not join them. Even with the addition of Chen Feng, the ending might not necessarily change. Boom, an astonishing amount of elemental energy surged out from everyone's body. The tyrannical power and the boundless pressure enveloped one another, spreading a terrifying aura. The entire sky seemed to have darkened in an instant, revealing a deep sense of oppression, making it difficult for people to breathe. When the other cultivators saw that this battle was unavoidable, they all retreated a certain distance. They didn't want to be involved in it for no reason. Jun Lingxuan immediately greeted Di Beichen. In the past, he had always regarded Di Beichen as a thorn in his side, but ever since Di Beichen appeared, the person he hated became Di Beichen. Today, he would kill Di Beichen with his own hands. Seeing Jun Lingxuan rushing over, Di Beichen's eyes flashed with a cold light. The other party's actions were exactly what he wanted. For a moment, the cultivators from both sides collided. The scope of the battle was extremely large. Once they met their opponents, they showed no mercy. After all, both sides were enemies. As a woman, Bailey Hongzhuang's opponent should have been Xiao Shou. However, Xiao Shou was clearly still fearful of what had happened last time. Lin Xianxia and the rest were surprised when they saw that Xiao Shou was hiding from Bailey Hongzhuang. However, they quickly understood what was going on. They had previously heard from Di Beichen that Xiao Shou and Jun Lingxuan were unable to defeat Bailey Hongzhuang even after joining forces. They initially thought that it was a joke. However, judging from Xiao Shou's performance, they could tell that it was not a joke. It was real. I never thought that Xiao Shou would hide from Hongzhuang. This is interesting. Lin Xianxia chuckled. Her figure flashed and appeared in front of Xiao Shou. Seeing Lin Xianxia's appearance, Xiao Shou's eyes flashed with a strange look. However, she did not intend to escape. Xiao Shou, life is really strange. I've always disliked you. I never thought that my wish would come true and we would become opponents. Lin Xianxia's expression was cold. Her words were tit for tat and she did not show any mercy. Lin Xianxia, I was indeed slightly inferior to you the last time we fought. However, you don't have to be too proud because of that. Every dog has its day. You may not be my opponent now. Xiao Shou's black eyes flashed with a cold light. Ever since she was slightly inferior to Lin Xianxia, she felt an inexplicable sense of superiority in front of her. This made her very unhappy. Lin Xianxia was a disgrace to her existence. Today, she was going to kill Lin Xianxia with her own hands. Try me then. In the next moment, the two of them used all their moves and collided with each other. Just as Bailey Hongzhuang was about to find an opponent, a woman from the Nangong family targeted her and launched a sneak attack when she was unprepared. However, Bailey Hongzhuang had always been extremely sensitive to danger. Even though she had taken the opportunity to launch a sneak attack, she did not succeed. Her extremely sharp eyes emitted a shocking killing intent. The other party's sneak attack had obviously angered Bailey Hongzhuang. Her eyes were burning as she held the thought-severing sword and attacked directly. When the woman saw Bailey Hongzhuang's emotionless eyes, she couldn't help but be startled. A feeling of fear arose in her heart for no reason. However, she quickly calmed down. She had chosen Bailey Hongzhuang as her opponent because Bailey Hongzhuang had attracted a lot of attention. As long as she could kill Bailey Hongzhuang, she would definitely attract more attention. On the other hand, Bailey Hongzhuang came from the lower realms and was also an alchemist. Her cultivation was naturally incomparable to theirs. Stepping on her to get to the top was undoubtedly the best option. However, after Bailey Hongzhuang made her move, she realized that she had been too naive. That was because Bailey Hongzhuang's combat power was similarly astonishing. Bailey Hongzhuang's movements were as fast as lightning. Her figure flashed like a whirlwind, and before she could even see clearly what had happened, she felt a chill on her neck. Immediately after, a warm feeling gushed out from her neck. Bailey Hongzhuang was merciless. Being merciful to the enemy was being cruel to oneself. If these people were allowed to live, they would only bring endless trouble to them. When everyone saw Bailey Hongzhuang kill one of them, their eyes lit up. Immediately, they felt greatly encouraged and their attacks became even more ferocious. Di Xiaofeng faced Chu Yingming without any surprise. As for Chen Feng, he faced Nangong Yuqing. Unfortunately, his opponent was Chen Feng. Years ago, he had lost to Chen Feng in a competition. Over the years, everyone had tacitly agreed that Chen Feng was the number one and he was the number two. Normally, it was fine for him to have such thoughts. However, at this time, Chen Feng had taken the initiative to come knocking on his door. This was simply infuriating him to death. Chen Feng was obviously unaware of Bewitching's thoughts. In his opinion, since he was going to help the D family, he naturally had to delay their experts. This way, the situation of Bewitching and the others would be alleviated. Among all the participants, the battle between Jun Lingxuan and Bewitching was the fiercest. It could be said that when enemies met, their eyes blazed with hatred. Bewitching did not mind wandering outside all these years. After all, if it were not for this experience, he would not have met Bailey Hongshuang. However, when he thought about how his family had been heartbroken for so many years due to the despicable methods of the Jun family and the estrangement between his parents, one could imagine the anger in his heart. More importantly, this damnable guy had actually joined hands with an evil cultivator and almost took Hong Zhuang's life. This was something he could not tolerate. Jun Lingxuan was also full of energy. After being suppressed all this time, he had long wanted to vent his anger. As long as he could kill Bewitching today, all the resentment from before would be instantly restored. Bewitching, you will definitely die by my hands today. Jun Lingxuan's sharp sword stabbed out violently. Every move was ruthless, aiming for a fatal spot. Bewitching held the severed emotion sword in his hand. Facing the attacks from all directions, he was still as calm as ever, as smooth as flowing water. My wife already taught you a lesson last time. Seems like your memory is not very good? Bewitching raised his eyebrows. His cold voice was filled with ridicule and sarcasm, but the depths of his eyes were as cold as winter. Jun Lingxuan's expression turned ugly when he heard this. Thinking back to how they were defeated by Bailey Hongshuang even after joining forces, it was really embarrassing. If possible, he only hoped that no one would mention it again. Bewitching, don't be too proud. I admit that Bailey Hongshuang's methods are not bad, but you're just a freeloader. Speaking of which, can you really beat Bailey Hongshuang? Jun Lingxuan sneered mercilessly. After understanding Bailey Hongshuang's strength, he knew that Bewitching was no match for Bailey Hongshuang. Living off a woman? Bewitching chuckled. Are you talking about yourself? You've been relying on Xiaosu all this time and you're shamelessly enjoying it. Bewitching. Jun Lingxuan's face turned stiff. To him, he obviously could not accept being called a freeloader. In the next moment, Bewitching's figure flashed. His movements were as fast as lightning, and his fist, which was mixed with boundless strength, fiercely smashed into Jun Lingxuan's body. Bam! In the blink of an eye, Jun Lingxuan was sent flying and fell to the ground. That tyrannical force made Jun Lingxuan clutch his chest. He felt as if his internal organs had been displaced by this punch, bringing with it an unbearable pain. Poochie! Jun Lingxuan spat out a mouthful of blood. He stared blankly at Bewitching with horror and shock. Bewitching's gaze was cold and emotionless, but his voice was proud and domineering. I'm different from you. When they fought before, he clearly felt that Bewitching was on par with him, but in a short moment, Bewitching's cultivation suddenly increased. It was because of this that he was caught off guard and injured. However, at this time, what he was most concerned about was not how serious his injuries were, but how Bewitching could suddenly increase his strength. Faced with Jun Lingxuan's inquiry, Bewitching was too lazy to answer. The next moment, his figure turned into a ray of light, and the severed passion sword in his hand reflected a cold and bloodthirsty light. Without hesitation, he stabbed towards Jun Lingxuan. Seeing the sharp sword rapidly stabbing towards him, Jun Lingxuan's pupils shrank, and the shadow of death once again shrouded him. He immediately wanted to turn around and dodge, but Bewitching's speed was simply too fast. Ding! At this time, a figure appeared in front of Jun Lingxuan. Chu Yingming blocked Bewitching's attack, then glanced at Jun Lingxuan and said, "You go over there, leave this to me." Seeing the sullen face of Chu Yingming, Jun Lingxuan quietly breathed a sigh of relief and quickly stood up. Thank you. If Chu Yingming was a bit slower, even if he didn't die, he would definitely be seriously injured. Most importantly, once he was seriously injured in this situation, it would be even more difficult to leave alive. Bewitching coldly looked at Chu Yingming, who suddenly appeared. If not for this guy's sudden appearance, Jun Lingxuan would have already become a ghost under his sword. Bewitching, I really underestimated you. Chu Yingming stared at Bewitching, his deep, dark eyes sizing him up with suspicion. Actually, you don't stay in the lower realm, right? Yes or no, what does it have to do with you? Bewitching's face was cold, but his hand that was holding the severed passion sword quietly tightened. His ink-black eyes were filled with bloodlust and killing intent. In the next moment, he pointed his sword at Chu Yingming. Since Jun Lingxuan has left, then you shall die for him. The resolute voice was filled with killing intent and cold-bloodedness. The sunlight shone on the white figure standing there, making him look like a god of war, tyrannical and insufferably arrogant. Facing Bewitching's cold eyes, Chu Yingming felt a strange feeling in his heart. However, he quickly recovered. Thinking that he had been suppressed by Bewitching's aura, he immediately felt unhappy. What a joke, even if it was Chen Feng, it was still impossible for him to fear him. Bewitching, I'll send you to hell first. Chu Yingming's eyes darkened as he raised his palm. Boundless and surging elemental energy unreservedly swept out from his body. He stomped on the ground and his body tore through the air. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of Bewitching. At the same time, a ferocious fist blasted through the air and mercilessly attacked Bewitching's face with an astonishing pressure. The ferocious fist enlarged in front of Bewitching's eyes. However, his calm and cold face showed no fear. Just as everyone was sure that Bewitching would dodge, they found that he had no intention of dodging at all. Instead, he met the fist head-on. Don't look at how Chu Yingming usually hides his strength. In fact, he is very strong. Based on my judgment, he is probably not any weaker than Nangong Yuqing. That's right. Chu Yingming has always been hiding his strength deeply. Coupled with the fact that he usually doesn't make any moves, we can't figure out his specific cultivation level. The spectating cultivators were all paying close attention to the situation of the battle. Understanding the strength of their opponent was also beneficial to them. Usually, everyone would conceal their strength, but obviously, in this kind of battle, there would be no concealment. They could directly understand each other's strength. Bang! Bewitching's fist fiercely met the attack. Tyrannical energy exploded. However, before the crowd could see clearly who was stronger, the two had already turned into a whirlwind and started fighting. The speed of the two was so fast that the crowd couldn't see their movements clearly. They could only see that countless fierce energy waves were spreading in all directions, bringing with them an incomparably tyrannical aura. From the looks of it, Chu Yingming's strength has probably reached Nebula rank 2. I really didn't expect him to be so good at hiding. It's really scary to imagine. If it wasn't for the fact that his Jade Toad was destroyed this time, then with the Jade Toad and his strength, he would be the undisputed number one. It wasn't known who said this, but the crowd's expression suddenly changed. Thinking about it carefully, it was indeed so. Bang! Under the two's crazy attacks, a huge circular hole suddenly appeared. Bewitching and Chu Yingming also separated. Only then did the crowd clearly see the situation of the two. However, the two's faces didn't seem to have any changes. The crowd couldn't tell who had the upper hand. Chu Yingming was shocked. All along, he didn't put Jun Lingxuan in his eyes. The Jun family had been suppressed by the Di family all these years. Naturally, there was a certain gap between them and his Chu family. Therefore, when he saw that Jun Lingxuan couldn't beat Bewitching, he didn't find it strange. It wasn't until he fought with Bewitching that he understood that Bewitching's strength was really strong. I have to say, if I knew your strength before, I wouldn't have chosen to be your enemy. Chu Yingming's eyes rippled with a sinister and complicated light. He had always been a person who valued benefits. If the opponent's strength was extremely strong, he wouldn't choose to offend such an opponent. It would only bring him endless trouble. However, since I've already offended you, I can only strangle you in the cradle. Same here. Bewitching's expression was calm. He knew that Chu Yingming was a character. If the other party had not taken the initiative to find trouble, he would not have gone to find trouble with the other party. However, since they were already enemies, the only thing he could do was to make sure the other party no longer had the possibility of threatening him. Seeing Bewitching remain neither servile nor overbearing, Chu Yingming's gaze became increasingly gloomy. The calmer the other party was, the more he felt that the other party had a trump card. Logically speaking, most people would at least have some ripples in their hearts at this moment, but Bewitching didn't, not at all. In front of everyone's eyes, Xianxia's elemental energy was dyed with the color of flames. A fire attribute light burst out. For a moment, the surrounding temperature suddenly rose, and the air became boiling hot. Bewitching's expression changed. He also understood that Xianxia was of the fire attribute. After Xianxia used his fire attribute power, balls of flames appeared between his hands. As he used his martial skills, their might became more and more terrifying. Roar! Following Xianxia's hand seals, a huge flaming lion appeared out of thin air. Its fur was burning with flames, and its appearance was vivid and lifelike, as if it was alive. Looking at the sudden appearance of the flaming lion, Bewitching's eyes also showed a trace of seriousness. In the next moment, a trace of bloody smell quietly appeared, mixed with endless killing intent, erupted with Bewitching as the center. The dense killing intent and shocking bloody smell made people's hearts tremble for no reason. The Bewitching in front of them also became undefeatable. Immediately after, everyone noticed that Bewitching's aura suddenly increased, from Nebula Level 1 to Nebula Level 3. After feeling that tyrannical aura that really did exist, everyone was dumbfounded. They looked at each other and wondered if they had seen wrongly. Am I seeing things? How could Bewitching's aura suddenly increase? I heard that there are some secret techniques that can help practitioners increase their strength in a short period of time, but usually there are very serious repercussions. Could it be that Bewitching is using this method? It's not a matter of life and death. Bewitching shouldn't use this method. Everyone looked at each other. One after another ideas appeared in their minds, but they were all rejected by them in the end. This kind of method was really unfamiliar to them. Most importantly, they had never heard of the D family having such a method. After Bewitching displayed his aura, Xianxia felt a pressure enveloping him, making him unable to fully display his strength. This discovery made him extremely shocked. At his level of cultivation, there was still someone who could use aura to suppress him. This was a bit too terrifying. However, after he reacted, he was more envious. As long as he killed Bewitching and obtained this secret technique, his battle strength would increase by another level. Without a doubt, this was the best reward. After Bewitching increased his aura, he didn't use any attribute power, and still used his spirit energy to deal with the enemy. Facing the huge flaming lion, Bewitching seemed very small, but he was not afraid in the face of danger. Bang, bang, bang. At the same time, Bewitching stomped his foot on the flaming lion's head, and then he stabbed out with the severed passion sword and obliterated the flaming lion. Seeing this, Xianxia's heart trembled. Bewitching was already so powerful without using his elemental power. If he were to use his elemental power, Xianxia would likely not be a match for him. At the same time, some of the cultivators present were experienced and knowledgeable. After repeated analysis, they determined the source of Bewitching's aura. Could this be an abyssal inheritance? One of the cultivators stared at Bewitching in a daze, his face filled with amazement. As soon as this was said, everyone couldn't help but think of the two great abysses in the lower realms. Could it be the blood chi field and the killing chi field? According to the records, this situation is exactly the same as Bewitching's, and Bewitching also came from the lower realm. That's right, it's really like that. In that case, Bewitching really is a genius. This kind of inheritance isn't something that can be obtained so easily. For a moment, the way everyone looked at Bewitching changed. They were filled with emotion, surprise, and a trace of envy and admiration. Xianxia also heard the conversation of the crowd, and his gaze became complicated. You used an abyssal inheritance? That's right. Bewitching didn't try to hide it. Anyone who understood this kind of inheritance would be able to tell. After receiving an affirmative answer, Xianxia's expression became somewhat awkward. He had previously vowed that Bewitching was secretly nurtured by the D family, but the characteristics of the two abyss made him understand that this was simply impossible. However, Bewitching came from the lower realm, yet he was still able to reach such a cultivation level. This was truly a little too terrifying. At the very least, his potential far exceeded that of most of the people present. After Jun Lingxuan saved his life from Bewitching, he turned to attack Mo Yunjue. Mo Yunjue's death was also somewhat related to Mo Yunjue. At present, he couldn't personally kill Bewitching and Bailey Hongzhuang. As long as he could kill Mo Yunjue, it could be considered as collecting some interest to comfort Bewitching's soul in heaven. When Mo Yunjue saw that Jun Lingxuan actually treated him as an easy target, a trace of coldness and bloodlust quietly flashed through his deep, black hole-like eyes. Recalling how Bailey Hongzhuang had almost died under Jun Lingxuan's scheme, the killing intent in his heart continued to swell. Ever since he came to the upper realm, his mentality had become much calmer. However, when he was in the lower realm, he lived in a killing field. Originally, there were too many people who wanted to deal with Jun Lingxuan, so it was impossible for them to fall into his hands in a short time. However, he didn't expect that Jun Lingxuan would actually take the initiative to find him. This was exactly what he wanted. Jun Lingxuan looked at Mo Yunjue in front of him and a complacent and sinister smile appeared on his lips. "You're called Mo Yunjue, right? You also had a part to play in Bewitching's death. Today, I'll send you to the underworld to apologize to Bewitching." Jun Lingxuan was very confident. In his opinion, Mo Yunjue was just a cultivator from the lower realm. Although he had displayed considerable strength in the battle with Xiao Sou, there was still an insurmountable gap between them. However, in the face of Jun Lingxuan's arrogant appearance, Mo Yunjue's response was his fist. "You talk too much." His chiseled face was unusually cold, and there was a trace of impatience in the depths of his eyes. To him, if he could use his hands, to do so. Jun Lingxuan didn't expect that Mo so directly. He was caught off guard and was to the point to his nose to his face was to be caught unprepared. He covered his nose as blood continued to flow from the gaps between his fingers. He looked very pathetic. He looked at Mo Yunjue and wanted to say, "Why didn't you follow the rules?" However, Mo Yunjue didn't give him any time to hesitate and attacked again. F***ck. Jun Lingxuan couldn't help but curse, "I can't beat Bewitching, but you think I can't beat you? You're from the lower realm, yet you still dare to be so arrogant. Then you can try." Mo Yunjue's expression was ice cold, but his attacks were even more ferocious. However, after this exchange, Jun Lingxuan realized that Mo Yunjue was also an extremely powerful existence. This was because he felt a terrifying murderous aura enveloping him. The aura that Mo Yunjue emitted was like that of the god of death from hell, causing people's hearts to tremble unconsciously. Under the influence of this murderous aura, his performance was also affected. How was this possible? Jun Lingxuan was dumbfounded. Why were the methods of this fellow from the lower realm so strange? Not only that, after Mo Yunjue had unleashed his murderous aura, Bailey Hongzhuang had also unleashed her murderous aura and blood aura. Instantly, gasps were heard. Everyone at the scene was dumbfounded. Wasn't the Abyss inheritance supposed to be very difficult? How could there be 3 of them at once? Everyone looked at each other and secretly decided to check the information carefully when they returned. Perhaps they had made a mistake. Lin Taxing and the others looked at the power displayed by Bailey Hongzhuang and the other 2 and sighed with joy. Previously, they had only heard about it from Mo Yunjue. Now that they had seen the 3 of them display it, they finally understood how powerful the Abyss inheritance was. Initially, Di Xiaofeng was very worried that Bewitching would be in danger when faced with Chu Yingming's attack. He never thought that Bewitching would be able to stabilize the situation. After discovering this, he did not continue to deal with Chu Yingming. At a time like this, it was undoubtedly the best time for Bewitching to make a name for himself. A faint smell of blood spread through the air. In this fiery battle, cultivators would be injured or even killed from time to time. Even so, both sides had no intention of stopping. To them, this was a situation where they would not rest until one of them was dead. Unless one side was completely annihilated, they would not stop. The situation gradually turned from fiery to tragic. However, at this moment, a cry of surprise suddenly rang out. "Look, what's that?" In their line of sight, a monstrous beast had appeared not too far away. Its fierce eyes were locked onto them as if it would attack at any time. Hearing this person's cry of surprise, everyone was stunned at first. However, when they saw that it was only a monstrous beast, they could not help but roll their eyes. "It's only a monstrous beast. You don't have to be so nervous." But we've never encountered a monstrous beast ever since we came to the immortal cloud's secret realm. What's the big deal about not encountering one? It's only a monstrous beast. How powerful can it be? Everyone shook their heads and felt that they were making a fuss over nothing. However, soon after, everyone could no longer maintain their indifferent look. This was because a series of beast roars rang out not too far away. Roar. Awoo. The roars of the demonic beasts were intertwined and continuous, causing one's heart to tremble. When Bewitching and the others noticed this, they couldn't help but slow down their movements as they turned their gazes to the front. What's going on? Why did so many demonic beasts suddenly appear? Xiran frowned and looked around cautiously. His intuition told him that the situation was not simple. Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching couldn't help but look at each other, their expressions heavy. Long ago, they had already realized that everything here was a test. Therefore, they did not relax even after passing through the school of fish, because they knew that they would only encounter more tests. It was just that they didn't expect the test to come so quickly. They didn't even have time to deal with their opponents. Master, there are many demonic beasts coming. Baisher's voice was filled with caution and seriousness. And these demonic beasts are not simple. Hearing Baisher's words, Bailey Hongzhuang immediately understood. As the Beast King, Baisher had the best understanding of demonic beasts. End of chapter 50-33. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.